Ah, hello again. Brilliant. What did you make of our selection? The review's not for everyone. We always knew that. Thank you for giving it a go at least.
Her composure is immaculate. If she felt any pain from this, it goes completely unseen.
That'll be me. I'm a keen cryptographer. Sometimes, after a long session, I dream in code. Well, firstly, as with anything, getting better is a matter of practice. You should try out our cryptograms section. But secondly, don't be fooled by the illusion of solitude. It will make you a better artist, trust me.
You don't need art. You need a gang. Real shit.
But getting back to what I was saying, cryptography is a game of chess where one player is absent. It may appear to be a solitary activity, but in reality, you are always facing off against another mind. It's not unnatural for one so dedicated to wordcraft. Cryptograms and poetry are, after all, alike in how they encrypt meaning in careful arrangements of letters. They are, aren't they? You have been They are. Again? I admire...
Translation. Please stop. I can't take this anymore. She takes your work and examines it, vocalizing each verse with increasing volume as she goes. Her face softens, an expression you haven't yet seen.
Well, the material is there. I can't deny that. There are signs of craft.
The editor-in-chief gives you an encouraging smile.
Now, I will elevate your piece to the craft standards of the Noscorentes Review.
She touches the red pen around her neck and smiles.
Not usually, no. At least, it gives me more time to go over these proofs.
Wolf time.
The kids study you, attentive.
What's that? Are those your friends? That's not as cool as the sword. Why would I want this?
Wait, I know what that picture is. It's a curio, right in the Ultra Demon Ziran arc. That's why you're all sad now, isn't it? Like a magic item? Clever Wolf convinced Ultra Demon Ziran to trade her curio away, but it was really a piece of her heart from when she was an angel. That's how Clever Wolf won. Well, he cut her in half with his greatsword, but only because she was weak without her curio. We'll take it.
With great devotion, the boy hands over his toy sword. It's heavier than you expected.
May you kill many angels.
The children ignore you. entranced by the television.
Sure.
You're back again.
The GM. You find yourself time pass. No one takes no. The tree. Time pass. No one takes the tree. The tree swan. You leave the mysterious tree to its business. The teenage boy nods hesitantly as you approach. He is very excited to say the word legit.
And what do they call you? Cool.
His voice lowers an octave.
What can I brief you on? What about her? Fine, I guess. Yeah? Well, I have sins too. Loads.
He widens his stance, stretching his layers taut like a molten beetle.
Been excluded from school twice. Pencil crimes, failed tests, bit of fire stuff. Done it all. Meet her? Well, we've been in the same school since we were small, but I didn't meet her until last year. I used to sit behind her in history before she dropped out to run the bazaar and all this happened. She was really sweet, shy. I asked her. I passed her a note, drew a dolphin. She likes dolphins. Put a speech bubble coming out of its mouth, and then I wrote.
Love is bourgeois.
Be my girl. I'm finished without you. Yeah, you got it. It was nice. Drew me one back that said, I accept your proposal. She's too important for stuff like that now, with the bazaar and everything. But I get cooler presents. Genuine name brand shit from Louvre. Cool. Yeah? Sweet.
Bored?
A lab coat splattered with blood, both new and old. Loaded, fingering the safety latch.
Don't cheat me. Are you from the medical board? Safe?
Blood in his gums, too.
Safety is for animals too stupid to figure out that they're being fattened. Everyone wants a slice of this, Mom. Just to know that if I get the slightest whiff of bored fuckery, I am not averse to the idea of public suicide. It's traumatizing. watching a man kill himself, you know. Often a knee, and I'm calm as I've ever fucking been. Then buyer, then patient. Fuck me.
Suddenly, he lunges for a bottle on the table and takes a deep swig from it with needless violence. Fresh veins pop in his red eyes. You can almost see the neurons shorten.
Dr. Gonzalo E.S. Gonza. Surgeon, chemist, psychotherapist, gynecologist. Now tell me, where does it hurt? Was he intensely forgettable? Did any sense of authority flee from him like the plague? Understatement of the fucking century. Board-certified swine. Hate is a better word for it. My theory is that dullness he exudes is the result of a fungus of some kind. A parasitic brain mold playing at the motor cortex. Like a child with a joystick. Of course he didn't. He's neurologically incapable of it. Is that what he told you? Put it this way. There was a project in which I believed us to be colleagues. While, in fact, he was sawing the floor out from under my feet the whole time. Yes, my visionary research program that he leached off of me. And with the backing of the astronomical grant from those empty fuckers too. I knew they were going to screw us, but I went along with it anyway. Visualization. We wanted to see what people see in their dreams. Flush with foreign cabbage, I was able to design a custom fMRI headset. More portable than those giant washing machines our rivals were using, and crucially, interlinkable. You just plug the subjects in, load them up with modafinil, and boom! Dr. Gonza's subconscious picture show. Most of the cowards are content with fisting guinea pigs or detoxifying leaf matter. The real juice is in intoxicating the population and seeing how long they survive. Clearly, you don't know the first thing about human biology. How was I going to give birth to my baby without first getting fucked a couple of times?
No hint of a smile with that one.
Not one instant. I got to see the subconscious picture show. Who else gets to say that? Abruptly, and then betrayal. I got a call from Abbe one morning. There's someone in the office for you. So I come in, trustingly, like a slaughterhouse animal. And there they are. Goons of the medical board. They even had the audacity to box up my belongings with their fucking claws before I arrived. Next thing I know, they're boxing me up too. Makes you painfully aware of the orifices you didn't know you had, doesn't it? That's why Nabe had been plotting it for ages, clearly. Having nearly missed the fucking boat once, he wanted to seize control of the study for his own purposes. Architect? A child making macaroni collages is more of an architect than an invertebrate. Not to mention the fungus in his brain. You want more? All right. He's a thief, too, which, I'll admit, is impressive for a gastropod. You mean, other than my life's work? Yes, certain irreplaceable personal effects. I can picture him, polishing my equipment in his sterile little office, running his sanitized virgin fingers over surfaces that remember my touch. It sickens me. A research-grade apparatus, used for advanced diagnostics. Very sophisticated, finely calibrated, for thousands of souls. It should still be in its aluminum housing, unless that institutional hemorrhoid has decided to put it on display. I don't know. His mind is too dull for me to penetrate. The brain fungus told him to. Probably. And give him the satisfaction of knowing he has something on me? Absolutely not. Besides, I don't trust myself not to murder him if I come within choking distance. Wait, not murder. That's for humans. You get the gist. You love drugs, right? You're sharp. Too sharp. Signs of a mind in need of recreational chemicals. Since you're allowed on the slug's premises, how about taking a peek, eh? Grab my things on the way out of there. I'll open my store in return. All the drugs you could want. Pharmaceutical bonanza.
2 words. Lab grade.
What? No! Don't lie about things like that. No! No, 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 no! You don't get it. Only real doctors get burned by the board. If we're both operating without a license, then who's to say I'm no better than that slug? That swine! I knew someone else was snatching them from the streets. Never thought it would have been him. Oh, he's getting old.
This is the closest he's ever got to having respect for his former colleague.
They must have discredited him just to provoke me. Is the only explanation. See if they can get me to capitulate. I come crawling back begging for them to renew my license, of course. Agree to monthly peace tests and fucking group therapy sessions. Well, not today. I say to them, no one, and I mean no one, except for the cancerous hand of biological fucking decay, will bring Gonzalo E.S. Gonza to his knees. Yes, enough. What did the swine? Yes, enough. Real? Listen, sister. I've been a doctor since I was 12 years old. And I'll be a doctor until the day they extract the hypertrophied liver from my bloated, humescent, sexy carcass. It was not the board that made me a doctor, and they cannot unmake me one, no matter how many degrees they annul. That's right, age 12. I came down with a fever. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, and still wouldn't go down, so they sent me to the doctor. He weighs me, counts my heartbeats, whatever. And without even doing any blood work, he sends me away and says, go to the priest. Tell him that I said to give you the blessed smoke. Last rites. It's a euphemism for cowards. Of course, I didn't know that back then. My mother cried and cried, locked herself in her room and didn't even want to see me. She was crying so much, but still no one would explain to me what this fucking smoke was. So I finally get to the priest. He goes, oh, my child, blesses me, blows some foul-smelling shit into my face, and sends me off home to die. And that's when I realize, these people are fucking idiots! Damn right I didn't die. I went straight to the library, picked up the first book on general medicine I could find. And the young Gonza brought his fever down through hard science and sheer willpower. All the way down to stone cold, which is where I remain to this day. My poor dim-witted mother was making funeral preparations when I got home. I slept in the coffin that night. Because fuck them all! They can take away my license, black, patience, numerous degrees. They've even been surprisingly effective at getting me in trouble with the law. But they can never touch 1,000 plus hours of surgical experience, multiple breakthroughs, and enough original research to fill a university textbook.
He works himself up into a bout of romantic fervor with practiced ease.
Not that you could ever publish a textbook in this backward fucking society.
Going too fast to stop himself right away.
I said they could take away my license and I would still be a doctor. And yes, they did.
Again, he lunges for the bottle on his desk and drinks from it with a savage attitude.
No, sorry. I'm not being selfish, it's just, you might die. My own brand. Ethyl snatched from the jaws of methanol. And and just a dash of formaldehyde for the kick. We're all dead in life, Mama. Formaldehyde is just how you preserve the tissue. Disgrace! What? You think it's... Yes. A disgrace, Doctor. That's exactly what I am.
The site of some kind of humanitarian catastrophe. The surface of Gonza's desk is buried under unopened envelopes, pill bottles, loose syringes, and pens. Atop the pile sits a child's drawing of a two-headed horse and a crumpled note with a few scrawled phone numbers. The doctor's twitching, though watchful eye inspects you as you scan his mess.
Not my kid, before you get ideas. I locked down my own plumbing at 12. Quarter-eyed and triple-tied vast deference. No one's trapping Gonza. Some junkie spawn handed that abomination to me after I treated his mom. Zero talent. No, it's manipulative. Her mom probably wrote that and shoved it into her kid's hands, trying to guilt-trip me into free drugs or a paycheck. They're decorative. That's how the board gets you. Open a government threat and it becomes a conversation. Keep those things sealed, and then you have their fear. Bottled.
Bureaucratic object permanence. Out of sight. Out of existence. The doctor drums his fingers on the dirty desktop and stares bitterly into the middle distance.
Bored? What do you want? Metagonza.
Something childlike and almost innocent enters his tone and gaze.
I'll have to hose him down after whatever that swine Hugo Arbe has done to him. But it doesn't matter. He's home. Shut the fuck up.
The doctor eagerly reaches for the wiretapped medical dummy and stares lovingly into its eyes.
Next time you should get the payment up front. I could fuck you over, you know. Most in my profession would. Here, let me know if you need more. Store's open. That's a trick question. Can't you tell?
Jaw jutting out, eyes wild. He's putting himself forwards as a candidate.
He's called Metagonza, and he's my assistant. Made to look like me in every way. What, are you an idiot? He doesn't talk. He just helps out around the clean. Anyway, he's tired now and needs to rest. Are we done? Aren't we fucking all? Fucking amateurs. Cocaine kicks you in the balls when you're tired. Prodaxil makes you an athlete, but it's a dissociator, so it can get weird, which is what you want. Then there's a Neuropin. Use that for whenever you need to focus and get some clever shit done. Real brain turbo. To utter those words, what a life. He's dead. Forget about him. Ah, yes. This is the ethically stimulating case you were trying to entice me with. Gonorrhea is a legitimate concern. Catatonics, they're just there. Who's the unfortunate? Let me tell you something about colleagues, sister. By and large, the most vile species of sniveling, rule-following, authority-sucking vermin ever to stain this earth. Second, perhaps only to medical board inspectors.
He was a rule follower, all right. It's written all over his face.
You want my advice? Roll him up, toss him out in some hazardous waste bags before he starts smelling. All right. Walk me through. Gut diagnosis screams ketamine binge, but I'm keeping an open mind. Any signs of injury, self-inflicted or otherwise? Good start. Anything else? Toying with the man's insecurities even when he's comatose. Pathological. Guess we can at least rule out very obvious head trauma. See, nobody turns to a dish rag on a whim. Unless he's stroked out, there'd be a precipitating incident. Drugs, toxins, choking maybe. He knows how to party. Found any needles around? Belt? Maybe a weapon? Music? Ultravioletta! Well, there it is. Mystery condition solved. I didn't fucking consent to the knowledge now, did I? It's forced down your throat as soon as you step outside. This is a clear-cut case of LAS. Libidinal atrophy shutdown syndrome. Affects terminal virgins, unlaid husbands, and men exposed to overly uterine music. Tea drinkers too.
This checks out. Pseudopod didn't look like he'd be popular with anyone. A lead, at last.
No sexually satisfied man would listen to this sad shit by choice. Men are built to pursue, conquer, reproduce. Ergo parannum, a quota of fucking must occur. His body is given up from neglect. Seen it 1,000 times.
The doctor opens a drawer and slides towards you a baggie with a small medical stamp inside.
Anti-last treatment. It'll wake up whatever's left in him to wake up. And if that doesn't work, end of the road, sister. Cut him loose. This is a proprietary formulation, soon to be patented. That's as much as I can tell you. I'm on it right now. Home recipe, mama. I can out-be-read. Any man, anywhere, anytime. There.
Put it this way. Will it help? No. Will it make his condition any worse? Also, probably not.
No man likes ultravioletta. He's buried in the depths of erotic despair. He's so far down the hole, he probably doesn't even know what happened to him. Then you know nothing of sexual melancholy. But all right, let's pretend my expertise is worth fuck all. What's your working theory, Dr. Plainface? Lady, if anyone did, it's probably you, with your refusal to fuck him. Really? All I'm hearing is that you don't have a fucking clue what happened, or how to help. Of course I really think it. I prescribed it. Easy delivery. Just let it dissolve on his tongue. Good luck to you. Adios, patient.
Stray spies still wandering around looking for their forever home. Me and Marco, moving on. Keep your powder dry, Herschel.
pink paper tab is no bigger than a fingernail. One side is decorated with a simple illustration of a cockerel. It's right there, in the word of the animal itself.
Operant.
Sweet, slightly pungent, reminds you of overripe apricots. All signs point to...
Excuse me?
Her eyes are looking every which way but towards you. Highly suspicious.
You're confused, Operant. You've probably just never smelt photographic toner before.
Negative. Toner has a sulphurous odor. Rotten eggs.
I've been rumbled.
She produces a small brown glass bottle and sets it on the counter.
It used to be a respectable habit, you know. Prescription. I don't see why a little rag now and then should be a big deal. That's why I use it too, naturally. It's perfectly safe, as long as you don't forget to sip water. All the same, I suppose it does look a touch unprofessional. I'll be here if you require anything.
You approach your double's bedside. His breathing does not change. You slip the tab into his mouth. It feels dry, hot, and deeply wrong. The medication swims through his body, drawn with every breath, every beat of his heart, searching for the right pathways. There's something wrong. Nothing is happening. No movement, no reaction. Lungs exhale, hair grows. Nothing remarkable happens. At all. The rhythm of Pseudopod's pulse dances like code against your fingers, speaking the truth. Thump, thump, thump. A dead heart. You take out your lighter, press the flint wheel to its familiar groove in your thumb. It strikes, first time. His pupils do not contract. Nothing. A ripple of goosebumps across your back. In the absence of immediate danger, the fear crosses you only delicately. A whisper, upon your neck. This is not an unconscious body. It is a breathing corpse.
Operant, I'll be here.
The teenage...
Bored? What do you want? Not even a little, you know? By God. So there's no hope for him. He's beyond the reach of science. Any man who doesn't rise up, still hard, from my treatment is functionally brain. Another man lost the last.
He offers a limp salute and bows his head.
But it's not all bad. As a doctor, I am qualified to tell you. You now have moral carte blanche. Whatever the fuck you want. Ride him, bury him, dress him up in a silly little outfit. Party's on, sister. You're not dealing with the person anymore. I already told you. If the first dose didn't work on your man, he's a goner. I have just been pondering what effects it might have on the female body. You might die, of course, but such is science. In any case, ding ding ding! It's your lucky day. Gonzo's drugstore now includes all the anti-last you can afford. It's not fucking free. Pay up or get out. Aren't we fucking all? Adios.
Stray spies still wandering around looking for their Keep your powder dry.
Raw information atomizes itself. And ring. The bed welcomes you for a soft slumber. The stillness stillness of the room quietens your mind as you settle down. The metal drawer slides out nearly soundlessly, revealing rows of official-looking folders. Be fleet of foot, operant. Your enemies are onto you. After a moment of rifling, your fingertip catches on a sharp edge. The culprit is a large beige folder, labelled Visitors, notated. What a footfall for a two-person magazine office. Strangers in grainy black and white stare back at you. Under each photo, a terse itinerary. Visitor, date of arrival, date of departure. Each of them seems to have left the same way. Flight D153 to a regional airport in Ile-de-Serres. Perhaps they're running a writer-in-residence program on the wasteland mesas of Ile-de-Serres. Prisoners often compose very compelling poetry. MTER is finally investing seriously in the arts. You skip through the stack until your eye catches on a man's face, mid-60s, eyes blown up by milk bottle glasses. The last time you saw him, he was smiling at the camera. He isn't smiling here. He looks exhausted and grubby, crumpled at the corners. His glasses were still with him when this was taken. A sudden talisman, the last thing he gave up. Visitor Krantz Eno, Date of arrival 4/3/96. Date of departure 4/18/96. Flight D513 to Ile-de-Serres direct. Notes: prolonged interrogation, mostly unsuccessful, until daughter threatened. Gone. It disappears soundlessly into the stack. You look for any young woman by the name of Ultravioletta. You find none. Maybe try Violetta Ultra. You bend your arm at an uncomfortable angle and press around at the deepest part of the drawer. Nothing. Not even a lost paperclip or bent staple. The drawer's base makes a thin rattle, not the hollow echo you were hoping for. You pull your hand back from the standard issue cabinet. Files crowd over the gap you made. Enter Cascade, delver of secrets, dismantler of clerical assets. The files blur, then your fingers pause, your conscious mind catching up a split second behind. S.D. Newitz, head of human capital, enter, a familiar name, stamped in green ink. The past descends with talons. Your old asset, S-Doc, still draped in the same cover you left her in, with one new styling. She is fastened to her cover, mutating with it. The mask has become her face. But at what cost? To become the High Arbiter of human capital, you no doubt have to trade in some of your own. S-Doc, status alive, alignment unknown, presume bad faith. Something about unreturned phone calls, abandoning your assets, record lows in cowardice, that kind of thing. A telephone from 5 years ago startles in its cradle, waking you from the thin end of a dream.
Herschel, it's Esty. I'm going to talk fast. Something is dreadfully wrong.
Her phrasing that day always stuck with you. Dreadfully wrong. The most wrong a thing could ever be. The memory bleeds away. Your eyes refocus on the filing cabinet before you. An address listed in the housing campaign to the... Names over numbers. Old school community. Existing in plain sight. Courageous. You store the file in the cabinet and the information for later use. The metal rattles against itself as the drawer slides shut. You hear a great rustling, a million trench coats unfolding like moth wings. Brute animal cunning is enough to invent capitalism. Post-historical materialism is needed to transcend it. The heavy steel door contains a single small window. Next to it, another As with anything that talks in this city, it is emblazoned with the blue Renotel logo. Heavy condensation is obscured through layers of glass. Nothing can be seen here, in the domain of shadow and smudge. Your fist barely makes a sound on the thick, reinforced metal. Suddenly, so quiet that it's almost imaginary, a muffled pounding answers from the other side. A tingle runs down your back, the sensation of things coalescing. You hear a brief static crackle. It fades out to leave the ambient hum of another room. You hold your ear to the box, living electricity buzzing along your ossicle bones. Somewhere in the amplified quasi-silence, there's a distant rustling, perhaps breathing. You can practically feel the gaffer up in the rigging, guiding the spotlight along your path. No way out but through. The deal. You're here for the deal. A wave of static crashes over the line. For a moment, nobody says anything. Green water sloshes about your feet. A detail the girl Yana conveniently left out. You need to confront her about this. The phone line hisses. and goes silent. The line remains connected, but there's no response. No sound of movement above, just drops dripping. Drip, 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 drip. At the base of your skull, a tickle in your brainstem. Minister of Mass Culture for Leluz, political theorist, suspected war criminal, architect for Leluz's meteoric cultural rise. As of this year, 26% of all media originates from Lusian-affiliated distributors. Weekly textile shipments from Leluz to the developed world, 1.5 million tons. Estimated age, mid-70s. Known photos, 0. While his influence is immense, Reyes himself remains an unbroken cipher, despite repeated attempts to crack him. Halberd, zeroed out, 71. Redacted, declared null entity, 74. Sediment, zeroed out, 76. Vapor, lost, 81. Comfort, zeroed out, 86. Like all the opera's great enemies, Facundo Reyes is referred to primarily by his epithet. The banker and the secret policeman in passionate, tongue-heavy embrace. The people's stomach turns. A shift in his tone, barely disguised concern. What might have begun as an inhale of breath transforms into a static roar that fills up the audioscape. The edges of your eyes begin to burn, pooling at the back of your mouth, an unpleasant taste, petroleum. The audio assault gradually dissipates, only to be immediately replaced by another invasive sound. Footsteps right above you, coming this way. As you strain to hear for a response, you feel the air get sucked out of the room. In the open doorway stands the sub-editor. You can just make out the shine of a red pen, held aloft, dagger-like. Cold liquid snatches at your steps like wet hands as you run towards your only hope at escape. A crackle on the water surface, then something seizes your ankles, then your whole body, as the world blackens. The copy editor taps her red pen against the side of her face and stares at you unblinking. She runs her thumb over the pen, teasing its mechanical tip. Cold, crackling spikes of electricity run up and down your spine from focal points on your back. 10,000 needles across your skin. You're wearing epidermal electrodes, contact points for a remote electroshock device. Sick. click beneath her thumb and a jolt of pain tears through your skin, sharp and sudden. Fuck. Scattergang. Your arms off. Run. Summon a persona. Concede nothing. Validate less. Cascade can slip out behind the human-shaped facade. Say nothing, and she will know nothing. Disregard this bank clerk and her illegible globalist tongues. She presses her finger lightly against the pen. She looks around theatrically, waiting for a strike that does not come. Charge at 5 fathoms, but your surface remains glass smooth. The situation is dire. An advanced cognitive maneuver could turn her own weapon against her. The old remembrancer designation was fellow traveler. The contemporary one, psycho mirror. The redistribution of pain. Despite the summoned spectre of failure shrieking above your head, your thoughts turn to Melita. Impossible to say. She's very far away from you though. Of that you are certain. No images, no sound, only static on a dead feed. You sink back in the chair and widen your thighs, taking up more space, cutting loose. Door cracked open. Pull a seam of worthwhile information through. Do not waste this opportunity on some personal frivolity. Good. She's confirmed what the prisoner told you. These secret treaties are legitimate and close. From the protests in 81, the bullet by your heart, the one that could move an inch and kill you. Click. A fresh flare of agony rattles along your bones, your mouth so wide that it tears your lips. You smell smoke and burning. Last chance to brace yourself. Watch her through the eye holes in your mask, painfully aware that she seems to be able to see them too. feel her needling her way into your mind, poking at your thoughts, pushing her way inside. She grins, resurfacing with her prize. She drops a shallow bow, then stares at you, lips parted, eyes alight, her thumb roving gently over the pen. You hear the metal rattling in its case. You feel tiny sparks leaping over your skin, almost familiar now. Just tell her, fuck it. Strange question. Yes and no. Just no, really. Kill yourself before she does. She frowns, taken aback. She grits her teeth. Felt good. We have no idea. Each one sends a pang of fear through your mind, too similar to the sound of the pen. You are forever cradled in the 10,000 limbs of the party. Click. The world drops you like an old toy. You wake to blurry vision, thudding ears and a dull ache in your lower spine. The setting sun is hot on your face. Purple light spots are burned into the back of your eyelids. The sound of the canal water lapping the sand is soothing through it all. Springs dig into your back as you shift position. Your skin feels like it's still crackling. Someone is standing nearby, watching you. Your eyes realign and find a young girl staring at you, chewing a lock of her own hair. A derelict beach, a grey canal, and the Nos Correntes Review building, less than 50 metres away up the hill beyond the waterlock. The grey, wind-crested bay of Kepra ahead, and the city behind. Nas viewed us, by way of the southeast roundabout. You didn't move at all. Someone else did it. Lifted you up and dumped you here.
Over there. I don't know. I just found you asleep.
The girl nods seriously and gives you a little thumbs up.
He had to go grown-up fishing, is what he said. But he said I can take the tram home all by myself.
It will be dark soon.
Can you help me with something? I need to get this knot undone.
The girl holds out a small hook tangled in fishing line. Bind in. No, not again. You take the hook and its clot of near-invisible wire. You can't shake the feeling of being watched. Each curtained window in this city could be an eye. Double, lost in theatre. Status captured, interrogated. Loyalties non-existent. Conclusion, failure. Brackets inevitable. Your hands are trembling. A child is asking for your help. Focus. It's a haphazard tangle of wire, formed on the universe's whim. Still, it conjures up an uncomfortable feeling in you. Your wrists burn, the skin chafed, your shoulders ache from the pull.
Mantis shrimp. But they move pretty fast.
Faster than you. You pick at the wire, your fingernails slipping off the fine thread. Here and there, you make progress, coming apart at the seams. You broke. They didn't kill you. A chance to face it down again.
Are you okay? Did something happen to you?
Nothing a prolonged ideological realignment session won't fix.
You can always play it again. But you seem so...
You tug on the last loop of thread. The tangle vanishes as the hook slips free.
I don't know. Very...
She knows the feeling, but not the word.
Cool. Thanks so much. Oh, yeah. The man told me to give this to you.
She holds out a clot of folded paper.
The man with no heart.
Owlsman, the null persona.
Yeah. Is he your dad? Oh, okay. Adult stuff.
It appears to be an origami rendering of some kind. People who are into this sort of thing are always making flowers or birds, but this doesn't look like that. What it looks like is an anatomically correct human heart, slightly squished from being stuffed into a 10-year-old's pocket. Easier, yes, but less fulfilling. The flattened paper reveals a handwritten message within the shape. Big ticket item about to hit the organ block. Opening bids already coming in by payphone. Party alley, west side. Who will we say is calling operant? Below the scrawled text, a childlike drawing of a heart, coloured in red. This message is no courtesy. It's a debt slip.
Nope. The heart is pretty. Maybe it's like a prize? Okay. But how would I know? I can't see inside people. For what?
Your gaze instinctively turns north, towards the fog and colour of Party Alley. This marked payphone then. It seems someone will be waiting for you on the other end.
What? A jail?
Her voice is thin. She's not strong enough to carry him alone.
Oh no. He was right. Did you see anything else? Anything at all? Ile de Seuse. Dad's never been to Ile de Seuse. He's never even been out of Portofino.
I did it. She's becoming hysterical.
I can't talk right now. I need a moment.
She turns away from you in her stand, burrowing deeper into her hoodie.
Sorry,
My format-sensitive friend.
Maybe not.
The smuggler inclines. He lowers his head.
You're back again.
The officer looks into your eyes and finds the fear of your meaning. He stifles a gasp. The GM.
Marcia.
Until next.
The vending machine awaits your selection, yet seems utterly indifferent to it. The machine is as a... The vending machine awaits your selection. The machine is as a...
Deadlines. Yes. I'm missing them.
He whirls around and drops his voice to a hiss.
If you know about those, then you should also know to keep your fucking voice down. Keep your voice down. If word gets around, it could unravel everything.
He may be delusional, but he's not attempting to deceive. He believes every word.
Imagine the consumer hears that we're thinking of letting them buy Lusian goods legally. No more culture blockade. Do you understand how badly they want this shit? Look at the city. You see what happens when the blockade fails. Absolute market dominance by the Ministry of Mass Culture. The Lusians have the most desirable products in every market they've hit, at the expense of all else. I'm talking about the absolute collapse of the native industrial base. The total erosion of consumer choice.
His eyes widen as he takes in your prize.
Even the middle-aged female demographic has succumbed. I must redouble my efforts. If they are to be believed, an end to the reunion campaigns. No more military adventures against former Lusian territories. Who knows? Maybe it's all a ploy. Maybe we're being played. But if there's a chance, I must take the risk. Do you even comprehend what reunion represents? The end of the rules-based order. The return of centuries of barbarism, the likes of which humanity isn't ready for.
Especially him.
Exactly. And if international investors don't feel safe, how can we possibly guarantee market liquidity? La Tour Volga, the whole post-historical framework, it's teetering. Am I the only one who feels it? Hold me. Nothing. Only the gap, which is also nothing. Enough questions. Shh. Shh. Shh.
Warm spittle flecks your bare cheek. A little bit gets in your eye.
Understand, I am not exaggerating when I say I may be all that's standing between the shit-crusted rock and the carrier groups of the Lucian Empire. One false word, one ill-timed leak, and this is all done for. Done!
A half-second glance is all he gives the wheel presented to him, before turning back to his phone call. His eyes skimmed right over it, almost as if it wasn't there. The rest of the model train is still out there, somewhere. Finding it might give you more leverage. Warily, the young man watches you go over his shoulder.
Hello, again? Yes, of course.
He would rather talk.
Euthanagist is a noble. This is the best I can hope. Until next.
Hello again. See you.
The brightly coloured cans and cigarettes. You're in the clear. Give it a go. You jangle it around for a minute or so, but it does. Using all your strength, the machine's legs lift off the ground as it tilts to one side. One solid shake, and cash rattles out of the machine and onto the ground. You turn. The wind rustles the bushes. The machine is still set. Observe the capitalist box as it relieves itself out of fear. Mock it so it knows how pathetic it looks. No, do not feel pity for it. It is dutifully upholding the will of the scum that rules it. Tear it open and take what you need. This is your right as one of the people. It's not been long since you broke into one of these. Best give it a bit more time. The refreshment. The teenage boy. There is no response, just the sound of your own breath against cool plastic.
Looks like you missed your tram. But at least you didn't get yourself zeroed out. So thank you for that.
Don't let her hear your surprise. Volley it back.
Maybe. Maybe not. Either way, we've got a lot to talk about. You really went off script back there. We're lucky an old associate reached out and filled us in.
Something different about the projections just now, against the old palace of culture. Ahead of you, there. Today, 0 soul down. Artificial dreams flicker against the wall, fleeting promises of what could be yours for the price of a few soul.
You did. You were right. You know, I've heard in the developed world they have semioticians who insert secret meta-messages into advertisements.
There is no need of eye, only a dumb hand unwise to its purpose. Summer, get out of...
Nothing alarming. Just your conscious awareness catching up to your intuition. We may be the basement massage parlor of spy services, but we still know a few tricks.
The enemy's knife turned against its own throw. Moss and...
Shh, operant. Not everything that can be said should.
A bird passes across the beam of the projector, casting a lunatic shadow as it goes.
I don't know that I'd go that far. We make it up as we go along. The meaning comes after. You said this was way bigger than you and Pseudopod, and you were right.
Assassinate a high-ranking foreign official. Return to the Operant Bureau's graces. This is the offer that's been extended to you. You've already given over to yourself. These words are simply gestures to be performed.
Dice cupped in the Manuspati, ready to be flung across the board. Let's talk about what you need now. A plan, a tool, some friends. You recently made a new acquaintance, did you not? An older foreign gentleman.
Dante, the old prisoner.
He seems like a highly knowledgeable individual. I'm sure he could help you find a suitable time and place for your purposes. Is that so? I didn't realize you two were still in touch. Well, the Manuspati has given us a very interesting board state. Well done. If there's a deal to be struck, your old friend will be the one to approve it. How wonderfully convenient. Because you haven't yet built out your trading partner, we're talking about the linchpin of the developed world. They will deal. Isn't it? I thought we'd resolve the contradiction by using one enemy to slash the throat of another. Talk to Esty. Find out what your new acquaintance is worth to them. Give them the moon if they ask for it.
You already know she keeps an apartment in the housing campaign. You need only find which one.
It sounds so fun and easy when you say like that. Of course, in reality, it will be very, very hard. I was thinking something discreet, portable, quiet.
A pistol with suppressor, either built-in or attachable.
Ha. Sadly, we haven't got the time nor the connections to arrange a proper import. This one's going to have to be procure in theater. I told them we should have stuffed something in the fax machine. Alas, my request was deemed extravagant. I think a quiet purchase is best. Less paperwork. How you arrange that is up to you.
Go Eyes, the street hustler and man of many endeavors. He's your lead.
Oh, excellent.
A note of concern for the company you've been keeping.
You didn't think you were going to do this alone, did you?
Ghosts descend from the rafters of the city.
You won't know until you've asked. Besides, you don't need a network. What you need is a squad. That's a great shame. I'll make sure he gets this unmarked star.
On the north wall of the Novessa Palace of Culture, the only memorial departed servants of the Operant Bureau ever receive. The girl, Yana.
Much like your old friend himself. And do you think she might be up for this? Worth asking about her availability in any event. Oh, you're serious, aren't you? Another unmarked star. What a shame. For your squad, probably not. But she may end up playing an important role all the same. Yes, she probably would take any role you offered her. Her, I actually have a note on here in my files. Seems her father set up a clinic on a houseboat somewhere in Kisak. Maybe worth paying him a visit. Right. The stress of the job seems to have left your double somewhat
Fucked. Lumpen.
inert. I would probably count him out for this assignment. I'll be there for you as well. You can reach me from any payphone if you need help in theater. For anything extra sensitive, you can call me from the phone in your apartment. It's a pleasure to be working together again. Now get some rest. Don't fall for false advertising.
A click, then nothing.
Did you find? See you on
The cleaning, the tuk-tuk. This has to be Reno's pied-à-terre. He's one of the only people in Portofino who can afford such material luxuries. You step away from the call box. You pick up the payphone's hand. You step away. Marito squints up at the dilapidated building, shielding his eyes with an orange slip of paper. He grunts as you approach.
Hola again, miss. Please step. Marito's the one with the badge and qualifications here. An eviction notice. We got squatters in the Palace of Culture.
He leans to the side, peering into the dark entrance. Then he tilts forwards, just a bit, and stops entirely.
It's for their safety. The building's all rotten on the inside. Bits have been coming off for ages. And it's getting worse. They shouldn't be in there. Not to mention that if anything happens, we'll waste valuable Guardia time picking their remains out of the rubble. That's not the Guardia's problem now, is it?
He makes no move towards the building at all.
It's just methodological complexities. See, per procedure, an officer must occupy the zone of obtrusion to ensure no further trespass occurs. The zone's here. But in parallel, an officer must breach the zone to serve the eviction notice and applicate a timely and effective removal of all offenders from the premises. Who? Marita? No. Not even... It just needs some... figuring. Marita can't just let a civilian go in there. A citizen's eviction. Unconventional, but I won't mention it to the others. Don't worry. As an officer of the Guardia Municipal, I'll give you permission to enter. Please get them out of there. Here, this might be useful.
His shoulders sagging in visible relief.
Stray spies still wandering around, looking for their forever home. Guns are an Azuri racket. Bazaar doesn't carry. Handgun? You're looking for an entry-level Azuri frontman. One of those expendable fucks they shove into the grinder. Carabinero fodder. There's a particularly lame one who hangs out near the roundabout. He's tried it on with me a couple of 3 times. Would rather shoot myself.
Horizontal pupils, undersexed. You've met him. A being known as Goat Eyes.
Alive?
Her safety catch flips to off.
Where? Rookie error from a fucking retiree. He should have never picked up that phone. So not the Weeping Eye. Emter. That one's the big bank, right?
This unre-educated youth must be made to feel the full weight of terror behind those 6 letters.
Got it. Anyway.
The phantom vampire squid that straddles the so-called developed world and seizes the mill of history in its tentacles.
Fuck the bank. You should see what the bazaar brings in. Cold, hard sol. Not imaginary fucking numbers. What's he giving them? Are we fucked? Fuck. Are you alright? Yucky. Whatever gets you off. Your fetishes are your own. Thanks for coming through, Herschel.
The way she says your name is stiff somehow. Like she's forcing herself to say it that way.
I honestly don't know. Temple never said anything about him. Which was strange. Most of the time, he can't wait to tell you about his latest secret.
She's holding other things back from you. But this is the truth.
This one? He was terrified from the jump. Does Dante prick say anything else? Join the club. You'll get a jacket. And what's that gonna cost you? Well, we've gotta do something about him, haven't we, Herschel? Loose fucking end. Someone's gonna trip and break their neck.
The girl watches you, dancing her cigarette back and forth in front of her face. You need to get to the bottom of this bootlegging device. Press her.
Speak your piece. Who do you trust? Me or this clapped-up old clown? Oh, that mega violator. Yeah, sure, I've got it.
No backhanded retort. No reflexive insult.
Rarest you've ever known. One of a kind, even. Yeah. Intimately.
You see him? A giant shadow, hulking behind her. A memory passes through an older memory, and each calls the other a ghost. Both leave a little of themselves within the other.
When'd you get so slow, Hirsch? Me? I'm right here. Always have been. Death's for small thinkers. Transitory cunts. I'm the eternal kind. You think Taxman, prized fucking asset, wouldn't hold up his end of the promise? I told him, Cascade or nothing.
Person to person.
He is there and not there. All your senses twitch at the eeriness, at the undeniability of it. 3 breaths fill the room, 2 in perfect sync. The girl stops out her cigarette, steady yet forceful, suddenly engrossed in the act of crushing.
How you been, Hirsch?
I've missed you around. They're more like bootlegs. Imprints, I think they call them. Sounds impossible, right? I thought so too, but clearly, a little bit possible. Witchcraft. It's like a bad mirror. A wishing well for your loose dreams, for all the inner colors of you. It starts with a memory or something. But don't ask me, I was considerably fucking hypnotized for most of it. Kind of. He just gave me a load of ketamine, which I'm pretty sure isn't in the official manual. But you have to be like a blank slate. Totally receptive, basically comatose.
A weave of city away, the being formerly known as Pseudopod twitches in his dream.
There were pictures on the wall projected from the machine, and I think an image of Tempo as a kid. Like I said, fucking witchcraft. Darker than I remember them.
Cigarette haze cloaks her face.
I don't have shit of his memories either, so let's not play 20 fucking questions. I'm just him now, and that's it.
Oh dear. You are not taken in by this unfortunate display, are you? Recall the words of Kyle your case. In the terminal grip of rectal cancer. Advanced in Part E, circular number 17. All mental disease is political in genesis. About time. Dissonance reconciled at minimum psychic cost. Your former asset Tempo, one of Capital's loyal slave masters, attempted to possess this mid-youth with the spectre of reaction. This profound ideological dissonance has manifested as so-called dissociative identity disorder within her hemispheres. What then is the primary cause? The scientific fable known as neurochemistry? How convenient. The enemy has privatized that too. The mentally sick are victims of their own imagination. The evidence stands before you, draped in jaunty commodities, high priestess of the black market. Her mind, not her own. Bourgeois construct. Realign yourself. The party is incapable of false commands or pronouncements, other than those retroactively unsaid.
Hirsch, you alright? You probably have more questions about me being Tempo. Yeah. Curse go forward, curse go back. Weird, yes, but there's nothing fucking singular about it.
This is no mere scheme. It's an enchantment, the likes of which the Operant Bureau has never before encountered.
Because there's a lot at stake. Because I didn't know whether you were on my side, let alone dependable. And because you were pretty late. Also, I really didn't think you'd believe me. I mean, I wouldn't.
And yet, doesn't it chime a distant chord? The Elysian political elite being strange copies of themselves.
Yeah, the pricks in power fire it up whenever they need a new politicant. All from one guy, bootlegging himself over and over for like 300 years. According to Tempo, anyway. But when we covered intra-Luthean relations in history class, they didn't say shit about it.
A theory often dismissed as rumor, but taken more seriously on the top levels of the Operant Bureau. The Elysian political ministry are all identical psychic graphs of the same ancient philosopher. Just what on earth has Tempo encircled you in here?
Because Tempo was scared of everything. He wanted the backup. He thought they were gonna kill him. Keen prediction.
There's that they again. The oft-invoked nemesis of you.
I'm me. I'm not trying to fuck you, Hirsch. But believe what you want. There was rain in my head, Hirsch. It was always raining. And it was always midnight beyond the clouds. I wanted...
An ordinary night with ordinary stars.
I don't know. Not that. Not really. But it stopped raining, at least.
The other eye stays on you.
And why would I want that? Haven't yet. I'll let you know. Anyway, this is a forever kind of deal. And the deal is, I deal with it. Move the fuck on. It feels like I can't quite remember myself. Like I'm watching myself through dream glass. All smudged and smeared. I watched a lot of TV as a kid. Whenever there was a bad storm, the blocking antennas would get fucked and we see pieces of Luthean TV breaking through. All weird and wavy. That's how it feels sometimes. Like a signal error. Hearing someone else's thoughts and now they're yours. But the static's not the thoughts. It's my mind trying to make sense of them. Nope. Just me. But also there's more me now. Outside the coverage zone. If it is, I'd like to know who's paying out. Yeah, sure, Hirsch. All that shit in the office was just red paint. It's Yana. Just one Yana.
Said for herself, not for your sake.
Thanks, Hirsch. New World Order. Still getting to grips with it. Right here. It's mystical fucking gear, Hirsch. I hardly threw it out.
From beneath her chair, she pulls out a small console device, about the size of a dinner tray. Coloured buttons flank a large, dark screen.
Yeah, it hasn't got an actual name anywhere on it. That's part of what's cool about it. This is the thing that made me what I am. Nope. Fucked. Needs batteries. Special lithium batteries. Might be better for you to, hang on to it or something. Because it reminds me I'm basically some failed test pressing.
You have noticed her eyes avoid mirrors and windows, anything with a pronounced reflection.
Also, you seem like you're in a load of shit, Hirsch. Maybe you need a backup yourself. So do me a fucking favor. And no, it did not come with an adapter. But it does have cocaine in the seams. And a little bit of nose blood. Speak your piece. And yo, Hirsch, that operation with Acid Scarf, tailing the weird headphones guy, I'm pretty sure it's about the imprinting device.
The soft piano music rises again, nearby yet very far beyond you.
I don't know, maybe. Probably. Honestly, I don't like having it around. I can hear it snickering at me. But Hirsch, I'm not trying to fuck you over.
She takes a deliberate drag, eyes on you one moment, the cigarette the next. You get the distinct sense she's about to confide something to you. But at the cusp, she retracts the words and puts others in their place.
Let's have each other's backs, Hirsch. It's less scary that way.
You cradle the device in your hands, a sleek rhomboid brick that opens along a barely visible fault line into something vaguely the shape of a typewriter. The side that hinges outward features thin screens and sensors evidently meant for scanning biometrics of some kind, whereas the stationary side is occupied by a small control panel. This technology does not belong to your generation. You have stumbled by chance onto something that not even your grandchildren were meant to be looking at. A fascist dream of a world entirely mediated by machines. Throw it away. Throw it away now. An unusual one. It looks nothing like the Elysian gadgets you have seen before. Your ancestors would have run from this. Be glad they were. Cowards may soil themselves, but they eventually reproduce. The curious just linger and die. You feel it calling for you as you slip it away.
Don't make up.
I can't. Thank fuck.
The woman stiffens as you approach, but greets you with a small smile, nonetheless.
Ah, hello. We meet again. A fellow honorable peruser, I assume?
She's referring to the honor book stall next to her.
Isn't it? Any effort to make literature more accessible is to be admired, in my opinion. I have to say, I'm not so keen on that idea. Best to stick with books for now. We know they have a direct benefit without introducing unexpected dangers. Anyway, enough of that. Is there anything I can help you with? It's a book of poems called Turned to Fruit. Not much good in it, I'm afraid. There's nothing wrong with them per se. It's more a matter of taste. When you have read as many poems as I have, it's easy to tire of anything that isn't completely fresh. It can be anything. Word combination, structure, the perspective. It could even be a single exquisite metaphor. As long as it's something I haven't seen before and it's done well, it will jump out at me. Undoubtedly a metaphor, though why they chose that one hasn't become any clearer after reading the majority of the contents. Of course, I have the time. Oh, not to worry. Just a little elevated stress, nothing unusual.
There's a bit more to it than that, but she's reluctant to admit it.
Oh, probably due to you finding me away from my work for once. I'm taking a moment to relax now that the latest issue has wrapped.
There's more to it than that. Having a break wasn't her choice.
About that. The issue won't be going to print, I'm afraid. We've had our funding cut, at least for now. I'm trying to hold myself together. But yes, it has been quite a blow. I'll pull through. Whether the magazine will or not is a different matter.
It's been much harder than she's letting on. That magazine was her life.
When desperate, one is forced to lie with the monsters of the world. I was told that security needed tightening. You've been taken in by them as well, I see. As with anything, it's a matter of practice. Sorry, with the review on hold, I'm struggling to find as much enthusiasm for the hobby. Lacking an audience, you see? They are, aren't they? I knew there was something happening down there, but I admit, I'm a coward and a shell. I chose to look away so long as the review was kept in operation. Gosh, you always seem so naive. I believe you, don't worry. Oh, are you alright? Do you need a doctor? Not once. I thought she was a stupid, innocent girl. But that doesn't matter. Are you hurt? You don't mean that, seriously. Know what?
Maybe I do. She thinks to herself.
Let's talk about something else. All of this is rather grim, and I fear it won't do us any good. Goodbye.
His eyes narrow to slits. He's scanning you, as he has scanned many before. A coded question. He needs to be let in enough on the details to be willing to open himself up to risk. No need to spill your guts, though, operant. His posture spells it out. Not at the moment, at least. He's not lying, and it's not your lines he's interested in. The past you can account for, but the future... Could be another of his sales pitches. Could be... It's not the lines he cares about, only your reactions to his reactions. Suddenly, his posture straightens and he looks up. The soft warmth emanating from him dissipates. Steel, superior feedback. Every bullet shuddering while you remain still. Something to keep your arms steady when it gets heated. Ultimate stability. Keeping it quiet wouldn't go amiss. You sure about this? You could just make your dream piece instead. You already have a book with gun schematics inside. Just gotta piece it all together. By whom? A courtesy he'd like to be mutual. The intercom glints in the shadow. The indicator light flicks on. A thin whip of static. And no response. More void noise. You might as well be trying to make contact with a distant solar system. The revealed intercom... The lanky man flicks a palm-sized toy scooter out of his pocket like a switchblade, performs a miniature double flip, then looks to you for a reaction. You could totally pull off a little finger trick like that if you wanted to. Ugly self-awareness seizes your legs. You wobble awkwardly, unsure of which foot to place your weight on. Something about him has relaxed at this information. A performance partly abandoned. Nestor had already been forced from power the last time you were here. The toppled regime was old news. Sure, you could use that as an excuse for your ignorance. Or you could just admit that the Herschel of 5 years ago was somehow even more self-centered than the Herschel of today. Nearly 2 decades gone, and he's still making his home in a cinema. A love that's never died. Dynastic inheritance squandered. Nepotistic foolishness. Delusions of genetic supremacy. Also, notably, hidden out of sight in the back somewhere. He leans forward, scooter held high, and flicks the front wheel. It goes. Musicians, scum synth. He takes aim with his finger guns and peppers you with imaginary bullets.
Bored? What do you want? You want to off yourself? I'm happy to help, but you have to sign a release, leaving your remains to me as a donation to science. Oh, lapita! It's a sign of the general state of decay that you can't just donate your body to whoever you want. Lucky fellow, but no deal. Goat eyes. Goat eyes is your man for that. Tuk-tuk parking lots in lower view, guys. And don't bother me with these ideational trifles anymore.
All roads, it seems.
Adios.
Hey, Cascade. He was here. I saw him. That lone ad over there, there's a mailbox slot under it, and headphones guy used it.
He looks off in the direction of the man's disappearance. He's certain of his skill, as amateurs often are. Oh, give him something. He stands a little straighter. You try to picture any of your old assets saying those words and come up blank. Mal credito, no problemo. A small image of a grinning man with an aggressive pompadour tosses fistfuls of coins at you. The financial citizen. Buy now, pay later. Beneath him, a rusted mail slot welcomes loan applications. Unlikely. The slot is too narrow and the chamber within too deep. A quick appraisal reveals 2 heavyweight locks. He'd be here for hours. An envoy of the so-called developed world. Kurt wasn't looking at his eyes. He was looking at the stack of paper clutched in his fists. All disputes fall under the credit provider's local arbitration. Any further details about the credit provider are nowhere to be found. This is a facade, a translucent mask. Because he is an operant, and this is an astral door, a dead drop operated by a predatory foreign financial entity. The 6 letters flash across your mind, capitalized, bolded, underlined. Who else? This credit provider is a limp in-joke from the Empire Sound territoire. You notice now that his wide grin doesn't quite reach his eyes, so you deepen the mystery a little. What's so bad about that? The metal flap creaks open. The gold around the rim is stained with bronze and scuffed with scratches. The blade of light catches crimson plastic, a red disc, marked with the words Ultravioletta, followed by You But From a Dream. A tensing in your gut as another piece of the Doom puzzle slots into place. The very same. You gather your thoughts, staving off the final insight. Begin here. The weird man in headphones is an MTER operant. That much is clear from this astral door. Logical succession. Most important part of the job. The matching discs cannot be a coincidence. The headphone man and pseudopod must have made contact. Reactionary consorting. 2 spies make contact and only one walks away. Even though pseudopod still technically breathes. With the method hiding in plain sight. Death but from a dream. Red for danger. Red for a bearer of the plague. Anything could have been on that disc. Not necessarily the High Queen of Lusian Electropop. Unknown, for the moment that curtain is drawn. More to the point, why is he still after Yana? She hasn't given you the full story, that's for sure. She's protecting something. Something else. Something deeper. Quick fingers of wind pluck the aerotram wires above you. She could use it. Behind the facade, her small hand is outstretched in desperation. The pompadour man looks expectantly over your shoulder, his gaze alive. Somewhere behind, focused on your back, malice. Predictive reinforcement, a honed skill. Someone has you in their sights. Your body tenses under threat. Long-range missiles launched. Sound the sirens. You have a sliver of time in which to react. The span of a single mental event. Veins frost over as you hold your ground. The bullet cracks into the wall beside you, followed by the thunderclap of the gunshot. Darkness on the edge of your peripheral vision as the center sharpens to a scalpel point. You lock eyes with a man in a long coat. The eyes are pale blue, water under ice. Around his neck are a large pair of headphones. His face is impassive as he holds a strange gun on you. There's barely enough time for a response. The man starts to respond, thinks better of it, then ducks and disappears through a metal door to the side of the rooftop. As he goes, you catch a flash of vivid coloured lining on the inside of his coat. Slowly, then all at once, the world fades back in. Far more vivid than before. You are alone again. The grinning financial citizen welcomes you. The grinning man. The Lusian device. The device's shell pulses red for a moment. The screen remains blank, out of battery juice. You flip the device around and find a translucent triangle on the back panel, which slides open to reveal 3 small pyramidal batteries. Lusian, evidently. Spent. All that remains in the empty compartment are 3 contact pads, their gold-plated outlines matching the shape of the inert batteries. Now you look for replacement batteries. Search for Lusian electronics. Expensive, newest generation. If it's foreign and lights up and/or vibrates, it might work. Your precious wolf sword, for instance. As you open the sword's hilt and extract its batteries, the plastic blade splits apart, rendering everything but the batteries unusable. You transfer the batteries to the imprinting device. The pyramidal cells click into place, as if they've always belonged there. A low current pulses through the device in your hands. Ave Imperio Luminoso. The screen boots up with the salute of the Lusian Empire. Stop your reactionary misadventures right this instant. The salute is indifferent. All that's left to do is to use this immense power. Reactivate your double. Clone your consciousness. You feel it calling for you. You pick up. You step up. The sleek metal core. This has to be Reno's piece.
Private residence. Please state your business. Now. Are you? Then we are both not Reno. You sure don't look like one of them. The business has concluded for now. I mean, I have no idea about any business Mr. Reno might have.
Checks out. No discrepancies detected.
Neither. The only business taking place is this right here. Between you and me. No, I simply misspoke. Too bad for you, as I decide what the facts are here.
You step away from... Doors crowd you, stacked upon each other. Behind one of them, your former asset Estoc, draped in a see-through cloak. Esty Newitz, competent, unlikable, ultimately invaluable. Talk, yes. then spy. One of these apartments belongs to S-Doc. You just have to discover which. There appears to be a residence list on the wall. You could start there. You must be subtle in your approach. Your assets still live in her cover. That will make her unpredictable and desperate. Esty keeps a special mental calendar marked critical phone call from Herschel. The calendar has been counting for 5 years. A large framed board with the title Residence printed across the top. The title and initial entries are printed in thick, embossed ink. But over time, names have been crossed out or added with rough pencil. You read the list, including the crossed out entries. You read it again. There is no Newits. The list appears haphazard and poorly maintained, which no doubt suits S-Doc perfectly. You come away from the wall. A postbox with drawers numbered 1 to 12. The whole apparatus locked at the side with a single keyhole. No Newits, but people change their names, especially people in your line of work. That lock's shit. Begging for the bang of a pry bar. Surely you'll be able to tell which is Esty's drawer from the contents. Cigarette butts, poker chips, crochet patterns. You slip your pry bar expertly into the side of the postbox. You hardly need to apply pressure. It comes undone with the slightest leverage. The mangled flap of metal hangs limply, leaving the letters and parcels within exposed. In one drawer you find a macrame catalogue and an envelope addressed to a name you do not recognise. Kavanagh, but stamped from the Portaferro offices of Emter. All mirrors angled to reinforce the same image, a cover as life. She hated Emter, but understood its lumbering bureaucratic movements. Seems she's put that knowledge to fine use. Seems like they return her phone calls at least. The address on the envelope reads Kavanagh, but inside is a check marked Esty Newits. Kavanagh must be her husband. His name alone on the address. Apartment number 4. It seems nothing has changed but her life. Esty, married. This can only be a desperate attempt to blend in, not like a real husband. A life sacrificed on the altar of her cover. Target acquired. You slink away from the scene of petty crime. photographs, candles, tucked under the stairs. You'd be forgiven for initially overlooking the modest shrine, were it not for the roughly carved wooden figurine, waist-high, sat off to one side. This is a shrine to Sirius, angel of romance, war, and negotiation. If it weren't for the candles, you easily could have mistaken it for a shadowy heap of discarded belongings, awaiting the weekly rubbish collection. Someone cares enough to maintain it, but it looks like it's a one-man job. Few of the middle-class residents of the housing campaign want to be seen openly making offerings or tending the shrine. Such things scream working class. Among the usual photographs and candles, people have left mysterious items. A single house slipper, a dusty magnum of champagne, a small pouch filled with some sort of musky, sweet herb. And scattered throughout, wedding invitations, faded, creased, RSVP dates years in the past. It's customary to invite the angel to festivities, to bless the union. You are cordially invited to celebrate the joining of Mr. and Mrs. Pascal Kavanagh on Enatos 3rd, 92. Of all your assets, she may have been the most singularly grounded. Maybe it was her husband's idea. Or maybe you don't know your old asset as well as you think. You take out the little off-white rectangle, red-inked lips glinting in the low light. With a soft flutter, the card drops onto the shrine and into the dark pile of offerings. Across the world, the people who wish ill upon you are struck with a sudden weakness. The shadows shift and grow long, candles flicker in, the air thickens around you. Each prayer, among the usual and scattered, it's customary to invite. It's believed that a generous offering guarantees a happy marriage. The stopper has gone brittle, covered in a thick coat of sticky dust. There's no way to remove it without getting fragments of disintegrating core. The red slips of paper. Ultravioletta remains the sweet melody. The girl continues.
Operant? Yes. Something for you in the tray. Oh? Are you considering decorating? I told Pseudopod to use tape and not tacks if you needed to hang something. But of course, as paying tenants, you are technically allowed to personalize the space however you'd like.
Though within reason is implied. Tape retains a lower profile, leaves no holes, no evidence. Also, she won't hesitate to subtract the price of wall repairs from your stipend.
No, I just don't want to have to spackle any holes once you're finished here. Well, regardless, I know Pseudopod wasn't able to pass along the word, so I just wanted to let you know. If you do have any questions, let me know. Apologies, Operant. That's a bit beyond my remit. If you're short on funds, you should speak with your controller directly.
Your special asset says nothing in reply. She simply gives you a look. This is no mere look. It is an expression of absolute devastating neutrality. It will take weeks to recover. Massive loss of face on the international stage.
If that's what you're after, I believe Enter has a new loan scheme. The Financial Citizen, or some such. I'll be here if you require anything.
A single sheet of paper lies in the tray. At the top of the page is a header next to a grayscale logo you can't make out. Portofiro Cosmonautics and Space Exploration, Payload and Ballistics. Silo 1, Sublevel 4, Pete Ultract Portofiro. Cascade, Possess Information, Critical. Go all the way down. Miho, Uno. Nothing in the directories. Only thing under MI is Mia Holloway, your first almost girlfriend. Proto-girlfriend. Portofiro Cosmonautics and Space Exploration. Not a letterhead that sees much use these days. It was abandoned soon after. These days, it's a wasteland of space metal and local myth. This Miho entity is waiting for you at the dark end of the silo. Your landlady glances up, then quickly looks back down with a non-committal shrug. Silence is the best method to retain plausible deniability. You make short work of the cheap paper. Soon the sheet is a sodden ball of matter between your teeth. You swallow it down in one go, taking any secrets with you. You turn away from the fax machine. You return to the desk. You turn away from the desk. You return to the folded pad. You leave the trousers. Raw information atomizes itself. On the other side of the world, a phone rings.
Cascade.
A ripple through your heart. She remembers. Broken from experience. A child's memory, frightened by thunder and the crash of brick in the night.
I suggest you don't submerge yourself in your darkest and most painful parts. It's not very healthy. Ah, so you haven't changed that much after all. Very fair point. Was there something else? The eternal question. I'm guessing this means your generous stipend has not in fact covered your various expenses.
Dripping skepticism.
Realistically, I see 3 options available to you. You could resort to a life of minor criminality, you could adopt a more lucrative ideology, or of course, you could get a job. Yes, a job. A regular source of employment. A tolerable form of exploitation. A role in the material recreation of society. Maintenance work. Yes, that sounds like it has strong job potential.
Maintenance work is good for the soul, although the soul is an individualist construct. Perform self-crit for imagining a soul.
The developed world is basically a massive machine for continually extracting small amounts of money from people. All you need to do is turn that machinery into your own automated teller. I'd say vending machines are your best bet. Painful though it may be to admit, there are reality organizing systems more compatible with fat soul stacks than post-historical materialism.
Sounded like she really enjoyed saying fat soul stacks. See if you can get her to say it again. Delicious.
Strictly for economic purposes. We're talking about what's in your brain, not your heart.
The sound of a coin purse jingling from behind the curtain. A single copper rolls onto the stage.
The bursar's office is incredibly tight-fisted. I suppose we could apply for an exceptional infusion, but I'd need to provide a very compelling reason. Other options are available to you, of course. Shall I tell you about them? What else is on your mind, operant? Sure. What else is on your mind, operant? Yes? What do you need? Trouble with the bank. Unsurprising. Very well. I told you I can't send you on. I can only advise. Realistically, I see 3 options available. What else is on your mind, operant? Cascade. You should only attempt to build your own weapon as a last resort. But if you manage to find anything genuinely Lucian in or around the bazaar, that would probably suffice. Be careful. You're doing tasks for local authorities now. Cascade, do not neglect your assignment. Anything else? Fine. Ah, I see. You've got yourself the famed Lucian imprinting device. Is that it? Please. Dubious lore about Lucian imprinting techniques are stock and trade. We get defectors shopping all kinds of wild tales. Unintelligible stuff, mainly. Babble about dream erasure, mass hallucinogenic events, villages of psychic duplicates acting and thinking in concert. And yes, some of them claim to have seen magic devices that copy one consciousness onto the mind of another. Never substantiated, of course. Usually, they just want money and a nice state-issued apartment in one of the nicer people's republics. It's not my job to believe. It's my job to condense fact from the vapor of rumor and speculation. No one outside La Luz understands how this imprinting business really works. If it even works. Some days I think it's all just devious propaganda. Oh yeah? Does it work? How convenient. What makes you sure your old friend didn't simply buy himself a bridge in the depths of a cocaine fugue? Believe what you choose, operant.
You hear the sound of a pen dropping onto a pad of paper, unused.
What else is on your mind?
Having a number of side things to achieve can help with your overall psychological balance. Small pips of easy pleasure.
I suppose that's a reasonable goal, so long as you don't lose sight of your assignment.
In the event you are zeroed out, your brain will be bequeathed to the opera's semioticians so they may study the precise cause of this extremely contemporary psychosis.
Was there anything else?
Something in her tone makes you imagine her winking at you. No, entities are the lowest forms of matter in the Operant Bureau's extended cosmology, reserved for traitors, falsifiers, and thieves. You're not getting through her. She's way better at this than you. In weaker offspring, this often manifests in the form of personality disorders. Gross stress reaction, obsessive compulsions, fear and trembling, schizophrenia, mania and depression. Chronic predisposition to failure, propensity for running networks into the ground. Very occasionally, the offspring may overcome these disorders by developing their own false self, thus becoming their own shadow mother. You return the book to your belongings. The bed welcomes you for a soft slumber. The stillness of the room quietens your mind as you settle down. The heifer coffee lady and bagman make an odd pair. More somethingness. Stunning. You approach your double. A faint line of drool darkens the sheet. There's someone still inside. As you consider the vacant face of your inanimate double, your thoughts turn towards the mysterious imprinting device. Its weight suddenly all too palpable. Some things are better left untouched. Your hand slips back inside. Be thorough this time, operant. You retract your hand from the man's pockets. Ave Imperio Luminoso. The screen boots up with the salute of Lelou's, comprised of 5 vertical lines. No salute, a bloody handprint. Come, it says. We are about to violate all the laws of man and nature. A single option appears below. Begin. The salute fades as a new command appears. Immobilize subject. Position subject to establish eye contact. After some nudging and twisting, you manage to get his head to stay upright, and his eyes slowly roll into place. Another red light blinks to life, this time on your side of the device. Subject eye contact established. Establish eye contact. Object. That must be you, the object. The red light blinks with a slow, steady pulse, awaiting your response. What begins as a single intense point in the center of the screen gradually radiates outwards across your field of vision. The world shrinks. The world shrinks. Visualize memory for biological imprint, or select manual impression to force imprint. A memory? Well, a sacrifice for the machine god. To get a clear biological imprint of you, the memory should be as personal as possible. What about those of your old friends? Perhaps of what you've been up to these past 5 years. The device's hum changes pitch as you select the option. Warning, forced imprinting may increase subject dissonance. Ave Imperium. You have arrived at Este's doorstep. The last time you spoke was the day your network blew. You called her back like you said you would, didn't you? Cascade. I just need an hour. I'll try to call you back. S-Doc. Herschel, I'm serious. Cascade. I'll try my best for you, my prized asset whose contributions I respect so much. Of course it is. That's the official transcript. No one can argue with the official transcript. Lilies for funerals, roses for love. What for abandonment and betrayal? She is quite old. You could probably convince her that she abandoned you. She'll probably start apologizing right now. 5 long years of seething are about to come to a head. Or maybe she's forgotten all about it. You will appear to her as a vision, a ward to Capital's enchantment. The party calls once more. You avert your gaze from the door to the shoe rack. Knock, coward. Their shoes, 2 pairs. A man and a woman, comfortable and understated. A quiet life lived on a well-beaten track. A little sweeping brush. Nothing left to do but apply knuckle to door. Soft steps approach the door, then stop. The loud click of the bolt echoes through a cavity in your molar. Just explain how sorry you are. Find some common ground. She might even thank you for her recent career success.
Hello, for Este.
The old man beams at you, adjusting a dial attached to a gadget on his right ear. He watches your lips, then smiles and nods twice.
Please call me Pascal. Nice to meet you. You are?
Subjugate the diplomatic envoy.
Come in. Este's in the kitchen.
He steps back and waves you in with a loose hand. You don't have any photographs like this. You don't even know this many people. As you look, you start to make out men who resemble Este's husband. The children must be his family. Este never mentioned the family of her own, but it looks like she's married into a huge one. You barely recognize her, with a smile on her face. You turn away from the sideboard.
Kitchen's through there.
He gestures towards the adjacent room.
Yes, many little avenues for happiness. 3 years. Happy time. Oh, I was the postman. She always kept such a clean postbox. Started making me tea and, well...
He shrugs and winks. She married a man who knows everybody's name and address, and has access to their correspondence. Clever as Doc.
Yes, it is. Us old people need love too, you know. Thank you. So kind. Okay then. Oh, no, it's okay. Este's forgiving. Good soul. Bye-bye.
Hello back there. Just give me one moment. New cafetiere. Fiddly little thing.
She hums happily to herself, fussing over plates and cups.
Lovely weather we've had, don't you think? Milk in your coffee? Biscuit? We have chocolate, almond, plain.
Her shoulders stiffen at the sound of your voice. The humming stops.
Herschel.
Mouth set in a grim line. Slight twitch under her right eye.
What a surprise.
She pats her left hand dry on the tea towel hanging from the cupboard. There are tiny little daisies on it.
Is it? Thank you. So,
here it comes.
biscuits? I'll just put a selection onto a plate. I have some new ones, actually. Chocolate. You're welcome. It'll be nice to catch up over biscuits. To what do I owe this unexpected visit? I didn't think you had it in you.
Translation: you're talking guff, Wilk.
How sweet of you. Which of our shared hobbies would you like to pursue together? What luck we're in.
She lowers her head to stare at the red checkerboard flooring, at a point about 2 feet from your right foot.
What did the opera do with you after you extracted yourself? To me, yes. Archives, Makes sense. But you're out now. In theater, I take it.
You hear someone laugh, loudly on the roof above.
I've built a happy life here. Pascal is a very kind man. I am lucky to have him.
She sends a worried look to the door. Pascal sits beyond.
Pascal's family. He has 3 brothers, each of whom have 3 children, all under 10. We spend every other weekend out at the coast with them. It's wonderful. The youngest, Maggie, just turned 6 months. Loves mangoes. Isn't that something? A baby with a taste for imports? I didn't have a mango until I was your age, probably. Operants almost never have children. Personality, lifestyle, fear. Is there any other career that makes your life a non-life, I wonder? You are in my kitchen. I will not put his safety at risk for anything. There is nothing to know.
Lying to herself, even if she doesn't know it. This is subconscious spycraft.
Did you ever marry? It's never too late to become a real person. Focus is admirable. Monomania is... Your presence in my apartment alone is dangerous for me. How did you find the address? Incredible. And you didn't even bother to bring it up with you. Pascal is going to be devastated about that. Work-related. Right.
She sets her jaw, taking you in as if for the first time.
Take a seat. I'll make us that coffee.
She spins towards you, arm raised. Your former asset is mid-lunge, weapon in hand, eyes trained on your neck. 2 cups worth of coffee beans are about to hit the floor. Times are once again dire, operant. Your own shadow is turned against you. An advanced cognitive maneuver could win the day. An auto-injector loaded with a medical syringe. Syringe contents mysterious. A bioweapon hidden in a jar of biscuits. Assume the worst. The remembrances tell of a word hidden for centuries by a convent of isolated nuns, then stolen by Probable, who told the opera that it means subdue in a long dead tongue. Too close, already in motion. Snatch it out of her hand. A single word to end this now. Worth a shot. SD hurtles towards you. According to opera law, there was a secret convent, crystal-worshipping nuns, who spoke enchanted words, issued irrefusable commands. They lived in secret until Operant Probable infiltrated their ranks and stole the word for subdue. No sign of the word itself, eclipsed totally by the memory that Probable slipped into the ritual hall disguised as a feral cat. Your former asset's hand connects with your neck, a short, sharp pain. You see panic recede from her eyes and realize she's afraid of you.
There. Now.
Your vision begins to blur. Your cerebral cortex crackles and hums, little distant fireworks.
And now I'll be able to believe what you say. That was sodium thiopental truth serum.
Oh shit, you're gonna be so fucked when you tell her about killing the Lich. Doesn't bode well for the whole secret assignment thing. Your vision begins to blur. You feel heavy, fun. Your eyes close, open, close. SD sits across from you at her kitchen table. Plastic tablecloth, assorted plates.
Good. You are back. What you are feeling is sodium thiopental.
Truth serum. Uh-oh. Oh shit. You're gonna be so fucked when you eyes sore, vice gripping skull. Gonna get squished.
No, I lowered you gently into a chair. I didn't even slap you, although I was very tempted. Now tell me, what you're doing back in Portofino.
Eve. Aid.
That's past tense. Why are you still in Portofino? In order to...
Is what you meant to say.
No.
An immediate change in her. Pale, hollow. She puts her hand to her mouth and drops it. She can't look at you.
No. No. This can't be real. I can't have this.
Terrified.
Good. You should keep it that way. Herschel. What you have just told me, you have never told me. And you come here. You lead them to me. The weeping eye, Herschel.
Weeping eye.
They will find everyone you have spoken to. They will torture everyone. They will assume guilt, and they won't care if they are wrong. You've doomed us all.
Broken before they even touched her. Nice.
I have a home, a job, friends, family, a loving husband. I am not down, and I will not be brought down by you and your mindless sense of worldly dissatisfaction. Believe me when I say this. You are not the person for this job. There is no way the opera seriously thinks you could pull this off. This is suicide. You should quit while you can. You're playing a loser's game. 1,000 ways to fail, no way to win. You are cannon fodder, at best. I will not. No. We cannot have any part in this. Get out, Herschel. I wish I'd never met you.
Bad news. It appears that Estoc no longer considers herself your direct report, or your asset, or your friend. It will be fine. Just get her a nice card or something. Old people stuff. There was a card rack on the ground floor of Photo 24. Why not? Can't get worse.
Back for more sodium pentatone? I think you've said all that needed to be said. What did you call us? Your whole sick crew? What about it?
She shakes her head, slowly.
It's a wonder he made it past 40 the way he lived. But I'm guessing it wasn't the drugs that took him in the end. Who was it?
Could have been anyone who killed him, she means.
You are following him to the grave, then? No, of course not. I never even heard from him when we actually worked together.
Her lip curls. She lifts her chin, an expression of pure contempt. She's about to tell you something awful.
She was picked up by the weeping eye. Tortured.
All systems go down. A brief but total outage. Alive then, but in what condition?
I haven't.
Regret. Shame.
Torture changes people, Herschel. Something that sounds obvious, but the extent of it isn't. They know the truth of what we can do to one another. We all do what we have to. Your hands are not clean. Don't be delusional. I was hiding from them myself. Unlike you, I'm aware of my own limitations. Don't you dare call me a coward. You weren't here. You were safe. Sorry to hear that. He was young. Was it to do with the network, or... Then we're living on time stolen from him. I'll say a prayer. I don't know. Nothing can be done. Nothing. Back in Rustam, I hope. Agreed. I bet you do. Same way as you. Oh, for God's sake, Herschel. The communists aren't good for anything, except making themselves miserable and believing themselves better people for it. Look at you. And they betrayed me. They left me here to die. No. No. Poor man, he was doing so well. It's the pressures of the job. The ambassador's wife. He has such a fragile heart. She should feel lucky to be loved by a man like that. He'll come back to himself eventually. I believe in him. I do not think of Frederick, the junior negotiator.
She purses her lips in distaste.
There is a slime to him, a certain sheen. He's not...
Her face does not change.
I suggest you persuade her to stop. I have no choice. You left me here. You did this to me.
Her voice a low hiss.
Now stop. Yes. What now? Yes. I didn't. I'm still here. It was an internal investigation.
The shadows under her eyes deepen. She swallows.
I passed. Nerve, planning, attention to detail. They executed the interviews with a maddening bureaucratic precision. Every file, every movement, every sneeze accounted for. I started to hallucinate. Imagine crimes I never committed. My hair fell out. I thought I was made many times. It's called macrame. Yes, fuchsia.
She closes her eyes for a moment, sighs.
I wasn't always like this, Herschel. I was ambitious, principled, effective. I had the follow-through that you lack. I had a streak of successful assignments and every reason to expect I was in line for a substantial reward. Then you came along.
And now she has macrame.
Shut up. Stop.
She's just playing hard to get.
I am not Herschel.
Enough of this insubordination. She is your asset. Compel her to obey.
Goodbye, Herschel.
Sitting atop a pile of yellowing newspapers and dog-eared crossword magazines is a large plastic cup with a colourful wolf figure on the lid. He holds a long pipe in one languid paw, his posture relaxed despite the twin blades chained to his back. His name curls around the side, Placid Wolf. His little painted eyes are unfocused, a faint smile on his snout. A bitter herb. Smoking it is what keeps him grounded in the present moment. The moment will come, if that's what you seek. Who's Placid Wolf Sky? Where can we get some? Placidity and happiness are sometimes confused for each other. This is a mistake. He's a modulating influence on the other wolves, and more importantly, he's a highly rare and collectible piece of merchandise. One day he will run out of bitter herb, then he shall remember his true name and be placid no more. Don't let the wolves play acting at humanity fool you. There's still animals underneath.
Hey, my cup!
He stares at you with confusion, then shakes his head.
And now you're trying to steal from us. Of course.
Pascal You return. You turn away.
Back again.
Aim at directly the root of her ideological treachery. Her love for this so-called Pascal. Her eyes deaden as she takes in what you've said.
You bitch, Herschel. He has nothing to do with this. Nothing. You wouldn't.
Riled, yet not convinced. Keep pushing. Make her believe you're capable of this. You are.
You cunt.
She looks over to her husband. He watches the television set, hands folded over his cardigan.
You are a nightmare. You are despicable.
You are the people's spy.
It's how you made it. I will make the call for you tonight. Wait for the contact from a negotiator. It will come. No, nobody like that. It'll be someone more of your caste. They have no choice in the matter. It is not theirs to know. If you feel the need, do it yourself.
You'll have to re-establish contact with him yourself then. But there's no way you'll get back into that jail. You could try rewiring the phone network to the intercom. Find a payphone. See if it's possible. She bites her top lip. Exhales.
Pascal and I had plans to sell this apartment and buy a little fibro-cement bungalow down the coast. We shall expedite them. With any luck, we'll never have cause to receive you there. And to you, Herschel. But only because I fear it will take a miracle to prevent you from turning this assignment into a worldwide disaster.
Hello again.
He turns back to you. You have been censored. The TV is silent, playing what looks like to be a documentary about dolphins and their trainers. Docile grey heads bob up and down from a large tank. Noticing your attention, Pascal grins up at you and turns on his hearing device.
Do you like dolphins?
Spoken as if he's talking to a stranger's child.
Dolphin friends are called pods. You know that? A pod of dolphins. Yes, we are a pod. That's nice.
He looks up at Esty, who shrugs.
I'll let you two girls chat.
He turns to Esty for help. She signs something to him, cigarette smoke waving over the gesture.
Ah.
He looks to you with his sweet smile, nods empathetically.
Sympathies from me.
I reminded him about your head injury. Your severe brain damage had made you behave so appallingly in my kitchenette, of course. I do not appreciate being forced to lie to him, Herschel.
His attention does not waver from the television set.
He's deaf, Herschel. Deaf. Dr. Gonza is a half-boiled maniac who thinks every ailment is caused in some way by the existence of women. If a crazy person were ever to be proven right, then they would not be a crazy person. They would be a prophet. Where are the prophets, Herschel?
He follows your gaze to the collectible plastic cup and switches on his implant.
Aha, yes. Placid wolf. Very rare.
Very rare.
Never watched. I just think the cup is fun.
He lifts up a crossword puzzle magazine, appearing proud and apologetic at the same time.
Won the puzzle. They do mail-ins. Ah, no. Well, yes. But the prize is a toaster now.
He smiles, but shakes his head. Your asset has given you a cover. Why not use it?
Don't you dare.
Curious, he switches on his hearing device and turns to you.
Don't listen to her.
Oh, yes. You collect the cups.
He frowns and glances forlornly at Placid Wolf.
Yes, take him. I hope your brain gets better.
Out of focus, but big enough to cover the whole back wall. There's a word and a number. A silk number 3. The screen is awash with neon light shot directly into a camera lens. The strobe flicker of colours forms a veil that hides a girl's face.
Enough!
Thank you. Bye-bye. Please be careful.
Placid Wolf languishes. Estee's husband gives you an encouraging nod from the couch, selflessly giving up his own prized possession to bring joy to a neurologically challenged young lady. He's far too kind to be married to someone like Estok. Placid Wolf joins the crew.
Unbelievable. Back again. Goodbye.
Finally get up to speed, operant. Just catching up on my shows. You see this one? Big and loose, supposedly.
On the screen, a black wolf swings an iron slab of a sword through a row of chrome-plated adversaries. Arterial blood spurts forth in bright red gouts.
Probably a few too many by my count. Maybe the techno future's not for me. Reminds me of something else I saw recently. One of the opera's finest discovers her inner poet, then guts it out against one of Enter's most sadistic interrogators. Highly experimental, especially for syndication.
An uncanny buzz in the air, as though a director might pop out of any one of those doorways yelling, "Cut!" But no one jumps out of anything. No one appears to fix your hair or tell you exactly what to say. It's just you, the man with the box for a heart and a few meters off, the maintenance man going about his lonely offices.
Tonio Mico back a ways. Good citizen, loyal to his tenants. Keeps an eye out for interlopers.
The maintenance man gives you a curt nod before returning to his work.
Says you've been a great help with the sweeping, by the way.
In any event, seeing our protagonist disappear into an empty labor camp was no way to end the season. Had to make some calls.
The girl, the paper heart. You know your role, operant. Play it.
May have played a minor supporting role, uncredited.
Let's just say you got my little it detector chirping. Now the opera's got you on a daring new assignment, set to strike the hidden face of mass culture itself. Let's see if you can make it up to all those you let down the last time.
A bead of cold sweat slides down your back, whispering no. You're not really about to spill your guts to a null entity, are you? You haven't yet emerged from the fog of sodium fire, Pentel. There's no deflecting just now. Wow, this truth source is strong. But should you really be saying all this? The old man raises a fleshy finger to his lips.
Okay, easy. Doubt your controller would want you going around talking about your assignment like some kind of dim schoolchild. Come on, operant. Get yourself together. We're barely midway through the season. Might let the sodium thiopental wear off before you give her a call, if I were you.
Of course, dear old S-Talk. There's someone who really makes the role work for her.
Why are you spilling the people's secrets to a null entity? Oh, it's the Looney Academy of Minds for you.
Not enough screen time for two headstrong female leads. Probably for the best. Take it from one who's been around. The bank didn't become the bank by taking the shit end of the term sheet.
On the television, the Black Wolf's shadow extends over the last of his foes. A trembling angel lifts a bloody hand, pleading.
Okay. Besides, there's others who may want a piece of your heart, if you're open to alternative bids.
As it happens, I still know some people in the Ministry of Mass Culture. Old friends, you know. I can make a few inquiries on your behalf in return for your help with a personal matter. All very well placed, completely reliable. No one you need to worry about. A debilitating thought. Good thing I've chosen my friends well. A little archival research with a touch of smash and grab. Have you made it to the P-tail track yet? Worth your time. Fascinating local lore out there.
remnants of Nestor's galactic boondoggle and whatnot. But something of a sore spot in the local consciousness. Aging dictator Sweet Nestor wants to build a world-class cosmonautics program for his M-tier puppeteers. Goals to launch the world's first manned weather satellite. Project Autonomia, they call it.
A long, dark, sexy tunnel built on top of a worthless old village. Progress, baby.
Big day arrives. Dignitaries from across the developed world line up on stands, TV crews broadcasting live to hundreds of classrooms filled with saucer-eyed school children. Rocket makes it. Just about 3 minutes. Boom. One hyper-modern weather satellite and tens of millions of souls. Vaporized in an instant. Plus the 4 cosmonauts, of course. Certainly appears that way, given what follows. Emter cancels its remaining contracts, denying the city its only real chance to pay back the stabilization loans issued by, all right, Emter. Local economy collapses. Nestor flees into exile numero tres. A generation of school children is burdened with ongoing therapeutic expenses.
Flirtations with capital always lead to unwanted pregnancies, debt, and compound interest.
A bit banal, so far as conspiracies go. But don't worry, there's a psychological dimension to all of this, if you stick with it. Fast forward some years, I'm in the Eastern Republics on a little job. Client has me hounding former leads in MTER's Public Perceptions Division.
The bank's propaganda mob.
My target's a retired filmmaker. I get him in a hotel bar, standard stuff, drinks and defection. Some rinky-dink little government. Lusty for empire office drama. Beneath us both, frankly. Simplest methods never fail. Well, almost never. As it happens, I misjudge my man's tolerance. Next I know, I'm dragging him out of a hookah parlor at 3 a.m. I lay him out in a vacant lot, smack him around. He's lolling up at the stars, babbling about Portaferro, 77, and Project Autonomia.
The old man nods, encouragingly.
His tour de force and Gesamtkunstwerk rolled into one. Special and practical effects, scale models, multiple camera angles, dozens of simultaneous feeds, not to mention an actual rocket launch. That's right. And I'll tell you what, that wasn't a weather satellite it was carrying either. Thousands, actually. All under absolutely massive NDAs. Morally indefensible. Legally impregnable. No. What young Cascade saw was a pre-recorded video, seamlessly intercut and simultaneously distributed across the developed world. A miracle of misdirection.
A flawless timepiece of coordination and execution. Take notes. Above you, uncountable stars veiled by the scattering of blue light. Elsewhere, the bark of a small dog muffled by a window.
Strange business hours. Success and failure share the same rituals. Relevant parties stashed somewhere nice and chilled. Records obliterated. Impossible to say for certain what is or was. By this point, my man's brain is practically cooking in hashish. Narration growing hazier by the minute.
I stash him back in his hotel room, then call my client. Space lore, who gives a shit? As I mentioned, rinky-dink setup. No signs of it detected. Because I've got that iron taste on my tongue, a scent on the air. Nothing. Nothing. My target vanishes like a hooker at daybreak. When he rematerializes a week later, he's near frozen, zipped up in a gym bag in the unpressurized hold of a cargo plane. Responsible, I picked up the tab at the bar and the hookah parlor. Besides, the inspectors declared it a simple case of aeroerotic misadventure. No, operant. I don't. Here, the trail would have gone cold, but for this. Before he misadventured himself into that gym bag, my target gave me a number. One I've kept safe in my piggy bank until now. HKT-04/17-E, a reference number for certain records from Project Autonomia, forgotten in the archives of a decommissioned rocket silo. You've been paying attention. That's good. The Grand Lich's time of arrival.
Time, place, weapon, squad. 1/4 of your plot in hand. Meanwhile, the end credits have begun to roll on the little mounted television. Your eye catches on the words. Produced in collaboration with the Ministry of Mass Culture. Ave Imperio Luminoso.
A better deal than you'll get from the bank, I guarantee you. Look at me. I'm a sad old man in an ugly shirt. Bad schnapps and historical tragedies are pretty much all that keep me going. Very good. Bring your flashlight and a good pair of walking shoes. I understand the stairs are formidable. If I knew, there'll be no task operant. Not weather reports, I'll tell you that much. I understand the archives are in a state of disarray, ravages of time and so on. Still, I'm sure there's lots of interesting stuff down there, if you feel the horror of the blank space coming on. Portaferro in the early 80s was a different animal. Between Nestor's final exeunt and the economic meltdown, lots of things were simply lost or forgotten. A sizable portion of Portaferro's foreign currency reserves, dozens of tons of highly caustic chemicals. Why not? Perhaps certain records inconsistent with the prevailing picture of reality. Doubt it would be of interest to the opera, sadly, at least in its current incarnation. Not sure if you noticed, whole place has been taken over by spreadsheet fuckers. No feel for it. No sense of what this work's about. It would have lit up desk lights all over Novessa. The archives are on sub-level 3. Can't be more than a few hundred, probably. Well, this has been a fine change of scenery, but I should return to the Fog Mirror. We'll rendezvous there once you've got the records. Hard to say. According to the official records, I was never there at all. Question of timelines and such. All the same, hard not to root for the old club. One hates to see the capitalists and techno-fascists to just walk away with it. Fine spirit. But can you back it up with actions? A tip, operant. You could waste your days sniffing my rapidly disappearing gluteus. trying to guess if I'm a double, a triple, or any other fancy. Or you could remember the tenets of our craft.
Information has a half-life. At all times, windows close. Sees what is there. He's not a puzzle. He's a lever.
As the old ones say, luck and skill, operant.
The sleek metal. This has to be Reno's pedit.
Private residence. Please state your business.
You step away. You emerge from the tunnel into a large hall. Darkness recoils from the white beam in your hand. A glow traces the outline of a canopy over piles of rubble. Voices raised into a tune. A guitar strummed once. Laughter. Light flickers with the sing-song iridescence of open flame. Candles. And distantly, as if in the walls, a drumbeat. The party lives on.
Hello there. Give us one moment. And watch your feet on our wizard stuff.
You look down to see shapes in chalk, burning incense, candles, a guitar with a garland of prayer beads around its neck.
Commendable attitude, but please, shh.
The woman mouths to herself, moving her fingers along to a rhythm you cannot hear, then stops abruptly.
Lost the bass line again. Oh, I almost had it that time.
We're getting closer. Do you hear it? There's a song.
He decorates the word song with a wiggle of his fingertips.
Yes, good. You're sensitive. But not just drums, a whole song.
It's playing constantly in here. Quiet, funky, weird. Shh. Listen.
Her voice, even hushed, echoes in the cavernous hall. You listen to the silence in its wake. Thump, thump, thump. Your arteries or a bass line. It's hard to tell the difference, but something thrums through your body. A vibration from deep within the walls.
We've searched everywhere, upstairs and down, for speakers. Nothing. No source. Musical poltergeist type of thing. We're trying to lure it out, plus all this chalk circle and incense frippery.
We're trying all the occult stuff. You wouldn't let me sacrifice a pigeon.
She tried to sacrifice a pigeon. Nope. Plus the power is completely dead in here. So even if we had found speakers in here, they couldn't have been running.
It's coming from the building itself somehow, I think.
Well, so sound alters space, motion transfers between particles, maybe the concrete's vibrating and the particles are arranging themselves in a way they never have before.
Could just be magic.
We're covering all bases, really.
Poor building. Who knows how long it's been playing to no audience? Explore the place a little. Let yourself feel the rhythm. Let it sing to you.
No squatters in here, just us.
Afraid we can't. We follow the groove, and the groove's loud in here.
We're a scum synth duo act. I'm Un, she's the. Together, the.
The musicians Septimus told you about.
Would you like the epic or the ditty version? It all began when a 10-year-old with the special foresight afforded only to the delinquent genius stole the keyboard from an electronics shop.
It was me.
It was afraid of her crimes, we hid it under our bed, where it lay for almost 3 years. During this period, we developed a dance style called minimal body vibrato, while the keyboard itself developed a patina.
At the 2-year, 9 months mark, I exhumed the keyboard and successfully harangued him into playing the snare drum.
But the genre itself wasn't fully formed until a week or so later. Upon the discovery of preset 3, there you have it, scum synth.
It's just us. You did?
True shock in her voice.
We've officially been discussed.
One day, we may even be photographed.
She winks at you, amused by her own obscurity.
Can a name be real? And if it can, then what does it depend on? Origin? Sound? Our mother named him Feral Jim.
Ate my own umbilical cord.
He ate his own umbilical cord, but that's beside the point. Which is that our names are Un and De.
Pointless. Culture's atomic, it's in the air. We were on the hunt for a music video location, and we've broken into real shit instead.
It's awful in here. Go see the basement bathroom. Divine.
Dereliction, second only to the Pethol Tract in terms of. The GMs are disregardable at best.
Disregard them.
There's a mystery in these walls. Don't you want to figure it out?
Out of the corner of your eye, you notice the balcony above them is tilted slightly.
We're gonna keep on trying to figure out the song.
Look around, see the place. You'll hear it.
Oh, I'm sure he does. None more wretched than him.
Trepidation.
He's the deal real. It was him we got the idea from all the occulty stuff. Says his girlfriend does it with their equipment.
But we won't leave until we have this song down.
We can probably answer those.
Certainly.
Try listening on the stairs just over there. That's where I got it most clearly.
A colony of lice writhes happily in the hall seating, their mouths full of old cotton. Above them, a perfectly circular hole in the wall draws your attention. You hear someone's voice singing, but only for a moment. 4 inches in diameter, about 2 inches deep, cratering towards the middle. Your finger disappears to the first knuckle. You feel concrete crumbling around it. This structure is not stable. Anything could happen. Withdraw your poker immediately. Thrust proudly into the orifice. Confirm the structural and ideological identity of the party headquarters. You move your finger around in the hole. Crusty. Thin cracks erupt from the impact. running amok over the wall. See? Told you. You back away from... Dust lies so thick on the staircase that you can feel it shifting underfoot. You hear faint snatches of what sounds like humming, but it is gone before you focus. Threadbare cloth sticking out from under the debris, trampled and chewed. A banner dragged down one of the support beams. The ceiling stays in the air out of sheer will. The building declared the old party reactionary and did away with their image. Destroy the banners. Praise the revolution. You mash your heel into a faded nose. Woe and foot to the traitors. The hall towers above you. You returned. The hall. The glow from the camp beneath you dominates the room, throwing the space beyond into a deep, vacuous dark. For a split second, you're sure you can hear someone strumming a bass guitar. The engineering has embraced perpetual revolution. The earth is alive. It breathes and shifts in its sleep. Concrete does not. The building is going to collapse. Steel will bend to the power of mass denial. The balcony lifts a little as you step away. Looking out over the main hall, you try to imagine what it would have looked like 36 years ago. Figures appear in the hall, hazy, human, laughing. They walk through you, rushing up and down the stairs. They carry bunting, trays of food. One props up a sign which says, International Party Conference Party 66. With the ghostly figures comes a song, a low and constant sound. The room ripples with noise, alive but blurred like a dream. People pass you, chattering, formed in cloud by a slapdash maker. Some have both eyes on one side of their head. Others are rendered limbless. Gang don't fuck with ghosts. Scatter. A pair of hands passes you by, applauding.
Now, the public cannot see me. And the microphone is off. You know I can sense microphones. I intuit their presence.
You look to your left and see a hazy figure of a man crouching on the floor, his voice lowered to a whisper.
I told you I wanted spectacle, not confetti. I'm not making my speech looking like a confetti man. Nestor is no paper fairy.
Confetti floats from above, a rainbow of crepe paper falling around your head and shoulders. You swipe at your shoulders. There's nothing there. Surely you weren't anticipating otherwise. That's ghost Faye. 6 other men also ducked out of the crowd's sight. Their faces are blurred, noses migrating, eyes overlarge, but the medals on their lapels are so vibrant that they shine.
I'm not going out there to be mocked by the ambassador. None of you can make me. Do your own speech.
You can't make out any individual features among the mass of shining figures, though some are brighter than others.
Who has my super block man? He'll help me with their ambassador.
One of the other figures fumbles in his pocket and hands over a tiny soldier, feet permanently rooted to a circular base. A pocket combatant, a type of miniature army which reached its sales height in the 50s. Recalled, discontinued, sued into oblivion when the figures were found to be made of lead.
Yes. A sense of righteousness emanates from him. The Kohilan envoy are impressed by my decision not to give them a welcome speech beneath this rain of confetti.
Righteousness always spills from the soldiers of the people, no matter how diminutive. Medals jingle as the specters fade from view. The balcony lifts a little as you step away. You find yourself humming along with the building, involuntarily. It appears to be peeling, shedding its old skin, a laudable act of self-criticism. It's the damp. Your lungs have probably aged 2 years since stepping foot in this office. The air is practically wet. You could probably survive in here just by absorbing moisture through your skin. The soft tap of a drum beat knocks against your eardrum. As the song grows louder, a spectral form takes shape, hovering in the chair. Ghost. A ghost.
We've outgrown the need for perpetual revolution. That's what they don't understand. You're the only one of them with any sense, Antoine.
On his desk stands the same soldier figurine you saw on the balcony. It watches him unsympathetically.
Point out that they haven't sponsored a single successful coup in years, and you get accused of being a counter-revolutionary pessimist or an intellectual midget? Rich indeed for the Kohilans to accuse a man of intellectual midgetry while bringing us nothing but a popular song.
It must be a very good song. The last song you need to hear. The song that solves music.
Portofino needs money, Antoine. Emter vultures will fund hospitals and homes for the indigent. Then we'll accept technical advisors from the superblock. Use their expertise to develop our own private sector industries. They try to regulate Nestorismo. Compromises, concessions, permissiveness. Não mais. Nestorismo is past and future. It is individual and collective. It is what will hold. We've been cuckolded enough, Antoine. Time for Nestorismo to do some fucking.
You step away from the sagging chair. You return to the stand. A guitar. More ghosts. Ghosts.
I'm coming. Carmona is never late for a party.
Carmona. Her voice sounds much younger, but otherwise the same. This is the old woman from the bazaar. Long ago.
All that I need lately is my super.
She sings to herself happily as she hurries down the stairs. Long skirt held high so she doesn't trip in her glittery shoes. You turn to watch her run by and see the hazy figure of a man in a superblock-style suit, carrying a gift-wrapped package under his arm.
Good evening, miss. Is this party the listening party in Nestor's office? I've been called out last minute, but I have this gift for him. Could you give it to him before they play the music?
You must be referring to the building's song.
Carmona will take it for you, but she will also receive the carnation from your lapel in return.
Flirtatious, she plucks the flower from his suit and fixes it into her hair, picking up an asset in theatre without the target even knowing. Remarkable stagecraft.
It looks far better on you than me, miss. Very fitting for the occasion.
He bows, the music fades, and the figures with it. The hall towers above you. You return to the hall. As the song grows louder, specters melt into the space around you. A group of people in the tunic suits worn by superblock officials.
And what has communism done for the people of the superblock? Single-ply toilet paper? One-bedroom apartments? You talk of materialism, but where is the material?
You turn to see sweet Nestor holding a document up above his head. Ghostly moustache rippling with fury.
We cannot hold Portofino back for the sake of ideological purity. Revolution got our wheel spinning, but now we have to go somewhere.
He's doing it with way more style than you did.
We will take Emter's money to develop Portofino. No more superblock fearmongering. Portofino.
There is no autonomy with the bank's rotten teat in your mouth. He draws a pistol from his coat. There are gasps from the crowd.
This is what I think of your treaty.
He fires. The bullet passes through the treaty, through your torso. It sinks soundlessly into the hole in the wall. Ghost bullets don't hurt. Good to know. You've never heard that he actually shot the treaty.
Get out! No listening party, no conference. Get out of my palace of culture. You heard me. Mine.
The ghostly crowd begins to disappear as it rushes toward the door. You back away from the wall.
Hey, you back? No ghosts. But I do think the song got louder. So you're doing something right. Wait, why aren't we getting ghosts? Is something about you attracting them?
Speculate on it.
Delighted that you two are bonding.
Ecstatic.
But it would be great if you could figure out what it's trying to say, what it's trying to sing. Keep looking. It wants to tell you what it knows. Oh, tell. They do that.
We do. Tokens about affection.
They think it's affection. To our song. Oh, please find out what it was.
Boring. Maybe we're just seeing near random bits and pieces of historical memory. And this isn't coherent at all. Just architectural dementia.
No way. The song is too bright, too alive. It has something to do with the superblock. Good name.
Poor thing. Couldn't speak up if it didn't like it, though. Our song, no doubt. We'll get it out of here so we can't bother it anymore. He may have ruined our lives, but he knew drama.
Again with the superblock. What are you trying to tell us?
The building does not reply.
All right. Night. All right.
Careful not to walk too.
Closer, you realise that it's a pneumatic tube system. Pipes which once carried parcels and letters throughout the building. They wheeze and crack, suffocating in their disrepair. Snatches of the song's chorus echo down the tubes. You're closer to the source. Tangled and rotting, each uniquely fucked. High-pitched squeaks and the scrabbling of claws from within the tubes. It is a rat maze. Time, mostly. But some of the damage looks purposeful, particularly to one tube. On closer inspection, you see that someone has scratched, for the supreme cunt, into the metal. You stick your arm deep into one of the tubes. There is rat shit everywhere. You're going to get rabid. These are party rats. You feel whiskers at your fingertips, the warmth of tiny breath. None bite you. You turn your attention away. You drum with both fingers, hearing the pipes pop like oversized chimes. As you follow the rhythm, the sound of running footsteps joins in from behind you. Ghosts, ghosts. You're just gonna be in here with the ghosts. All right. Young Carmuna races into the room, the superblock accented man's package in both hands. She's flushed, hurrying.
Hey, Misters of Security. It's only Carmuna. Let me send this gift in the tubes. It's for the listening party. But they won't be able to see my dress if I'm holding it.
The package nears and the song crescendos, then fades again as the tube system pulls it out of sight.
See you later.
She turns and dissolves. You lower your face to the right tube, looking up into the building's insides for clues. You feel a slight tugging sensation still, after all this time. With a sudden thwack, you are propelled forward into the pitch-black tube. You feel yourself careening around the building, through walls and ceilings as you wind towards your destination. The rats squeak happily as you pass, cheering your slippery ascent. Their voices chirp in time with the drums. The song gets louder and louder until finally you see faint light at the end of the tunnel. A huge desk, a chair, giant N. It's Nestor's office. A pigeonhole marked D6. Sounds like this is the source of the song. Maybe the cubbyhole still has that package. You leave the system to melt. You return. You leave. A damp record of the palace's past life. Beer cans and bottles litter the floor beneath. A melody rises and falls, but you can't tell where it's coming from. Difficult to know where to start. Insults, addendums, counter-insults, nudity in droves. Nestor's name is the most common, nestled in a thatch of vitriol and surreally hirsute cocks. The words traitor, revisionist, and reactionary have been added and crossed out several times over the course of the years. The older graffiti all seems to be variations on the theme that Nestor was a capitalist dog. Recent editions speculate on the origins of local STDs. A piece of tile falls softly to the floor. You place your palm onto the tile. The song rises, fades. Shadows flicker in the room, shapes. You hear giggling by the door. The wall is disturbingly moist, like fresh morning dew on a tree trunk, but evil.
I can hear you out there!
A man's voice, furious from within one of the stalls. You turn to see Nestor's shadowy figure sitting on the toilet, a mug in his left hand.
I came in early today to enjoy some private time before the conference. It's me who represents us here.
He flushes the toilet and exits the stall, where his attention is immediately caught by something on the bathroom wall.
Oh, I'm reactionary, am I? Very clever, very original. You want the Superblock delegation to see this lander? We only have one bathroom, you fools!
More giggles in the hallway, the sound of footsteps running away. He takes one last look at the wall, then closes his eyes, a figure of hazy melancholy. He fades, but an aura of frustrated disappointment remains. You turn away.
Hey, you're back? Nice.
Is this what's in the basement? We thought it was a pipe organ. We tried to play it.
The building wanted you to see that moment. Has to be a reason why. Is there a way to find out where the package went? So go find it.
No.
I'll take the recording equipment down there later. Proceeds from a soundbite like that might get us a few hours in a real studio.
That's a clear picture now. The Superblock ambassador comes to Portofino with a song. Nesta rejects them. A man gives a package to a woman. She sends it away in the tubes.
I'm afraid I'm not really getting clarity from that.
No, but this is a story. And it all starts with the song they were supposed to listen to that day. Come on, Building. Sing. Inch, inch.
The wall of filing cabinets stretches high above you. You see the shelf marked D6 just above your head. The song is coming through strong enough in here that you can make out words. Been here, 1,000 doors, look the same. You reach blindly over the lip of the drawer, your fingers touching what feels like wrapping paper. You pull the package down and the room explodes into song, clearer than ever. People talking, singing, the sound of an explosion, then nothing. Silence. This is the source of the song, the visions. A remote detonation device packed with explosive C4. You're holding a bomb. And failed. Your controller will likely know details if you ask her. Nice to know you're not the only disaster dealer around here. Possibly something to do with the fact that it's singing. An old bomb, undetonated, projecting ghosts into this doomed shell. It connected with you, somehow. Is this your fate too? Sitting alone in the dark, sending out psychic distress signals that only the similarly fucked can hear. Something, somewhere, is getting blown the fuck up. Bombs are anti-communist. No, bombs are bomb. A moment of divergence in the bomb's life. A tragedy from which it could never recover. It could be that you find it a new purpose. Its soft vibrations pulse next to your skin. Take a closer look at this thing before you take it back to the music freaks. The drawers yawn and settle as you turn away. You hold the decades-old explosive device in front of you. It trembles, near whining with a high-frequency ache that you can feel in your teeth. You tuck the bricks. You take out the bomb again. This is a plastic K7 bomb. Shock stable, respectable brisance. First manufactured by the Opera in 27. It's going mad alone in an abandoned building. It failed to complete its assignment. It's obviously one of you. A loyal soldier, waiting at its post. A primitive contact microphone is wired to the detonator. It's still vibrating, listening. By a specific frequency, the recording of a single song. It's not just listening. It's trying to sync itself with its trigger. The mysterious song isn't coming from the building. It's coming from the bomb. The visions with the bomb calling out to you, desperate to be found and used. But you'll need to find the right song. You tuck the bricks of C4 back about your person.
Something's changed. Can you hear it?
It's moved. The lyrics are coming through more clearly now.
Hey, little guy. Aww. Wow. You hear that? She's done it. This is our singer.
The bomb vibrates happily in your hands.
Not the building at all. Just this murderous fellow. Though, is it just me or does it seem unwell?
Songs in the right hands too. Ours. Wanna hear what we have?
She hits play. Dust streams from the ceiling. The balcony quivers. The bomb vibrates, pulsing in time with the concrete tremors.
See? It's dancing.
Your lips move, muscle memory. You know this song. You know the next line.
No way. What is it?
She flips the switch off. The building settles in silence. You stop trying to think. You just let yourself join in. Half-remembered lyrics, mumbled syllables. You know the words. You know the melody. It's a Superblock pop song. Superblock Baby.
Wait, have I heard that before? Superblock Baby's an old pop song?
A song that would have destroyed the building, reconstructed as its eulogy.
This is gonna be the remix to end all remixes. Superblock Baby bomb version. Let's get out of here and get to work. I'll miss this place when it falls, but we're gonna make people dance on the rubble. Goodbye, and thank you. We'll add some lyrics about how great you are.
It is sworn.
Just to be sure, are the squatters gone yet? Man, that's a relief. Whew. That's it? Man, I could have handled that. A bomb. The procedures for clearing unexploded ordnance are... Oh, man. This is going to take forever.
The next 2 weeks flash before his eyes.
You can do that? Where'd you even learn? Okay. I'll pretend you never told me about the... exploding thing. Better for everyone. No shit. Tia Carmoon has been terrorizing me my whole life. You mean... the bomb and Nesta? And... her?
Suddenly, he realizes he doesn't know her at all.
I'm not dealing with this. No way. They can send someone from the Party Alley beat to keep people out of here. I'm going back to the bazaar. This is not Morito's turf.
Loneliest.
His half-hooded eyes struggle to locate yours. Somehow, he looks more forgotten than when you first found him.
Well, that is, of course, a secret. Oh yes, wonderful. Very good. Me? No. To commune with the prophet, you must first offer libation.
Could have guessed that was coming.
Again. Now you understand. Shei Meramoto is always BYOB. If you insist. Wonderful.
The senior negotiator takes the drink from you and downs it without even sitting up properly. He barely heard what you offered, just hooked it straight to the vein.
Now, treaties and secrets. I presume you're familiar with La Tour Vulgar?
The master treaty that ended history and stagnated all current world affairs, signed 96 years ago by the developed world and the superbloc. With the cessation of war between great powers, spies became the new soldiers, a twilight ascendancy.
But I don't think they realize that it's still being negotiated. This secret treaty that Emter has brought to loose, it's another piece of scaffolding to prop up the decaying facade of La Tour Vulgar. I'm sure you've noticed, La Luz have started up military action again. This Réunion campaign of theirs, imperialism with new branding. We're going to shut all that down. No more fighter jets, no more aircraft carriers, no more little annexations of former territories that end with flat-bombed capitals and bodies in craters. A free peek in the girls' changing rooms, of course. A dalliance with the developed world. Culture blockade comes down, La Luz get to hawk their wares uninhibited.
Exchanging one front for another. No physical war, just a cultural one. Insanity. The only developed thing about the techno-fascists is their imperialist impulse.
Apparently, some tete-a-tete time with the Minister of Mass Culture himself. Although, word is, Reyes is very keen on this deal. Wants it to happen.
Grand Lich confirmed and triangulated.
Culture as loaded gun. I do, yes. I think it's a very good deal for the bank. Look around. Lusian culture is already among us. bringing them into the developed world won't make that much difference. If anything, it will legitimize the culture and render it less sexy. Not ashamed to admit, I was quite moved by some of the recent electropop offerings. The cartoon wolves, too. Very covetable, strong appreciating asset. And you never know. Maybe showing them the wonders of our side of town will have a liberalizing influence on their more isolationist tendencies. At Reno's pied-à-terre, the city's true seat of power. I don't know. Gaps in the schedule, unclear times of arrival. Oscar and Freddy are getting played, and played hard. Yes, Freddy may call it mysterious. I call it uncurbed shithousery. The mood. He will take the whole, even if it's not offered. That's how he operates. Reno's eyes have swiveled towards lunar assets. He wants to send rockets to the moon. And his old friend Metamoto will ignite the thrusters. He is hosting the secret treaties in exchange for these cosmic flight paths. Reno Lunar, where they've been for the last century, loitering outside the party they can't get into.
The real party is outside, on the streets, arm in arm with the midnight proletariat.
My kind of picture. L'Empire Sans Territoire. We are a bank, the bank, highly invested in the economic stability of the developed world.
The phantom boss of capital, everywhere and nowhere, impossible to kill.
Ah, the dark origins of our kind. On with it then. Centuries back, far before the Tour Wulgar and the vivisection of the world, MTR was one of the first banks ever incorporated. Of course, in those days, it was simply Banque Imperiale. The great powers backed our rival, cowards, and outlawed us from establishing any physical presence. We were driven far below the surface. Thus we became the first shadow bank, dealing in dim spaces between the walls. Criminal enterprises, political saboteurs, anyone who didn't care for receipts. True, in the dark days, we had to employ a corps of bruisers to crack defaulting skulls. Our first operants, if you think of it. Now it's all so much more humane. Peaks above board. I'm sure human capital are on top of their paperwork, all accounted for. We bankrolled a certain enterprising rebel faction in Neado Lima. Bloody struggle. Many years. Once the last of the blood had been hosed off the streets, our clients realized it takes even more money to run a government than the top one. Hence our greatest innovation, the stability law.
A slow yet inevitable evolution to its terrifying final form, a legitimate bank. Devourers of sovereignty, cannot be seen, cannot be killed.
Now we grip a string on every limb of the world. Of course, nice names and nice optics. The bank has always been your friend. Welcome home. Coolest party in town. even when it's BYOB. Good deal, very good deal. Who doesn't appreciate stability? Feet on terra firma. Take this very city, for example. Of course, they saw the sense. Now they are blossoming with Zen. And that is a good thing, motivating. We saved this place, you realize that? Peripheral backwater, barbaric. Without us, swallowed by Reunion. Eaten alive by the sister kingdom. Don't just believe, I live it. That is stimulating. Makes people work for tomorrow. The future. Next, the city sheds its deadweight industries, steps blushing and virginal upon the world stage, ready to be ravished by multi-tentacled capital. They should be thanking me for my largesse.
Nothing down there but disused buildings and kicked-in doors.
Of course they won't. Have you met the working class? They forget everything with the right distraction. Just takes the perfect amount of pressure. Very exact science. Officially, near nothing. My compensation, the love of the game. Also, massive chunks of equity. Every night before bed, I clasp my hands together and pray for seismic liquidity events. Oh, so not just big picture. You're talking illicit picture. The secrets of the realm. Copies of 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 copies. I met one of the copies, actually. Lusian Minister of High Economy. He had a name, but no hope of recall, I'm afraid, given current circumstances. Geo something.
Name irrelevant. You know him only by his epithet, the necro-limbed sorcerer.
The Necro... No, not him. This man, regular arms. Legs slightly stunted, but nothing grotesque. First time official, big table talks, lobby of a vacant hotel. Diplomatic jousting. Second time at a forum. Few words and a polite nod, nothing spirited. Aggressive, but honest. No nonsense. Replete with vision, a necessity for big picture stuff.
Behind milky corneas, his eyes sharpen.
Rapid on logistics. Got the layers, the interlocking. Talked about growth, dynamic curves, and diversification. A pleasure to stare down across the table. I did, I'll admit it. Bonded over aviation. Shared interests, skywardly inclined minds. But eventually there was something uncanny about him. Like he was imitating movement. A fraction of a second behind the true conductor. But who's to say I wasn't simply projecting? I'd be happy to sit across from him again. Bring it onward. Years ago, sovereign funds, overseas. The cut and thrusting of jurisdictions. Zonings. North Kino, post-Civil War. Where to put money and how to put it. Very technical and legal. High wire financing.
He's not lying. It was all above board. Just morally on the floor.
Of his sacred deals, Minamoto will speak no more. I can tolerate them if they're not too long and I have a good booth. Much prefer a good jazz club, though.
The self-defeated enemy emits no tremble upon hearing our name, or, concerningly, any sign of recognition at all.
Are you a musician? Tough life. Romantic in its own way. Be wedded to the road. Not a lot of money in it, though. Too much magnitude for you? Very good. Let us commence.
He takes the on tour from you with both hands and drinks it with surprising care.
I hereby forgive thee and thee associates. May the cold breath of capital recede from your neck and your balance sheets turn a purified white.
The veil is lifted.
That was it. I've taken the debt and made it my own. Fortunately, for your friend, I am awash with liquidity. The stain barely registered.
The opera is losing the shadow contest to this.
The dark magic of personal finance works in mysterious ways. But it works. And the world applauds every time.
Applauds at gunpoint.
Too big to fail. Though this forgiver is not opposed to more wholly liquid preventative maintenance. Certainement, debt is not real. Imagine the computing system suddenly implode. Bang, bang, bang. It all disappears. Dread, zero. We're back to roughing up defaulters on the streets, shaking change out of pockets. Who's counting, really? Everybody. And nobody. Liberalism can do anything if you only just believe. It has already taken effect. He who was once lame can now walk. Goodbye. Be well.
The machine is still... You're in the clear. Give it a go. You repeat the same procedure as before, leaving the vending machine once again at your mercy as you inconspicuously grab the cash gathered inside. The refreshments remain dormant in their artificially chilled chamber.
Don't make up. I can't. Thank fuck.
Did you find an empty person? A right of forgiveness? What does that mean for the scene? Okay. Extremely big news for the scene. But wow. Is this how it usually works? I guess so. But I really don't know how I feel about that anymore. On the scene and so. I am very grateful for you helping me out of this bind. The scene was on the verge of collapse. I'm thinking of broadening my horizons and those of the scene. Not just looking towards the future, but also the past. Further than the now. Economic realities have got me agitated. The fate of the scene hangs in the balance. Time is out of joint. The future has become now. Tomorrow's problem becomes a problem of today. But what became of today's problem? It owns the Palace of Culture. Communism of the historic kind. A better time. Allegedly a better scene as well. Everything was free and ballers were abound. I'm going to go to the Palace of Culture to investigate all of the threads and fads that happened before my time. This confusion with money tells me that I've been a communist all along, though I have only just now realized this. Really? Well, that's a bummer for the scene, though I might still take a look.
Thanks for all your help. See you when I see you. On this.
The sleek metal. This has to be Reno's.
Private residence. Please state your business. The talks have yet to begin. I'm not aware of any talks.
Checks out. No discrepancies detected.
You must.
You step away.
Yo, Hirsch. You check in with Marco yet? Got something on your mind, Hirsch?
The girl pauses for a drag as a passing aero tram whines and screeches above.
Is Marco alright?
She's concerned about Marco, the espionage voyeur.
He actually shot you. Hardcore, Hirsch. Very cool. You sure it wasn't a warning shot? Don't be so hard on yourself. It's off-putting. I could have sworn the headphone guy was with the Luthians, but you say Emperor again. Either way, it doesn't matter. He's a midnight prick like you. Yeah, 'cause of Tempo's deal with the old guy. Thought he was one of their agents, maybe. An actual good one. Again, Hirsch, are you living in a reality where the fucking has stopped? A reality in which the fuck is paused? But this makes zero sense. Why would the M-Cons be so interested in our deal?
The girl considers you for a long moment, then shrugs and crushes her cigarette.
Maybe Tempo didn't pay back a loan or something. Who needs banks anyway? Money in a mattress. Alright, Hurt. Fine with me. Later, Hirsch. Yo.
The piano from the next room still plays, the melody repeating, softly insistent. You are dimly aware that the melody has changed. You've heard this music in a different form, somewhere before. It falls into place with a satisfying mental funk. The projected advert. This is Cover the Moon When I'm Gone, stripped back and rearranged.
What?
The girl stares at you for a long moment as ash corrodes the end of her cigarette.
How did you know? I was against bringing the keyboard, for the record. Well done, Hirsch. You got me. Top fucking marks.
Finally, she thinks. A part of her was desperately waiting for you to put this together.
Follow me. And Hirsch, be cool.
The girl mashes the ends of her cigarette into the tabletop and glances at you once more as she rises. The girl leaves a strange cord hanging in the air as she turns to face you.
Yana, who's this?
Her gaze has both hold and fight. It takes effort to meet it evenly.
This is Hirsch. She's a friend at Temple's. Friend of mine. Might be able to help us.
Yes, it is.
Yes, fucking seriously. Was not serious about the situation.
Hello, Hirsch. It's nice to meet you. You're not an ultra, then?
Doesn't care for that collective noun.
I think most of them focus on the wrong things. But then, who am I to tell them where to look? Sorry, I've been told I can come across a little cold at first. Call me V. Cool, I'd like that. So what are you doing here, Hirsch?
Because this is who I was meant to be. Before everything got fucked. The ultimate bootleg. We were gonna shake up the world, Hirsch. The three of us.
We all agreed to it, that's true. Because Temple said he'd get me far away, with proper exit papers and everything. It seemed like the best shot at getting out.
Raw deal, she thinks. But still a deal.
Eastern Republics was the play. Very casual on their entry requirements. Best shot, like V said.
So I took it. I trusted Tempo, and now I'm stuck here.
I'm right here, Hirsch, dickhead.
No need to apologize. I wanted to get out, and I still do. I still will. I know. Pretty funny.
If Luth is out there looking for a group of non-existent countercultural cunts, all the better for us.
Lou said it, but they don't really believe it. They just want any excuse to operate on foreign territory. Vaguer the better.
As I said, all the better for us.
We're still not safe, Yana. Our secret police, they look everywhere. They're very scary. The actual singing was way down the list of what I was, or what I am, or what I represent. Then, let's say the new material didn't meet my standards. Thought it was a good time to move on to my solo stuff and leave the rest behind. I'm getting out of La Luz, and out of my own shadow. I'm getting away from Ultravioleta. Some people will do anything to meet me, you know. But as soon as they do, a little light goes out in their eyes. Then a part of them wishes they'd never met me at all.
An enviable life, if you squint.
Those same people would have raised me just so they could discover me all over again. Or kill me so I could never make a bad song. Never get old. Never be more or less than a dream beyond their reach. Fuck them.
The word sounds blasphemous coming from her mouth.
Money for what? Some kind of dream chasing as you slowly forget everything that made you worthy in the first place. That will not be me. I see those artists recording pale imitations in cold studios and then going back to the big houses that their real work paid for. Houses haunted by younger versions of themselves. No, they don't. Sometimes we pretend, but deep down we know it all. When it's gone for good. Maybe I am. But believe it or not, Hirsch, even pop stars can think critically sometimes. Right. Then you might accidentally become a critic. The most terrible fate of all. I didn't fake every tear, but I faked a lot of them.
I'm still going to get her to the Eastern Republics. This is just a whatever the fuck, creative stopgap.
I believe her. Yana's my S tier. I will. We will.
Becoming a hyper-tier artist at the apex of her fame and talent. Yeah, I volunteered. But as it shook out, I'm a gay middle-aged bootlegger with a nicotine dependency. Funny the little ways life fucks you.
It's her life. If she wants to bleach it away, that's her call.
Plastic surgery for the soul. The other girl looks down and instinctively reaches for her cigarette packet.
Negotiations? That's what managers are for. No, sorry. Maybe you should get a manager.
She's not involved, Hirsch. Let it go. Pretty simple when you break it down. V's still V, I'm Tempo, and Tempo's dead. Scheme fucking busted.
Busted. I'm not sure it even really happened. First thing the instructors do in La Fábrica is take away your name and give you one of theirs. The place where all L-pop stars are trained. Viciously competitive, but very thrilling.
She loved every moment.
Yes, Hirsch, they really were. So much promise in them. And at the end, there was a 20-girl deathmatch, and the final survivor got a record deal. It was a joke, Hirsch. Oh, okay. I don't get middle-aged humor sometimes. I went in when I was 6 years old. So all this kind of seems like it's happening to someone else. Some girl called Ultravioleta. And I don't want to be her anymore. Where did you get that?
Like an unfavorable omen.
I'm just surprised to see it. I was sure my record label shelved it. I don't think you're supposed to have that. Because it's not finished. I never actually heard the final mix. You should ask Espada Records. I don't control the masters. No, I don't answer to anyone when it comes to the music. You but from a dream.
The world slows for a fraction of a moment before jolting back into real time.
There was this recording engineer on it, Paulo. He was really sweet. Then one day there was this new guy, Fondo. He was less sweet. And then at the end, this big minister turned up at the studio to listen to some of the mixes. That was extra weird.
Music falls under culture. This minister must be Reyes. You.
Facundo Reyes, that's him. Very old, like most of them. Polite, too. Minister of Mass Culture, something like that. Before he left, he cleared out all the other people from the studio and sat with me in the recording room. Just me and him and all these wires and cold instruments.
It was eerie, she thinks. A silencing of all music amid the man's gravitational pull.
He told me how much he was looking forward to this song. How important it would be for Luz. He said it would be the soundtrack to Reunion.
The war address. General and champion.
There was some talk of a concert in space too. The whole thing seemed off. Or maybe way too on? Sorry, I can't really explain it. I don't deal with the schedules, so I wouldn't know anything about that. How do you know Minister Reyes, by the way?
Incredibly fucking dubious.
Good luck with your collaboration. It's a shame you won't really have time for hours with so much happening. I heard it from my publicist, but Donatella's always saying stuff like that. Only about a quarter of it ever happens. A gimmick? Maybe. To me it sounded very ominous. I've heard something like that before, yes. Sorry, Hirsch, I'm not really into politics. Only if you're trying to manipulate people. What do you mean, took out? Oh my god.
Are you serious, Hirsch? A disc? Fuck me.
Yana, I don't know anything about this. I'm just a singer, Hirsch. Please stop this. So this disc badly hurt your friend? I'm very sorry to hear that. No idea at all. There are hundreds of bootlegs out there of my work. That might not even be me on there.
She recognized it immediately. This is no bootleg.
It does look like a real Brahma disc, yes. I just recorded a song, Hirsch, like I always do. I'm sorry about your friend, but I don't know why my music would do that.
A thin film of tears forms across her eyes.
That's not what I want for my music. Not at all. Another reason I should leave it all behind. Oh, really? What did you think?
Aimed for nonchalance, flew wide of the mark.
Oh, thanks.
I knew you were a cunt, Hirsch, but I didn't think you were a music critic.
Please don't mention it again. Please don't mention it again. Great. The very thing I'm trying to outrun is right outside the door. They're kind of obsessive. And I don't know. I think some of the music's meaning gets lost. I think they take the wrong things from it.
She's uncomfy.
Yeah, you're right, Hirsch. I can't control it. Well, I can, actually. I can flee the state and never come back. Random acts of self-annihilation are not unheard of in the Ultra community. I don't like it when it happens, but now and again, it does happen, yes. I get letters too. These days they screen them to keep away the worst. Not the music itself, I don't think. But if it brushes up against some damaged part of you, you're dealing with a human soul, Hirsch. Gets mucky in there. I've had a couple of stalkers, but nothing serious. My security takes care of them pretty quick, usually.
She's a state asset. The Weeping Eye would handle any external threats with prejudice.
But 2 years ago, a girl did kill herself at one of my concerts. With a handgun. Yeah. Third row. Looking straight at me. Leonor Sousa. She was 15 years old.
Fuck, I didn't know that, V.
I didn't play a show for 6 months after that. I never actually said that. It was some nothing phrase that the PR team came up with last album cycle. Sadly, it stuck. By the autumn, they'll have forgotten why they liked it. Moonglow will no longer be Moonglow.
Don't lump me in with those skanky cunts, Hirsch.
How do you mean, Hirsch?
It's kinda different, Hirsch. I didn't want to be V. I just wanted to be anybody but me. As you can tell, because I fan-shifted fucking Tempo instead.
I knew you both, Yana, before the imprinting. You're not just Tempo or Yana. You're your own person now. A two-tone kaleidoscope.
The girl throws a quick glance at the pop star and half a smile.
I agree. I won't miss them. Easy. Keep running, all the way to the Eastern Republics. A good music scene. And a distant shore. I never thought of myself like that, but yeah, fugitive. I'm not scared. As long as I have something that makes sound by my side, I'm not afraid to disappear. Trying to, yeah. Are you familiar with the old material?
Salt the earth, reject youth culture. The spell of the new is the trick of the enemy.
Not all music has to be a movement. All it has to do is move someone. Anyway, L-pop's all sad, but not all bad. I brought a few good songs here and there.
A couple she's very proud of, even.
Most L-pop artists go through intense training, yes, but we all write our own material. That's an important part of what they teach us, alongside the dance routines. Creative expression, freedom, courage. Something created by a committee will always have a hole in the center. Everyone can sense it. Something that comes from a heart we have. A heart. Person. It's nice. A little intimidating too. I don't want to just play sad music anymore. Red is the only color I've known. I'm trying to find new colors.
She plays a few slow bars, using both hands this time. Bass joins treble. Emotion forms from thin air.
That's because it's a sweet melody. I could put down 100 of those. I've been playing piano since I was 5 years old. I don't know. People call me a perfectionist. Be a perfectionist or be one of the others. That's what I think. I think the world has too much music. It's everywhere. Shops, restaurants, cafes, rooftops, lifts. Yana tells me even the aerodromes have music players now. Why?
The answer is obvious. To keep the masses under dim sedation.
Yes, exactly. Some kind of numbing agent. The very opposite of what music should be. I'm a solo artist. I don't have a band, just collaborators. Heavy lies the crown, right? I was far closer to my dancers. They're the ones you breathe in sync with up there. Aurelia, Misty, Lulu, Marla. I miss those girls. I hope they're alright. No, mostly I think about the mistakes. Notes I sang slightly off. Songs that needed an extra verse, half a bridge. Album names I settled for when I knew I should have pushed further. You build beautiful cathedrals to compromise. I can't stand myself sometimes. The weakness, the mundanity. I hate it when people say that. A lack of vision, that's the thing I can't forgive. In myself and in others. Indifference and disinterest.
The pop star has nothing further to say on the subject.
So you're some kind of lyricist? I've been there.
Long submerged dreams of pop stardom float to the surface of your consciousness like drowned corpses.
We can just call it L-pop. What would you like to know? The genre is maybe 30 years old, I would say. Year 65 sounds right. It evolved from traditional Lucian funeral ballads, but the instrumentation is all synthesizers. That's how you can date it. Certain synth sounds for certain years. The earliest songs followed the Lusa Requiem form too, with extended overtures before the verse kicked in. These days, they're more classically pop in their structure. Impossible to say. Some of the songs have been stuck in my head longer than memories. I was born listening to L-pop, I think. Of course, that's the beating heart of L-pop. Something has been lost. Sorry, I'm not the best at explaining the intent. I'd rather let my music do the talking, or the feeling. But I do know this. Melancholy is the heart of the genre. If you don't reckon with melancholy, you'll never be touched by L-pop. That's missing the heart of it, Hirsch. Sadness and melancholy are two different things. Close, yes, but different. A song can communicate with you, like it was made only for you. It's a psychic medium. L-pop will catch you unawares if you're not careful. If you want to be roused, first you have to be asleep, right? First you have to touch dream. Most of them, yes. They've tried various formations over the years. Groups, male duos, twins. But the biggest names in L-pop are girls for sure. 16 to 30. Burn bright, then burn out. That was the motto in La Fábrica. My life, mostly. What else is there to write about?
The working class.
I'm talking to them. That's the point. Two-way mirror. It's my job to be a blank slate. Once I channel the emotion from my life, I carry it to the listeners. Then I become a void. They can project it all back into me. I can understand why it's there. A lot of people are scared of La Luz, but I'd like L-pop to spread further across the world, as far as it can go. There should be no blockade on music, no limit to where art can reach. I took some inspiration from an old Lucian death rite. It dictates that you cover all mirrors in a shroud for 3 days after someone has died, to make sure that that person doesn't get trapped in the reflection. You don't see it much in the cities anymore, but in the smaller towns and villages. I remember they did it at my grandmother's funeral. I found it very striking as a child. Anyway, I had this dream one night where I was trapped in the moon. Inside, like a gigantic mirror ball. It was more like a nightmare, to be honest. And so I thought, when I die, someone needs to cover the moon with a giant shroud for 3 days, so I don't get trapped in there.
True dark. No light in the night sky but the dead stars.
Then I took that image and wrote the song. Thanks, Serge. So are you, when you're not being mega weird. There is an element of propaganda, yes. Unavoidable in a state which actually values its culture.
Not speaking with its champion soldier, its glass cannon.
Call me a deserter then, but I've given enough. No more, Hirsch.
Not speaking with its champion soldier, its glass cannon.
Thanks, but I'm not out of it yet. 1 foot is still trapped.
1 foot in the Empire, 1 foot in a shadow.
I don't think anyone keeps a record of that. Maybe. You'd have to ask the Ministry of Mass Culture. No problem, Hirsch. Go ahead. No problem, Hirsch. Okay. They may be stronger than you're looking for, though. This isn't your music, is it? Okay. I think that's fine then. On occasion, I fuck with a golem. Absolutely. They're a perfect counterforce to my music. Melancholic rage against melancholic emptiness. I listen to them before going on stage sometimes. They emotionally tune me. It's weird. I can't describe it, but it works. Probably Bound in Piano Wire. Final track from I Will Know You by the sound of your structures collapsing. No. Scum Synth?
You watch her nose physically turn upwards a few degrees.
What a juvenile title. Super Block Baby? No, I don't think I have, sorry. I'm not sure about the political implications, but maybe. How does Super Block Baby go?
Here we go. The spontaneous audition that launched 1,000 collabs. The pop star hums the melody back at you. And then again, a couple of steps slower.
Nice melody. Lyrics need work. No problem, Hirsch. Sweet dreams, Hirsch.
Purple plastic shimmers as you approach. Tucked to the side is a worn black sticker. UV. Tour only. The brand plate identifies this as a Kagami 7X60. One of the under-theorized appeals of Lusian electropop. The quality of modern Lusian instruments. Mixing desks, even their cabling. Obsession with foreign imports. Self-critique immediately. Some tools make the work feel cooler though. Some tools are limited edition.
Many. I take it on tour and have it set up in the hotel room. I basically wrote all of Flower and the Precipice on this, during the Missing Glance tour in '94.
Flower on the Precipice has Holding Hands with Strangers on it. That's one of his biggest songs.
And Yana's favorite.
Has a nice line in it, actually, in the bridge. Could you fall to the very bottom of yourself and stand up in one piece?
Thank you, Yana. I like that one too.
I'll let you know when I hit it. Bracing for fucking impact.
Falling forever through infinite distance. It might not even feel like you are falling at all.
You brush your finger into the nearest key. A light, airy tone glistens across the room. Middle A. Good start.
Hirsch, what are you doing?
Hirsch, stop.
We're watching you do it. This is an everything crisis. Mental, creative, communist, she snapped. V, we might have to get physical here.
Play any old shit and wrap this up. The discordant notes echo out into silence. It is painfully clear that whatever you've landed is a smouldering wreck on the tarmac, beset by emergency vehicles. The smile of a girl visiting her grandmother on the dementia ward.
Thank you for sharing.
Now step the fuck away from the keyboard.
The young pop star untenses as you step back from her instrument.
You're back, and you still look like that.
Yuck. That freak with the colored hair? Definitely not Moonglow. Whatever the opposite of Moonglow is, that's her. It's true. She could never be a true Ultra. Sorry. Sure. If that were true, then I would literally kill myself. She can't sing. She tried at school once, in the talent show. It was like high catastrophe. She died up there. I mean, she should have actually died. If that was me, I would have just died. Why? You're lezzing out together. Nonce. Boys have no taste. Thank you. Please? It was... Just tell her she's in Moonglow. She knows already, but it's good to remind people like that where they stand. She's like Sun Shadow. That's the opposite, right? Thank you. Obviously, it's where they train all the L-pop stars. Everyone who's worth listening to comes out of there. I wish I'd been born in La Luz. Why not? Girls like us? We're probably not hyper tier. Like almost no one is hyper tier, obviously, or it wouldn't be hyper tier. But I heard if you don't make it all the way in La Fabrica, you can still become a dancer or even a background singer. Shut your lying whore mouth. Stop talking like that. UV would never. But yeah, you're being a lying whore and you should shut your mouth. Oh, what happened? In the body? Oh, not Moonglow. Oh, to be honest, actually getting shot would be more Moonglow. That's even less Moonglow. Basically, no glow at all. Serious question. Should we ask him to shoot us? If we went to the hospital, maybe UV would come and visit for the PR op. Oh. For real? Oh. Okay. Does he know where she is? We don't give a shit what your boring jobs are. Easy for you to say. You're all haggard. We're prime targets for creepy men. You're the one who brought him up. Sure.
Hello again. What? See you.
The TV is working.
The picture looks a...
The bartender.
Operant. Till next time.
You're back.
The GM. The now unoccupied.
Hello there. A what, baby? Darling, there's no such thing. The world is full of all our little changes to it, whether we're here to see them or not. Lines.
You step away from the phone.
You have returned for trade. Let GM try. I long for the day they try to return me to the cage. Foolish question. Screams cannot be traded. This is not a squat. This is a lounge.
He goes very still briefly, while you admire his pose.
Monarchly.
He flicks his ears in excitement.
Amass increasingly desirable objects.
You're talking to a monkey. You're going to have to ask specific questions if you want helpful answers.
Only most premium goods desired. Legs and head unadorned. Alpha. Everyone is bad at it.
Is it a companion that he's looking for?
Shiny only most legs and condescend. Everyone is.
Is it a companion?
Ponderer. Disappoint. Farewell.
The smuggler inclines his head in silent recognition. The Decreto de Recaptura Civica, a set of regulations from 81. Drinking age raised to 16, limits on public assembly, and stringent gun laws. All tied to stabilization packages arranged by EMTA. He lowers his head.
You've come back. You've come back.
Some questions don't require thought, but the opposite. Quiet the conscious mind, and the answer comes naturally. You opened your inner eye and found the universe staring right back at you. What horrors will it visit upon you? Now it knows that you see its strings. The pylon man turns his head ever so slightly. Cosmonaut suit, a relic. If it is 5,000, no wonder it's. He'll focus more. The fire door. The door sits.
I'll be seeing you.
On the bed in the room beyond, a figure arrives in the throes of some exquisite discomfort. In his hands, a bare light bulb strobing. A syllable strains against his lips. He's trying to say something, but his jaw is locked shut. The other man in the room watches with unblinking intensity. Either a medical emergency or a spiritual one. Last instance before pressure release. The fin building up inside is about to rupture its container in 3, 2. You have time for one deep breath and the attendant drop in heart rate before it happens. The syllable erupts from a twisted mouth. The neck convulsively snaps back, and in that moment, you lock eyes. Recognition, inescapable, undeniable. You know each other well.
Mator! Matoria! They would answer cal cuerpo y anter. Cuero here now. Vertinotor. Overcare. Cascados.
Full body spasms rack him as a torrent of syllables falls from his mouth. You are not ready for this. Run and don't look back.
All right. I'm getting violence. Animal imagery, masculinity perhaps.
In the midst of Ramses' involuntary gibbering and the bizarre musings of the spectator, you try to focus and understand what you are looking at. A visage corkscrewed with distress. All vestiges of humanity abandoned, one leg bent wrong. Nothing that you can see clarifies the situation. All you see is your old friend in agony, while another man placidly observes him. A mirror of your guilt. Whatever is happening here, it is the result of how you abandoned him years ago. No, and yet you do. His status and finances matter not. No one should be shushing you like a dog.
Everything's quite all right, I assure you. Now, please.
Annoyed but unperturbed, he hardly glances at you before returning to his spectacle.
Alago postlos suha gita
Without looking at you, Ramses raises his free hand. 2 fingers flick upwards. Then the convulsions return, folding your old asset in half. Feels like a gesture that means something. Help? You cannot reliably tell. A bucket of ice water douses your thoughts. Bereft of emotional context, you examine the scene as an ecosystem of moving parts. The light bulb is the key. He's using it to provoke the seizures.
Gala bor is that
You follow the cable from Ramses' hands to the wall, where it disappears under the boards. There, to your right. Rotary switch. You slam the switch without thinking twice. The world flashes monochrome.
What did you do? This was a private consultation.
He brushes past you without another word. Ramses' breaths come in staggered bursts. One arm braces against the floor as he tries to sit up. Slow and shaking, he winces.
Jackhammer's in my fucking skull. But there's a nice groove to it.
Asset Radiant, comms specialist, skill set, audio engineering, surveillance, forensics, applied maths, transmission security. Ramses Tayed Al-Fatik Malloy, plague metal worshipper, pristine blunt roller, Rustamian refugee, ultimate warlock of chill. Or at least, he was.
I'll get up in a minute. Trying to decide if I'm hallucinating you first. Guess that settles it.
Still shuddering and a little incredulous, Ramses settles back into reality and examines you.
Strange days, Hirsch. Been worse. In fact, fucking... just moments ago. It's just a gig, Hirsch. Good money.
650 soul. Radian is an audio engineer. That scene you walked in on looked nothing like his line of work.
Just seizures, H. For some people, they come with a fucking verbal component. Not too many other lines of work available, you know? Shit. You don't know, do you? The weeping eye came for me.
One by one, your crew was picked off while you were whisked away to safety. The flailing limbs of the body politic suffer while the head buries itself in the sand.
5 years ago, H, they wiped me clean. Identification, papers, residency, it's all gone.
The clothes hang loosely on a frame that has lost more than half its musculature. His lopsided smile is the same, though perhaps cut with a streak of bitterness that might be new.
Not much to tell, H. Fucking... Ones that picked me up were dressed like carabineros. Drove me to, I don't know, some kind of cover apartment. Fluorescent lighting, concrete walls. You know how it is. Eventually 2 women show up. Lucian. Foreign suits, shaved heads, both of them. Green eyes, I think. They were calm and polite. Oh, they weren't even trying. Fucking shiny new uniforms with tacky plastic badges. Looked more like strippers than anything else, really. Besides, I've had my share of run-ins with the carabineros. Pussies, down to the last one. Not these guys. I've been in Portofino long enough. I've got the accents down. But more than that, there's the whole fucking...
The faces. Strange cousins to Portoferans in more ways than one.
Information. About us. But what little I knew they already had. I don't know. I had assumed.
That's how it always goes. Some loose ends that can't be tied off.
They let me go about a day later. Came back to a ransacked boat. Power, water, phone line, all dead. Figured they'd broken shit for fun. Yeah, I made calls. My accounts were gone. The Casa de Registro had nothing under my name. Identification, work permit, all gone. They just fucking erased me, H. Pretty damn effectively, too. More than once, I was informed Ramses Tayed Al-Fatik Molloy doesn't exist. I tried to argue that I'm me, on account of fucking... Turns out presence is not proof of existence. I'm the wrong person to ask. I figured that was standard for, you know.
You people.
Yeah. For a while I was doing small gigs. Fixing old gear. Radios, instruments, that kind of stuff. But eventually...
His gaze drifts downwards. His fingers suddenly curl, then stiffen.
Yeah. I had it under control back then. Still, I thought you knew. Yeah, well, it was easier to hide back then. Meds kept me pretty clean.
A small silence as you rearrange your understandings of each other.
Anyway, that's the short version. You're looking at what's left of me. I don't know his name, but he's, you know, fucking big money. Got a fucking penthouse.
Who else but the demon face of market forces and economic fetishism?
Fucking rich people, H. If it's not paying a dominatrix to shit in their mouths, it's this stuff. Honestly, I should be grateful. I don't have the looks to be a dominatrix. Or the sphincter control. Yeah, right. And more often than they've been anointed in human feces, too. He thinks I'm some kind of oracle. Basically, I speak in tongues, he listens and does some word association shit with what he hears. It's just part of it. If I'm quiet when it happens, then I just kind of babble and grunt, but if I try to speak, the signals get garbled somewhere and, well, what you heard. He calls it intuition hacking. Says it helps him with his fucking business. Let me guess. Knew it.
It was too much to hope that you were here without an agenda. But he had hoped.
5 years. I wondered if you were dead or locked up, you know? Even worse. Look, whatever this is, I'm not... I mean, you got eyes. Something for the wiring upstairs, H. Carbamazepine, oxcarbazepine, anticonvulsants. Sans prescription, obviously, on account of me not existing and all. Doubt it'll work. Even prescription holders are struggling lately. It's not just anti-epileptic pills. Things don't flow into the city the way they used to.
He doesn't know Dr. Gonzalo E.S. Gonza.
All right, Hirsch, you see what you can do, yeah? Give it here. Oh, Hirsch, you listen to L-pop now? Then what? Yeah, no, that would be the pop music. It's an Einzelton XR. That's pretty much all I can say about it. Play it out. So good fucking luck finding out what was on it. I'm an audio guy, H. And this shit, it's got no audio left on it. What I will say, this Einzelton stuff is very niche shit. You'd have to ask someone into that kind of thing. Yeah, me and Holocene did a fucking sleepover, H. It's a miracle I've even seen my dealer, as far as I'm concerned.
When all is said and done, the weed plug is Ramses's last point of contact with the world of humans.
Does it look like I do? Nah. Burned off most of the gear, even. There's a couple of things I couldn't bring myself to get rid of. Fucking, you know. Mostly the shit I made myself. If you want to call it that. There's a bunch of crickets around here somewhere. You can have them if you find them. Should still work.
Crickets, as in bugs. Ramses's signature wiretap devices.
Hopper is still keeping you on a starvation diet, huh? If they could, they fucking would. Here, it's something. No, you won't. And I wouldn't ask you to. See you around, H.
operant, a handsome man wearing very odd headphones, left this for you. He said some very nice things about my shop, but nothing revealing, if that's what you mean. I didn't know that was your type of thing, Cascade. The little Lusian witch parade. Ultravioletta, the postcard. That doesn't surprise me. I'll be here if you...
The fax machine lies. You turn away. Bagman gestures wildly on the
I know about the Boers. I know about hiding. La Luz's invisible aircraft carriers. Weaponized nostalgia.
What else are they hiding from us?
Find out what I know by tuning into the reality situation. Airing until they shut us down. I know about the Boers.
What else are they?
Find
the sounds from... You return to the work. The instrument of death calls out from the future.
You place the blanks below the schematics, tape them in place, and follow the dotted lines with the tip of the box cutter. Slowly, it acquires dimensions as you assemble the panes. A plywood model of a brutalist edifice rising in a series of blocky chambers. 2 circular holes on either side of the largest box await the insertion of the barrel. You cut a length out of the broom and sand it down. Next, you glue the springs in place into a metal backboard, making a notch in the pipe, and solder the coin onto the top of the springs. A satisfying rough tessellation as the pipe slides through and the backboard aligns with the plywood face. Behold, it is suddenly recognizable as a weapon. Which luxury article do you wish to uncreate? Toxic white fumes rise with alarming immediacy from the pot. As inside, the wolf cup begins its tortuous transformation.
Thankfully, the plastic visor and built-in respirator of the Limpador hood spare you any ill effects.
The set in plastic emits an evil hiss. A line of bubbles like solder appears along the vertices where droplets of hot plastic escape. Your creation emerges. Barrel and trigger emerge from a mottled, vaguely orthogonal plastic body. If you had any soldering skills, you might be able to give it some more stability. As it stands, tape is your only option. The plastic body disappears below the wadded layers of electrical tape. Now the last step, the silencer. Padded internally with layers of cloth, paper and foam, the can completes your weapon's chimeric appearance. You will find out. First shot you fire, you will find out. The tape on the grip is slick and uneven in your hands, the barrel heavy. Yet you are now armed, and one step closer to fulfilling the demands of your assignment. Though inelegant, the magwell receives each bullet with silent precision. All 6 slide into place exactly as they are meant to. May death be at your back, and may the stars direct your hand.
Ultravioletta gazes out at you from the postcard, draped in a half-length cape and decked with shimmerings. A pair of pilot goggles hangs around her neck. She offers a V-shaped salute with her right hand. Expression unreadable, as if you caught her on the fringes of a dream. It's doing some lifting, but the burden is less than you think. Ultra's fly formation reads the electric text beneath her. It seems she wants you to join her fan club. Fan club is factionalism. Resists the enemy's small, big character poster. Don't forget the membership fee. which the Operant Bureau will definitely not approve as a professional expense. One among the Ultras, a new belonging. The Elysians do love their aircraft. Unlikely that she's military-grade pilot as the branding implies, but a hobbyist pursuit is entirely possible. On the back is a handwritten note to a fellow fan, fogged mirror, upstairs. The less anyone knows about that, the better. He must be higher up in the organization than you thought. Do not forget, this headphone man took a shot at you. No, you should apologize to yourself for being caught. Back to your opponent. Either way, it appears transnational capital has come to the table. Will you take your seat across from him? You approach your double's bedside. His breathing does not change. The screen boot. Visualize a memory. A sacrifice. Force an imprint. Maintain eye contact with sensor. Pseudopod begins to tremble. At the same time, you feel something vibrating deep within you. It's the vibration of the earth as a drill passes through your brain. Psychic deposits, trauma veins that run deep into the neural substrata of you. Your double's trembling intensifies as the vibration in your skull turns to genuine physical pain. A white-hot rod of metal passes clean through your skull. Somewhere in the distance, you hear a woman cry out in pain. Finalize an imprint. Do not move. The words burn themselves into your retinas as the device begins to shake.
I once knew a spy.
Imprint complete. Ave Imperio Luminoso. Y Gloria a los Kaidos. As you pull yourself off the ground, two things become apparent. Your double is gone, and you have an absolutely throbbing headache. The front door slams shut. Operant off script. The situation is serious.
Pseudopod. I just saw him. He's awake. How? Is he all right? In his underpants and coat? He was sprinting Cascade, headed towards the roundabout, I think. Will ether do? A nice rag to take the edge off. Hope it helps.
You turn towards the door without another word. You close your eyes and reach out into the plane of shapes and colors available only to the attuned. The psychic map of Portofino. The bar hovers around you, pink and pulsing with the memory of drunken minds. You search for your own feel, your rhythm, your thoughts.
But I'm sure I've been here before. Don't you recognize me?
In the background, you can hear the sound of machinery and men hurling masculine insults at each other as cargo is hauled from ship to shore. The boatman folds his arms and regards your double cautiously. He knows something is wrong, but not what. He hesitates, perhaps catching the sensation of you in his mind.
Don't fuck with me, boat person. The Imex Bureau won't stand for trade obstruction.
Your pantless double stands before you, weight shifted onto his back leg. The posture is defiant, unconscious, and terribly familiar. Approach with caution. You don't want to startle him.
I demand to see Tempo. He's expecting 2,000 pairs of state-issued knee-highs. Are you going to help me or not?
Your double seems to have retained the outline of the assignment despite his recent coma. Best to play along.
Opera? The preferred art form of the bourgeois homosexual? What are you insinuating? Trade obstruction.
Your comrade falters. Go to his aid.
Trade agent? Snap out of it. Tell this man about the 4 cubic meters of cohilant cotton Tempo is expecting from us. Get out of here, but we've got a deal to close.
He's taken offense. Is this really you? When operants lose themselves in their own fiction, the only solution is demolition. The Cardenas 2 verbal maneuver. It involves reciting a specific sequence of words that gradually unspool the delusions the operant has wrapped himself in. A measure of last resort. Reports state it being extremely painful for the recipient. This will be a lot like that, but with words. A successful maneuver should leave the impression of you intact and obliterate whatever residual notions he has of himself. His soul is still new to the world, fresh and vulnerable. You need to walk him back one step at a time.
Melita? Melita?
He's deteriorating rapidly.
You can't be serious. It's Herschel Wilk. Why do you care?
Oh, it is you. Calm.
Pseudopod, a temporary appendage filled with cytoplasm, a feature of unicellular organisms. What about it?
You didn't know that. Stop wasting your time. Fix this. Now.
No, it's not. My name is Herschel Wilk. Stop trying to confuse me.
Time to detonate a few psychosomatic depth charges.
Dead. Those aren't market terms. No, you're not. I'm not.
His breathing grows shallow, then intensifies. His hands are pale and shaking. One last push. He sways on quivering legs. His eyes attend, wide.
The opera. The opera. I work for the opera. It's all gone to shit, hasn't it? I fucked it. Again. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
He offers no assistance. Where your double was just standing, there's nothing. Not even a whiff of performance weave cotton. Lost. Again. You look back over your shoulder, but the boatman has already returned to his own business. He twitches sheepishly in his armor of puffy fabric.
He had a gun.
The city reconfigures itself around him. Stranger and scarier than it was before.
How did you didn't get shot? That guy's after Yana, isn't he? Do you know who he is? Like you, right? Is that why you both moved like crazy? Yo, if anyone asks me about this, what do I say? Yeah, sorry.
Marco's hands vanish into his pockets. He settles down, but his eyes keep scanning the surroundings.
Made the switch from intelligence to security.
Yana's using him as a doorman.
I'm the doorman. Doorman's a good job. Lots of famous people started as doormen. Yeah, thanks. Just pigeons mainly.
Spare me the bleating you call an accent and listen up. Metoprolol, you eunuch diddling azzurri. That's what I paid for, not Atenolol.
Your ears thrum at the mention of generic brands.
Velotius, that you're intelligible at all is only the byproduct of my concentrated effort to withstand the ugliest sounds the human glottis is capable of producing. The order better be here by tomorrow. Of course I fucking know the process.
A series of phone numbers scribbled hastily, but not quite legible from where you're standing. There, A direct line to his suppliers. If the good doctor won't sell, you'll have to go over his head.
Tell your delivery boy that if he gets the wrong batch again, he's dead. Azuris, a species-wide clerical error. A piece in art and call it chemistry. Now, what do you want? Terminal inbreeding.
A little prejudice builds rapport faster than truth.
Ha! They all are. Furrowed brows, weak chins, 6 toes. That whole coastline's been swimming in the shallow end of the gene pool for generations. You want anything done in the city, you have to learn to deal with those animals. No two ways about it. Yes? Why? Sorry, sister. Boring drugs are wholesale only. Anything that doesn't make you see shit and then want to fuck the shit you see, all that's either above or nothing. 30 grand per crate. Cash. That's the minimum, sister. 10 grand for me for the referral. 20 for the meds. Start up your own little fucking pharmacy.
You heard him talking to his suppliers. You need to find a way to get through to him directly. Another pair of ears is what you need. Panopticon hearing to know what he says when he thinks no one is present. Somehow, he knew you would need them.
Call it muscle memory.
Surveillance master, wiretapper extraordinaire, a man capable of planting an invisible bug on a moving tuk-tuk. There's no best time to bug a place. If you can do it then and there, do so.
Alternatively, your friend could just get a fucking prescription.
He knows full well you wouldn't be here if that were an option.
Do with it what you will. Told you before, unless you're liquid, don't bother. No, find your own inbred supply. Now, why are you here? Again. Aren't we fucking all? Mama's getting horny tonight. Adios.
You pick up the payphone's handset. A dolphin emblem smiles at you. Its eye. Step 1. Take the casing off the front housing with your screwdriver. After unscrewing the fastenings at each corner of the housing, you tug at the plastic until it reluctantly comes away. Underneath sprawls a mini-city of metal prongs and board-mounted circuitry. Step 2. Spin the dial on the right until you find the intercom frequency. Crackling electronic waves break against an anodic shore. The occasional snippet from a conversation breaks up the rhythm, a word at a time. A relay of chatter. Invisible poetry that travels above and between the walking heads of the city. As you turn the dial, one word you hear makes you instinctively stop and listen to the rest of the sentence. He cannot hear you. Not yet. Before that is enabled, you need to save this channel and give it a number to streamline any future calls. Step 3. Hold down the lever with the word reserve above it for at least 3 seconds. In your ear, a voice. Connection reserved. Please input an 8-digit contact number that will be assigned to this channel. You will need to remember this number. No need to make it difficult. It is, however, only 6 digits. Please input an 8-digit contact number that will be assigned to this channel. That number is already taken, says the voice. Please input an 8-digit contact number. Number accepted, says the voice on the phone. Please hold for connection.
Yes, what do you... Wait. Who's there? I can't see you. Or have my eyes at last renounced their function? Ah, it's you. I was sure you were dead. Supposedly. And you've contrived some way to speak to me through this little box. Very well. What do you want? Ah, what relief. You've set an old man's mind at ease. But now I'm curious what you intend to do with them. Does that mean you've decided to help me get out of this place? Joy. Denlev has seen fit to raise me up from my despair. What's the price? I suspected as much, of course. But tell me, why does your opera want to kill the Lucian Minister of Mass Culture?
No judgment in his voice. His curiosity is innocent, almost childlike.
I think you mean you are ideological enemies. Naturally, you might get along quite well. So I'm to play the traitor's theme. Help a gang of communist thugs assassinate my friend and master, all to disrupt our brilliant march toward the final society.
The line hums. Dank water drips.
Sure, Herschel. No problem. Be serious. They took everything when they tossed me in here. I haven't even got sleeves. I only hope that you don't plan to shoot me in the back of the head at your earliest convenience. An ignominious end for poor Dante.
You can practically feel the fetid water sloshing about his feet.
No one had to say anything. Some words are as superfluous as names.
Silence pops and hisses on the other end of the line.
Seeing as how you've already secured my exit papers, I suppose that means we have a deal. And what about my other requests? Tempo gave me certain assurances. Nothing extravagant. Safe passage to Novessa, a residence permit and a little apartment in the old town, a lectureship at the Polytechnic, total immunity for any offenses your party believes I committed against the people.
He can find his immunity in the lunar cadmium mines.
Don't worry. Only things of a purely cultural nature. Really? Not even the little apartment in Old Town. I was told the roof would have that beautiful red tile.
A romantic image drawn from postcards issued by the Tourism Bureau.
I suppose I sound ungrateful. Well, I'll await your word. See, I was true to my word. What do you make of our techno-glories? A tale as old as Anonimo himself. May I ask where you found a suitable subject?
A little impressed, a little disturbed.
So rather than leave him a blank canvas, you made him a self-portrait in a convex mirror. And? Are you pleased with the results? I suppose if we're speaking, it means they haven't succeeded in murdering you yet. Poor sign, but perfectly legible. To be raped from blissful eternity and thrust into this sewer. I would say fleeing the scene is a rational response. Any gen... I'm at your disposal. Go ahead. I'm at your disposal. I was meant to play the part of Facundo's loyal hound, sniffing out our negotiating counterparts. Odors of degeneracy and mutation, the likes of which only the developed world can produce. Of my purported equals, one is a high-tier alcoholic, the other is some sort of modern pervert. Despicable whelk. If you get the chance, give him a cake from me, right between the ribs. Concerning, you do well to reflect on what that says about you. But let's say no more about my counterparts. Just thinking of them makes me ill to my stomach. An interesting question for one who's fleeing the light for the shadows. Has your time here got you techno-curious? Of course. I'll give it to you in a discreet, unmarked bag. No one will ever know what thoughts you've been entertaining when they're not looking. A long, long time ago, there was a clever man whose name has been scraped from the Universal Registry. That's why everyone calls him Anonimo. Now, our hero came to understand that history as we knew it was coming to an end. He could not say when or why, but he foresaw it before anybody else. This clever man advised the Emperor that the end of history will require a final subject, one that could only be fashioned by a final society. As a species, we discovered mass politics before we properly developed mass culture. In retrospect, this was a known goal.
The party sympathizes. The problem with the working class.
The result was centuries of industrialized slaughter and delirious revolutions. Your sclerotic party, naturally, has its own view on the matter. Anonymous Tragedy was writing a letter to the world with a future postmark. He died never having received its reply. But today, the postman stands at the doorstep. That's a very good question, isn't it? Perhaps the question. In Anonymous' day, mankind lacked the techno means to achieve a truly mass culture. Impossible to argue that now. All the same, our social and political relations remain trapped in a prior epoch. The fissure widens day by day. It's going to be oh so great. Here, the last vestiges of the individual dissolve in a suspension of horrible wonders. They say history is the only true consciousness, a great pulsating body of humanity longing on a mass scale. Divorced from that, it's nothing but a dim bulb flickering in a water closet. Discreet, pointless, smelling vaguely of urine. Not your fault. It's the suicidal age you've been brought up in. When true progress is impossible, the mind becomes ingrown. Don't misunderstand. There's no restarting history. Anonymous saw that coming more than a century before Latour Wolgar. What's necessary is to fashion a new consciousness, the final subject, who can act on history directly. The final subject will be a man wearing God's face or God wearing man's. The subject sculpts the mask. Still unconvinced? Look around. Tell me what else is on offer. An infant ideology, always on the cusp of its first step, yet stumbling on its heel. By we, you mean your dear Superblog and its party? The ones who used to say humanity was on the verge of utter calamity and millennia of darkness, until they cut a deal with the liberals. Face it, Latour Wolgar was a horrendous betrayal of mankind. The suicide note for a century. Without it, there might not have been a need for the Illuminated Empire to unmake the damage. Of course, you can't just lead with suicide and the philosophy of history. That's what the electropop is for.
The receiver clicks back into place. The Reno tail dolphin eyes. You step away.
Cascade, Pseudopod is upstairs. Seemed very distressed. He's on the phone with Melita. How do I... Well, it's a landline, you see. And the way the intercom is wired, it has a nasty habit of picking up on any calls being made at the same time. I buzzed up to check on Pseudopod. And you see, a Rustanian gentleman set it up. I discovered later he cut some corners. Never again. It's definitely internally secure. Anytime I've overheard something, it's been purely by accident.
Terrible stagecraft across the board. Pseudopod should have caught this while examining the safe house.
Of course not. I always hang up if I hear you on it. I'm afraid Pseudopod is discussing stagecraft, techniques, former assignments, all quite riveting. But Melita doesn't seem to be enjoying it herself. Yes, right there. I'll wait here, see if you need any help.
As you press down on the intercom button, a little light comes on.
But that was all supposed to be self-hold. And I shouldn't know what self-hold means, but I do. Self-hold? Why do I know what that means?
It appears the maneuver was successful, although it likely set his training back by a couple of modules.
Right. And where did you say you met Cascade again?
A viper uncurls and presses against the inside of your rib cage.
What do you mean? I'm here! And this junior operant you sent me, she's completely insane. Delirious, even. How am I supposed to find forgiveness with people like this?
Tell him there are no small roles, only small attitudes.
For your information, she felt it cool to rub my head without permission. In what world? You were late. I never showed up until now.
An interesting slip.
Cascade, you made it. Hopefully you can clear some of this up.
She's seething. This could go very poorly.
There is nothing to clear up. I've been here the whole time. Unbelievable. The lack of support and direction I've received on this assignment.
Remain calm. Stay on target.
He's hyperventilating. Tell him to focus on his breath.
Melita? Where are you? You need to come and extract me. Now!
Calm down, Pseudopod. We will get to the bottom of this.
Constance gives you a thumbs up.
Cool, cool. Except by cool, I mean not cool. Who are you people even? What have you done to me?
In the background, you hear a steady rhythm of something being hit. The bed frame.
Cascade, what is going on? You told me that he was zeroed out. Why didn't you say so in the first place? Pseudopod, you have prepared for situations like this. Please.
Requesting backup. This is Operant Cascade. I was dispatched from Novesa. My name is... Melita, do you remember my name?
Your eyes find Constance's across the counter. Loss, irreversible and total.
I've held out for as long as I can. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything.
Pseudopod, unlock the door. Cascade will be there in a moment.
The line falls silent. Above you, a flurry of footsteps, then the unmistakable crash of a window shattering.
Oh no, that wasn't...
Cascade, I heard glass breaking. What is going on? So why does he think he's you all of a sudden?
That's completely uncalled for. Don't listen to her, Miss Melita. I'll be filing an expense for my window as well.
What? No, don't change the subject, Cascade. Where's Pseudopod?
Silence. Constance's eyes widen.
You did what? How? No, forget it. I don't want to know. Of course it wouldn't help. This is a reckless, shocking misuse of opera personnel.
Tell her you were putting the assignment first, like Pseudopod said you would.
Cascade, find Pseudopod and shut him up. This is the assignment now.
As you turn from the intercom, Constance meets your eye.
That Melita of yours, a bit dramatic, isn't she? And Pseudopod, whatever happened there? He's rather different than when we first met. Almost unpleasant. Well, he'll find his way home eventually. They always do. I'll add the window to the opera's bill, and also the cost of the ladder I'll need to climb up to it. And I suppose I'll unlock the deadbolt while I'm up there, shall I? Only one way he can go from that back window. Party Alley. Consider it forgotten. I suppose I can take one worry off your plate, full as it is. Of course. Bring... You're still here? What about Pseudopod? Can he? Of course. I'll be here.
Your double nods as you approach. From above, Ultravioletta smiles down over him. All traces of fear gone.
That's her, isn't it? Melita.
Replaced by a different type of affect. Ultravioletta gazes down on you, light bending around her to grace her features. Her smile radiates with impossible warmth.
Melita? It's odd. It's odd. I wanted to keep running, but she stopped me. She means something. Who is she to me? It's almost as if I know her. Zeroed out? But I'm right here. Although, it doesn't feel like it. Whatever happened, happened to me. Why me? That's okay. We all make mistakes. I think I make the majority of them, though.
No hoarding. Prepare for redistribution.
I'm sorry. I really don't understand what's happening. It's like I've been away for a long time.
His steps trace no further back than the first floor of Photo 24.
I thought that this woman must be Mel. Because of the glow. It's how her voice feels inside my head. It makes me stand still. It makes me listen. Only my heart keeps moving. When we speak, I wrap the phone cord around my finger. I like the way it connects us, like a safety tether. I want to feel her close to me. I want to feel her skin against mine. Why do I feel that way?
Another box best left unopened. More importantly, why do you feel that way?
A dilemma, then. I don't like the idea of a world where only one person can love her.
This is taking on psychosexual dimensions now. You really have to shine up.
Something's wrong with my mind. I feel there's this dark longing following me wherever I go. Then I turn around. And you're there. I'm not supposed to be this way, am I? I'm not supposed to be... Is that it? But how do you know that I'm you? How do you know it's not the other way around? I've been asking myself that over and over, but there's never just one answer. My name is Herschel Wilk. I'm a spy for the opera. I feel like I'm supposed to be a cold and uncaring machine, and it hurts. I have friends, but I don't know what I've given for them to be my friends. I don't feel like I deserve them, and I don't know what to do. I do, and I can understand why. There is something wrong with me. I really don't know what to do in a situation like this. I have no experiences to draw on, no reference points. What was I supposed to do?
An assignment with 2 leads is a dog with 2 heads, a slobbering affront to God. Put your double in his place. He gazes up from the ground, dazed, glasses askew, eyes unfocused. He nods, not quite looking at you, but with a growing smile. That's more like it. A surge of violent blood rushes through your veins as you regard your handiwork. Your handiwork looks back with a new expression, the same one he had when you first found him. He shrugs, still smiling. His expression of idiot compliance does not change. He'll never talk back again. Cascade and the invalid, 10,000 years. You watch the husk animate itself toward the direction of the fog mirror. You watch as his bald spot drifts into the purple light toward the fog mirror.
Operant. I'll be here if you...
Raw information atomizes itself. On the other side of the world, a phone rings.
Cascade. An unprofessional question.
Her sigh crackles in your ear.
It was fine. Almost over. I packed a supper for the train home.
A liquid supper.
Oh, I ate in the cafeteria. No need for more solids until I get home. It's a long journey. Not much to see, nothing to do. Especially after dark. Mostly just my own reflection in the glass. City lights zipping by. It's peaceful. Maybe. I've certainly had the thought. What would I do if I saw you one day? At large in Ovessa like a real person, and not just a little photograph paperclip to a file. Nothing.
She pronounces the word like a caress.
I'm sure, but I can't. My job is to be your tether, not just to the opera, but to yourself. In theater, work can be excruciatingly lonely. You spend all day hiding yourself from the world, acutely attuned to a million possible threats. It's amazing. I don't know how any of you do it. I can't be your connection to yourself if you're also connected to me. I know. Now, good night, Cascade. I'll drink to your health.
A click, and she's gone. The bed welcomes you. The stillness of the room quietens your mind as you settle down. Raw information atomizes itself.
Cascade. Is there anything else you'd like to ask? I'm sure I'll regret asking, but what does shame smell like exactly? With Nestor at the helm, Portofino would always have held itself apart from the rest of the superbloc, unacceptable for a member state. Maybe Nestor was tipped off, or maybe Probable was just unlucky. It happens, as you're aware. Is there anything else you'd like to ask? I'd have to check the records. Why the sudden interest?
Probable's fall in theatre history has required reading for controllers. She's stalling you. You return to the deck. You turn away. The stereo is right. You step away. The heifer cough. Watchful eyes step. A part of you left behind.
Operant. That's understandable. Of course, Operant. I'll be here if you
The fax machine. You turn away.
Oh, it's you. I'll answer if I can. I'm not really part of it anymore. Who? Blood Golem?
Her voice explodes.
Of course I've heard of Blood Golem. I was at their last show here. Haven't thought about them in ages. Petrol should have a disc of theirs if you want to listen. It was at the War Drum in Party Alley. Demolished now. Used to be evil gigs in there. Shoulder to shoulder every night. Edge of violence. Until the GMs came and shut the electricity off, nailed planks over the door, said there were noise complaints. Bullshit. It was a sanitization campaign, trying to make Portofino look like a mall, hoping the bank would give us more money. But that night, the crowd turned up same as ever. We ripped off the planks and partied in a hollow shell. Blood Golem played their set on portable amps. Sounded like shit. Best show of my fucking life. I'm not sure we did know. It was as if we partied hard enough, the world might change. I haven't thought about Blood Golem in so long. There'll always be that night, you know. Anthem for the fuck. Yeah, alright. Thanks for stopping.
Wolf time. The children ignore.
My format-sensitive friend. How goes it?
The vendor stares blankly at you.
It's my life. What can I say? It has its moments. No shortage of squalid replayers in search of new cud to chew. Committing to an ideal is the fulfilling part. Worse would be not having one at all.
Has this manically depressed reactionary tried communism?
Not always. I appreciate the nighttime when the replayers are flapped off to hang upside down for the night. And the other stalls are packing up. I like to lie on top of the shipping containers, look up into the sky. And sometimes I can see the star. Superblock baby. The false midnight. Impotent pop music reaching for political satire. One-hit wonder merchants, plonky deadpan bass. Check the shelf of despised subgenres under geopolitical novelties. More than one? I'm sure. Plenty of deviants around. Just depends what you're looking for. Stop right there. Don't say another word. I'm going to throw up. You're looking for the vilest of forms. Vistograph. That's what the government used. If anyone's hoarding the stuff, it's that television degenerate with the sack on his head. That's the least of his sins. No one does. Nestor had maybe 24 proprietary players manufactured to play the stuff. Then he had them all burned down. Tune into his show. I'm sure he takes calls from viewers. I've also seen some flyers here and there, surely put up by his demented fans. You'd like to hear more? I judge you to be a woman of color. Sure.
A low, tilting shelf marked in heavy block letters. Despised subgenres.
I won't be held responsible for what happens with this disc.
Geopolitical novelties, nestled between hairdresser music and gong use. You spot Superblock Baby toward the back.
I'd advise you to burn it. But the fumes from the Superblock quality plastics may kill us.
You turn your attention.
Good day. Oh, yes. When that bastardo Nestor ruined the city. Carmona witnesses all the sorrows of Portofino.
Survives them too.
Yes, I remember.
Carmuna's eyes close with laughter, and for a moment, you see the young woman from the Palace of Culture more clearly than in any vision.
I stole those shoes, you know. Straight from a crate at the docks. We were like a little gang, all the girls. We'd take it in turns to distract the dock workers while the others looked for anything shiny. We were good girls, really. Oh, yes. Very handsome. Very suave. It was a gift for Nestor himself, so must have been some official.
The opera's best. She is a truly appalling judge of men's characters. How is she still alive?
How do you know that? Better things to do here than to puzzle out your nonsense, Menina. Nestorismo happened. He invited everyone from the dye and silk unions and the Superblock just for us to watch him turn his back. The Superblock came to visit. We were all supposed to listen to some song in Nestor's office. But then the bastardo opened fire on their treaty and threw us all out.
The bomb that Probable gave her should have killed them all. Carmuna's life flashes before your eyes. She never would have grown old had that day gone according to plan. You tried to picture Carolina older than 30, and find that you can't.
Oh, Menina, if only. I would have been happy to join such a plot.
She has no idea how close she came to being pasted on Nestor's ceiling.
Fine by Carmuna. Don't go away. Fine by. Good day to you.
The smuggler inclines his head in silent recognition. Everyone swears silence until it can buy 'em something. Behind the words, you feel your old accent's ghost, smiling. There's a hollow in his voice, one you doubt was there just weeks ago. He lowers his head and
You're back at...
the GM gives... the vending machine. The machine.
Marcia. Until next.
Hard to believe, but it seems the gap is widening, even as we speak.
He's been going on about this mysterious gap for a while. It may be time to get to the bottom of it.
You're still leaking. Shh. Good. I have enough to keep track of as it is. There's nothing to talk about. The gap exists far beyond your plane of comprehension. Best to stay at your own remuneration level. For your own health. It's fucking cold.
He twirls on the spot, further tangling himself in the phone cord that's become wrapped around his neck.
I won't be taking health advice from someone dressed like whatever you're dressed as.
Such an insult to the people's drip cannot go unanswered.
You wouldn't believe these locals. The woman from the discount bin thinks she can comprehend the gap.
He turns his back to you, definitively. Engaging with the flesh is pointless. This problem demands a more elegant techno solution. Then you'll be able to hear about this whole sordid affair with this mysterious gap. Your resident circuit surgeon. You've already located Radiant. Get him back on his medication and he'll surely make short work of this task. Warily.
Hello, again?
You can see the resemblance now. Carolina has his eyes. Doctor, clinic, houseboat. This is Kindred's father, Dr. Hugo Arbe. The man parts his lips in measured surprise. Then the smile returns.
Why didn't you say anything before? Kay, right. She chose to take her mother's name after she passed. I didn't object, naturally.
His eyes narrow ever so slightly, as if to place your face.
I'm sorry, this is just... How did you say you knew my daughter? Hombres. Well, I'm glad she's taken up some activity to divert her attention.
A quick, apologetic smile.
The last we spoke, she was living in the old cinema Cosmos with her boyfriend. Nothing strange going on, mind. He owns the place. His name's Septimus.
He looks away from you while he decides which script to follow.
I'm sure he's an upstanding gentleman. He comes from a political family, you know.
He hates him.
It's a father's place to be ready, is it not? I'm sure she's doing okay.
His lips ready themselves for a pretend smile.
I believe they are running a distribution business together. I don't know any details. Something to do with the media. So there's nothing strange about it.
Unclear whether it's trying to convince himself of this, or you.
I don't know. She was always so passionate and driven, but also impressionable. I think she fell in with the wrong crowd at the university.
All you had to do to make her your kindred was to separate her from her own.
Much as I hate to admit it, she became nervous, cagey, withdrawn. But to be honest, we've barely spoken at all for the last few years. Check on her. Yes, you do that.
Fear and relief, together.
Cinema Cosmos is just north of the roundabout, by the aerotram stop. I just want to know that she's safe. You understand? Yes, I was running a dream study. She was a participant. That was a long time ago.
His fingers twitch like he's fighting the urge to shuffle the papers on his desk.
Dreams are one of the least understood phenomena in nature. My colleague Gonzalo and I developed a novel technique for rendering our subjects' dreams as two-dimensional imagery. We received a generous grant through MTES Foundation for basic research. Though I have to say it was an uneasy match. In so many ways. I came to understand our benefactors saw our work as a form of market research, not exactly what I got into the work for. Gonzalo and I wanted to answer a very simple question. Are our subconscious minds connected at some deep level? It was a long time ago. I prefer not to dwell on these things.
Yes.
Equipment, mainly, designed and fabricated to our own specifications. Neuroimaging tools, REM inducers, separate monitors for blood flow, electrical activity, eye movement. It's only when taken together that coherent, dynamic pictures can form. It was far from perfect, mind you. Some of the imagery came out skewed. Whether that's the fault of the imaging or the underlying dream matter, we couldn't say. But these were early days. The potential applications, well, they were endless.
Therapeutic. Practical.
Don't misunderstand. The point of our work was to help people, not control them. It was all technically empty property. The machinery, the data, they took it all. We were only left with one unit, barely functional, not even with the cost to move, they said. And then, someone stole that too. I imagine they stripped it for components. A machine that could appear behind the veil of consciousness. A machine of magnificent subtlety. And someone stole it for scrap. To buy drugs. Or whatever else.
He nods as a way of acknowledging your sympathy.
I suppose at least I don't have to work through the night. Every night.
He'd nearly give anything for an excuse to do just that.
Carolina started out as one of our participants. A volunteer, surprisingly. When her turn as a participant concluded, she begged me to stay on. I thought, well, what harm? There was no real limit on our grant from amateur. And Gonzalo agreed. We needed an assistant of sorts. Yes, perhaps that was my dream. She was responsible for organizing and cleaning the visualizations. A massive undertaking. Very labor-intensive.
Approval. Pride.
Carolina didn't appear at work one day. I went to the police, who had no information. I thought she must have been in some kind of accident. You must understand my fear as a father.
You must understand that, he means, if you're going to understand what happens later.
I received a call from the hospital. Carolina was there, in intensive care, barely lucid, handcuffed to her bed. There were 2 carabineros accompanying her. They told me she was under arrest, to be charged with unlawfully aiding a foreign power, espionage statutes, the super block, their spy subs, the opera. Isn't that how they call it? I was in shock, borderline delirious. It took me some time before I realized what it meant.
For his work, he means.
EMTA pulled their support. The study was shut down within days. All our data seized. I was investigated too, of course, along with Gondaro. The official part dragged on for several years before they finally closed it. She was held for nearly a year.
He can't bring himself to use the word incarcerated in the same sentence as his daughter.
When she came home, I said some things. Perhaps things I shouldn't have.
Politeness, professionalism, the performance of empathy. These are the things he was taught would make a good man, or at least a correct man. In his moment of greatest extremis, they all deserted him.
Thank you. You understand. Of course. She left after that. Then I opened this clinic and moved down here. To Kisak.
And here he stayed.
I suppose I do feel responsible. Somehow. Though I know it doesn't make sense. In any case, that's all in the past. No changing it now. Yes. All right. Yes. Sure, when you look at it on paper. I suppose I wanted to reconnect with my roots. Get my feet back on the ground, where the real people are.
He turns his gaze away from you and begins to shuffle the papers on his desk. Complicated subject matter.
Of course. Again? Until next...
You return to the...
Stop. Please. Again? Yes? I shudder to even ask. What medicine? He's still on about that. It's nothing but sildenafil and mild hallucinogen. I'm not surprised it did nothing for you, friend. Frankly, now that you've given him a completely unvetted medication, I'm even less likely to assist you. If something happens to him, my liability skyrockets.
He gives you a brief nod.
Until next...
Until...
With awkward reverence, dock worker.
Hello again. What'll it be? You seem to meet a lot of strange men here. Just saying. You're awfully popular. He's waiting in the lounge upstairs. See you.
Operant. Till next.
The vacant smile hits you like a bag of bricks. A mixture of guilt and the desire to lobotomize him even more comes over you. The nagging idea that you should just finish the job accosts you. Regardless, your double has managed to make it to the fogged mirror, where he is sitting, and with a drink in front of him at the table. Still no pants on him, though. Unquestioning, unwavering acceptance. Exactly what the party demands. Utter impenetrability in the event of capture. No torturer is breaking through to this one. He takes a mechanical sip from the glass in front of him. Right. Alcohol is known to damage the brain after all. The real question, how did he get him to serve him? Like a well-scrubbed bathroom tile.
Fine cold day, bucko.
The man doesn't alter his posture, but follows your movement with unblinking eyes. He's tense around the shoulders, twitchy at the edges.
Grubby little place, but it's got some color to it. I didn't mean it was a bad thing. A little grubbiness comes with the profession. Are we sticking to the trade names or daring fate with the real ones?
A professional courtesy. He knows your real name. You gave it to his colleague under extreme duress.
Alistair. But I much prefer Kaleidoscope if it's all the same to you. Well met, Cascade. To secret treaties.
And doomed spies. You know this man is partial to a loaded gun. Given your last encounter, you should be in control of the bullets.
You would know. Transparent? An ironic gesture, I presume. I understand all too well.
He looks down at his right sleeve and smooths out a crease with a measured hand.
When it comes to cool jackets, I can't help myself. Unfortunate habit. This one is a singular piece. The inner lining comprises 88 distinct hues, styled after the wings of the Dream Eater chrysalis butterfly.
This garment bears the technicolor indecision of reaction.
Courtesy of an East Coast tailor. I was on assignment over there a couple of years ago. I had a personally significant dream one night, and when I woke up I saw 3 Dream Eater chrysalis perched at the headrest of my hotel bed. The next day, I commissioned a jacket.
Papering over genuine feeling with money. How original.
I won't get into it. Very personal. But it featured someone long dead and someone else who was dead within a year post-dream. In style. They're anechoic. Custom job. It also sounds like nothing at all. And in our age, that comes at hideous expense. Yet, here you are. I understand you're on the market for second-hand goods. I'm interested in exotic imports. I was hoping we could explore a transaction.
That confirms it. He's after the pop star. A massive sign marked nonce flashes red in your mind.
Then I think we understand each other. Here's my pitch. I will get any and all information you want out of the Elysium prisoner. In return, you give me any and all information about the whereabouts of Ultravioletta. Because I suspect your friend Tempo del Sur has kidnapped her from Luz and is currently holding her hostage somewhere in the city.
His eyes leave yours a moment, then return. News to him.
Weeping eye. So they are close too. They don't kill on foreign ground unless they are desperate. All the more important we get this handled in good time.
One postcard, no facts. The meeting place your home turf. Before you is an operant gone way off script.
Well reduced. I come to you as a freelancer, a mere vassal of the Queen. I would like to return her home, to Luz.
He's not playing with house money. He's got his own chips down. Sounds pretty off the books. SD's gonna be even more mad at you now.
Of course she does. No echoes from the throne room. A hollow divide between monarch and subjects. She must return. I've stated my terms. What say you, bucko? I have direct access to the Lucian prisoner in our secret jail. He tells us his name is Poor Dante, and that the poor part is very important. I will extract whatever information you want from him. In return, you tell me what your former asset has done with Ultravioletta and where she might be now. Clear, concise, uninflected. Don't you agree? Then I ask that you find out, or else commit poor Dante to a short future in a damn basement. For what it's worth, I think this is a very favorable deal for you, Cascade.
It's not. More favorable would be a clean trade. The prisoner for the girl. What use do you have for a fugitive Lusian pop star? She's a critical piece. Player. No commit necessary at this point. String him along. Feel him out. There is little to lose.
I shot at you. It was a warning shot. You didn't skills anything. I wasn't trying to hit you. That shot on you was also deserved. You were squirreling in my affairs. It seems I was spying harder. And can we just put it behind us? Such things happen in theater. We both live. Move on. Glasses, double-breasted jacket, air of nervous dread about him.
Whom? The party has already forgotten him.
My apologies. I didn't expect it. Though I can't help but feel I did the operant bureau a favor. He's really dead?
Not some kind of bluff. Genuine.
Sounds like a fate worse than the proverbial. The cold truth which you may not want to hear? Your friend told me he was a spy. Outright.
Almost tripped by your own shadow.
So I took him to be fair game. Inner circle, you know. One among the mirrors. Not as such. I suspected it wouldn't be a relaxing listening experience, but I didn't know she could summon that kind of power. Pseudopod, I remember it. Was this his first time in theater? Trouble getting off the blocks. It happens. Late evening under the Ultravioletta advert to the north of Party Alley. He was gazing up as if he'd never seen anything like it before in his life. It happens on the first glimpse. No judgment here. He and I got to talking. I gave him a quick Ultravioletta primer. He seemed to be quite taken with her. He initially informed me he was a sock importer with a superblock. Then he said he'd been pretending to be someone else all day, and that it hadn't gotten him anywhere at all. In reality, he told me he was a spy for the People's Republic.
Our so-called spy didn't even need an interrogation to break. A day existing in the developed world was enough. It was too early for Pseudopod to be in theatre alone. The opera failed him.
I have no idea, but he certainly chose to confide in the worst possible stranger. Maybe on some level he sensed who I was.
And to think, you rubbed that bald spot for luck. Seems he had 0 of that stat to begin with.
Your friend said he felt there was always some vital clue he missed, some secret sign that he was oblivious to. Like the world was turning away from him, person by person. Looked to me like he'd had a very long day indeed. So I gave him the red disc and told him to listen to it in darkness. And the stars if he could. Rain. He said thank you, then he turned and walked away. I had the best guess, based on rumors I'd heard. A kind of soul-taking from the Tyrant Queen.
More than a trace of envy.
I believe that culture was about to become a very real weapon. It's very likely that Ultravioletta took everyone by surprise with the sun, including her ardent supporters in the Ministry of Culture. World-changing, mind-diverging artistry. Aren't we lucky to be living in such times?
A light glows beneath the pale whites of his eyes. End times. Culture should go the way of history and discontinue itself.
Of course. I've wondered what it sounds like. Dreamed about it even. But so far, and yet, terror is the beginning of wonder. From some underground Lucian contacts, purveyors of rare collectibles. I believe only 8 or so of those promo discs were released into the wild before they cut the cord on it. I think these 2 I procured were intended for Luz's national station, Radio Radiante.
Playing that thing on a radio station. Metaphysical nuke.
I also picked up a limited edition, Barefoot on the Glass Meadows. 93 tour poster during the same purchase, which I was extremely happy with. I thought you just implied he's dead, or very close to it. Okay, play it that way. I just asked the man himself if I see him upright. No hard feelings, I hope. Well, that's professional recklessness. Spies aren't meant to be personal. The victors will be the ones who can best hollow themselves out. The spy there barely was. Fine by me. She's the tyrant queen of your heart and mine. When she sings, all time and places unfold before you. Especially the ones that will never be. A cold whisper at your back. One that makes you scared to turn around. If you don't let her in, she'll storm the gates anyway. As tyrant queens are wont to do. Before that, we must look at L-pop as a phenomenon. Ultravioletta represents the perfect alignment of artistic voice and genre. L-pop is a world-engulfing astrocultural event that is nothing less than the dominant mode of popular expression in our age. A new constellation we eager Star Watchers are privileged to witness the birth of. People think it's cool to denigrate pop music. I think a form that moves tens of millions of people is the only form worth taking seriously.
The man's pale blue eyes have drifted somewhere beyond you.
I agree. The very bloodline. L-pop is the medium for true expression, the most enduring of all. Loss. Something is always lost. The afterburn is memory. Ultravioletta is the perfect L-pop artist as she represents the very thing that is lost, as opposed to every other piece of cultural detritus that merely promises something is missing. Her return will fit even better. The only question that remains, would you rather live in a world ordered by aesthetic principles or rational laws?
Laws.
How tragic. I thought we were getting somewhere. L-pop is an untamable principle that makes it dangerous. Sadness and loss, yes, but in the most beautiful form you ever encountered. It is unblinking ferocity, a white-hot sun, and it can change people. Hers can, but not because it is beautiful. That's not enough. It has to fall beautifully on a person. Ultravioletta seems to be able to do that with many people, no matter how their minds are angled. Like a prism, light refracted into. Whatever's wrong with all of us. And the hope that the underdog of our souls might rise to the occasion. On assignment, actually. In theater. Just like your unfortunate friend. The Felix Kaido incident in Teleco, 92. The first of many transcendent experiences. What's she like? Up close. I've always wondered.
He tries to underplay it. Jars the cadence.
Cool. Well, yes. I'm sure she is dead. You haven't heard of young Felix? He's one of yours.
Of course you have. A monument to Comrade Kaido stands tall in Rocker Square. Long may his will live on.
Nothing so dramatic. A communist. The cut and thrust of the incident was a hostage crisis in Teleco at the St. Covetta airfield, year 92. The militia Ruben Rouge had hijacked the plane and 36 hostages. So far, so socialist. It was a domestic flight. They managed to hold on to about half the plane when they force landed. 29 passengers, 5 crew members. And one Telekian vice minister for transport who had gamely offered himself up as bonus hostage in a misjudged gesture of self-sacrifice. To delay, or ideally void, a major trade deal between Teleco's caretaker government and Emter. But after 20-odd hours of standoff, one half of the MRR got a little weak at the knees, which fractured them into 2 camps.
Appropriately dialectical.
The first camp felt that their political point had been clearly made. While the second felt that, while it may have been made, it had yet to be underlined. So, to underline it, Felix Kaido murdered his dissenting comrades in cold blood, then demanded to negotiate with Emter directly. They ideologically diverged. Permanently.
Okay, good to know. There are worse friends than you out there.
Evidently, it took quite a dim view of both neoliberal monetary theory and lackluster communism. Post-violent schism, we got called in to drop the curtain on the whole affair.
Imperialism loses its running dogs.
Negotiation had manifestly failed by the time I was summoned.
Next up, eradication.
As I recall, the official objective was to stabilize the situation. Different nuance.
Same result. Nothing more stable than a corpse.
We secured the airfield perimeter, and then began blasting one of Ultravioletta's songs through the siren system. On repeat. The first time I heard her voice. It was strategic, a neat parlor trick we picked up from the Novessa Liberation Army. Although, they preferred the sound of rabbits being slaughtered. Ultravioletta was just getting started at that point. It was Follow Me Home, third track from her second EP, Lightless Curve. After 16 hours of that pageantry, we went in. It was raining too, so heavy that it seemed like the sky was disintegrating. The usual thing that happens when an act of political terror reaches its climax. Terror suns to politics. My objective was to get Felix Kaido out alive for advanced questioning.
Read. A very bad time in the nearest vacant aircraft hangar.
I led the team. Logistically, it was a straightforward insertion. Psychologically, our approach was hampered slightly by all the heads. At the culmination of the purge, Kaido had his weak-kneed comrades shot and then decapitated with a gut-hooked knife. They stuffed the bodies in the cockpit and threw the heads out of the emergency exit door. I've often asked myself the same question. Truth be told. Anyway, in we went. Got the jump on the commies early doors, but inevitably the firefight kicked off as they always seem to. Cramped, bloody, uncinematic. The ricochets were relentless. We finally got Felix out alive, snapping and snarling like some rabid thing.
Red in tooth and claw.
A bullet glanced into his right eye socket. It was leaking down his face. I remember clearly the ragged tendons hanging over his cheek, like curtain tassels. Because, Bucko, I still had to interrogate him. Near zero, we talked for several hours. Or more accurately, I talked, and Kaido sat there staring wrathfully with his remaining eyeball.
Turns out revolutionary crafted steel does not easily crack, or break, or even bend.
Eventually he was shot, twice, in the back of the head.
Cranial fragment halo, blood chromosphere, heart deranged. Martyred at an airfield, just as he was about to take flight.
And that was the ballad of Felix Kaido. Nothing useful.
Nothing he could easily forget. Push him a little.
You are a void. At least in my own darkness I can dream. And then he rammed his thumb into his remaining eye and blinded himself whole.
The man reaches up and adjusts the headphones around his neck with measured movements.
Right before they pulled the trigger, that same Ultravioletta song started to play over the airfield speakers. I thought one of our crew had stuck it on as a humiliating parting shot, but no one ever owned up to it. Not remotely. In fact, the government gave us a better rate due to all the violent excitement. But if I recall the reports, Felix Kaido did inspire quite a significant anti-liberal student faction on the ground in Calico. So, who knows? Martyrs tend to play the long game. Please. I thought so too. Less at the time. More now.
Comrade Kaido abstained from all vice. No alcohol, no gambling, no adultery. No feudal terms of address. A hero of the people.
You think so? I've never quite been able to forget him so easily. Of what?
Poor prick's so far gone he doesn't even know himself.
Libidinal?
He squints with concentration, repeating you soundlessly.
You're saying I'm going to die for want of sexual indulgence? What makes you say that?
He gives himself a puzzled glance, then raises his chin back to you.
Are you saying I look like a virgin?
Does this guy fuck or not? An impenetrable mystery.
Oh, this is just... I'm just trying something out. Not at all committed. My libido is nothing for you to worry about. I assure you, and certainly not part of this transaction.
Dubious.
You mean the prisoner for her? It's certainly compelling. Big play, bucko.
Behind the white blue of his eyes, a rapid recalibration is occurring. Alongside fear and respect.
Aren't we both? Feasibly. I could break the prisoner out. Can I ask what you want from poor Dante? Intriguing. Diplomat, high-ranking, in a Lucian cabal, would-be deserter. Something to do, so I suppose for now, you'd call him leverage. I can see the advantage, but it also represents a steepening of terms.
The point of zero return. If he goes fully off script and abducts the prisoner, it will be Emter's fugitive son from here on out.
Roger that. No, I don't fear her. Not anymore. I'm sure she's been under a lot of pressure recently. What with the kidnapping? Being alone in a new place, away from her music, from anything familiar. Also, I don't really mind what she thinks of me. Beyond the fact that they'll hunt me down, tie me to a crane and drown me in the nearest body of water. No, not really. Emter understand balance sheets, but they don't understand culture. That's why they are currently getting played by La Luz. You have direct access to Ultravioletta? Then it seems you have a very strong hand, Cascade.
He holds your gaze a moment, then lets it go.
I respect your position, for whatever reason. I believe you can deliver.
Her face flashes on the underside of your mind. Expression stern behind a black cigarette. Yana needs to agree to this too. You don't have to emotionally pry bar these two girls apart. There must be another way through. Try Emter on the books, not off them. That junior negotiator already looked a little weak at the knees. The man puts a gentle hand on his headphones, as if to ground himself.
The answer is yes, of course. There can be no other answer.
A whole career cast off in a single moment, and possibly a whole life.
We have a deal. How soon can you move? If we're doing it, we should do it quickly. Don't dally, bucko. We are on the edge of the precipice. Operant. Hello.
Hello again. Goodbye.
The storeroom. You turn away.
Don't make... I can't.
Yeah.
Thank fuck. Hirsch, I've been thinking, or projecting maybe, future-wise. This question's skipping the needle in my head. What would Tempo do? Her? Yeah.
Behind the black cigarette, the girl's features soften.
Good one, Hirsch. Coming from you.
The girl sighs smoke and turns to face the city beyond the window.
I should be out there dancing, somewhere shiny, under lights. This is all so fucked. Because the music's gone. There's just a memory of it now, and you can't dance to a memory. I could, but then I'd be dancing on my own, and that sounds pretty lonely, doesn't it? Fuck it. Maybe I'm better off that way. That was the deal, yeah. Setting her free in exchange for an imprint of her. But near the end, I started having second thoughts. New plan was to sell her back to the Luthians, imprint and ransom her, basically.
Culture then cash. Tempo to a T.
Had a deal, don't have the bootleg. So deal's vapor far as I'm concerned. Correct. But I also want to help V. I really want to help her.
The girl takes a skewed drag of her cigarette, then studies the embers intently. The girl takes a long drag and raises a slow middle finger at you.
Don't be a stranger, Hirsch.
Hello.
There's unease at her fringes, slow ripples along the shoreline.
Nothing's been cool for a long time, Hirsch. Tempo said he'd help me escape. A friend of his was going to get me exit papers or something. But it's been weeks now and nothing's happening. I'm aware, but thank you for pointing it out. Have you ever had a day where, if you had the means and the power, you'd happily burn down the world and everyone in it?
The mask is discarded. The even-featured techno-fascist turns her mind to ethnic cleansing.
No, definitely. Neither would I, obviously.
Of course, that's what you say, now, in the cold light of rational thought. But a submerged part of you remembers those moments as they were. Had you a match in hand and the gasoline-soaked world cowering at your feet, you would have struck it clean and let it fall.
I feel hemmed in, Hirsch. Like the walls are coming closer when I'm not looking. Oh, thanks, Hirsch. I really appreciate it. You'll have to speak to Jan about the logistics, though. I don't really get involved in all that.
The management's changed, but the artist's still on tour.
You can do it. We believe in you.
Just because you can does not mean you should. Your path to the Lich goes through this girl. Otherwise, it's the long way round. You can, and you should.
I don't care about the name. I only really care about my new stage name. But that will come later. Oh, you will? Okay. I think that's fine. Maybe see what Yana thinks too. I can't live here, Hirsch. Also, I'm not very good with logistics. People usually wait around on me. And now it feels like I'm waiting on the entire world. I don't even know if it's revolving anymore. No, but there's pictures of me all over the place. Like, everywhere. Tempo said he'd handle all this stuff. Said it was his special fucking move. How am I supposed to do any of it? I'm hiding.
With a deft hand, the obsessive's postcard of her would suffice. It seems yours is forced either way, if you want to get her out, that is.
I don't mean to be annoying, Hersh. Sorry. I just need some help. And I trust you to see me through.
For the first time, just for the life and death of a second, you see her as a fearful young girl, flinching at every moment outside the door.
I really appreciate it. Great, Hersh. I'm sure you'll find them. Sure. This? Oh, okay. No problem, Hersh. I'm not going. Ever. No, I wouldn't kill myself. They'd probably pay some hack to write knockoff songs and recreate me as a hologram. Why are you asking me this, Hersh? I don't think so. I don't think you know me at all. What happened? I'm sorry you feel that way. Or they feel that way. We're totally different people, Hersh. Last been totally different comet tales. Then what are you trying to tell me?
The young pop star stares at you intensely.
Did Yana put you up to this?
They're turning on each other. Exploit it.
There is something unsettling about you, Hersh. Something scary, even. Look, I hear what you're saying, but I don't feel it. I can't feel it. Of course, aeronautical service in the Imperial Navy is mandatory for all young Lucian adults, even pop stars. 3 months out of 6. My service was cut short. They said the GDP was being negatively affected. I didn't even get to do any of the cool maneuvers. Yes, that one wasn't too hard, but I really wanted to try a defensive spiral. It was very freeing up there. I think about that sometimes. In here, I can't even see the sky. Sweet dreams, Hersh.
Lot of to-in and fucking fro-in, Hersh. Yeah, Temple was gonna get them off his friend Reno, the dolphin cunt with the phones. He was fucking him for a while. They have some shady business things together. A false exit paper racket going. Some flush cunt schemery. Unsure if the fucking preceded the shady business, or if shady business led naturally to the fucking. Doubt he even knew about them. Good chance Temple was just stringing V along, who knows?
Operant, this is a once per eon opportunity to get a shot at the Grand Lich. Let it slip now. Who knows how far back it may set you. Set her free. Why should she sacrifice her second chance for yours?
Top of the fucking tower, of course. He's got a penthouse in the housing campaign of Party Alley. Whole new tax bracket at that elevation.
A skywalking reactionary at vertical distance to the working class as opposed to horizontal.
Yeah, she doesn't do too well with real life. But who fucking does? Regular people are hard too. Temple would call me a sentimental cunt. But maybe I can be the last leg up she needs to jump the wall.
The flash of tempo and his child logic loyalty bestowed upon a strictly chosen few. You first among their number. For reasons you could never quite put your finger on.
He used to do coke off it and tell stories about you all. I heard some of those stories, I think, 20 times. Good beginnings, bad endings. I think I feel totally fine with getting V-free. Is that how I should feel, do you think?
Awaiting your approval.
It's okay to be both. That's the grand conclusion I'm drawing from this unlubed fuck show.
She flicks her gaze at you like a knife.
From who? Against what?
A sudden crack across the thin glass of trust.
You wanna hand me over to the slinky reprobate. He'll lock her up in his diddler dungeon and ram the key up his ass. How sweet. Sounds like you bent for him. And what are you getting out of it? I doubt that. V's net worth is like 3 billion sol. You must have thoughts, Miss Big Time Spy.
Gauging you. Hard. A mega gauge.
But then I'll fill in the but. That probably isn't in your best interests. Say we take this deal. What happens to V? She'll hate that more than anything.
2 aerotrams crisscross somewhere above you. The apartment's windows rattle in their frames.
This is a sick little game you're playing, Herschel. Massively fucked up. Casually asking me to betray my friend. I'm kind of impressed you sunk this low, to be honest. Didn't think you had it in you.
You didn't hear the word no in there.
Speak your piece. Don't be a stranger.
The sleek metal call box stands guard. This has to be
Private residence. Please state your business.
in front of whose call box you stand, wearing his pink tie. A sordid affair. Yana alleged as much. That's what the senior negotiator said himself. That's what the prisoner said.
Why are you looking to discuss this with Mr. Reno, and not with the rest of Mr. Metamoto's delegation? The delicacy isn't lost on me, but my instructions were clear. All right, come on up.
Muffled noises emanate from within. The figure shakes, not its head, but sort of the whole top half of its body, and turns back to its portable vacuum.
Oh, hello. You're not with the cleaners, I take it. Please forgive the state of the apartment.
The man stares around the room in bewildered horror, unable to focus on you. A guest at his own vivisection.
You don't have to be kind. I've never seen such disarray. You wouldn't think the process of cleaning an apartment would take so much uncleaning. Have you seen my model train? I suspect one of the cleaners may have misplaced it.
Still looking around the room. He doesn't really register what you've just said.
I'm Reno, or Rinotel. What can I do for you? I really don't want to get into it now.
You'd guess a penthouse like this probably goes for about 6 million sol. This one is not currently fit for human habitation.
Oscar. He's alive. Thank heavens. But no, I have nothing to say on this now. Just look at this mess. Yes, that's me.
He doesn't like being called the phone guy.
Right, that was you. I apologize. Some sessions can be intense cognitively. The specifics tend to blur. I was there for one of my regular consultations. Are you familiar with the transmigration of souls? It's loosely tied to neuroeconomics, which study how the brain makes market-related decisions. The market is, for the most part, ruled by investment cycles. I've grown rather weary of it. A mutual acquaintance helps me bypass them. He's a medium of sorts, highly attuned to transmigrating souls. These interstitial beings are a rich source of counter-cyclical investment advice. He is able to channel them. No, not as such. Seizures are simply very regrettable prerequisite. You've heard the sounds that come out of them, yes? Speaking in tongues almost. It's terribly distressing. Primal at times. Senseless. And that's the point.
A flagrant misuse of man for his own gain.
Not sure who this they is, but yes, you seem to get it. Little is more valuable to my business than discovering the gaps in my thinking, and therefore the market.
Ah, so you're one of Tempo's unspecified associates. What are you doing in my home? I've heard. Yes. I thought maybe he'd just gone underground. He always had a way of turning up somehow. A man whose only strength and weakness was being himself. That passionate and reckless? If you occupy your time with playing all sides against each other for personal gain, there's only one way such stories end. I appreciate the closure your presence brings, but please, spare me any details. 5 weeks ago, before his last trip to La Luz.
Too quick. Practiced.
I don't know anything about that, I'm afraid. I wouldn't use that word. We worked well together, on a spiritual plane. We saw the world in complementary ways. I don't know how to put it. I dealt with the overworld, he with the under. Safer for us both that way. Relatively speaking. Of course I knew he did business in Luth. He built the bazaar up himself. No way around it. He was always bringing back new speakers and displays and so on. He was mad for Lucian stuff. L-pop, the rest of it.
Not his thing, personally.
Oh, business at first. But it became something else quite fast. I first took note of him when he turned the abandoned silk factory into the bazaar.
Entrepreneurial ambitions, strong qualities and an asset, as you marked in Taxman straight away.
Put him on many radars, both here and abroad. But, well, that's over now. Excited, I would say. He had a boyish glint in his eye. I believe he was using a large deal of cocaine at the time, so I didn't necessarily take his words seriously. Big words. Fate, forgiveness, friendship. If you knew Tempo, then you know the sort of thing I'm talking about. Yes, you might be right there. No, Tempo never cared for the high arts. He was more about the streets. Oh, only a little. He used to say he did a little work for them once upon a time. I don't know whether I believed him. Do you think it's actually true? Right. Impossible to say, really. Did you have any other business here, or...? I see. Cash only, with half of it paid up front. 2 million, I'm afraid. Then you can't afford the exit papers. There is no such thing. I should be adding Tempo premium, if anything. 2.5 million. I believe we have. The fee is 2.5 million. We do.
He shakes his head slightly, as if having forgotten the concept of business matters entirely.
There are no tricks to it. It's largely compound interest and time. You know how superblock communists build their economics on 3 pillars. Precisely. As we in the developed world don't have the luxury of relying on magic, we replaced it with compound interest. Look it up. It'll change your life. No magic required. Well, it's not very politic to say, but most people suffer from poor impulse control.
Factually untrue, as evidenced by his ilk's corpses not dangling from the city's lampposts.
To tell you the truth, my own impulse control, or lack thereof, has been a lifelong curse. My business endeavors have succeeded because I've spent years fighting my own wiring. To not fall prey to market logic, but instead bypass it. Often by esoteric means. Yes, a fascinating topic, and one we've already discussed. I don't know what you're talking about.
Discrepancy found.
Oh, right. It's possible I offered up my pied-à-terre as a venue. More as a courtesy than anything. If you know Oscar, then you practically know everything. Let's be clear that any dealings are strictly speculative. That said, I'm in the process of acquiring and rehabilitating a certain piece of disused infrastructure.
A seeming non sequitur.
That's correct. Emter has signaled interest in resuming Luna missions from Portofino. Naturally, if those missions are successful, one could expect certain returns.
One meaning Reno, of course. Singular.
No one can own a celestial body. Property and salvage laws are very clear about that. I'm afraid I don't know anything about the negotiations themselves. I'm just a friend of Oscar's, as they say.
All the same, worth probing.
Only tidbits here and there. Nothing that would be useful to you, I imagine. The Minister of Mass Culture? Yes. I gathered that he will be representing La Luz at the negotiating table. What about him? Never. And Tempo never met him either. He only ever dealt with his subordinates.
Seems agitated. You're probing a sensitive spot.
Excuse me? Is this about Tempo or something else? I don't know anything about these matters. And even if I did, I don't think I should be discussing them like this. Well, there was also his deputy, the junior to Oscar Sr. Though I have to say, the young man seemed quite stressed. Yeah? Yes. I think the Oscar may have delegated his duties a bit too aggressively. That's it, Frederick. Strange young man. I think this is his first big assignment. He's the one to speak to, I would say. Now, please, let's never discuss this matter again. Where to even start? It's an extremely rare kit, a Type 04X, Chrysanthemum Sorrow. I'd really like to find it. Yeah. It hasn't been available in any public markets for nearly 2 decades. The only way to appreciate them is through their model versions. I'd really like it back. Yes.
He throws a searching look at the empty shelf, as if expecting his precious chrysanthemum sorrow to have materialized at the evocation of its name. He's lost far pricier things in terms of market value, but this one makes the very marrow of his bones ache with worry.
Oh, thank you. It must be around here somewhere. Be well.
Muffled noise. The figure shakes.
First things first, I know what you're thinking. And this isn't my cat.
Once again, you appear to have crossed paths with this strange man.
I sensed that it was only a matter of time before we came face to face again. But I wasn't sure you'd find your way up here.
You may have gotten the better of him in the bazaar, but he's a step ahead here. Keep your guard up. This lapdog of the techno-fascists has been following your scent with impunity.
You're an individual of astounding concentration, to be fair. I've always respected that about you. The cat's not the focus here, anyway. There's no reason to assume this is Mr. Reno's cat. You know, I recognized you at Photo 24. A serendipitous coincidence, truly. I knew you'd been shelved these last few years. But of course, a man of my stature must have a keen eye for the talent. You passed my test on the call box, Herschel. I'd almost forgotten you get excited when you're nervous.
The sound of your name on his tongue. Unnatural. Upsetting. Turn this situation around. immediately.
Easy now. There's no need for that. I'm not here to fight you. I thought our long-standing friendship is above such displays of aggression.
Long-standing. We don't know this man.
There's no reason to assume the cats are one and the same. Really, what a generalization. Of course, Herschel. Why else would I seek you out if not to exchange knowledge, skills, and expertise? To live, to laugh, perchance to love? Don't get hung up on that last part, Herschel. It was just a flash of inspiration. Our friendship goes way back, and I wouldn't want anything to soil it, you know.
Way back? Where?
That's a very hurtful thing to say, especially after you've victimized me in public.
His face drops.
That's a very cruel joke, Herschel. 5 years gone, and that's how you greet your friends.
5 years? No entries in archives, systems, or communications. Expand in search.
This pretense of ignorance is really hurtful. Really, I expected you'd treat your old colleague, Ignatz, a little better than this.
To you, he has never happened. You've certainly never been colleagues. Wait, Ignatz, a name from Taxman's ledger.
You remember me now, of course. I know. I've changed.
The coat. It's a recent acquisition.
Exactly. A new coat befitting of my new position. Thank you for noticing. You and I, we're on the same level. We've always understood each other. And so my desires are nothing covetous. I'm simply offering you the excellent opportunity to work together again. Just like in the old days.
His inefficient and flamboyant rhetoric is highly suspect. Beware verbal snares. Approach cautiously. There may yet be gold hidden in that repulsive coat.
She's beautiful, isn't she? Purebred, probably. They have papers when they're this beautiful. People like you and me, we're not supposed to meet a cat like this. We can't really handle it, in a way. The cat is its own animal, free from the burden of society and property rights. Absolutely. With a cat like this, you know things are going okay. You can sleep at night without watching the news. Just an animal? Herschel, this cat is magnificent. Look at it, look at the fur, the color. You're lucky this cat doesn't speak or understand human. Otherwise, it would be very displeased. I don't know yet, but whatever it is, I know it will be okay, because this cat will be there. Listen, it's a big thing, petting a civilization-affirming cat like this. There's no telling how it'll react. But then, if you need to do it, of course, who am I to stop you from petting a cat? Probably for the best, Herschel, honestly. You're thinking very short-term, Herschel. I'm disappointed. In my new position, I've developed a number of very highly placed sources.
Big, if true.
Very sneaky. But I'm in no position to share that information at this time. Your old friend Ignatz has been moving up in the world. I'm on a very complex and sensitive assignment on behalf of my new employer. Secret treaties will be discussed in a matter of days in this very apartment. Your old asset Ignatz is here, preparing the field, so to speak. Fucking leaks, Herschel. Unbelievable. Who was it? That guy's a dead man. Just wait. Anyway, I appreciate you telling me that. You're a true friend. Nice try. You know I can't tell you that. Don't worry. It is not the bank. A man's got to know who he is and who he isn't. Otherwise, who is he? Please, Herschel. That's a very offensive term to use. Some of them are very honorable people. Servants of the state, like you. Maybe. There are many states of mind, after all. But only one state of being. In any event, it's a very unusual arrangement. I'm basically de facto lead on this assignment. It's very offensive to imply what you're implying, Herschel. My position is perfectly legitimate.
Legitimate.
Currently, I'm overseeing the sanitation technicians. It may seem pedestrian, but in reality the responsibility could only be handled by someone at the level of de facto lead. You see before you the aftermath of a soiree organized by the owner of this place, Mr. Reno. My new employer suspects some pre-game emptor mindfuckery. Work with me and I'll tell you all about it. These aren't normal cleaners, Herschel, despite how you may perceive them. If they came in their true form, it would arouse many suspicions. Herschel, you have such a silly and wild imagination at times. I guess we'll never find out who is in those suits. Think like an animal, Herschel. They don't look at the stars and ask themselves if they are really alone in the universe. They just drag themselves from sick pleasure to sick pleasure. Distractions from having to fathom their place in a dark and endless universe. Pretty fucked up, if you ask me. I saw this thing on TV the other day. About pink dolphins. Did you know pink dolphins are all drug addicts and sexual deviants? It's important to be curious about the world, Herschel. It's how you make interesting connections. Like what I did just now. They wish they had a creature of this stature representing them. No, this cat is of a far higher tier of animal than the bank mammals. Rituals of good living. I light candles to Aldebaran, who governs the hustle. I work out at the gym. I don't discharge my essence too often. It is all in the routines.
The essence belongs to the state. It is to be discharged regularly.
Please, Herschel, let's not act like we're not both people of the world. Thank you, Herschel. It's very straightforward. I'd like you to take some wildlife photography. I would like to see some leaky animals in their natural habitat, doing what such animals do. Oh, Herschel, where has the passion gone? Where's the vim, the vigor? This is not inspirational, not at all. But fine, I'll indulge. One of the men providing physical security for these upcoming talks is a Carabinero rat. He's leaking information to his controller. I need a photo of this leaking in action. The Carabineros act as emptor security detail for the upcoming talks. And just like their masters, are notorious for their unreliability and corruption. I suspect the Carabinero rat is readying itself to jeopardize the discussions. If Herschel, you of all people should know that power differentials matter. My new employers have trusted me with this site here, which is of much greater importance.
The wall of glass behind him is quite something.
Seriously? Does the opera expect you to subsist on charity? Things must be even worse under post-historical materialism than they say.
Post-historical materialism needs no photos of it. Everyone can see for themselves how great it is.
Fortunately for you, I will be supplying the camera on this assignment. This is a one-time opportunity. I need you committed before this place is cleaned up. I'd hate for you to miss out on a chance for us to collaborate again. I have ascertained the filthy Carabinero, and I have also ascertained his controller. All you need to do is get them on film together. If you prove yourself a capable sub-lead, I'm sure we could come to some mutually beneficial and totally unofficial agreement. Everyone comes out ahead, except the leaky animals. I get rid of a problem, and you'll receive some information that will make your life and the opera's much more interesting. Maybe back home you are, but the opera's stuck in their old way. You need the skilled, gentle, and contemporary hand of Ignatz to guide you. Very good, Herschel. The animal you're looking for always wears half his uniform, even of ours. You'll know him by his corrupt, sleazy demeanor, his dead eyes, and dark, floppy hair. Truly, an unappealing individual. In a proper society, he'd be euthanized or at least kept indoors. A local woman, about your age, with a mole on her cheek. It took all my skills and training to ascertain their true identity. They meet every day on the bridge that's east of the bazaar roundabout. A great place for some filthy fucking animals to do their leaky business. Apparently, you'll need to use this camera. It's a very special piece of technology, but the film inside of it is even more special. Make sure you use it.
How about a self-portrait or a still shot of a beautiful landscape?
My new employers have different ideas about privacy and conscience than you or I. But I can't judge. Another man's house, another man's rules. They're trying to build a post-historical final society, with a final man as its subject. So naturally they can't have old-style thoughts going around. That's how I understand it, at least. Herschel, really. Poverty of imagination is a very concerning quality in a sublead. Thoughts, Herschel. It takes pictures of thoughts. Please, Herschel. The poor woman does not exist. It's a mere fabrication by the lonely, deprived mind of a small business owner. No. A de facto counterintelligence lead cannot risk being seen in the same place twice. Our enemies are very attuned to patterns, and so forth. Once you've got the photos developed, meet me on the rooftops of the housing campaign. Any night.
A secret meeting within a labyrinth of aerials.
Just one quality photograph of the Carabinero leaking in the wild will do. Make sure you get the woman too, his controller. And try not to call attention to yourself. These are highly dangerous individuals. I'm sure I don't need to explain. Tempo, our old crewmate. What about him? What do you mean, dead? I've no idea what you're talking about, but I do know people usually receive what they deserve. Like me, with this job.
Despite the verbal evasions, his manner is genuine. He doesn't know anything about Tempo's demise.
Besides, I figure he's just disappeared again. Probably on vacation. Normally, Herschel, I would have to keep all of this under wraps. But since you and I go way back and are totally cool, and now working together, I can tell you all about it. Mr. Reno will host talks between La Luz and Emter here on matters of world historical import. May have to rewrite the textbooks, if you know what I mean. You're much better than I expected. But I also expected you to be very good, Herschel. I knew I wouldn't regret recruiting you for the job. It's great to be on the same page, isn't it? Up here in the big leagues.
Around you, cleaners continue their work diligently. Monks in thermoplastic robes, carrying blunt machines.
You're probably thinking, how did my old pal Ignatz best me? This is what I mean by observations. I've been extremely diligent in my observations. Thank you, Herschel. You may have had the luxury of taking all those years off, but I've been on the grind, as those filthy Emter animals say. Something very like that. I understand he gets the right to certain highly coveted flight paths. Men like Reno, they know how to make money coming and going. I trust this will stay between us, Herschel, seeing as we're friends and all. Very good. I'll be waiting.
You have never.
No flyers. Pick up your feet.
Back again. Goodbye.
Back again. Of course. Back again.
He circles you with his gaze.
This look doesn't evoke much. I prefer a unified ensemble. Of course you will.
The machine. You're in the clear. You repeat the same procedure as before. The refreshment. The clinic's metal door is scabbed with rust and surrounded by graffiti. You turn back. The clinic's metal door is scabbed with rust and surrounded. The pins dance for you. Pressure just shy of arrogant. Tension held like a cigarette kiss. Click. No squeal, no protest. Just the quiet pop of metal given into a woman who's done this before. You return to the ruinous desk. Its all-furring inhabitant now absent. The phone and the notepad lie before you, unguarded. The paper displays clear evidence of having been balled up in rage and then painstakingly unfolded, but the numbers on it are still legible. 3 numbers, quick to hand and scrawled in rage, for people called frequently from the depths of distress. You squint at the digits, trying to commit them to memory. 2 rows of hieroglyphics would have been easier to memorize. At least those have pictures. You crumple up the note and pocket it. Thick paper, government grade, embossed seal of Portofiero's medical board. Each envelope slit open with surgical precision. A second and final warning for continued deviation from sanctioned neurological protocol and the threat of an upcoming review. You glance at the date. 6 years ago. He kept them all because he's proud. 3 used, 2 capped. The glass barrels are etched with wear. Nestled close, a lighter and a metal spoon. All labelled the same. Midazolam plus oxcarbazepine. The drawer slides open with a wheeze. Inside, a collection of branded pens, scissors rusted at the joint, a pair of latex gloves turned inside out, and a breath minting case. A dozen or so pens, all from medical conventions, some cracked, others with logos half rubbed off. Neurosurge 78, precision is power. Cortex-Con 83, ethics in electrochemistry. Somnoloop 89, the future of sleep. 7 years ago. Each pen a time capsule. A version of himself with cleaner hands and hope that already a near-decade-long abyss separates him from. Capital mince, strong enough to banish the deep. The artwork, a triumphant mint in sailor boots delivering a left hook to a giant shrimp. A muted clink, the sound of something moving rather than jangling. A single black pill plops out. Hand-pressed, small-scale production if not outright clandestine. Composition, impossible to determine. A leader saves the last bullet for herself, or the final pill. A chemical bitterness unlike any you've tasted before blooms across your taste buds. A black flower opens on your tongue. Soon, sensation eclipses taste and the bitterness gives way to a kind of corrosive numbness. You haven't tried this kind of drug before. Shortness of breath, a sensation like the fret of a cramp around the muscles surrounding your chest. Just below your ribcage, unknown muscles wrench and seize. A sun of agony illuminates your whole being. You have just enough time before it hits to realize this is what going into cardiac arrest feels like. There is no light, no tunnel, no flashback or DMT trip. This really was a stupid, stupid way to die. You return to the ruinous deck. The phone and the notepad lie before you, unguarded. The paper displays clear 3 numbers. You squint at the digits. 2 rows of hieroglyphics would have been easier to memorize. But you crumple up the note and pocket it. Thick paper. A second, you glance. He kept them all because he's free. Medazalem plus Oxcap. The drawer slides open. And does some note. Each pen a time capsule. Capital Min. A mute. A single hand pressed. A leader saves the last bullet for herself. Or the final pill. The mint rattles back into the can. The rest of the desk leans forward. With a pull, the aged plastic gives as you pop the housing on the phone. Inside, a terminal board, speaker coil, and copper wires. No security seals, no surprises. The cricket clips easily, riding the line, unheard and unseen. With a gentle press on its back, it's activated. The shell glows for a moment. You put the phone housing back in place. A plastic snap, the faintest of hums. It is done. Give it half a day before you check in with Ramses. Something will have been captured by then. You turn away from... The grinning man.
You again. There always one more. Bet they were tearing it apart, yeah? Orgies and shit. Wasted. Thanks for keeping me appraised of their moves, tiger pussy. How old do you think I am?
Your vanities are not so different.
Polaris wet. I'm fucking 30. Toddlers weren't invited. Ironically, I bet. Right, let me guess. Nestor was there, all ectoplasmic and shit.
Totally unperturbed by the paranormal.
Shitting with the door open? Yeah, he did that. Right.
Totally unperturbed by the paranormal.
Fuck, another. He's fucking unkillable or some shit. I think there'd been 3 by the time I could walk.
Genuine appreciation for the old man's resilience, tinged with something like resentment.
Whatever. My vehicle saved their careers. She is. And our Septimus, her boyfriend. Who's asking that? Who are you to Carolina? Bzzz. Wrong. Try again. Shit, I know you. You're the mentor, yeah? From when she left university?
His tone changes as your identity dawns on him. Wary, curious, teetering on the edge of hostile.
Not very fucking good, as you should fucking know.
In his tone, there's a spark of excitement not sufficiently smothered by anger.
You're not going anywhere near her. She hasn't been the same since she got mixed up in your balaclava bullshit. Nothing much. Lucky for you. Little stories, things you said. Always she's fucking wasted as fuck, by the way. But I know she started with her depression times around when you left. Fucking cut up by those Lucian fucks. weeping eye.
Esty wasn't just trying to hurt you. She was telling the truth. For some spies, interrogation is a proving ground. For others, it is a distant shore from which they can only wave and never return.
Sadistic shit, right? Real shit. The kind that comes back to night fuck you. You made my girlfriend crazy. Which, no, she's cool. She's fucking hardcore. But also, you should feel bad, bitch. She's got scars meant for you. I should be stringing you up with nipple clamps and a car battery. Lucky for you, I'm a fucking pussy.
He finds his girlfriend's dark past equal parts enraging and intriguing.
Carolina's in the back with the bootlegging equipment. But it's a no-access zone for you. Back up. None shall pass. You got severely limited vision. This bootlegging shit, rank as it may be, this is strictly phase 1. Psycho market research and capital formation. Original features, you obvious bitch. Septimismo production. Skrrrt. Gonna rehab the fuck out of this place too. Turn it into a proper studio. Gonna have producers and groupies and monks and shit lurking about all hours.
The fantasy of the eternal studio hang is more vivid in his mind than any actual production that might occur there.
Then comes phase 3, youth movements, an actual 24/7 party scene. Streetwear labels, good blow. She's fucking masterminding it. She's like the heart-brain glue that holds it all together. By reputation only. The big man's Petra's problem, not mine. They iced the big boss? Shit. Not exactly Mr. Popularity, am I? That one twitchy old cow won't even talk to me. By reputation only. Heard a lot of bitching about him from Petre though. Nah, he's too fond of the taste of his own ass. But he's not a bad guy.
One of the few people he can call anything close to a friend.
I bring her the tapes and the discs. She does all the format conversion, the copying, the editing. I've got an arrangement with the boatman. Once Karoshka's done and the discs are playable on local hardware, I sell them back to the bazaar. And at home, I provide the ambiance. Like, what radar? No, you see, I stay away from balaclava bullshit, so the Lucians keep off me. This is basic business stuff. Shit, they should be paying us. All right. Calling it in. All right. Trying to change the subject, eh? Butter me the fuck up? Fine.
He's much more comfortable with this line of inquiry.
Bring it. That's your spy name? Open your mouth. Show me the molars. Window to the soul. Open up.
He arches up on his toes, squints into the moist black cavern of your mouth.
Be sicker with the definite article. V cascade. Good. Bring it. Good. What sick shit up? Whatever. My bid will save their careers. No fucking way. I'm not controlling her. I'm controlling you. How do I know you're not here to drag her back into more weird shit? I'm Sweet Nestor's son. You think you could bribe me with weird? I've had enough weird for 10 of you. I blow your fucking mind.
Beneath his self-deprecating exterior, there is something genuine, sensitive, loving, hopeful. Is the part that desperately wants to hear the whole sordid tale. He's He's a grown man dressing and acting like a teenager. Under the protective bluster, the anti-establishment bullshit. Portofiero's most hated toddler is powerless. He can't help her. He's tried.
Spent a lot of time on fucking the people you drag into your shit, have you? In your long storied career as the Buignère de Merde? You knew she'd be messed up when she came here, even if you didn't know how she got that way. She talks about you all the fucking time. You know that too?
All the time.
Fair fucking warning. I tried everything. Flowers, stimulants, weed, missionary sex, little bracelet with her name on it. Nothing works.
Shit. He really has tried everything.
She's through there. See if you can talk to her. You make things worse instead of fucking her though. And I'm coming for you, alright? Yeah, I know. But I'm watching.
The screen glows behind a pane of bulging glass, patiently awaiting instructions. Different to the rest of the screens, calmer, yet with more potential. The screen flashes with complaint. Nothing else happened. You back away from... A cityscape of machinery stretches into the room. It appears homemade, bound with tape and guile. Pipes transfer liquids from one server to another as you watch. A soft hissing noise accompanies the steady beat of its cooling pumps. Sounds like a human body, amplified. And in a chair at the center of it all, Carolina, IV drip in her arm, headset plugged into the machine. Property of Portofiero Sleep Study Lab 89. Do not remove. Evidence of you everywhere, like fingerprints in blood. An assortment of media flashes across the screens. Movies, music videos, art, series, reruns. Playing at the same time, scanning faster than you can keep up. Wrong, mad, evil. Pale skin stretched taut over the tendons in her hands. Her fingers twitch. Her lips move. Wordless, disjointed mumbling. Her body conforms to the shape of the chair to the shape of her body. If you didn't know beforehand, then you might not recognize her as Carolina Arbe. But it's her, absorbed into communion with the machine. She does not respond. She doesn't. This isn't working. You need to work out what the machinery is doing. You look back toward the machine. Flashes of different TV shows and music videos between static, irregular lights and noise. The brand name on the central monitor reads MS6. She whimpers softly. Her voice is hoarse and frail. You begin to isolate sections of the jumble. Console parts, disc players, everything you'd expect from bootlegging equipment. What's that? An odd etching noise coming from somewhere else in the sprawl. Familiar. Septimus must know a safe way to get her out of this thing. Fuck her boyfriend, pull the plug, get her out. Try the console on the other side. The machine, the monitors. You turn away. The culprit is a printer with a piece of paper stuck between its lips. You recognize the brand name, Sonatine. You tap the paper tray back into position. The printer resumes its progress, spilling out a long, slender list of numbers. You return to the console. You produce a muffled rapping noise and a slight pain in your knuckle. The function keys are all incomprehensible. Her boyfriend must know how it works. You back away.
Fuck me, Buzz is back already. What now? Oh, for fuck's sake, tiger pussy. There's a button right on the console saying interface. Press it. Yeah.
Words taught to every gymnasium student. The signatories further affirm that the present circumstances, hereafter referred to as reality, shall be considered too costly to further modify through actions of a historical character. A great reset for humanity, the end of centuries of wars against the rich, the imperialists, the racists. In Novessa and Landau, the people burn calendars in the streets. There are day laborers, students, and soldiers shouting slogans like "Down with teleologies" and "Return to the eternal present."
No more distance, no more pain.
You still live in the afterglow of that delirious jubilee. Everything, nothing. In the superblock, it's farewell perpetual revolution and hello pragmatic market reforms and freedom of assembly.
Overthrow the value form, except in strategic industries.
Across the developed world, the last colonial empires finally crack up. A bloody wound stanched with billions in foreign currency under the guise of Emter's new stabilization loans. Now, a quarter of humanity inhabits a paradise of cheap jeans and dishwashers, even as their real wages stagnate year after year. By year 0, La Luz was widely considered a failed state, without a functioning government capable of signing an international agreement. As a result, it has never recognized the end of history. In year 0, the masses burn calendars in the streets. In 13, the People's Republics opened to foreign investment. In 56, the first lunar cadmium deposits are discovered. In 61, you're born. In 62, the city-state of Portofino accepts a loan it will never repay. In 79, you fall in love for the first time. In 85, the consumer-grade audio disc hits the market. In 89, Kisak PC wins its last Pelota championship. It's 96 now. There are still day laborers and students and soldiers, but they no longer burn calendars or shout slogans in the streets. Everyone's watching too much television. For years, you thought to yourself, it can't keep going like this. And for years, it has.
The machine blinks in coy invitation. Must be a very long run. What's that? An odd etching noise coming from somewhere else in the flash. The monitors buzz and flash. You turn away. You return to the console. You scan the machine until you see the button, right in the center of the console. It's worn in the middle. Letters fade into black. The other keys still look new. Septimus presses it along. Subject. System. The panel directly beside the input lights up. A green like glowing moss. Words appear, letter by letter. H-E-Y-S, W-H-A-T-S, U-P. The screen flashes. A long pause. Carolina begins to stir in her reclining chair.
What?
She swallows, rubs her throat. Her eyes find yours and widen.
Hirsch? Really? You? Oh. Ow. Hey.
She blinks, falters. Her head longs. When she looks back up to you, her eyes are a road map of blood vessels.
How long? Since... What happened?
No sarcasm. Time and space appear to have become mysteries to her.
They're talking.
Her attention wanders back towards the screens, back to you.
What were you saying?
A crease grows between her eyebrows. She blinks slowly. She doesn't remember.
Yeah. Built this myself. Lots of anti-bootlegging tech coming out of Lutz. Brand new all the time. Got to stay ahead of trends.
Dedicated to the fight, waging it on a back alley field. She'll do whatever she can to help you.
People want all this Lucian poison. L-pop. Bullshit. At least we can steal it.
She makes a warbling noise, as if trying to pronounce while also trying to stifle a scream.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. No. Not killing. It's nice. Why did you bring me awake? You want something? Yeah. Okay.
She doesn't understand a word you're saying.
No. This is my bootlegging gear. Work stuff. I built it. It's nice.
She strokes the headset a few times to demonstrate. These nightmares are probably just that freak boyfriend molesting her in her sleep. She isn't listening. Her eyes roll toward a point in the middle of her face. Her lips move as if she's soundlessly repeating a conversation to herself. She looks at you.
Oh, hey, Hirsch. What's up?
She spends her whole life half-conscious in this chair. She needs real sleep. Kindred is unrecruitable in this condition. She does not respond.
Oh, good. Yeah, great. Yes, I know. Yeah. Picked up. It's fine.
She nods in agreement. Unconvincing. She looks down, unable to keep your gaze. Says nothing.
Nothing.
Survivors of weeping eye interrogations have reported enduring sensations of despair, self-loathing, and phantom pain in limbs they never had.
It was fine. I don't need help. I'm fine. It was whatever. They just asked me.
Her expression cracks, breaks, splits at the seams.
I used to have this nightmare, the interrogation, playing over and over again. No more sleep, no more nightmare.
The enemy have constructed an outpost within this young revolutionary's mind.
No, Hirsch, I can't.
Help the poor thing confront this nightmare. It's killing her. She gave information to the Weeping Eye. Make her show you the dream so you can find out what.
Disc, red one.
Said with authority and pleasure. A problem solved.
Oh, sorry. Play it.
You insert the disc into one of the machine's trays.
Oh, not good.
A high buzzing noise enters the room. Or it doesn't. You can't hear it. You can feel it. She ejects the disc from the machine and thrusts it back into your hands.
Hurts. Don't like it.
More than any of your other assets, Carolina dreamed of becoming an operant. She was too young back then, but not anymore. Take her seriously. Show her you need her help.
You did? No. You're just saying that.
Something in her breaks. You see it snap. She bares her teeth. Tears flow.
Yeah. Yeah. I know.
Poor thing. You can save her from this. Bring her back. Yes, refurbish the tool so it may be used again.
Other headsets over there. You just have to put it on. I'll make the machine put me to sleep for a few minutes. You wear the headset. You see what I dream. No, I broke the recording equipment in there. On purpose. I didn't want to think about them just in there. Near me. Has to be live.
You fix the headset over your head. A foam interior settles itself around your skull. Applies metal plates to either side of your forehead. Connecting your mind's eye to hers. You hear birdsong, footsteps, a man's voice. You see a cosmonaut suit, posed and fused to a base. The missing figurine from her room. The images collapse, fall on top of each other. Carolina's voice screaming, as if it were coming from your own mouth. Then nothing. An incomplete record.
Fuck. 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 No.
She's shaking, tears streaming down her face.
Yeah. I had it with me when they picked me up. It was? Oh, I messed up.
Unclear. Insufficient search terms. Oh, fucking hell, what did we tell her?
The advanced cognitive maneuver, where you displace yourself into an object to withstand interrogation, remember? You taught it to me. I think it kept me alive, but all my memories are in the figurine.
The opera has no record of any operant successfully performing this maneuver.
Sure. Not really. I don't know. I used to think it might help, but then I built the machine. I don't know. I'll be here.
What? I fucking told you. See what the fuck you did to her. That's her machine. It was that or screaming fucking nightmares, even when she was awake. Sick horror movie shit.
He is 100% stealing the imagery of his beloved's freakouts to use in a music video someday.
I'm letting you back here because I know she'd want me to. And I'm not gonna lie and say I'm not fucking curious. But if you hurt her, I am going full fucking uncle mode on you. Remember that. Dad's generals knew how to fuck tiger pussy. They knew how to fuck people up. Fucking hell. You're not seriously thinking of tracking that thing down.
Defensive, suspicious, morbidly curious.
Getting tortured for your shit once wasn't enough. Now you wanna wash too? A little fucked up movie night? You're twisted.
So far, his curiosity hasn't got the better of him. Not if it would mean hurting her.
I didn't look for that figurine thing, and you shouldn't either. Risky as fuck. Fuck you. Yeah.
Oh, thanks for stop.
Maybe not.
The brightly coloured refreshment. Your eyes are immediately drawn. They're even more expensive than the vending machines in the airport at Treffe on your way here. The GMs turn a blind eye to your pleas. You are left the lone witness to the atrocity being committed upon the consumer. If the world would deny you even these small pleasures, then perhaps you should deny the world its ill-gotten cash. It's not been long since you... The refreshment... An assortment of cargo crates, machine, point of insidious, a maze of... Imagine yourself, each pack, you step away.
You're back again.
The GM.
Hey, I wanted to talk to you about something, yeah? When you're not busy. I think I'm gonna head home.
He thinks he's going to stay there too.
I'm thinking I won't be back. Yana and I aren't really... I don't know what I'm doing here anymore. Yana doesn't talk. She used to. We used to talk about all kinds of things. Now she just rants and calls me a cunt. Yeah? Alright. I'll just take a break. Get my head right. It was nice working with you, Cascade.
Lot of to-in and fucking throw-in, Hirsch. Don't be a stranger.
You're doing a lot of coming and going, Hirsch. Sweet.
Ahead, the electric hum and rhythmic clatter of an aerotram station. The city where...
Hello again. Goodbye.
Operant. Till next time.
Welcome back, bucko. Operant.
Marcia. Until next.
If I said I wanted you to touch me, where would you do it? Would it hurt?
Pre-orgasmic tremors jiggle the padded shoulders of his jacket warily.
Please, if you see Carolina, do let me know. Oh, I suppose I haven't had that time. And? Is she eating well? Does it look like she's getting enough sleep?
Her skin pale, eyes tired, muscles atrophying. A vision of Carolina's home life suddenly flashes before you. Her father, doting, concerned, overbearing.
Tell me, what's the matter? Both of us still unable to let the past go.
That's how she was and remains for him. A mirror of his own qualities and flaws.
If there's anything you can do to help her, please know that I would be extremely grateful. I suppose that's fine, of course.
He gestures to the small...
Until next...
You returned. The doctor shuffles slightly as... You made it. You approach the children's figurines once again. He can sit at his desk and pretend there's someone upstairs. It coats the tip of your finger, thick and soft and grey beige. At 7 or 8, the memory would have impressed itself deep within the frontal cortex. Even the Carolina... The smuggler inclines his head in silent recognition. He turns his head briefly, as if hearing it now. He misses her dearly. He glances briefly at the crane, then takes a new cigarette from the packet and places it delicately in his mouth. And so you fold into the dock's relentless rhythm. Thus begins a great struggle against inert matter, also exploitation. The work is unfamiliar and grueling and loud. Nothing here matches your instincts. Exhaustion sets in faster than understanding. After a couple hours, you decide to take a break. Nearby, dock workers smoke and swap gruff laughter. Others further down roll dice. You remain by the edges. Jokes and threats fly as dice rattle across wood. The moment hangs, until new shipments arrive. In alienation, the collective emerges. This is how the people first rose across the republics. Time is blurred by sweat and motion until a whistle cuts through the docks. Work's over, you realize. You return, sweat-drenched, to the boatman. He lowers his ahead, the electric hum. The city welcomes you back.
Hypothetically, huh? I'm not doing any fucking assignment right now, H. No fit state. Don't be sorry. Just no. But he didn't want to share.
His eyes are dark, tired, but still sharp.
And then you remembered your you. So you bugged his shit. I can already hear one of those crickets chirping. Glad to know you still got it. Makes sense. Hasn't been much activity from the crickets so far. I'd say check in with me later. We'll see what came up. See you around.
Operant. I'll be here if you...
Ahead, you alight the next aero tram to the city's outskirts, to a place long abandoned. Moonlight coats the peat tract in pale silver. Ancient foundations and half-built walls shimmer, their angles precise and pale. In the distance, Portofiero's old rocket silo bores into the soil, a void outlined in concrete. The long, dark, sexy tunnel awaits. Somewhere in the bushes nearby, a small animal scampers off. This silo is also where you'll find the mysterious Miho, according to the facts you received. Your footsteps crunch along the dirt and gravel.
Are you here for the copper? If so, you're late.
Skin burnt pinkish, hardened to elephant hide by exposure to the city elements. Strong and unhealthy, a life form that would refuse to die if you crushed her. There's something off about this woman's offness. She's not what she appears to be.
All the copper has been claimed. Yes, yes, all of it. Yes.
A giddy smile creeps into her face, like she's outsmarted you.
You can't have copper, but if you want, you can help me. I can pay you. Yes, I can pay you well.
Suddenly, she reaches into the pockets of her shorts and pulls out fistfuls of crumpled bills.
False money. Here. Have some, have some.
Your hands close upon a mass of hard, crumpled paper. The scent of 100,000 grubby hands and the insides of cash registers. The fibrous toughness of paper indissoluble in water. There is nothing false about that money. You've waded into a trap. You don't know how or what kind. But nobody gives away cash like this for nothing.
Aha, yes, yes. Money is a joke. Keep it, keep it. I have more.
She pulls out further fistfuls to demonstrate. A few bills roll away, but she doesn't even seem to notice. This is more money than you've seen since you arrived in Portofiero.
Subcomandante Bagman has already shown us that money is worthless. But if you like it, we can trade, yes. Copper for money. But I keep all the copper. I used to buy into the reality trap. Houses, yes, kids, family, food, all a trap. Spend false time working to make false money. A bad joke. Subcomandante Bagman made me realize this. Yes, 2 of them and a husband. And I thought I loved them more than life. But then realized there is no life. Need to focus on breaking out of reality.
A chill runs down your spine as the true meaning of her words sinks in.
The younger one, 5 years. The older one was an illusion I sustained for 9 whole years. Aha, Juan was his name.
This is what remains after you have ripped out all attachments by the rue.
No, you're right. He never was. Aha, never. Nor was I. They don't exist. I don't exist either. You. I doubt you exist. But who am I to say?
Pointless to wonder. Best to still yourself and carry on regardless. There's nothing to contemplate here. Just the ramblings of a mad woman.
Real estate. Buy house, sell house, add money, remove money. Hilarious when you think about it. Yes, I was winning at the game of life. Bad game. Prize for winning, more of the same. Not living, trying to break out. Aha, yes, many of us suspected. Gnawing feelings late at night. But nothing to do with this feeling. Have you ever noticed the thing about time? Subcomandante Bagman made me notice this. Yes, changes everything. Stop, right now. Look at your clock. Is it moving?
Your brain recoils from the question with the terror of a Paleolithic huntress wondering what lies beyond the horizon. You do not want to touch the edges of your world.
A second? Or a sentence? Look, jump.
A minute passes.
Jump.
Another minute passes.
You are not understanding the thing about time yet, but you are close. Yes, I can tell you are close. As long as we are inside false time, everything is part of the reality trap. False time reinforces reality. Escape false time, escape reality. Then we will know. Then we will see. The Revelator, the Brown Phantom, host of the reality situation. Watch him. Then you'll see. Then you'll understand.
She laps from the same pool as Malin's father, who got himself kidnapped after hearing about the phone that makes people disappear on this same show. This Bagman is the fibre of the web connecting all paranoia in Portofino.
The reality situation plays every single afternoon. You should watch him, at least once. Aha, yes. He has helped me strip myself of many illusions. Just as time is false, if you watch him, soon you will realize more and more things are false. Almost everything. All of it you can see with your own eyes. Hopefully you understand. Many watch him, very few understand him. Why?
Something flares in her eyes. The same sheen of keen paranoia, brightened threefold.
You are thinking of going in there? Down there? Very few go down there. Fewer still from curiosity.
Insane, but not a fool. She intuits some other purpose.
Breed, yes. Of course. You know what is down there, don't you? The things they breed in the darkness? Dolphin-human hybrids. A tortured species originally bred for deep space exploration, abandoned as inviable.
You look into her eyes. She's not on anything chemical, but nor is she sober. This is a different kind of high.
So they say. Go find out. I'll wait here, see how you fare.
She really wants you to explore the silo for her.
Subcomandante Bagman has never talked about anything like that. Sounds like a government program.
The People's Spy is a government program.
Aha. This is why you are so curious, yes? Go and find out what they have for you. I will be waiting, yes, to hear what you find.
An insane copper stripper wants to use you as a canary in a coal mine. It's time to reevaluate the decisions that have led you to this point. Nothing happens until it does. With every passing thought, with every passing action, time passes. There is no flow to be experienced, only a stillness punctuated by moments of action. We could prolong the stillness forever.
Yes, I see you are noticing the thing about time. False time. After that, nothing is the same. Nothing can be real. All right. Aha, watch Bagman. The reality situation. I can make you notice things. He can explain. Reality is very addictive. When you kick it, you feel sick for days. Yes, remember. You bring me copper, I give you false money. You'll like it. You're back. What now? Let's see. Aha, yes. This is good metal. Take it. Take the false money.
The crumpled bills bounce off your chest. You catch some. The rest fall to the ground. You pick up the loose bills and unfold them, one by one. She doesn't even look at you, rapturously examining the copper springs. You have never been paid in a more degrading way.
You want more? There is a... Aha! You say you're not a scavenger, but you are a good scavenger. Yes, very proficient. Fool! It's all false. 0 plus 0 is still 0. Here, fool.
She's like a bottomless well. Shake her and more will come out.
I am close, yes, very close to completing it. Bring me one more. One more piece of copper, and we will break out of false time. Yes, remember, you...
Your muttered litany is carried away on the wind.
Hello there.
The musicians raise their beers to you in greeting. Beneath them, the silo seems deeper than the night sky above.
Hello, you. How's dear little Bon faring? Hello. Do you see it there?
I see it on. Looks very well. You look well, Bomb.
Durr downs his beer and tosses it overarm into the cylindrical dune below. A few seconds later, you hear it crash.
It's nice to see you again.
Ah, spectacular of you to ask. We're tossing bottles into this hole.
First, it was just for fun, but then we figured, based on a feeling of general speculative interest, that if you threw enough bottles down there, then eventually one of them would make it out alive.
And then this bottle, supposing such a bottle exists, would certainly be a lucky bottle, possibly the luckiest conceivable.
So then it became a quest for a lucky bottle, or the end of our beer supply.
Whichever comes first.
Then I hope we find it.
Though you should prepare yourself existentially for the possibility that we do not.
Oh, we're not.
If we're quite anything, it's good at pretending. You, my friend, are far too afraid of structures.
You have the fear of structures in you.
Overcome it.
As you wish.
Rocket silo.
She means our bottle tossing hole.
Oh, yes. Forgot that's what it is. Failed space rocketry, yeah? I'm not getting into any of that.
Nor me. Sorry, our friend. We aren't compelled. If it's false, then you can do with it as you wish.
A beer bottle flies out of her hand and into Fate's.
Precisely. You could do this or anything. Not a concern at all, really. Miho. Nope. Duh.
Afraid not. Ask them.
We don't recall.
Been on an excitement-induced bender since the Palace of Culture.
Eventually.
He waves his hand in a circular motion, tracing the course of lost interest that will one day return.
Under the scaffolding down here. Nice zone. Cozy.
Certainly.
Great. Almost finished.
We're still perfecting the new lyrics. Especially the line about how great you are. We haven't forgotten.
Maybe you'll hear it on the radio before long. Bye.
Metal shudders and groans beneath your feet, reverberating downwards. Red lights fade into nothing. Abandoned, dusty, throated by concrete. Hundreds of steps, winding, disappearing into pure darkness. As the null entity lured you into an obvious trap. The tunnel, it's everything you imagined it to be. Best to take your time, enjoy the maddening grip of vertigo. Pay no attention to the inexplicable sounds echoing up from below. Remember what the Miho fact said, go all the way down. Far below, a rhythmic thumping, organic maybe, and is that the smell of sweat you detect? A small measure to fend off the encircling dark. You look at the metal between your feet, a square grid that cannot contain the emptiness that surrounds you.
Now that's a stride. That's a grand stride. Right there. Up and down 6 times. Could go another 10, I'm sure. Oh, hey, bud. Now, how'd a friendly face like yours end up here? Working on myself, but I'm all about done for now. That means the stairs are all yours, bud. Down and down they go. Greatest stairs I ever saw. You ought to give them a try.
As you consider the stairs, a beer bottle clangs against the railing, smashes. The old man laughs.
You know, it's nice to have company. Good chinwag helps stimulate metabolic ignition. Not at all, bud. Good to see the youth getting out, practicing their overarm toss.
You hear a whoosh and a crash as another bottle falls to its death. Must have been very unlucky indeed.
Aha! Hear that one? Went straight to the bottom. Excellent aim. Beautiful place, isn't it? I come here regularly. This here's the perfect spot to run mitochondrial apoptosis drills. Nicely observed, bud. See, concrete's great for radial gut flow optimization. Plus, all the empty space helps with glucose reverberation. No better way to torch all that nasty glycogen. Really. I am practicing full-spectrum autophagic cardio incineration. Pump up the heart rate until weak organelles and grief proteins burn right up. Full somatic reset just by running. Okay, that's how you make the voices go quiet. Get rid of those, and the 4th aperture opens wide. Makes you appreciate beauty all over again.
Hardly anything he said makes medical sense. It barely makes linguistic sense.
Biology. Biology wants you on the couch, letting the thoughts in. Biology tells you you're done at 40. It'll never tell you to obliterate yourself, but as the saying goes, pain is just the body flushing out stories it shouldn't have been told. That's from the tough cycle full system flush. Sweat, cry, piss, shake, ascend. No wonder you're hoarding emotions in at least 6 zones. I'm a bit worried about you, bud. You remind me of the old me back when I was working. And that's no way to live. No way to live at all. Miho? I knew a Miho once. Big-time negotiator from West Codia. Put away brandy like a man. Unlikely, I'd say. She dropped dead at 60. Heart attack. On account of the brandy. Yes it is. I was an interzonal man right up until 81. Consultant class, 2 decades in foreign hotels and meeting rooms, harmonizing standards for partners, getting Portofino ready for the big leagues, you see. Joining the developed world at long last. Decades of work. Sweet Nestor set it all in motion. One could say it's still in progress, but I had a small part to play. And it felt like it. 16-hour audits, maybe 4 hours sleep. Choking down sardines and brandy between meetings. Oh, and all the pills too. But that all ended when I first heard Rim Tough speaking.
No need to be childish.
An athlete, author, visionary, found one of his discs in my hotel room. Figured it was junk, something to fill the silence. That's when I heard. You don't have a buddy. You are a buddy. I started doing lunges across the carpet, right then and there. I kept listening, and that's when it happened. I smiled. Middle of a lunge, legs shaking, sweat pouring down. Half a mini bar bottle still in hand, just smiling. Next morning, I called the boss, told him I was done. It sure was. Funny thing is, it didn't feel new or anything. Slumped thoracic spine for one, that's grief pooling in the vertebrae. You're a bit pale too. Capillaries holding on to despair. But the biggest problem's obvious. It's your lungs. You're dealing with a lot of anticipatory shame, aren't you? That stuff pools up in the alveoli.
If only. There's plenty of past shame too.
Situation's worse than I feared then. I hope you don't take umbrage at my words, bud. I remember the days when bad thoughts slipped in right through the weak fiber.
Does this fool doubt the resilience of the people's respiratory tract?
Of course not. I'm only talking about your fibers. And the lungs, too. It's those shallow, pathetic breaths that give it away. I'm glad to hear it. Of course, if you have any doubt, we could put those to rest with a little sprint around the loop. The top floor, when you come in, that's the loop. No gadgets, no props, nothing but raw athletics. You tell me when you're ready to run. Afraid I can't help you, bud. I usually run down and come right back up, but I'd assume it's one of those doors further down.
Diagnostics complete. Ligaments primed. Heart rate nominal. Joints lubricated. Adrenaline and dopamine surge initiated to maximize propulsion. Awaiting signal. Oh, yes.
Ready, steady, go!
Warning. Vertical drop ahead. Torque and acceleration throttle due to survival drive. Provide vocal input to engage. Ultimate overburn. Run. Complete. Desired performance achieved. System switching to reward mode ++. Enjoy the endorphins.
Stupendous stuff, bud. The speed, the leap. Sure. But the magic's in the keeping on, isn't it? To keep being stubborn against the world. Keep you moving, you'll be fine. We'll all be fine.
The heifer got watchful one. A part of you left. The bed welcomes you for a soft slumber. The stillness of the room quietens your mind as you settle down.
Hark! Do you see them? This dark reality is watching you from the sidelines. Cold grandstands full of silent, predictable men.
There are no faces to be seen, just blurred suggestions.
Of course you don't. They're imaginary until they become very, very real. They're cheering you on. Those are their cheering faces. The memory of the glory days. For the treacly pleasure of watching a wasted athlete drag herself once more around the old track. Their cheering turns into an irrepressible raw. Their stark realities have never seen one of your kind, and they never will again. The track goes round and round forever. You can't escape its logic, so you may as well embrace it. Look at her go, they say. There's nothing to stop her now.
Raw information atomizes itself. On the other side.
Cascade. Lock and skip.
Operant, I'll be here.
His smirk's gone. Just a tight line now. Barely there. No cologne today. Only a faint metallic scent.
I'm standing, but more importantly, look, I don't know how to ask this, but I need 100 soul before I can hand this over.
Funny. Didn't seem like he had any problems asking that. His balance is off today. He's favoring his left leg like the right one can't be trusted. Like it hurts.
The aforementioned complications. I'm sorry, baby girl. It is what it is. Standard Portofino bullshit is what? The meat was in the lot behind Mezquita al Nor, a mosque in Old Viudas, way east. Tourists don't go there. Hell, most Portofinos don't. The guy holding wasn't the guy selling. Wrong voice, wrong accent, wrong smell, you know. Doubt he had your order, so I walked. He started saying the right things to make me stay. That made me walk faster. Ducked into a kebab joint with people around. He didn't follow. Paid off a logistics clerk down in Kizak. Works one of the port depots. But open it for me. A few hundred souls for 20 minutes. Yeah.
He's tired. The kind of tired that comes from surviving the wrong version of the night. He wants you to think it was simple, but it wasn't. He is lying to you, but not in the way you think. His night was worse than that. He took some genuine risks to get you this gun. He won't be able to resist seeing his baby girl throw a strop.
Everything okay over there? Come on, don't be like that, Habibti. I put my neck on the line for you.
That's it. Play up the damsel in distress angle. It's his weak spot.
No, baby girl. It's not like that at all. You know this. Stop. Breaking my heart.
After a moment, his face drops as he realizes what he has to do.
Okay, you can have the gun. I'll have to do some extra deals or something.
Inside, a familiar sight. A Roran Mac 12B, heavy-framed, semi-automatic. Next to the weapon, 2 12-round magazines wrapped in waxed paper. The young man studies you, not daring to ask. He came through.
I'm sorry about the, unexpected fuckery.
The look of a kid pretending to be an adult in a room full of consequences.
I'm getting that sense, yeah. So, you off, baby girl? Or you want to chat some more? You know I'm always here for you.
Now it's all done. Everything in him hopes that his concession will earn him a place in your heart.
I'll be seeing you.
Cricket's been chirping, Guns has been talking, and I got it all on tape. Wanna give it a listen? All right, this might take a while. You got time? Sure. See you around.
Check it out, Hirsch. The creditorial equivalent of a mountain. An impossible weight somehow lifted, just waiting for the disturbance that will bring down the avalanche. If it comes down, it all comes down. Countries end, history restarts. Cunts die. By some estimates, the entire world is 3 trillion sol in debt. If ever... Inflation and compound interest. The abstract miracles of modern finance, holding aloft a juggernaut of debt. The good news is, it doesn't have to come down. Debt is platonic, Hirsch. Big or small, it doesn't exist as long as you don't pay it. Now you're talking. Your new imaginary girlfriend is called Credit, and you can do whatever you want with her.
Heads bent together, the man with dark floppy hair and the woman in the pelota jersey are lost in some private conversation. That's a cop. And she's... Huh. Well, she's the bartender from the Fog Mirror, Lucia. The Carabiniero murmurs something to her. She frowns. We cannot hear the exchange. Here you are. An almost insultingly basic surveillance assignment. In your hands, it feels consequential. It would be much easier to take a decent picture from less distance. One shot, make it count. The pair are totally focused on each other, oblivious to your presence. You can see that the woman is holding a silver medallion between the fingers of one hand. Her eyes don't settle on the Carabinero, even as he speaks to her, as if expecting to be caught. Something's not adding up here. The back of her hand grazes the side of his face. He leans into the brief touch. You are intruding on something far more intimate than an exchange of intelligence. The woman's head is solidly in frame, but unfortunately, the view is of the back of her blonde ponytail, rather than her face. Attracting attention is a risk, but a better angle may present itself. The clatter of the bazaar drowns out the click of your fingers. Lucia's head turns to follow the high-pitched sound, but in the ambient white noise of the bazaar, She cannot pinpoint its origins. Profile. Clear view. He's made a show of bringing you into a secret fold. Set you trials to pass, promised to confide his secrets. The job has nothing to do with the photos. It's about you. Be glad he only followed you around the bazaar. These people he's so fixated on aren't even spies. They're just having some minor affair. He stumbled on evidence of their trysts, likely while following Lucia around. He's 100% stalking her. And in his espionage-obsessed imagination, he twisted it to suit his own interests. He'll tell you something. Whether it will be useful or even true remains to be seen.
All right, this might take a while. You got time? Get that fucking box over there, would you? All right. Communion with the cricket.
He slides right back into his old skin. The old act awakens dormant pathways to tactile memory. Even the pulse returns to his palsied hands.
Can't say I feel the same, but...
In spite of himself, he relaxes into a familiar position as he hits play.
Communing.
His personal sedentary yoga, hunched, elbows on his knees, staring at the device from zero distance. A fraction of the gang reunites. Not all is lost.
More.
Checks out.
Aha! Got you, reptile. Pass this on to the nuts at the top. Send all the collectors you want. Send your best collectors. I will be waiting.
The spike of the receiver slamming pierces your eardrum like an ice pick.
We're just getting warmed up.
Among listening devices, he's back in his native element, if only for a moment. Stripped of his wounds, back roaring to danger. Hum, static, click.
More.
Ramsey's nods absent-minded.
Aha! Pass this on.
The spike of the receiver.
We're just...
Among listening, stripped of his wounds, back roaring to danger. Hum, static, click.
Gonzalo, you miserable bastard. Is that you?
Have you bathed today, Marcel?
Guttural, breathless, and somehow strained, as though in the middle of some physical exertion. He's not choking, but something similar to it. Something that has lowered his lung capacity to half.
Not just. 6 calls over, everything comes out.
Yes, Gonzalo. I have bathed twice, and I'm not falling for this today. Not after the stress of dealing with my fucking unfaithful husband's businesses.
See?
Cumulatively, Ramses has listened to more phone sex than you will ever have in your life. As ever, he has a remarkable ear for the rhythms, the things that slip.
For the last time, and I promise, the next one will be accompanied by some dramatic act of self-destruction. I have never once been unfaithful. If anything, I displayed an excess of fidelity.
She's my fucking sister, Gonzalo.
The suggestion of usable information is cruelly whisked away.
Exactly. You and I are bound by an insane pheromonal determinism, Marcella. Don't you see? Anyone who shares your genes is subject to the same inexorable pull. Frank?
Gonzalo, you sick, violent man.
You know what I need at the end of a long day, Marcella. Come on.
What about my day, Gonzalo? You're a fucking supplier.
Target acquired. Ramses' ears perked to attention by your side.
Don't talk to me about my fucking supplier right now. I've already injected myself with the formula. You know the one.
He scares me, Gonzalo. I don't know that I want to deal with him.
Don't speak to me about those fucking people right now. I told you, it's the driver you deal with, not the Azzurri.
But Gonzalo, he has my number.
Not a whole lot of them in Portofino, but those few are rotting in money.
God curse you, woman. Already I'm starting to lose sensation in my lower body. You can do what you want with it, Marcella. It's yours.
Oh, you sick fuck. You would paralyze yourself for me?
Irrigational miracles. This is her shit.
I already have.
And you leave me to run your businesses alone?
All you need to remember about the business is the passphrase, Marcy. That's it.
Derrotado, pero inclaudicable.
Ramses flashes you a piece of paper. Quicker than you on the pen. He already has it down. Success nears. Big man hungers. You can almost taste those anticonvulsants.
That's all there is to it. Those words through the party alley payphone. Make sure you do it at night this time. And you never need to hear that man's voice again.
Oh, fine.
Now come on. I'm as hard as a rock, but unfeeling, unresisting, vulnerable to anyone who wanted to do something to me.
Got what we needed. Roger that.
All sense of humor is gone. All he wants is to go chasing after those meds.
My legs are gone. My groin is numbing. From the waist down, I'm yours. Soon, I'm going to lose the upper body. And this phone will slip from my hands. You better be here when it does.
Unnameable homemade concoctions surround the motor cortex and zero in for the kill.
You depraved man. But what if somebody cuts you while you can't move?
Then I would be fucked. Utterly fucked. Helpless as a cripple. Get up!
Marcella's breathing deepens to the beginnings of panting. Suddenly, the line goes dead.
Not my thing, H. Fucking sounds like the doctor had a good night, though. Shall we, go over the plan?
Again, a soft click precedes the wash of room tones seeping in, and the sound of someone breathing.
Hello? Hello? Who's there?
Doctor, help me! Do you remember the first year at the hospital? The little girl whose tummy was hurting really, really bad.
Wow. Who's the guy? No way. She talked about him. He sounded like a nice guy.
I know it's you, Gonzalo.
Fuck you! It's not me! No, doctor, it's me, Cecilia!
The illusion's gone. You can hear him slurring.
You are drunk, Gonzalo. You need to stop doing this.
Where's my appendix, doctor?
Slam. The receiver crashes. Your eardrums can't take much more of this.
I get it. I'm thinking I might just leave the cricket there. Just fucking get high and listen in every once in a while.
It's not just about this call. He's only now remembering that this is his element.
Cricket communion complete.
For a moment, he'd forgotten how weak he is.
Just about holding it together, H. The deal is numbered. You got it? All right. Hirsch, guessing we don't have the soul for this kind of deal. Is this going where I think it's going?
The market has failed. The time has come for state-driven redistribution.
I assume you have a gun. Shit. Someone's prepared. All right. Then what?
Synaptic roots light up. A grid of variables emerges. Timing, sightlines, crowd density.
From the party alley phone. That's the easy part. You're not worried about fucking being seen?
Why didn't we think of that? That part was self-evident. That's why you didn't think of it. This was not a failing on your part. Do not admit to it being a failing.
Hey, just checking. Where do you want me? You're out of your fucking mind. I'm coming with. Non-negotiable, Hirsch. Back up. I can live with that. It's a plan then. After you place the call from PA, call me, and I'll be there.
Unless we don't call him, you've already got us. You don't need him to. With a loose plan in place, Ramses takes in a big breath and exhales, punctuating whatever he's feeling with a couple of steady nods.
Is there anything else? See you around, Edge.
You're back. What now? You have copper for me?
Yes. Oh, yes.
An insane sun rises from behind her eyes. You know it in your gut. You have done a very bad thing.
Take Take it all. We won't need it anymore. No, we won't.
A queasy feeling comes over you as you gather up the piles of loose change. Somehow you know she is right. Where you are going, money will not help you.
Just wait. Wait there. 6 hours, yes. And I will have built it. Haha. 6 hours. Aha. Time, she says. No time.
An odd, slight peal sounds when she moves, like distant bells or the jangling of construction rods. Over her shoulder, you suddenly notice that in the sky, bright with midday light just moments ago, dusk has begun to fall.
Look. Take my hand.
Your skepticism runs dry in the face of a real trepidation. Her leather hand clamps shut upon yours. You feel nothing. If you expected a surge of energy, a rush, that is not where this was going.
Look at your clock. Welcome to true time. Ah, yes. Oh.
An insane... You know it in your gut.
Take it. Take it.
A queasy... Somehow you know...
Haha. Just wait. Wait. Haha. Haha. Tomorrow.
A nod slide over her shoulder.
Look. It's not a take my...
Your skepticism runs dry.
Aha. What do you want? Yes, yes.
Whatever light that slipped in from above has nearly drained away. You're entering the abyssal zone now, and your thoughts darken accordingly. In a windowless room far below, a thing crawls out of its tank. Slick grey skin over limbs too long, webbed hands. And on its back, a blowhole. A being with the strength of a bodybuilder combined with the echolocative powers of a cetacean. They do too. They've been terribly lonely down here. After all these years, perhaps they've developed some notion of society, even religion. Open your mind to their theologies, and they may accept you as their own. Soon, they'll shamble out of the dark to greet you, flippers outstretched in blubbery welcome. Focus, operant. You're here for the records about Project Autonomia. Get in, get out. There's also the matter of who, or whatever this Miho is, waiting for you all the way down. The air grows cooler and mustier with each level you descend. There are many, many levels still to go. The shelves stand before you, expectant. You stand before an archival shelf. This one is labelled G. Its metal bays overflow with sagging dossiers, loose memos and soft-buckled binders. Your fingers skip across the brittle tabs. You comb through dozens of documents. It is slow, monotonous work. Until your index finger instinctively alights on a thick maroon folder. On its cover, a seal dulled to black, and a title, Proyecto Autonomía. Your jaw tightens, your molars grind against each other. Concentric circles, with words curving around the edges. Post-mission report, 77. Old wax flakes under your finger. Hundreds of heavily redacted sheets. An executive summary, various logs, telemetry, personnel files. A brief survey of the document aligns with what you know. In 77, Portofino attempts to launch a manned weather satellite into orbit. However, within minutes. Redacted, T+763, redacted. Vehicle. The post-flight review suggests critical engineering faults led to the unscheduled dissolution of the spacecraft. No other details. The entire crew is marked lost. Their names and positions are included on the next page. 1. Commander Esteban Roque, Flight Operations. 2. Lieutenant Ilya Markov, Payload Oversight. 3. Lieutenant Naira Cilia, Comms and Telemetry. 4. Dr. Juno Avre Straniak, Psychologist and Neurocognition Analyst. One of these things is not like the others. None listed. Dr. Straniak's responsibilities are listed as maintaining crew morale, ongoing performance management, and evaluating cognitive stress. Horrifically vague, yet ominous. Here's a thread to pull at. Each sentence reads as if it was rehearsed for an already nodding audience. In the weeks before launch, he conducted multiple psychological evaluations of his fellow crew members, which are included here. The assessments are grouped and associated with each member of the crew. Commander Roque's self-worth tied to performance. Lieutenant Cilia exhibits maternal anxiety pattern and clings to her position as caregiver. While Dr. Straniak has concerns about Markov's dissociative tendencies, he suspects the trait may ultimately be beneficial. According to the remarks, entering sustained, prolonged host-reception state during which minimal autobiographical bleed-through is preferable. This isn't any psychology you recognize. It's all esoteric neuroscience and qualia. The clinical care of the descriptions is what chills you. The obsessive attention to each crew member's nuances and weaknesses. Across all three assessments, the language is strikingly consistent. He rates each of his colleagues for narrative identity, perceptual decoupling, and emotional flattening. The doctor circled his last name twice and wrote below it, Grenzen sind Illusionen, alles sich zurück. A shudder runs through you, as if brushing against a frayed wire. You're not sure, you just know it's familiar. At the bottom of the page, a note. Additional notes may be found in Appendix D, AZK-11/05-J. Launch sequence begin, T-10 seconds. T plus 150 seconds, main engine cut off. T eyes meet across the cabin, the same terror and wonder reflected as metal screams around them. T plus 243 seconds, readings remain optimal as the vehicle ascends. T plus 260 seconds, redacted. Orbital velocity is typically achieved at the 8-minute mark. They weren't even close. T plus 292 seconds. Reception lost. End. Wait, something's not right. Didn't you see a number that went much higher? You flip back to the executive summary. There, buried among redactions. Redacted T plus 763. A difference of almost 9 minutes. Tucked in another page's corner, among unlabeled indices and hundreds of references, a table of timestamps. Plus 848 seconds, redacted. Plus 12 days, 21 hours, 53 minutes and 33 seconds. You stare at the sheet, questions swirling. By the final timestamp, a footnote pointing to a document. See SUP Housekeeping and Transmission Storage, HKT-04/17-E. A little bell inside goes. Ding ding. It must be here somewhere. You go over what feels like every folder on the shelf. Nothing matches the reference ID. The other shelves around you seem to lean in, as if expectant. You let the old shelf be. You approach two large archival shelving units labeled B and C. Pressed close together, they sit on recessed rails. According to these labels, shelving unit B consists of additional appendices, while shelving unit C is devoted to housekeeping and transmission. Here you go. This is where the old Spies reference ID pointed you. The exposed side of shelving unit C is nearly empty. Just a few emaciated folders and spiral-bound reports. They're too close together. You shine your flashlight beam into the narrow gap between them, but all you can make out are rows and rows of angular silhouettes. Full of untouched materials. No joy. The old metal groans, but does not budge. You run your hand along the darkened gap and discover a small metal latch linking the two units together. You disengage the lock on this shelf. The old shelving unit groans like a wounded bovine, but still refuses to budge. There must be another latch on the opposite side. The job's only half done. The control panel hums in the corner, low and constant. An old control unit is bolted to the wall. Below the screen, faded block text is etched into a steel strip. DN 500, Archive Retrieval Unit. This is a retrieval unit, standard issue in high-density archives. The button should let you operate the shelves. Motors grind awake, and the shelves begin to move, together. The two shelves settle. The control panel blinks green. Are they attached somehow? Might be worth taking a look. The archival shelf lurches. The shelves, one seems to be pulling the other. The screen keeps blinking. You approach shelves B and C once more. The control panel. You face shelf. You let the old. You approach shelves B. The control panel hums in the corner, low and constant. You step up to the archival unit once. Motors grind awake. Right, the locking mechanism needs to be released on both shelves. Now that the shelf... You also notice the steel beam connecting this shelf to its partner. It vanishes into one of the lower trays. You point your beam at the suspicious shape, lurking above you. A drinking cup, shaped like a cartoon wolf. The wolf looks at you, silent, expectant. The wolf's rainbow mane flares out behind her. A spiked bat is strapped to her back. 2 words printed on the cup. Stubborn wolf. The wolf smirks. You put stubborn wolf away and turn back towards the archives. The reference code you found in the post-mission summary leads you to a thick grey binder. Inside are schematics, data sheets, and a crew manifest. And nestled among these, you find a copy of Dr. Straniak's personal notes. The exterior schematics detail each face of the satellite, marking thruster locations, antenna mounts, and radiator fins. The interior is split into modules, narrow passageways snake between crew berths, laboratory, storage, and an unlabeled room. These are padded compartments stacked along the bulkheads. Each has its own locker and was optimized for personal space. The laboratory module shows benches, storage, and diagnostic consoles, arranged in precise order. A single massive viewport dominates one wall. Small fixtures around the room suggest seated arrangements. Each member of the crew was allotted 1.5 kilograms for their personal preference kit. Commander Roque's kit contains a visor for his beloved Pelota squad for crashing on. Lieutenant Celia appears to have brought pictures of her boyfriend and 2 children from a previous marriage, as well as her oboe. Lieutenant Markov's kit includes an instant camera, as well as a board game. Specifically, Grains and Gallows, a grim tale unfolding in 2 acts, according to the description. At first, a cooperative ballet of rationing and survival during a series of famines. By the mid-game, alliances fracture, and players sell each other out to protect their dwindling supplies. The game ends when only one player remains. One of the game's key selling points is highlighted. Players may sell their opponent's children to nobles. His preference kit contains only 2 books. The titles sound vaguely medical. Somnia Regula, Principles of Lucid Induction, and Neural Plasticity in Hypnagogic States. Beyond the standard mission fare, there is a long list of controlled substances, primarily stimulants, dissociatives, and hallucinogens. The list is very clear about these being controlled substances. It's in bold. The manifest includes psilocybin, various opioids, lysergic acid diethylamide, diazepam, and olivin-free. At low doses, it's a compliance inducer. At high doses, it's a sanity ender. One last note. All the controlled substances are designated as mission critical. A few pages contain fragments of sentences, ramblings, and musings. Natural emission or directed transmission, both remain possible. If the signal resembles distress, it may be because intelligences naturally broadcast pain, not information. Possible, suffering organizes itself differently. What good is a message where no words exist? No, the mission is not contact. It is surrender to pattern, a great resignation to being read, as much as reading. No malfunction, only bandwidth expansion and fine-tuning. Detaching sensory anchoring allows endogenous signal amplification, partial decoupling from local realities to privilege remote hosting. It is a welcome. As you flip through the notes, you notice a series of entries you missed before. It appears to be some kind of pre-mission schedule. Stars are not discrete objects. They are nodes in a flux. Signal is not sent. It circulates. We do not intercept. We enter a stream of modulation. Reframed as such, noise is not presence, merely a raw vector of universal being. A cry is structured excess, desire leaking, recognized only as categorization, yet indifferent to it. This entry consists of a single line. The self is the limiting factor. Selfhood, once necessary for survival, has proven lethal to reception. Days and time slots, spanning 3 months, guided meditation sessions, debriefs, sleep rotations, and the largest recurring blockout, remote host windows. Next to the schedule, calculations, and the names of stars. All the great named ones: Altair, Canopus, Capella, Sirius, Aldebaran, Rigil, Deneb. That one's there too, though there's no mention of its sexual orientation. Below the star names, a single sentence is circled. You've seen it before. Grenzen sind Illusionen, alles sieht zurück. You return the binder to its storage tray. You return the binder to its storage tray. You turn away. You return to the shelves. Behind a jumble of papers, you find the other end of the anti-tipping latch keeping the shelves attached. And with a simple flick, the latch comes undone. You turn away. You return to the shelf. You turn away. You step up to the archival unit. At last, the shelves pull apart from each other. The sound of grinding metal echoes throughout the silo, rising and expanding like the tolling of a great gong. Much louder than you were expecting. The screen keeps... You approach the open shelving units. Newly disturbed dust hangs in the air. The shelf is thick with nearly identical records. Special plastic binders, meant to contain paper records and disc-based media. Your fingers race across the files, already expert at this. You take a mustard yellow record from the shelves. The reference ID HKT-04/17-E looks back at you. Inside, you find a single sheet of paper is neatly folded and affixed to the disc with a rubber band. And yet the old spy's words were true. The rubber band is brittle and dry. It practically dissolves as you pull the paper free. The text reads, Summary of Contents, Transmissions from Satellite Autonomia, 16 Decatos 77. Under additional comments, someone has added, All contact cease 17 deck. Crew presumed lost. Refer inquiries to redacted. So the trail ends here. Its casing is yellow, the disc inside nearly white. It's not like any other you've encountered. Your part in this exchange is done. The null entity had better come through. It will be a relief to get out of this place. You let the... There is nothing more. The control unit idles and no reason to fiddle. Thank you for your service. It all happens in milliseconds. A sharp blow to your elbow, the flashlight flying out of your grasp. The inverse flash of sudden blackness. An instant of sheer confusion before the panic can kick in. In an instant, all the air in your lungs evacuates. Only then do you realize something has struck you with great violence. Somewhere inside you, a cool hand flicks a switch, and all emotional response goes dead. Time to examine your situation dispassionately. You have just been attacked by unknown assailants at the bottom of this silo. On the floor, belly down, diaphragm convulsed by the blow, unable to breathe. You feel the weight of your assailant on your back. A pair of hands pats you down. This is a robbery, not an assassination. The air burns as it re-enters your diaphragm, but it's better than nothing.
Where is it? Where's the disc? Somewhere here. It has to be. He said it would be.
Human, female, not young. That's all you can tell. You cannot see your opponent, but you can sense her shape, her hot breath on your neck. Soft, cartilaginous, wet. Your fingernails rip through something that screams.
You fucking...
She's getting up, after her. A rustle of paper and clanging metal as your attacker flees up the stairs. You bound to your feet, but immediately crash into some hard object. The footsteps patter away into the darkness. Either she can see in the dark, or she's got every inch of the terrain memorized. You take a quick mental and physical inventory. Robbery attempt. Foiled. All things considered, it's the best possible scenario. The room is empty. Your assailant is nothing more than the clanging echo of her steps on the metal stairs above you. Whoever it was, she left empty-handed. There are no casual muggins in an abandoned rocket silo. She came down here looking specifically for you, and for something specific on you. She left something behind. Look, it's a paper bag, somewhat wrinkled from your attacks, with a rectangular aperture like a mailbox slit cut into it as an eye hole. And the assailant is Fan, the metal stripper who was outside. At least you have a lead, of some kind. You should return to the surface, operant. You have questions that need answering.
Cascade, you can see me?
Your former double gazes at you, stooped and slightly twisted. Of them all, he was the one you least expected to ever see again. His hair looks like it exploded.
Okay, you can definitely see me. That's less than ideal. You could have been anyone. I've put a lot of time into psychogenic translucency. Yet another attempted dismantling by they.
He takes you in with a blank expression. Deceptively blank. Just behind his perfect memory ticks and whirs like ancient clockwork.
Thanks for enduring the stares. I'm aware they're significant. I'm glad my fax reached you. I assume you destroyed it post-reading? A document tastes better when it's extra sensitive. No, I'm Holocene. Miho is a concept. I suppose you could say I'm a representative of Miho through cognitively enhanced stagecraft.
The dark arts of the opera's Remembrancer division. Much storied, often unsuccessful.
I'd say so. Come on, Cascade. Operational security. Well, I was hardly going to phone you, and you're not exactly psychically equipped to receive an astral projection. We should get to it. The dreaming glass is already mid-tilt. It's good to see you, by the way.
A brief grin irradiates his pale face.
A while.
There is a new mutedness to him, and new shadows too.
It's just a short-term arrangement. Joylessly. I also considered suicide, but, you know, the sixth type of ambiguity is my least favorite.
Sixth type. Something really, 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 really ambiguous.
A statement signifies nothing, which forces the reader to invent their own meaning, likely at odds with the author's intent, if indeed intent was present in the first place. It is very good to see you, Cascade. Much too busy getting in.
His skin has the color and consistency of chalk.
Sub-Zero. No dawn, no dusk. Same camouflage anyway. Only difference is where the darkness is gathered. Ahead of you or behind. This. I had to escape the Weeping Eye's blast radius. So I reckoned with our dismantling by going silo-solo.
A ghost in the system.
Of course, they did the very opposite. Their telephonic arch-narc, Melita, was nowhere to be heard.
Whoa, 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 easy. That nickname is offensive and unapproved.
Makes sense. Makes more sense. First, they anoint you for sacrifice with the paranoid personality diagnosis. Next comes the night that they tell you isn't real. Abortive dreams of space conquest. That's about it. But all entry points are monitored, if that's what you mean. I have the description of every individual who has made it down here since my arrival. The stairs are often deemed too long by those short of volition. The sheer tedium of reaching the bottom outdoes other, far more expensive security measures. Look around you, Cascade. Not many catch-ups going on 200 feet sub-terra. Alive? I assumed he would have killed himself by now, given his condition. Highly suspicious that he hasn't. Siding with the enemy. Inevitable for someone like her. I can only imagine she's also gone full war crime denier. I can. I always thought Estok carried an undercurrent of primal sexuality within her. Barely domesticated. Irresistible to some. I was always able to control myself, of course. Far be it from me to lose my mind over an erotically charged older woman, especially a fellow colleague. An asset, no less. Interesting persona. And in its own way, appropriate. Or maybe that's what he wants you to think. He's a cop, so inherently untrustworthy by nature. You may recall I objected to bringing a cop on board in the first place. Torture. Unfortunate and concerning. What I'm hearing is that she should now be considered a potential enemy asset. She's young, Cascade, and malleable. You always were too naive when it came to kindred. That is quite the something, yes. The specifics are irrelevant. You've been sniffing the opera's glue again, Cascade.
Solvent abuse allegation. Unsubstantiated. Hostile.
They've got you on a new assignment already. I can practically smell your singed ion channels. So nothing. So everything. A tapeworm cannot appreciate the full terror of the human construction. Why have you accepted this almost certainly doom-sealed assignment from the Operant Bureau? Good luck with that one, Cascade. The cosmic point. My own loyalty to the opera is irretrievable. I wrote a thesis on this exact subject, actually. You should read it.
He rummages briefly, then produces a formidable stack of jaundiced paper, the size of a small cat's coffin.
It has 3.
And he can't wait to tell you.
Opera Furiosa, a close reading of the Operant Bureau and its contradictions, or Strewn in Constellation, Second Thoughts on the Collective Frontier. The third title is cipher encrypted. Don't worry, the rest is plain text. 862 pages. Not an endeavor for the faint of mind. You know, now that I'm looking at it, I feel good about the font. 10-point sonatine. I went back and forth on the font, but the font was well chosen. Intriguing. I'd be keen to cast a cold eye over it sometime. As you've probably gathered from its aura, this is a thermobaric-grade explosive document. Do not let it fall into the hands of its very subject. I don't care for meta-texts.
Reactionary theorizing. He should direct this doorstop-sized critique inward at his next ideological struggle session.
Whatever gave you that idea?
You hurt his feelings.
Your emotions are impeding your extraction of meaning. True, I will never again work for the opera, but I would be open to an interdepartmental collaboration between the opera and Miho. I don't know, Cascade. You tell me. All I have is some critical information to hand that you have yet to ask me about. Information critical. I've discovered who betrayed our whole sick crew.
You hear his words, then unhear them. Old wounds split open within your mind. Are you between crosshairs? What have you missed? What has the other not missed? And the last question, always the last. How much of the world is in on it?
I would have done it myself if I could, but I fear this will require the old team.
Such crucial information should have been conveyed directly to the Operant Bureau. Something is out of step. Absolute conviction behind his words. This is no bluff or bait.
I'm eager to delve into the specifics of who turned us to searing dust, but can't commence an intra-agency collab without defined terms.
Intra-agency? But there's only one agency. The one you both work for.
You joining Miho, and Miho riding Shadow Shotgun with the Operant Bureau.
He keeps mentioning this Miho thing. Ominous.
Monaxial intelligence and hermetic operations.
Your former double stares at you and lifts his eyebrows slightly. A long time passes.
It's an acronym? Very good. Acronyms are important. A poor acronym can single-handedly ruin a legitimate operation. That was very much front of mind during the concepting phase. Genuinely the worst acronym I've ever heard was FLEG. Say it aloud. It's like the ugliest series of letters possible. And they didn't take the easy win with FLEG. They actively pronounced it FLEG. The Foreign Legion of Egalitarian Grandmothers. A human rights unit of retirees who entered active war zones with knitwear. They got chemical bombed in '87. Vaporized to a grandmother. FLEG wipeout. Miho is a brand new counterintelligence agency. One devoted to the pursuit of absolute reality through supracognitive espionage. I know what you're thinking.
Surely there's a lift to get out of this silo. Not the stairs every time. Surely.
What I mean is, you probably think I've had some kind of mental break. But I haven't.
He's taking this seriously. You should too.
Really? I thought... Anyway, yes. Great. From the Operant Bureau's grimoire. Advanced is doing a lot of heavy lifting there. They should drop that, and maybe drop the cognitive part too while they're at it. I mean, come on, Cascade, it's the opera. But sure, do tell. Fellow traveler. One of the oldest in the book. And? Did you crush the enemy? The Remembrancers send their regards.
Snagged on a memory. A pleasant one.
I presume you mean you blended in? Not that you engaged full invisibility?
A trace of concern that you've pre-achieved the very thing he was attempting to do when you found him.
Nice. Good for you, Cascade. I suppose I am forced to take you at your word. Miho will certainly take it into account. Miho will certainly take... You are speaking with its director, yes. Due to security and communication concerns, Miho's director is also its sole representative.
A one-man intelligence agency. Typical Remembrancer histrionics.
It's a practicality. Please, elaborate. Cool color.
Visual only. No touching.
I've heard of sonic torture apparatus, of course, but never a complete zero-out kit contained within a disc. Unlikely. At its zenith, astral assassination won't require a disc, or any medium. Miho's Disembodiers division are close to a breakthrough on that front. Though, I'm now irksomely curious about what may have been on this disc. The children's musical entertainer. Interesting. The long shadow of Cicatriz Frontera finds us even here. This could indeed be some prime Lusian schemery. If you have time, please submit a full report to Miho Command, and be sure to mark it Director Only. How do you mean? Well, to be honest, Cascade, Miho's development, while advanced, has stalled somewhat. But maybe that's why you've appeared. The H stands for hermetic, as I said. Also, I do not recognize Herschel as a standalone entity. I concur. Excellent idea, Cascade. Miho would assist you in completing the assignment, while you would join Miho as the agency's first special asset, Liminal Class.
A shocking demotion. Rung number 1 on the ladder of being.
I would act as assignment lead for Miho, you would act as assignment lead for the opera, and therefore assignment lead for the assignment. We will never once speak of our collaboration. Of course. Then our two agencies can freely share any self-hold information.
Your former double looks beyond you and goes completely still for a long moment.
Likely the assassination of a major political figure. Lucian, I would venture, one of their photocopied ministers. But I've already said too much.
Is he engaging in advanced cognitive maneuvers right now?
Good thing I brought all my chips. There is my proposition. An interdepartmental collaboration. You join Miho as a temporary asset. Miho lends its full force to the opera.
Read between the logistical acrobatics. He just really wants to work with you again. Not only that, he's gone in for another ride on Hirsch's painted ponies.
4, Miho. But thank you, Cascade. This makes me a very excited piece of protoplasm. We're almost set. Of course, we can't kick off collaboration with our base of operations in such a state.
It seems largely fine.
So, here's my first directive, Special Asset. Get cleaning. I did not create the tyranny of hierarchy, Cascade, but I remain oppressed by it.
It's not even messy.
I can barely hear you above all this mess, Cascade. As I said, impossible to commence operations within the current state of affairs. Oversee. Please make them... I concur. By and large, I'm still a subscriber, but far from a true believer.
Worst of all, the so-called reformed communist. Gulag.
I saw something in it once. It had a glow. Then it lost it, somewhere along the way. The end of history. Yes, I'm familiar. That makes sense to me now, for what it's worth. History is not a linear march of fastidiously checked events. It is a fiction, edited and spliced by quick hands in back rooms. Better to end it. Roll credits, then smash the projector. I do. That's the problem. My memory is a definitive history that no one chooses to adhere to. Likely compounded by my profession.
Afflicted by that odd loneliness that comes from seeing and knowing a lot that you can't do much about.
I was let in unawares, seduced by communist hermeneutics. Let me put it like this. I wouldn't be who I am if I hadn't once been a communist. But now that I am who I am, I can never be one again. My take is that it's clearly not a conspiracy, just a barely concealed truth. Conceptually speaking, Luz's entire political history can be mapped across a unified cognitive plane. There are divergences, of course. Any mind will inevitably turn against itself, given enough time and ideas. But, broadly, it can be close-read as a unanimous cerebral process.
Your former double's eyebrows shoot up and stay up for 3 seconds before he wrangles them back down again. Oh yeah, mentally snapshot this. He's impressed.
Sounds like a hot find, Cascade. Congratulations. I'd be very careful what you do with that. La Luz will likely want it back. 2 cascades. To avoid ambiguity, I'm going to operate under the assumption that you are the original. The imprint I will class as an existential threat. Were you really that lonely, Cascade? Or was it just that no one could compare to me but you? Interesting. Do you intend to detonate it now? I'll take you at your word. It seems you have the upper hand, Cascade. Let's see. This is a directional explosive device from the Operant Bureau. Did they ask you to deliver this to me? Oh, excellent. Please, compile a report for the Miho analysts as soon as possible. During the late 50s, the Operant Bureau became obsessed with sound-triggered explosives. This one's directional, intended for assassination, not terrorism. Of course, a rocking little number by the False Midnights, which hit the tippity-top of the charts for 6 weeks in the spring of '59. Huh. The Operant Bureau always did retain a sense of humor. You're still functioning, Cascade. Why not this little guy, too? Biologically speaking, everything within you is on the decline, but as I said, still functioning. Plenty to celebrate. You're welcome, Cascade. Be careful around classic radio stations. In your own time, Cascade.
A silver brick, foil wrapped and creased with factory precision. You recognize its dull sheen and shape instantly. Beneath the word Cosmo Comida, a grinning cosmonaut, one gloved hand giving a thumbs up, the other squeezing purple paste from a tube into their mouth. Vanguardia 79 claims to be the food of the future. Technically, yes, due to the violent contractions of space-time. Tossed in the corners, clotted beneath furniture, dozens upon dozens of silver packs, glinting in the half-light. This is a man with a system, a tried and tested one. 5, to be precise. Ever since the crew's blow, you went east, he went south. Your former double glances back at you, pushes his glasses up his face, then turns away. Even though Cosmo Comida claims to be the food of the future, small print on the packet reads, Best by Hebdomus 84, 12 years ago. He's subsisting on these alone. He found himself a little world, newly terraformed, all his and no one else's. And if he ever wants to leave, the stairs still work. Heat stamped in pale blue, weight, pack date, and manufacturer details. A company called Lockley and Refnor. Precision engineered beyond the coasts, a triumph of international cooperation. This is not about cleaning. It is not even about this room. Of course, there is a room behind this one, locked within your former double's head. You'll need a key. He wants you to find something he cannot give you. It is disguised but not hidden, so probably something like that piece of paper right there. Maybe, or maybe you just missed it. This is not about cleaning. It is not even about this room. It is about that single slip of paper and whatever is written upon it. The packet makes a light crinkle as you place it down. The ration pack. There's enough in this box for a month of austere survival. You pocket the freeze-dried rations.
Please, help yourself, Cascade.
A typed page lies upside down in a stack of similarly formatted files. The cover reads, Remote Viewing Testimonial, N28. A fringe psychic art. The ability to view an unseen place or thing via a sense beyond the standard 5. Is this how Holocene located you? It seems quite compelling. A 56-year-old woman was partnered with a trusted friend as a target selector. She then described the site of a decade-old plane crash in great detail, while her friend was physically present at the location, 2,000 miles away. Unprompted, she also gave specific, accurate descriptions of the aviation accident itself. The testimony is light on cause, but it involved a collision of 3 separate aircraft. It doesn't really, no. Exceeding bank angle, increasing engine noise. Exceeded, not enough. Calm, calm. This is it. Oh, please, God, oh no, I can't see. 1644.54. End of transcript. At the very least, he is RV curious. Your former double catches your eye, then looks down and pats the floor with his shoe.
Good job, Cascade. Getting the hang of it.
It feels like 1,000 eyes are on you as you step back. A dark patch of glistening mold curls out from the base of the far wall. Damp, slightly raised, almost fuzzy, like it's sweating. The mold has a vague and irregular shape, like black splotches of malignancy on an X-ray. Yellow tendrils streak across it. Slime class, if you were to guess. Educated mold guess. Not really. Nothing observable, at least. Nothing that agential. It spreads a little here, shrinks a little there. No mission objective, no controller. Just moisture and time. 1,000 skinny antennas. The tendrils seem to favor seams and stress lines rather than smooth concrete. Solid operant instincts. The denser part sits low, where the floor dips slightly. From there, its growths fan out and up, thinning into forking strands. Tucked into the upper corner, an old ventilation grill, square and rust-rimmed. No condensation, moisture stains or signs of dripping. Not the origin point. You unfocus your eyes and the silo reconfigures itself, not as a monument, but as geometry. Condensation trails along the cable trunk. Faint warps across the ceiling panel. Load stress from moisture rot, blackening around a bolted vent. Neither rust nor soot. You follow the spread backward, through cinder block and pipe, along maintenance crawl spaces and sealed corridors, beyond human reach. There's a second silo underneath this one now. Soft, wet, and dreaming. This needs a specialist, or at least someone specialist adjacent. A doctor might be a good first bet. You turn away from the mold. It quivers as you leave. A sheet of thick paper lies on the floor, folded in half and partially covered by shadow. Impossible consonant clusters assault your mind's ear. Milvorchskva osmor devish nkunadka from above to vega johelikat jivada ichpigduvershaz velurbitsu xning ormbek salas van ros convershmere Six joem vekage sakfe, ve sexborg richigveke, swalvage korgit shevlim wilv, oetunuvik betilak simvajiv, getja, gumengox blodiv schmningum, ilohabje, sikalshivikum bedagat, you are bitches figuredigas. Blå viskavdeviske de have mit for a whirl. The habitike you am yum, nuxping vajagaf the pump. A cipher, encoded by a frenzied hand. One glance, and you know it is the key that requires a key. Almost certainly. Right now. Operant, please. This kind of stagecraft takes application, a methodology. You can't just dash it off. Its secrets will keep. You refold the paper and slip it into your pocket.
Well, the room situation is much improved, Cascade. Very clean. Fine job. We must not have been looking at the same room. Oh, yes. I'm afraid I can't elaborate on that right now, but please remind me to elaborate on it later. This is a case of non-elaboration, for the time being.
Your former double stares blankly at you, as if you never spoke at all.
Cascade. A thorough clean will always turn up expected and completely mundane items.
Your former double rubs his neck nonchalantly and gazes at the ceiling.
I've tolerated the cardiovascular grandpa too long. I should zero him out to fortify operational security.
He runs a smoothing hand across his hair. It springs back up, even more disarrayed than before.
Miho's counter-analysis is the finest in the hemisphere, but its stagecraft is amateur at present.
Holocene unfolds his dressing gown, and then folds it again.
High time for another Cosmo ration. How many have I had today? It's hard to keep track sometimes as they're so delicious. I'm sure you can, Cascade. Now, please, go and practice your stagecraft in more suitable surroundings. Miho believes in you.
Hey, bud. You look a bit pale, bud. What happened? Quite the heavy load for a staircase. But then again...
He has felt it too.
It's been a while, but you've humored me enough, bud. Just glad you made it back up.
His silly theory isn't about you or him. It's about places. Places like this one, shaped by history.
Most of them are. It's just more palpable here. You know, I've been wondering if places hold on to things. Not like we do, but like bodies. This silo's been through a lot, hasn't it? Got its own muscle memory, bruises, scars, and aches. Built with hopes, dreams, and purpose. And then...
a violent burst, followed by a great hollowing out, leaving only silence. Is it any wonder such a place would still reverberate?
Wouldn't be surprised if it outlasts us both. I hope the stairs won't stop you from coming back, bud. I've been thinking of starting my own exercise group, you know. Get some people in here, give the place a bit of purpose again. Keep you moving, you'll be fine.
Again.
She holds a beer bottle over the void, grip loose around its neck. Release. She watches it fall. A sacrificial offering. Better than a pigeon.
No! One of them didn't smash on.
I see it. Must have happened when our attention was elsewhere. Well, our friend, you found it, so it's your luck if you please.
Be cool if you could throw it over there, though. And hey, we'd put the luck theory to the test. We'd mind a little.
Just a touch.
You draw back your arm and throw, overarm. The bottle leaves your hand. It arcs through the air, undisturbed by the wind. Sick.
Got it!
Bravo, bravo! What a hero you are.
She weighs the bottle in her hand, grins.
That was really fucking cool.
I think we'll stay for a while. Enjoy the view.
But after that, you never know. Bye, friend. Thank you so much.
Ah, here you are, yes. Yes, remember. Ah, here you are, yes, here. Do you like life? The Revelator.
She laps from this bagman of the...
The reality situation plays every single act. Hopefully you understand. Yes, remember.
ahead. You catch the next aero tram back towards civilized.
Operant, I'll be here if you require anything.
The bed welcomes. The stillness of the room quietens your mind as you settle down. Raw information atomizes itself. On the other side of the world, a phone rings.
Cascade. A cipher. Intriguing. Sounds like you're making progress. Great. Give me the sequence and I'll feed it to Litost. If it's machine breakable, we'll crack it clean in a few minutes.
A crematorium-sized mainframe of groaning reels and dust-choked cores, born in the block's industrial dawn.
Hold. Shouldn't take long. So, while we're waiting, where did this cipher originate? Curiosity. And also, if you don't tell me, I won't give you the keyword.
We're really gonna grass up Holocene to the bosses. Narc behavior. Disappointed in us. Good chance to ask us some questions about your former double and his discontents.
Cascade.
The machine is still soured by the smell of the piss smell.
Loneliest.
His half-hooded eyes. Somehow, he looks more.
Goodbye.
Back again. Of course you will.
Back again, Herschel. What could I have against it, Herschel? Listen, it's a big thing. But then, if you need to do it, of course, who am I to...
The joints of your fingers dissolve in the voluminous Y. There's something you should be doing, but you're not.
All right. You got to pet the cat. Now the petting is over. I know. Very good.
You have never. Muffled noise. The figure
Oh, you're back. Of course, he's the cleaning coordinator. I've been assured the Lusians are handling his bill. She's magnificent, isn't she? She's got 3 coats.
White and silver entwined. Softness that should be light. But if you plunged your fingers into her fur, you'd find it thick and deep.
Be well.
You return to the shrine. The shadows shift. Each prayer, the red slip.
Back again. Goodbye. Welcome.
He looks over his shoulder, like an actor asking.
Bye-bye. Back again. Fine. Leave him there, for his sake and yours. Fascinating. Well, it's no Pascal, but how sweet. You leave him alone. He's still in Portofino? I'm surprised. This isn't his element, though I'm not sure what is. I hope you're not trying to involve him in this. He's a good man, highly skilled. He doesn't deserve this end. Agreed. Goodbye, Herschel.
You pick up the payphone's handset. A dolphin emblem smiles at you, its eyes wide. There is no answer. The receiver clicks back into place. The Reno Tel dolphin eyes you expectantly.
Hello, Herschel. No interruption. I'm just thinking about eating a roast goose. Doesn't it? When true freedom is impossible, the difference between theory and practice is very small. I can practically taste her perfectly rendered fat. It melts in my mouth. Human beings live on horror. It all goes back to eating meat. The moment you make your enemy
into an animal, he may be killed and eaten without guilt. And why should you? That's simply bourgeois morality. The denial of nature. Truly. But then I don't expect you called just to talk about my imaginary supper. Are you outside just now? Perfect. Beautiful. Next question. Do you know what a ginkgo tree looks like? It will be the most violently, gloriously yellow one. The one that most reminds you that all of human existence is a mere flake of dust on the geologic timescale. Very good. Now tell me, what's it like? I want to feel like I'm there, looking at it with you. I've been in this timeless box for days. I've not seen natural light since they brought me here. I've not felt a breeze on my cheek either. Disappointing. But tell me this at least. Does it still have its leaves? Good. That's good. Thank you for letting me know. I was afraid I would miss them falling this year. Very good. Good. Thank you for letting me... Don't forget me.
The receiver clicks back into place. The Reno Tail Dolphin eyes you expectantly. You reach for the crumpled page.
Yes. What is the ailment?
Every vowel turned into a diphthong, unmistakable as Yuri accent. It could not be more obvious. This is him, Gonza's wholesale supplier. A long pause. It feels as though the line is about to go dead.
Where are you calling from? This is not in agreement. Call from Party Alley payphone. On the stairs. At night or nothing.
The receiver clicks back into place. The Reno Tail Dolphin eyes you expectantly. You reach for the crumpled page.
Yeah?
It's Gonza's wife, the one he was speaking to on the long wiretap. She may know something about the supplier.
Hello? You there? Emmy? What's with your voice? Have you been smoking?
Instant, though mistaken recognition. The character is prepared for you.
What happened? Did he wind up at your place again?
No need to delve too deeply. Just get to talking about the supplier before she senses something amiss.
Are you fucking with me?
Ice water sobering from the inside out.
The wholesale stuff? With the Azores? Oh, he's dead. He's fucking dead. Not only does he have me dealing with that fucking voice that makes my skin crawl, if I complain about it even once, he passes it on to you and doesn't even tell me?
She's drifting off into her own rage sphere. You might be able to suss out one more detail before this call implodes upon you.
Oh, don't you worry. No one is placing any orders. You stay right where you are, Emmy baby. I'm gonna stab the motherfucker in the stomach.
Sex and murder drives coming through muddled and strong. The line goes dead before you can say anything back. There was no chance of getting more than that out of her. You know that there is a wholesale supplier, that there is a process for placing the order with him, and that Gonza's wife is in charge of making contact. That is as much as you could hope to glean from this call. The receiver clicks back into place. The Reno tail dolphin eyes you expect. You step up.
Lot of to-in and fucking fro-in, Hirsch. Don't be a stranger.
You're doing a lot of coming and going, Hirsch. Sweet.
The vending machine awaits your selection. The machine is...
Marcia. Until next...
Overtaken by lust, the lanky young man hugs the phone like it's a flesh and bone lover.
Didn't I tell you to?
Immediate terror. Real, unfeigned, unkinky terror.
That? Where did you get that? I don't take questions from broke, androgynous.
Can't even convince himself with the insults jittering out of his brain.
Give it. No. Get it out of here. No, wait. I didn't mean to. It was the little plastic actuators. They were less structurally load-bearing than I anticipated.
He wrenches himself away from you and pushes the receiver against his ear.
This is all Metamoto. He's been plotting to undermine me for years.
It takes all his strength to negate what the model train is doing to him, but it has already had its effect. Pliancy increased tenfold. Warily, the young man
Hello, again. I hope that helps. I hope that helps. I hope that helps. I know a possible amount, medical concerns, indoor sports, anything that may trigger an asthmatic response. Why do you ask?
A subtle shift in his position. He's mold curious. Continue.
Fractal branching. Yellow veining. Where did you collect this from?
Do not reveal the location of a fellow operant's safe house.
I hope they were doing renovations. This is Chimera Verde, a mold strain indigenous to Portofino, and a surprisingly stubborn survivor. Quite the find.
Hooked. This guy's a mold man, through and through.
Extermination. Chimera Verde is in a class of its own. It first emerged in the 40s. 10 years later, it was all over Portofino. Households, offices, schools. The authorities had to call for large-scale fumigation. Paid the price for being too good at what it does. Have to say, I'm not that surprised it stuck around. Clever little organism.
He sympathizes with any organism that can survive under bleakly hostile conditions.
Slime molds are protists, networked, reactive, and astonishingly good at pattern recognition. I was an intern at the hospital down in Agua Clara. Must have been 53 before the fumigation. Let's say there were stories. Biological attack, industrial compound parasite, the first Lusian cultural front. But what you won't find in the official literature is the reports of dreams.
Something in him stirs. Some germ of the real doctor behind the porcelain mask.
Dreams of speaking to the mold. Patients couldn't recall the words, just the impression of exchanges. Some said it gave instructions. Others said it's just listened. No, they were lucid. No fever, no delusions, vitals clean. Most of them didn't mention the dreams until asked.
He was the one holding the clipboard.
When enough people report the same pattern, you stop thinking in terms of coincidence and start thinking in terms of contact. As in, could there be neurological symptoms? To an extent, sure. Mental fog, sleep disruption, given time and proximity, the immune system would be worn down. I'd go for ozone therapy. No, but it is very promising. Of course, you have to be careful with the dosage. Ozone is oxidative. If something soft and slow is growing where it shouldn't, ozone will, well, get rid of it. I'm afraid I can't help you.
He turns away, unlocks a small cabinet and rummages through. He then places a large syringe and a sealed bag on the desk.
But if I were to help, I would recommend this low concentration ozone. Intranasally, 10 seconds in each nostril.
Dr. Gang is in.
Potentially, I'd be very sure there is a mold infestation before proceeding. Otherwise, you'd just be corroding the sinuses, which you might anyway, to be blunt.
He turns and looks out of his houseboat window as you pocket the syringe.
Of course, do let me know how the hypothetical treatment goes. Until next time.
The smuggler inclines his... He lowers his...
Sure.
Wolf time. The children...
Oh, it's you. Thanks for...
Good day. I value? What sort of I value? Ah, trying to oak yourself a foreigner. Then, the man-tailor in Party Alley is who you're after. His shop is in the Arches. Has hair on his chest, but none on his head. Sells clothes that cost more than Carmuna's rent. Good day to you.
You return to the rack of clothing. You let your eyes wander up and down the rack, aimless until they alight upon a post-white jacket, despoiled by an array of multicolored stains. Smells like perfume, tequila, cigarettes. You slip it on and try to smooth down its faux fur mange. Your fingers come away with a coating of white powder. Bitter, numbing. Those pot-bed teenagers wanted glitter. Give them tabloid grime, heartbreak on private jets, tonguing a dictator and suing your label on the same day. Put on the fur, smile never, watch 'em kneel.
Your eyes guided you to a real garment there, Minina. You could pass for one of those Lucian pop stars in that coat. Free of charge. See? Bargain. For you, 25 so. Good choice.
You turn away from the rack.
See you around.
What? Yeah.
You return to the You back away from the She wants the answer to be no.
Oh, okay. Nobody. This is all mine. Lot of trial and error, but I got it.
She smiles through the haze of her delirium, eyes roving over the equipment around her.
Remember I studied ancient languages at school? You needed 1 humanities credit. I just saw the script on a textbook and thought, hey, you kinda look like a circuit board.
She points to a sigil on the machinery to her left. It is rectangular and asymmetrical, composed of lines which connect dots and circles.
That one means unity, but also disharmony. And you probably recognize repetition over there. It's on a lot of shop doorways. Shopkeepers think it brings people back. It doesn't. But it works here.
It does not. She's explaining her own brilliance away with magic.
When people first wrote, they carved these things into rock or drew in sand. The machines remember being sand, I think. All the other stuff just felt right.
She might be right. She clearly knows more than you.
Well, yeah. I drew them. This is all mine. Means I get more control over the tech, more systems we're operating at the same time. Makes it difficult to focus on just one thing when I'm out here.
Out here, the material world is no longer home to her.
Paper tray? Again? Shouldn't have used a sonatine. Thanks, Hirsch. Yeah? I'm not, but thank you. That's so cool of you to say, Hirsch.
She beams, red eyes sparkling.
Oh, okay. I'll be here.
Operant, I'll be here.
You return to the workbench. The wheel is just a decorative add-on. It protrudes somehow from the front of the train like the statue crowning a ship's prow. You never were much. You return to the... Upon close inspection, you can see that the key to a successful mend here is to snip off the deformed ends of the little plastic rods. The blades do the job beautifully, opening and closing with the delicacy of dragonfly wings. The subtlest of pleasure. You watch as the plastic surfaces melt ever so slightly under the corrosive effects of the glue. Once everything is covered that needs to be, you make the two pieces kiss and watch the plastic bind. Crowned with its free-spinning bronze wheel and curling designs, the train is a thing of exquisite craftsmanship. Bagman gestures wildly on the television screen. This is the ad for the reality situation you've seen. Either him or one of his so-called partisans. Perhaps an enthusiastic grunt, acting on their own initiative to please their commanding officer. The sounds from the commercial fade. The stereo is right where you left it. You place the disc into the drawer and press play. Your pockets are vibrating. You feel like there's something very important that you've forgotten about. Something very obvious. The bomb. Maybe we're bomb-proof. Maybe we die grooving. Either way, it will mean victory. Cold or hot, the world will stop. The explosion rings out across the city, destroying Photo 24, Constance, and any chance you may have had at redeeming yourself. The stereo is right where you left it. You slot the disc into place and hit play. Your blood froths, demanding you fight or fuck. You understood nothing of this screaming man's manifesto. Is he for revolution or against it? You slot the disc into the drawer and press play, but no intelligible sound comes out, only static. No use. This disc must use a non-standard encoding method. You'll need special equipment to play it. You step away from the equipment. The fax machine lies dormant. You turn away.
Operant, I'll be here if you...
You're back again.
The GM gives...
Here you are, yet.
Yes. An insane... You know it in your...
Take it.
A queasy... Somehow you know she is...
Just wait. Aha.
An odd, slight peel sounds. Over her shoulder, you suddenly notice that in the sky.
Look. Ignorance is bold. Take my hat.
Danger. Your skepticism.
Aha. What do you want? Yes, remember.
Hello again. What'll it be? Is that his name? Is he a friend of yours? Does he really? How unfortunate. Ah, yeah, I'm already aware of his interest. The owner won't let me ban him. He hasn't started fights, doesn't try to grope anybody. He just sits at that table over there and stares, with that big camera in his lap. Malnacido! Not you, sorry. I can't believe he tried to drag you into this. Not a clue. Aside from ordering his drinks, he's never said one word to me.
An uncomfortable reminder of his assumed familiarity with you.
Yeah, lucky me. He's pretty harmless. Keeps to himself. Or he did. I don't know. If he asks you to take any more pictures of me or follow me around, tell him where he can shop his camera. See you.
Welcome back, Bucko. The song remains the same. Operant.
Operant. You look like you've been put through a shit extruder. Even worse, you seem to have made the local news.
The old spy jabs his cigarette in the direction of a nearby television.
I am the deficient pawn of the so-called Operant Bureau. This is Sub-Commandante Bagman. Hear me out. Do not give the disc to the heartless man. Come see me instead. I know all about the ritual you're meant to partake in, and I'm prepared to reveal everything, live in person.
I trust an explanation is forthcoming. So, Director Seltz failed. Now he resorts to metafuckery.
There is so much more to your reality situation than you comprehend. You know where to find my Fortress studio. Don't despair, but don't delay either.
For the sake of our arrangement, I'm gonna consider this an unpleasant interlude. Now, did you find what we're looking for? Bon? And what wonders awaited you inside?
He raises his brow and tilts his head forward slightly. Continue, he's saying.
Bit overboard for meteorological research, wouldn't you say? However, if your true subject were the nature of human consciousness, well, that's different weather entirely. Out of curiosity,
while you were slumming it in the dark, sexy tunnel, did you come across any references to the Polytechnic University of Trefe? What about this? Does the name Juno Alvarez Staniak ring any bells? Controversial individual. Lots of miscarried ideas about the origins of consciousness. Their standard Trefe thesis holds that consciousness is itself nothing but a thin border, and only recently erected, evolutionary speaking. Couple thousand years, last week, once you begin to contemplate the time scales involved, hardly any distinction really. Lots of competing explanations, take your pick. Some hold that we were simply like other mammals, driven by unconscious instinct, just on a more complex dimension. That's your so-called conservative wing. If you read their output, which I don't necessarily recommend, you'll find it's built on some esoteric interpretations of ancient poetry. Old Capoblancan burial practices, that sort of thing. Freaky stuff, according to most. Then you have the so-called astrologists, more dippy types, arguing that we used to receive orders directly from the stars, puppets of the void and things like it.
The UR controllers, vast, omniscient, orchestrating the entire human drama.
His own, the glue-sniffing wing. He thought the astrologists got it half right. It's not the stars talking to us. It's our distant progenitors. Meaning we were once part of a single universal consciousness. Galaxy spanning, as he had it. All minds threaded together, knowing and feeling as one. Personally, I think it's got to do with the origins of writing. Been downhill since we started keeping records of things. Terrible stagecraft, what it comes down to. From there, we got notions of linear time, then narrative and history. Since then, it's been one rolling catastrophe after another. Reminds me of something my first controller told me. All deception is self-deception. That most people possess even a somewhat coherent picture of themselves is a credit to the mind's ability to hide from itself the irreducible truth.
Say it.
Once you've heard it in your own voice, it becomes hard to deny. We've had a decent run as a species, but now we're broken down on the track. Sometimes in the back of my mind, I hear the little siren whirring. It's the little amulet bringing the man with the big gun.
The old spy takes a long sip of schnapps, then sets the glass back on the table.
Yeah, makes sense. And presumably his crewmates aboard this oh-so-secret satellite weren't just up there watching the tide roll away, turning their minds into what he thought were always meant to be. Exquisitely sensitive instruments, made to detect signals nothing else in creation can. Easy that way, I imagine. Maybe more merciful as well. If it occurred within the developed world, it surely would have been. Unfortunately for Dr. Straniak's subjects, it occurred 400,000 kilometers above it. But did it work, operant? Did it work? And don't tell me that's all, operant. I'm getting that iron taste on my tongue. There's more. And you got it.
The old spy's grey eyes flash like light reflecting off a rifle scope. Board tilt in your favor.
Come on, operant. Have you got the disc or not? Pneumatic. Not many things play this anymore. Old format.
Oh God, it's another stairs-related task coming on.
Fortunately, I'm an old format myself.
He pops the front panel off his box with a heavy plastic clunk, nearly hidden among the skein of tubes, pumps and wiring. A built-in disc changer.
Still leaves a matter of venue. Much as I like this place for the ambience, doesn't entirely suit our purposes, I think. You know how men get after a certain age. Can't throw anything away. I think yours should do fine. If we have any outstanding business, we should settle it now. Hard to predict what will happen once we spin this thing up. Meets upper standards, I presume. Free of listening devices, comes with a housekeeper. Safest place in Kizak, most likely. Fine. Let me know when you are. Don't keep me waiting, operant.
Back again, Hirsch. Very good.
You have never. You pick up the payphone's handset. A dolphin emblem smiles at you.
Yes. Ah, very well.
He really doesn't want to be doing business with Gonza. Or you, for that matter.
I will send our driver. 30 minutes. Got it? 3. Oh.
The streets exhale around you. The shouts of partygoers slacken and music thins to echoes. Beyond Party Alley, your asset awaits your signal. The interval before Ramses picks up is not even a full ring. The cramped houseboat crossed in a single anxious stride.
You good?
Despite the quick answer, his voice sounds as though he's just emerged from sleep.
Yeah, on my way.
Behind you, you hear the faint scrape of boots on old bricks.
You know, I wasn't sure you were going to call.
The jovial words are accompanied by a shaky voice, as if from some kind of wounded animal.
What's the worst that could happen? I turn more epileptic? How much time we got? Perfect. Like old times?
The reigniting of a custom you'd feared lost forever. Engaging would only compromise your social and ballistic skills for no tangible benefit. A hit to steady the fibers can't hurt, just a small one.
Oh yeah. That's why I put tobacco in there too. No judgment here. Just happy to partake.
Ramsay's ears light a flex as he inhales. Red veins glow along the joint spine. You drag until the paper crackles. Thick smoke rushes in. The crepitating telephoto lens of your mind widens as your circuitry slackens.
Anyway, the Herschel. The fucking Herschel.
Further down Party Alley, bass lines thump and laughter echoes. But here, the silence settles. This moment, it's important to him. A rekindling, maybe. Finding warmth among ashes grown cold.
It's your turn, I think. You know, the aftermath of the shit show? You got a whiff of what it's been like for me. What happened to you, Hirsch? Everything? Anything? Hirsch, I don't know a goddamn... I thought you were dead. You realize that, right? It's fine. I just... Maybe it was easier to believe. The other alternatives were worse.
Did she just abandon us? Floodgates open, one by one. Great walls of water come crashing down.
Uh-huh. What, like cryosleep?
Satellite Facility B, a suburb-sized arrangement of honeycomb structures.
I always figured they just, you know, took you out back. For how long?
Ramses exhales and looks up at the sky, taking it all in.
You set anything on fire on your way out? Hard to imagine you manning a fucking desk. Back when I knew you, you could hardly sit still for a wiretap. Fucking, it's been bad times for everyone, H, sounds like. You think something to do with the stars? Glad you're all thawed out, H.
Time dilates as you both stand there, blowing clouds. You almost forget that you were waiting. Eventually, from down the street, the faint rumblings of a tuk-tuk grow louder. Headlights appear.
Well, shit. Guessing that's our man. Go time?
The ember glows, a tiny sun between your nails, the smoke taste of ash and something sweeter. And then, it's gone. The tuk-tuk slows to a near stop. The driver, heavyset, or wearing thick clothing. The passenger seat is empty. It's about all you can see. Someone could be hiding in the back seat. No flickering lights from nearby windows. No other tuk-tuk lingering by. Low chances of passers-by intruding at this hour. A cloud of exhaust hangs in the still air before dissipating. The vehicle sits motionless.
Oh no, this hash must have me seeing things, because I can't believe my eyes.
If Ramses is high, this guy's on a Zeppelin coasting over the Noscarentis Sea.
Baby girl, you're like a mirage sent to torment a thirsty man. Baby, baby, haven't you realized all roads lead to gold eyes? What can I say? It's my Rastamian passion. I go wild for a woman in control. You're telling me. What's going on?
He's going.
I would expect at least one of you to have a briefcase for me.
Don't let this get ugly. Not after what he told you about Vesper. You map the angles from gutters to rooftop, scanning for lurking silhouettes and blind spots. If he has backup, they're well hidden.
I noticed. No bag, no nothing. That is problematic, business-wise. And I know you're carrying, since I sold you the piece.
Your advantage is slipping. Draw already. There's no point in lying at this stage.
Talking. I'm guessing that wasn't the plan. What plan?
The one that didn't account for you two being familiar, which you seem to be.
Yeah, you love me.
That's huge, coming from her.
All right. Everybody shut the fuck up for a second. I'm thinking.
Somewhere behind his bloodshot eyes, a slow yet impeccable calculation emerges.
You're sick, big man.
Epilepsy. Bad seizures.
The words pass through Goat Eyes' lie detector.
I'm sorry. My little cousin got the epilepsy too. Wallah, it's rough. So, this isn't business, is it? Fuck. How many pills a day, big man?
4?
Alright. Let's say 3 crates will do. 1,000 blister packs in each. That's like,
Years worth of medication. With proper storage, the expiration dates shouldn't be an issue.
Wait until you hear the best part. A candlelit dinner. You, me, lamb so tender you gotta eat it with a spoon. And that's the low point of the night.
I could do lamb.
You weren't invited, big man.
Quickly, you and Goat Eyes split the crates on the back of the tuk-tuk. As you drive away, you look at the passenger seat, where Ramses looks tired but content. He's already helped himself to the meds. The engine sputters as you park the tuk-tuk. You pull the key from the ignition and the world stills. Water laps gently against the shore. Ramses exits the vehicle with a cautious slowness. He rolls his shoulders back in a delicate stretch. He stares at his houseboat, then at the tuk-tuk.
You know, I think I'm good. I should make a call. Old friends. Rustamian couple I met when I landed in Portofino. I've been meaning to reach out for a while.
A small promise, remade and unkept 1,000 times over. Tomorrow, he'd tell himself, until the word meant nothing.
I'm not saying it's important, just, I don't know. Might be time to anchor this thing. I think I'm done with the hermit scene. What about you, H? You ever think of ditching your scene? Ah, fuck that. You're just gonna end up racking up more shit. Anyway, I wanted to say, you know, when the time comes, I want in, Hirsch.
You break them over and over, and still they stick by you.
Well, the odds are shit, but odds turn.
He nods. If you care about him, the best thing you can do is step out of his way and let him rejoin life, regardless of what he wants. Ramsey's already survived you. Let him hold on to the years that remain. No, the plan is the death of our enemy, at any cost. He nods firmly.
I'll be at the fogged mirror. When you need me, I'm ready. Oh, one more thing before I forget. Here, I want you to have it.
It looks like a human skull frozen in mid-scream. Ritualistic symbols are inked all over, while at the top is what appears to be a mouthpiece. Clay teeth, No eyes.
It's my death whistle. Fucking nasty sound. Pig death and, I don't know, internal screaming. You know, in case you ever need to strike fear into your enemies.
He's not taking a no. Your hand closes upon the clay bulk. You turn away from each other. The night air cools your face as you step forward. Portofiero's lights pulling you back into their orbit.
How goes it, Hedge? I'm listening. So it's an assassination. Why now?
He keeps tugging at his beard, engrossed in his thoughts, before suddenly shrugging.
Still, it might just work, you know?
A sudden, bizarre flare of hope.
To be clear, we're definitely not making it out alive. But that doesn't mean it won't work, you know? On a grand scale and all. The Lucians love to wage war without waging it. Keeping it all on their own terms. The only way to win against them is to just fucking not play their subtlety game. Otherwise, they win without you even knowing you were playing. That's how the dream fell, after all. I assume you know the broad strokes. The dream was a beautiful clusterfuck. Guilds, federations, communes, all working together. Been that way since the 2200s, going by the old calendar. Since the death of Sultan Murad IV, the last of his kind, inshallah. Yeah, fuck him. Anyway, Rustam fell because the world encroached. It is that simple. Modernity chipping away at it, year after year. Final night, my people set fire to the dream. Every granary, every workshop, every field, every road. Victory. The fields were ashed and salted. The topsoil scraped away. Wells were blown up. Water sources buried under rubble. Scorched motherfucking earth. Here's the takeaway, Hirsch. Every invading force has its terms. You want to fuck with them. You can't play their game. Why not? People dress like them, eat their food, mimic their slang. They don't need to invade this place. And whatever resistance they meet will be dwarfed by the number of open arms. The People's Republics could roll out the warships. Maybe claim Portofiro, blood, ruins and all. But what's the point? You can't carpet bomb want. Thing is, what the Lucians are peddling, it's not real. It's a ritual. A shit song they keep pumping over the radio until one day you wake up and find it's your favorite tune. That kind of cultural warfare, you can't fight it on its own terms. You have to put a bullet in somebody. Yeah. Plus I figure I owe the weeping eye a little payback.
All expression vanishes from his face. The wrinkle lines smooth over and the frown of concentration disappears.
Say the word, H. I already told you once, H.
Not one to make idle promises. Once is enough for Ramses.
I think you know the answer to that question, Hirsch. I assume you're not trying to recruit that guy, but just in case the idea crosses your mind. I am not working with Holocene.
Your old double has been known to have an unsettling effect on certain people.
Just no fucking weirdos, yeah, Hirsch? Yeah, that's exactly what I mean, H. Keep him the fuck away from me.
Superstitious at heart. You can almost see the shivers run down his spine as you stray into weird metaphysical territory. He nods.
Don't be a stranger.
I'll be seeing you.
You step in, the crackling voice. Inside you know it is over.
Hello. Hello and welcome as always to the reality situation. What's your name and where are you calling from? A joke, obviously. This show would never solicit personal information from you, unlike the government, priests, and talking animals in your dreams. Remember, people, you don't have to answer. The animal zone has long been compromised, comrade. I had an undercover backman goose keeping watch all along. They have non-retractile claws, reality's ultimate assassins. Dead, mostly. Suicide. You see, the hybrids weren't a bad idea in principle, but what the scientists failed to take into account was that apparently the human parts of their brains simply couldn't deal with the dolphins' urges. The survivors have a tank at the bottom of Nestor's old silo. Though, who knows how many remain.
You didn't see anything resembling a tank down there, unless there are sub-levels yet to uncover.
You've been visited by one of the bold partisans of the realm. I hope you're wearing the bag. It's the only way to stay safe. First lesson of war. We're always under attack. The sooner you accept it, the better.
Salute.
The receiver clicks back. You step away. The now unoccupied payphone stands half embedded in a concrete pedestal, its frame weather.
Hello there. I'm listening, baby. You fucked that post box up. Oh, you bad girl. You big post box killing machine. Whatever you say, baby. Shouldn't you be investigating what happened to the sock importer? Never mind, hon. I'm listening.
You feel the familiar lightness enveloping your mind as she switches gears.
Hey, Mel. It's me.
Her voice tired and distant, laced with lazy confidence. It's you.
No, I'm not. You're lying to me. I'm shit at this. I'm going to be punished. What are you going to do to me when I get home? No, don't tell me. I already know. The freezer.
A shock through your body, the color draining from your face. You shudder with pleasure. You knew this was your fate. You knew you'd be right back there.
I didn't listen. I thought I knew better and I went out on my own and I fucked it up, Mel. I'm going to the freezer. I'm going to sort files. I'm going to sort files forever. Shall I tell you what it's like when I sort files? I wake up at 7 in the morning, alone. My alarm clock sounds like a lame cicada. I hate it. I'll never get it fixed. I commute on the bus. So does everybody else. I catch them looking at me. I wonder if they can tell that I'm different. A secret. A shadow. But they can't. I'm not. I'm just like them. I spend all day sorting files into alphabetical order, but I still have to say the full alphabet to myself every time. When I shred files, I try to pull them back out. I do it slowly. I torture them. The shredder eats them, pulps them, beats them into unrecognizable shreds so that they can be burned, incinerated. I climb into the cremator. I sizzle and smoke and disappear into ash. The flames feel so good. They feel like home.
Goosebumps everywhere. Your body alight with pleasure.
I burn. My flesh gone, my bones licked clean. I break apart, become ash, dust. All my mistakes burn with me. I'm free.
You are fucked up.
Baby, do you want to talk about it? No, hon. You've been to a bonfire, right? Everybody watches the flames. There's peace and destruction, even just a fantasy. You're okay. Line's always open.
You step away from the phone into the dark.
Get the fuck out of here. I'm warning you. I don't know if it was you, and I don't care. I don't do consultations anymore.
Sleep deprived, battered, and ominously stained. You would say Dr. Gonza looked the same as before, but for a newfound instability in his eyes. Before, he was insane, but sure of himself. Now he's in uncharted territory, even by his own measurement.
What's happened? Is that you, or one of your bored friends, broke into this place at night and rummaged through my things? But then you already know that, don't you?
Not your best work if even he can detect your stagecraft. Better try to remove his suspicions.
Yes, a skillful board knock if I ever saw one. Get the fuck out of here.
A small measure of doubt, a hefty dose of fear. You're safe to proceed. For now.
Aren't we fucking all? Mama's getting horny. What are those words? What a life. Hey, sure you feel qualified to make that call? You don't seem so sane yourself.
Only one half of his mouth lifts to bare his teeth in the sinister smile it gives you. It takes one to know one, his expression says.
Delusional love. So now you know how men feel all the time, eh? So? Not remotely. Mediocre fucks are always eager to diagnose anyone with even a gram of brains as delusional, sociopathic. A disgrace to the medical profession. Sounds like your colleague is surrounded by imbeciles. I won't help condemn the poor man. Easy way to fry your brain. Listen, I love uppers as much as the next man, but at some point, you've got to sweep the line away and reach for the bottom. Sober? Well, there's the issue. Why didn't you lead with that? What you're describing is a problem of personality, not a health issue. In a word, idiocy. Whatever little demons your friend is dealing with, I can guarantee that A, they are house cats compared to the shit I've got lurking around in there. And B, there's nothing a gorilla dose of sedatives won't smother. If she's stupid enough to try to deal with her conscience raw, I'm afraid she's beyond help.
Take it from somebody who shoots his conscience with a designer drug-loaded dart every time it so much as stirs.
Do with it what you will. Mold the sample? You must be out of your mind bringing that shit in here, woman. Get it out, and get out. And you bring it here. Here's my medical grade advice. Go back outside, curl up in a ditch, and wait for it to start giving you orders. In the meantime, get the fuck out of here. What did the swine do this time? Somehow, yes. I suspect the fertility experiment gone wrong. That, or the world's saddest merciful. Yes, enough. Adios, patient.
You pick up the payphone's handset. A dolphin emblem smiles at you. It's up. You step away. The man looks across the roof in your direction, hands in pockets.
Good evening. Pretty cool for us to meet here. In the dark like this, Herschel, isn't it? What have you got for me? Okay, Herschel, sure. We can talk all the time, Herschel. But it's a fallacy, I believe. Cat brains are not human brains. We have no idea how they work. I think... No, it probably doesn't think about us. It's more like the idea of white than white itself. I agree. It probably doesn't think about death. But it must know it. I think humans require music to find equilibrium for their emotions. But as cats' emotions are always in balance, they have no need of it.
This conversation is many levels beneath the cat. It knows what it thinks.
That's a pretty full-spectrum question, Herschel. Finally, it's like you only came here for the cat, rather than your old friend Ignaz. The dilly-dallying is very unprofessional of you, Herschel. I'm trying to be patient with you, but we're on a tight schedule here. What are you talking about, Herschel? Did you perhaps fall and hit your head? We've got an important assignment on our hands. Why back out now? You are way too sensitive, Herschel. And at the same time, not sensitive enough. Are you so rusty that you've lost the ability to see threats right in front of you? Did they remove your espionage muscle? Shed some light on the leaky animals, and I promise I'll make it worth your while. Be back soon.
Hello again. What to leave? See you.
Operant. Bon, let's go.
The yellow disc slots into the disc changer with a soft click.
On your mark, operant.
A click, a fog of static, a whoosh of blood between your ears. A shapeless figure twisting in darkness. And then...
When at last you're consumed by the greater existence. And you come face to face with cruel danger.
The old spy's face is fixed in stony concentration. He doesn't so much as look up at you.
Where is a face like you but from a dream? Then you'll know how lost you've always been, world
The voice speaking these words, it's not entirely natural. You but from a dream, the words on the red disc. Just then you become aware of another sound, coming from the old spy's heart box, one you've not heard it make before. A warning. The old spy's body appears to be vibrating. His hand presses the headphone close to his ear.
All time and place before you, luminous, sense and no sense, cosmology of a dream you may have lived and may yet live again.
Meanwhile, the old spy's lips move quickly, silently. Wet, silent, like a fish behind glass.
What will you say to that cruel angel who waits for you when they ask what you've done with your heart?
A blizzard of electrostatic, then nothing. The air is heavy, your chest tight. You've been holding your breath for approximately an eternity. Slowly, the old spy removes his headphones.
Recognize? How? The Angel tone. Right. The title. You but from a dream, like the voice said. Never understood music myself. Partially tone deaf. You mind?
The old spy cups a large hand near your face as the end sparks to life. He lights his own and leans back.
But all right. So this Ultra Violetta, the missing pop star, she hears it too. What you're saying? Coincidence would be comforting. And yet I'm not comforted in the slightest.
You mark a distinct change in the old spy's demeanor. Gone are the cryptic circumlocutions and knowing flourishes. For once, you're on the same page. He's in unfamiliar seas here. It's your lights he'll navigate by.
So our pop singer gets on humanity's unlisted frequency, cuts a new record, which lo and behold, turns out to be some sort of weapon that melts the minds of whoever listens to it. One immediately wonders, has the Ministry of Mass Culture got any idea about this? What power is that tempting? No doubt. Seems she may be the linchpin of their whole endgame. But then how did one of these discs make its way across the wide and teeming Nuscarinta Sea to Portaferro and into the stereo of your unfortunate double? Tested in theater then. Smart spy might ask what this empty fool is doing with his hands on such a thing. Seems important.
He brushes the braid of cords aside so he can mash the remains of his cigarette against the side of his box. From the window, you can hear the sound of two people laughing out on Orphanage Street. Two teenagers on the way to the tram stop after a few hours on Party Alley. An empty bottle echoing along the paving stones.
One thing, this red disc of yours, the Angel tone. One play only, that's the deal. Sounds like you should start making more theoretical friends then. Just a thought. A weapon like that, in the hands of an operant with a mind to use it, could be extremely potent. Probably impress your controllers. Reminds me, your thing.
Yes, what this was all about. The Grand Lich's time of arrival. It sounds so pitifully small now. Your thing.
It's a tree you're waiting on. Lusian ginkgo. Planted a long time ago. so you know. Bon. Funny thing about Lusian ginkgos, they all lose their leaves simultaneously. Genetic, supposedly. Big ritual day. Years to find out, I'd say. There's a couple of negotiators from the bank side of the table, mucking around about town. Turn one of them inside out. You'll find your answer. And now, operant, we come to our parting. Lots of new questions, lines of inquiry. Think I may want to speak to one of these cruel angels, face to face.
Nothing facetious in his tone there.
A strong draft of both.
He takes up the heart box. His heavy frame shudders with new vitality.
I hope you get a good price, operant.
His heavy steps echo down the hall stairs and then fade to nothing. You turn away from... A shade in a leather jacket thrusts. You press the palm of one hand gently but firmly against the magazine's almost non-existent spine. Careful, slower. The pressure is just right. Instead of the paper tearing around its bindings, the staples themselves bend, open for you, and give way. Pop, pop, pop. Your hand is steady, but the staple's resistance is absolute. Your concentration sharpens to a laser point. The staples begin to buckle. You can see the paper fibers gradually surrendering to your onslaught. With the final staple freed, zinc-plated steel wire surrendered at your hands. The book's spine finally collapses. The pages, loose, unbound, come apart in your hands. The pristine centerfold clutched between thumb and forefinger. The heifer coffee lady and the hombre, ever vigilant, watches you from the shadows. With you while you enter the dark of sleep, and whenever you slip into the umbral realm. Watchful eyes stare at you from the wall as you back away. Brethren, friends, company. You have already engaged.
Operant, I'll be here.
The bed welcomes you for a soft slump. The stillness darkness of the room quietens your mind as you settle down. You find yourself before the old Lusian ginkgo once more. It's exactly as he described, an explosion of gold to stop the soul in its tracks. The leaves rustle in the soft breeze. They neither confirm nor deny. You're on the world's clock now. Nothing you or anyone else might do can slow or hasten its secret mechanism. Uphold party standard time. Reject botanical deviationism. A dab of saliva darkens the uneven tile. The leaves whisper their mild reproach. You leave the old... The stool, you turn away. By far the largest collection. Nothing. It would be, but you return your attention to the broader. A large people, you turn away. The stool remains. You 100. You flip. You turn.
You have returned for trade.
You seek the unit?
The monkey descends into a series of gnashing shrieks and limb spasming in excitement and outrage at your quest.
Yes, for you. If you seek my prized the unit, you must offer something of greater value.
The monkey reaches a mortifying fist into the pile of objects at his feet. The fist re-emerges holding a cosmonaut figurine.
Behold the unit. What have you for my best treasure to trade? Then maybe she should trade for better time.
The little man boasts an economic order based on pure want, greed and corruption away.
Ah, ha, ooh, ooh. Oh. No mercy.
At the center of the bazaar stands a mound of flesh, rendered in cotton, reflective eyes, brown fur, a long tail. You return your attention to the pile of assorted junk.
Nonsense words. Ah, the scepter.
The monkey rummages his heinous little hands through his objects. Depraved Lusian filth.
Bad hair, man. Trade it for schnapps.
The pre-breeder begins to vibrate in his demonic half-balled mitts. He swings it around a few times. The monkey bares his teeth at you.
Thief! Thief! Vanquish you!
The king pulls out his pre-breeder 6ZR, ready to defend his haul.
Ah ha ha! You are wise to cower.
You return your... The monkey bares his teeth at you. He flicks his ears in excitement.
Commence economic combat! Prove yourself. Hair on hair? Ridiculous. Nonsense abhorred. There is no rain in the realm.
He glances at the ceiling, eyebrows twitching.
No rain! Old wolf acquired, new wolf rejected. High value coward object. Imminent trade. Misguided. Choo-choo. Tiny vehicle of enabling commerce. Please. A tragedy. Displeasure. Disappointment. Farewell. You have returned. Farewell.
The smuggler inclined. He lowers his...
You're back again.
The GM gives you the most... Eyes closed, the young man remains lost in his erotic fantasy.
Didn't I tell you to?
Immediate terror. Real.
But how did you put it back together? I could never have managed that. So precise. Such detailing. Give it. No. Get it out of here. No, wait. I don't owe you answers. You're a food token collector. A lumpenproll.
He wrenches himself away from you and pushes the receiver against his ear.
This is all Metamoto.
It takes all his strength to negate what the model train is doing to him.
You're still leaking. Shh. The gap isn't part of anything. It's the absence of... Shh.
Warm spittle flecks your bare cheek. A little bit...
Keep your voice.
He may be delusional, but he's...
Imagine the consumer. Good. I have enough to keep...
Warily.
Marcia, until next...
You've come back. Quite the sight. He came... The music...
What a professional.
Of course.
Good day. Good day to...
Oh, it's you. She produces a lovely little monkey from the stack beside her stall.
Cute gift. Enjoy your nice little monkey. Thanks for stopping by.
Wolf time. Yeah, you look just like a wolf. I wish I had one.
You look like a wolf killer. All the wolves wear clouds over their fur, but you're like the opposite. At least it's pretty.
The children ignore.
Sure.
The intercom, the indicator light, a thin whip of static, more void noise, the revealed in. The control panel. Bagman gestures wide, the sounds from the...
How goes it, Hedge? Tribal and Sony shit. Read about it in a magazine years ago, and been fascinated ever since. Supposed to sound like a human scream. Horrifying. Reverse engineer assumes I have one. This is all I had to go off.
A faded magazine cut out from a general interest digest from years ago. It shows a heavily feathered tribesman cradling a stubby flu, with the front end fashioned in the shape of a human skull.
Pretty much. It talks a big game about how the whistle was used to paralyze the enemy before an ambush and how it would strike fear into the glands of their enemies. But very little about the acoustics, you know? No. Fear is in the glands, H. Well, the pitch depends on the tube diameter, you know? So, you could probably make a really little one that sounds like a child.
He beams at the sound of your approval.
Cavities in the shape of our fucking mouth and throat apparatus. Adding the leather strip as a vocal cord surrogate really helped. Just need to figure out how to tune leather. Supposedly, text says they used actual vocal cords ripped from their enemies, but maybe not. Whatever they used, clay does not sound like that by itself. You will not regret this.
With a great big inhale, Ramses blows into the whistle once again, sacrificing his breath and turning it into an encroaching sound. Within it, you almost hear words, tormenting the edges of your psyche. Like the screams of babies, the sound bypasses all logic and goes directly for the panic response. Over at the bar, Lucia has covered her ears with her hands. Every patron has turned towards you.
I know, right? It's like, even though you know nothing's happening, your body's sure it's about to get slaughtered.
Seeing the look he's getting, Ramses hands the death whistle back, holding a hand up in sorry to everyone at the bar afterwards.
I know, it's great. Feels like tinnitus in your teeth, right? Happy to play it again for you. Yeah, it's like you read my mind.
You have smoked an infinity of joints with Ramses, and yet it is only as he reaches into his bag and pulls out the paraphernalia that you remember one particular aspect of the experience. Just wait for it. It begins by stretching out a rolling paper on the table, which he mock rolls in his fingers a few times to get the paper to the right texture. And then keep waiting for it. He starts to pick apart the nugs by hand, a process which gets incrementally slower with every minute as his fingers grow stickier and stickier.
No, I've got it.
Time passes. Every once in a while, he flicks the lighter and runs it over his fingertips to decarboxylate the hash stuck to him, and then licks them, one by one.
Joint or spliff?
One takes longer as it includes tobacco. This is a bad time to forget which.
Correct.
Then he proceeds to do the same thing he just did, but now with the tobacco.
I mean, kind of. But if you don't pick it apart right, it burns unevenly.
With mounting disbelief, you watch as he meticulously mixes it, striving for every square millimeter of the compound to have the exact same proportion and distribution of brown on green.
5-1. Thanks, Hirsch. I am.
If there was any sarcasm in that phrase, it flew way over his head and directly into the nos currentis sea. Once mixed, he grabs little bunches of the mixture and starts placing it upon the open paper, occasionally prodding at it with a stick to re-achieve the desired distribution. Next, Ramses pulls out a notebook and starts to tear a rectangular strip of paper out from the corner of one page to make the filter. Air and the clashing smells of fragrant weed and stale beer fill your lungs. You feel something like peace begin to come.
All right, nice. Halfway through. Just got to burn the edges of the filter so we're not getting any loose paper.
Once trimmed, the filter is rolled, including a fun little squiggle in the middle. He tests its diameter and springiness by squeezing it softly between his fingers. Apparently finding it wanting in springiness, he starts anew with another page corner. And so the time passes. Finally, he is using the back end of a match to pat the mixture down.
All right, one spliff coming right up. Taste it. See for yourself.
It is perfection. It is art. An island of craft in a sea of barbarity.
I feel like it's still a little uneven, you know? Got a question. You ever think about what this stuff is doing to us? Yeah, but I mean, this is some kind of vegetable life we're inhaling, getting it into our minds. What if we're like fucking becoming one?
He's right. The vegetables are probably setting up home in your brain grooves right now. It does feel like something else is controlling your body. The party has been compromised. Oust the vegetal dissident.
What? Hirsch, no, I'm not a vegetable. Not yet, at least. Think about it. All I'm saying. Something as good as that always comes with a cost.
You finish the rest of the joint in a rhythm of inhales. By the end, it feels like both your minds have melded with the sticky floorboards.
Not yet. Let's let it burn out some more. Don't be a stranger.
Welcome back, Bucko. Operant.
Once again, the Carabinieri, they don't notice your approach. The woman's head, attracting attention as a ring. Lucia's profile, clear view. The woman's head is solidly in frame, but unfortunately, attracting attention as the clatter of the bazaar drowns out. Lucia's head turns to follow the high-pitched sound, but in the profile, he moved towards them without a sound, a ghost on the pavement. His hand hovering by her waist. He's about to make a move. On his finger, a wedding ring. A press of your finger, the click of the lens, just as he closes his palm over her hip and bends down to press a kiss to her closed mouth. She closes her eyes. With your subjects none the wiser, you slip away.
Lonely.
His half. Somehow, he looked.
Goodbye.
Back again, are we? This is what's there for you. Don't ruin it by slouching, yes? If you scuff those on a curb, don't come back. It'll break my heart. The side seams are offset to trace... Well then. Of course you... Back again,
He circles you with his gaze.
There she is, the high-value woman. This was meant for you. I can see it now. Only one critique. You look a bit strained when living should be effortless. Go and care for yourself. The attire demands it. Of course you will.
Lot of to-in and fucking fro-in, Hirsch. Don't be a
You're doing a lot of coming and going, Hirsch.
You're back. And you still look like that. Yeah? What? Sure.
You have returned.
He flicks his ears and
Commence economic combats. Oh, oh, oh.
cooing softly. He makes grasping motions with his pointy hands.
Oh, Queen of Trade.
He cradles the plushie in his hairy, rangy arms before setting it carefully in his stash. He flings the tiny cosmonaut figurine at you.
Trade completed.
He flicks his ear.
Ah ha ha! Market is battleground. Snakes and shinies already obtained. Displeasure, disappoint. The Queen.
What?
He's silent for a long, rare moment, contemplating you.
What are you saying, Tiger Pussy? Nice thought. She knows exactly what I am. Exactly. Shit.
He reaches for the figurine, then changes his mind. His hand drops.
Pretty fucking confident in yourself. Think it'll actually work?
Fear, hope, and jealousy.
Everything you say is a lie, isn't it? You remind me of my uncles. Fuck. I'm warning you. If it gets even a little bit weird, I'm pulling the plug on you both. Remember what I said, yeah?
Yeah? Oh, okay.
Her eyes settle on the cosmonaut. She hesitates.
But Septimus said that it wasn't there. Yeah. He wanted to protect me. It isn't really up to me now, Hirsch. But that's okay. I know you need to know what I told them. No. No. But I don't want to back out now, Hirsch.
She takes the cosmonaut, smoothing her thumbs in an alternating rhythm over its torso. She nods. Her grip tightens on the figurine. Her nostrils flare. The shock of lost time returning to her.
I can hear birdsong. Feel the hood over my face. It smelled like other people's sweat. Stale. The sound of their tools. Metal scraping. But that's it. Go get the headset, Hirsch. I'll turn off the REM repeaters again. Please, I can't do this alone. No, there's nothing there. It's like a wall.
She doesn't look at you, just replaces her headset and leans back, cosmonaut on her chest. Light refracts within your cornea. You are someone else, somewhere else. A man and a woman look down at you and at each other. Intimacy and pleasure in their gaze when it connects. There's a casual intimacy to the interrogator's posture, slouched towards each other. You cannot. Rope bites into your skin. The fibers damp with weeping flesh. Each movement sends a bolt of electric agony through your arms.
She's confused. I told you not to hit her in the head.
Yeah.
He'll do it again.
We just need a name, dear. Your opera handler. Who got you into this whole mess?
I'll try again.
Brace yourself. Knuckles dig swift into your eye socket and back out again. Next to your nose, something cracks.
We will when you let us. You think we want to be here? Whole city reeks.
The room scrambles, fades, returns. You can feel something in your ears now. The woman caresses a device in her palm. The crease of latex against plastic, amplified in your skull.
What did they promise you? Money? Did they tell you they'd make you a big-time communist operant? It doesn't have to be this hard.
The woman smiles, closes her hand around the device. Oral torture. Wicked. The device isn't making any sound. It's triggering a psycho-auditory response, tuned specifically to the individual.
Don't pass out. Shit. Oh, there you are. A lullaby.
Tell us about your assignment.
Silence.
Unbelievable.
Come on. It's my turn.
A white flash, cold, static. The room buzzes, fades, clarifies. You catch a glimpse of orange in the back of the room. Breathe easily.
I smell death. Her wounds are beginning to decay. Disgusting.
She's shivering. The sepsis will kill her before we get anything.
Whisper into each other in low, urgent tones. They're beginning to panic.
Look at yourself.
He grabs your hair, forces your gaze downward. You see your bare chest, rotten and oozing. He massages pus into your open wounds with his knife.
Doesn't it look good? Try it.
Still gripping your hair, he slams your head back. You open your mouth to gasp and he plunges his knife between your lips. You taste the rancid, wet crumbs of your flesh on its blade. Bitter.
Swallow for me.
Pieces of you splatter across his face, black and yellow. He wipes his face, then forces his hand back into your mouth. His fingers plug your throat, you choke. Vomit splutters out of your nostrils. You cough. It burns.
Did you like having his hand inside you? Do you want him to do it again?
Maybe we should bring Dr. Hugo here to visit you. Is that what you want? To see your daddy?
The doctor blows onto his tea. A smell of mint rises with the steam.
We'll say that his little girl told us that he was the head of the network. He'll die thinking you sacrificed him to save someone else.
Who was in charge? There must be an operant in there.
Come on, don't tell him. Lie. It feels like drowning, like clawing your way through dark water, like you don't know which way is up. Your hair is drenched in sweat.
Oh, fuck.
Septimus soothes her, ignoring you. Loses interrogators of broken assets far more experienced than Kindred. She gave up what she could to protect what she must.
Damn fucking right it's not your fault. You don't think that, do you? Listen to the demonic hag, Karoshka. She's right. Alright, well, kinda sick, kinda weird. Not our problem.
Huh? Tempo can't die?
She's begging you to change the truth. You watch as she sobs.
I don't give a fuck who Vesper is or how alive he isn't. Shut the fuck up.
No.
She knuckles her eyes with such force, it seems as if she's trying to push him out.
I can't stand it.
It's fucking lovely here. What's wrong with Portofino? Shh, Karoshka. We could thrive too. We could thrive the shit out of it.
I don't deserve to thrive.
You deserve to thrive up a storm. We could move to the sunset, a penthouse. I could call in some favors with Dazola, get us set up with a dope view of Kisa. We'll watch the boats tonight. We'll have rugs. And we can keep this place as our studio. Finally start making movies together, like we talked about.
I want to die. I want to die.
Karoshka, please. We know what happened now. We can just move on. We can get some fucking takeout and watch Iron Pedal 7. We can go to the fucking beach or some shit. Sand? We can make movies about all this. Espionage, fighting fascists. You can make it so real. It'll blow people's fucking minds.
But it isn't real, Septimus. What's real is this. Me, scars, and dead friends. I don't care about rugs. I'm not just going to forget this.
A point of contention between them. Good. Drive the wedge. Bring her back to you.
Calm the fuck on. We all just saw what this thing looks like.
He waves an arm madly in the direction of the headset.
Herschel's fucked. She's gone all inhuman and weird, just like dance guys when they done too much. You need to stay out of it.
No. Stop telling me what I need. It's you who's afraid of this. All your uncles and your dad? I'm not. I can take it. I can do something about it.
Carolina sits up, looks at you. She still wants to impress you, to help you, after all this.
Hirsch, why are you here? Why did you come back? So there's another assignment? Another chance? Let me help. No. Look at me. Look at what I survived.
Barely.
This is reverse psychofuckery, Karoshka. Don't let her psychofuck you.
I can do this. Let me prove it.
No. Ignore this rugless bitch. Absolutely the fuck not.
She means it. She's with you, no matter what. She smiles up at you, grateful and forlorn.
Karoshka, please. Don't fucking do this.
Carolina's chest rises and falls, her blue, paper-thin eyelids twitching. Her first real sleep in months, maybe years. Your voices won't wake her.
It's you I don't trust.
Carolina stirs, rolls over, buries her face against the side of his thigh. His fingers go to her hair, reflexive, blunt nails scratching gently against her scalp.
Talk her out of this. She'll listen to you. You know what she'll choose.
In her sleep, Carolina whimpers.
You want me to beg? Grovel? What the fuck do you want me to do?
His eyes follow you as you turn to leave.
Please.
An old billboard, half collapsed into the dirt. A faded illustration dominates the frame. In one corner, a jumble of text and diagrams cling stubbornly. Amid graffiti and peeled paper, two figures point at a space rocket climbing towards the sun. The scene is awash in still vivid red and yellow. The couple's faces, although half erased, radiate pride and awe. A lettering on the man's t-shirt, although barely legible, reads, Todos somos Nestor. Down below, glass towers lean over cobblestone streets and emerald parks, where hibiscus, plumeria, and jacarandas bloom in impossible abundance. Every path bends towards a luminous dome, glowing like a promise. A vision of a future stillborn. You have stumbled upon a relic of Project Autonomia, Portafero's defunct space program. The rocket exploded before it reached orbit. The city-state sank deeper into debt, and Nestor was exiled, again. The P-toll tract was abandoned soon after. Big rocket go big, boom, boom. A message to Portaferans, attributed to Sweet Nestor himself. It begins with a proclamation. Behold, here stands the future of Portafero. A desolate expanse of half-built concrete shells and narrow streets wind into nowhere. No planned space for greenery either. No building was ever finished other than the silo itself. The date reads, Deuteros 75. Amid the half-eroded paragraph, the words destiny and historical correction endure, as if untouched by time. Had the launch been an official success, Portafero would have become one of the big boys of the developed world. Inevitably, it is reflected in the grandeur of his space program. At present, such grandeur belongs to but 3 nations, Capablanco and Son, and the Kingdom of La Plage. The sole members of the post-orbital club. High status, high funds. The Luz has never acknowledged the existence of any official space program. Everyone else simply assumes they have one. Stage separation events and plumb signatures were observed 14 times above Lusian airspace in the past decade alone. First to reach orbit, with the Cosmo Future Initiative's inaugural launch in 51. Capablanco followed in 54. By then, the superblock had close-up photographs of the lunar surface. Portaferro could have shared in the people's glory, had Nestor not spread-eagled for foreign bankers. On the billboard, the rocket is forever committed to the horizon. Nothing has exploded yet. Amid the half-eroded paragraph, the words destiny and historical correction endure, as if untouched by time. Had the launch been an official success, Portaferro would have become one of the big boys of the developed world. On the billboard, the rocket is forever committed to the bushes sway in the breeze. Here grow the seeds of our collective glory. Soon our petal tract will bloom and Portaferans shall grasp the firmament together. See not foundations but the dawn of triumph. See not construction but a long overdue historical correction. Prosperity and autonomy beckon. Children not yet born are already grateful. The developed world will gawp at our triumph. Mourn not the past, for what awaits is our destiny. The bushes sway all around you.
We need to act now. I'm talking about ritual sacrifices, an astrological shrimp cult, a sinister confluence of techno-communist capitalistic forces gathering right now here in our own city-state.
Surrounded by cameras, the man with a bag on his head waves vigorously towards the board next to him. Overheated gestures to match his rhetoric.
And now, we've captured one of reality's over-fluoridated toads and brought them here to face you, live. Miss Wilk, if you please.
You've got this. Play it cool. Act like you've been here before.
The confidence of a repeat guest. Very intriguing. May I presume then that you know what you're doing here, on our program? Nothing good, that's for certain. You've either come to donate a metaphysical superweapon to our cause, or else to be re-educated. Either way, we're fulfilling our public interest requirement for the ghouls at the communications office. And now, Miss Wilk, you're on the reality situation. The situation is obvious. It's all fake and bullshit. What we call reality is nothing but cardboard stand-ins set up by the ones who broke the world. A shameful double lie. One that you perpetuate first on yourself, and then on everyone around you. Enter, the opera, the Elysians. It was a joint effort. The basic facts of the story have been well established. Year 0. Some highly credentialed necrogoblin pulls a pin loose, and the whole fabric of reality comes apart. They've been trying to put it back together ever since. You clap along like a trained monkey, but you understand nothing.
He extracts a handful of pills from one of his comically oversized pockets, then stuffs them through the bottom of his bag. The overhead lights cast a sickly green color across the brown paper. He's recited this story many times. The telling never gets any easier.
The trouble began as it often does with the signature. First, they burned our calendars. They promised it would take 7 years to restore the world to its previous state. They were wrong. Now it's the year 96, and these sentient boat shoes are changing how the clocks work, as you well know. On paper, in truth, the developed world and your superblock are a two-headed lizard, one driven by plentitude, the other by lack, both trapped by the situation they created. I've laid it all out quite clearly here. In some ways, the Elysians see the situation more clearly than anyone. Their techno-imprints are enacting a 300-year-old plan to enslave humanity with their narcotizing cultural goods.
That part, at least, is not wholly off base.
But for now, they too participate in the ritual to appease the astral shrimp, and so I must count them among my numerous enemies. Yes, they all love to cry and fondle one another while they lament the awesome power they wield over us. Naturally, such power attracts little homunculi to lick the tears from their cheeks. For now, the best we can do is find others who see the world for what it is. Keep them close. Let the rest mock and criticize. They are addicted to the illusion. By you, of course. Yes, by you and everyone else who accepts what they should not. It's all the compromises we make in the name of realism and society, until over time they congeal into something that isn't real and isn't society either. Sadly, our greatest enemy isn't the meta-government or the underground vault of ectoplasmically linked businessmen. It's what we do to ourselves every single day.
For a moment, the bagged man lowers his head, seemingly lost in thought. When he looks up again, his eyes take on a distant aspect. It's like he's not looking at you, but rather someone with your same name and face standing in the exact same place.
To defeat the reality entirely would mean regression to a prehistorical consciousness, skulking around on four limbs and living in trees. The social sphere reduced to ritual grooming and a few ochre cave scratchings. I'm saying without others, there is no self. I remain realistic about my circumstances. Reality will not dissolve as a result of my broadcasts, but I can make it wobble for a few hours every weekday. No, we must suffer over and over continually because the powers that be refuse to make peace with the situation they've created.
The bottle rattles like a child's toy as he shoves a handful of pills through his paper slot.
Perhaps now you begin to understand the significance of the metaphysical superweapon in your possession. Of course, you accepted my gracious invitation to appear on my TV program. Unfortunately for you, this was a devious pretext to expose one of reality's toadlings to my loyal viewers.
A small sign lights up above one of the large cameras. It says, applause. You become aware of the gun's shape, cradled against your ribs, your index finger warms and curls.
Please, disregard your neurochatter. There's no need for violence, unless you choose to initiate it.
Hold on. How did he?
The truth is, there was no need for you to come here, except your own self-deluding curiosity or obsessive task-checking. Unless you have aims you're not even aware of. I refer to the most sensitive designation known to the opera. Zero hold. That which is so valuable it must be kept even from its possessor.
There is no way this menace could know your terms of art. Something is very wrong here.
Of course you are. Isn't that right, viewers? Know about the choir of nanotransmitters implanted in your auditory cortex?
Don't listen to him. We're real, Herschen. He must be listening in on his own nano receiver.
Please, we've been over this many times. You think the bootleg bazaar is the real thing? They've got 3 more set up in aircraft hangars across Coulange and the Eastern Republics. That's where these filthy collaborants practice their scripts before being shipped here, to put on their performances day after day like a dirty traveling circus.
In some ways, he is correct. People often perform for someone or something, mostly themselves.
A narrative has been constructed, and you are lapping it up like a thirsty dog at the shores of a waste treatment bank. Still not convinced? Have you noticed that there are always GMs telling you where you can and can't go? Strategically deployed along pre-rehearsed vectors, like you and me, over and over again. I let you in on a little secret. For a time, they considered replacing the GMs with genetically and surgically modified boars, intended to surveil and obstruct. Physically stronger than any GM, and less prone to alcoholism. I agree. Highly symmetrical, the metaphor embraced. Alas, liberalism failed, as it often does, for budgetary reasons. But this is only the first layer of the illusion. Once your eyes are open, you can't stop seeing. First off, let's dispel the pretenses. It's you who needs to know about the ancient astrological ritual. That's why you've come crawling to us for information. This is where the shambling, money-stuffed corpses who govern our reality kick back and ritually sacrifice one another before an effigy of a giant astral shrimp. And here's where the logic of your situation overtakes you. Your disruption has been written in from the beginning. I can say no more. Your path may take many roads, yet the destination is always the same. That depends on the reality we're in. Sometimes we come to mutually beneficial trade. In others, your reality's hateful assassin, the one who brings down this entire partisan offensive. In a select few, you become my most trusted partisan, my lieutenant prophet. And in some, we never meet at all. Since I have nothing to offer you in trade, this is either the reality where you make a charitable donation to the partisan cause, or get scared. Which is it? In any case, you are just today's attempt. If you fail, they'll just send another and another, until one of you succeeds.
Your host regards you with a look that can only be called respectful hostility. The highest compliment he pays his guests.
If your attempts at mystery fail, they've always got more copies. Your data records all backed up in the mysterious satellite facility B. Like you in every way that matters, except that they haven't failed yet. Are you still playing dumb? Why don't you check your saves, operant?
A bubble of air expands and gets stuck in your throat.
All that remains is to figure out which you we're dealing with this time. Think it over. A meaningless question, since time itself is fake and bullshit. A better question is, why am I surrounded by enemies with terrible fangs, loose bowels, and limp dicks?
The gesture is meant to drive home how limp these dicks are.
An officer of my rank is a high-value target for reality's assassins. Thus, I'm obliged to wear a bag on my head and piss in cups like an incontinent truck driver. Where to begin? The Carabineros, the GMs, uniform wearers as a class. The patent office, my jealous rivals in alternative media, assorted professional pseudo-mammals who show up to work every day and on time. Also, the Association of Urologists. Let us not forget bankers, doctors, nurses, patients, librarians. Did I mention the Carabineros?
A robust catalogue of class traitors and enemies of the people. Approved.
The administrators of reality's lower echelons. They stopped reproducing viviparously decades ago, hence pseudo-mammalian. Via the fax machine, of course.
It's good that you've stayed far, far away from that accursed thing.
Simple. They're the most vicious enforcers of reality's monetary delusions. I personally refuse to participate in the fraud of fiat currency. As a result, I'm relentlessly persecuted simply for occupying space. Honest exchange is impossible when the medium is completely meaningless. No, I cannot deceive you. This is a brutal grinding campaign, even with the finely honed supplement stacks such as that found in my proprietary Ascension pack. To my great shame as a guerrilla media partisan, I have occasionally been forced to repeat certain actions. A successful military offensive has the structure of rhetoric. It introduces a thesis, elaborates upon it, until what first seemed a radical proposition now appears to simply be an obvious fact. Brute repetition may be effective in certain scenarios, but on its own, it rarely wins wars. I've witnessed many iterations of reality. The powers that be deem it dangerous. They're correct.
One of his pockets does seem heavy.
A court-appointed goblin once said to me, "Bagman, you are too difficult. You make things needlessly hard for yourself." I said to that goblin, No, it's reality that makes things needlessly hard. Thank you. With absolute... Thank you. Excellent. The bold partisans of the real will never forget this donation to our cause. Salute.
He pulls a large bottle of purple and blue capsules and holds it up.
Regular viewers are more than familiar with my Ascension Pack, a proprietary supplement stack developed with rigorous research and absolutely heroic amounts of L-theanine, GABA, and B vitamins.
The camera aperture whirs as it zooms in on the oversized pill bottle.
Every purchase contributes directly to supporting our partisan media offensive. Available now, direct from The Reality Situation. Your contribution to our efforts will not be forgotten.
The blue-painted door of the houseboat before you creaks with the gentle undulations of the bay.
Busy. Come back later.
Unmistakably the voice from the Miracle Line, Duchess.
The gap? What do you know of the gap?
You hear the latch click open.
Get in here. Quickly.
The Gap is the most advanced case of erotic fixation I have ever seen. I've been in the deviancy game for years, and I cannot uncover its true nature.
The woman watches you curiously from the other side of the room, arms folded. She breaks into a smile. Big hips, nice lips, so hot. She wants it.
Please tell me you have a lead. I'm dying to know. Oh, I was so hoping you were going to tell me. Every time he calls, it's straight to the Gap. I think it must be code for something, or I just don't know. It drives me crazy. So, what's your interest in the Gap? I remember you asking about the sock importer. Are you a therapist, maybe? Oh, his work sounds very... I shouldn't talk about clients. But the Gap itself, well, I just can't help it. Seriously, hon. I have a canny method I've been using for years, and it's never failed before Frederick and his Gap. I think you'll have to torture it out of him. You're welcome, hon. It's nice to speak to someone in person for once. I'll have to grab the phone if it rings, but otherwise, I'm free to chat. Just me and the two little ones. It's them who makes all the mess, I swear.
She laughs, but there's an uneasiness to her eye as she looks around. They make a mess together, with joy and abandon, but she stares at it all day on her own.
Thank you, sweetheart. It does have its perks. I've lived here for 10 years now, but it still makes every day feel like a bit of an adventure. But it does get very cold in winter. Oh, and a family of moorhens have made a nest right by the window there. It's cute, but the screaming, you know? Now listen to me complain. Sorry, love. First time I've had grown-up company in a while. Guess I'm letting my mouth run away from me. I don't know what to tell you, hon. 2 kids, boat, miracle line. Oh, I'm doing a correspondence degree in psychology.
She looks around as if seeking information about herself from the room.
Long gone, sweetie. No forwarding address. It was harder with him here, honestly. All we did was argue toward the end, which is way worse for the kids than not having a dad around. Barely any of their friends have dads around either. It was the miracle line that scared him off. Made him jealous. Couldn't handle it. Called me all sorts of names in front of the kids. Yeah. I had an interview at a sandwich shop. I sat down and started talking, and the owner recognized my voice from the line. It was awful. Nobody wants to hire a prostitute, hon. And if they do, it's because they think I'm a free fuck. Always dreamed of operating my own dial-in talk therapy line. But with the kids and the miracle and everything...
She laughs, shakes her head.
It's slow going. The moment I sit down to study, the phone rings. Sometimes I try to give people therapy instead of sex, but people really like sex, hon.
The market is a mad god, a being of low impulses and high power. It cannot be allowed to steer us.
The phone rings at night too, hon. I'll get there. Just at my own pace. I'm unavailable, hon.
To you, because you're a client.
Like a John, you mean? Hon. Were you expecting a miracle?
Smiling, but her voice is hard.
Happy to chat, love. Oh, Hon, I don't know. I've never tried to teach anybody before, and I have so much I should be doing. I see you thinking about the dishes. Come on. I'll explain if you help me fettle this lot. All right, sweetie. I'll wash. You dry.
You rest your hip against the counter, angling yourself towards her as she plunges her hands in and out of the sink, filled to the brim with bubbles. The dishes she hands you are hot, clean, and lemon-scented. She picks up a small plastic teapot from the water, a child's toy.
You're so funny. No, listen. If you were to describe this object, you might go for the material, color, decoration. It's plastic, pink, has a crown on the side, and you'd be correct. But you'd also miss the part of the object that makes it what it is, makes it work, gives it purpose, because that's actually what the object doesn't have. It's the empty space inside.
She tips the teapot, pouring water full of glitter and petals into the sink.
Exactly. Clever thing. People are defined by their desires way more than by their possessions. But that's just the concept. How you actually pull off the method is much harder. You have to be like mist, vapor, something that can fill an unseen shape. Then you work out its edges. It'll be easier to just show you. But do you have any questions first? No one taught me. It grew out of a game my sister and I used to play.
She dunks a handful of cutlery into the water, swishes it around, then hands it to you.
It sounds silly. We would pretend we could reach inside other people, things. Then we'd just describe what we found. Then the more we did it, the more we realized we didn't actually need to pretend. We could sense what wasn't there. I think at first just silly things. Figuring out what someone was going to say before they said it. Freaking people out. Saying what was on their mind. But as we got older, we started practicing on each other. Or she started practicing on me, and I had to join in. She would lie just to see if she could get away with it.
She laughs, but there's an edge to it.
No, what teenager isn't? No one. Well, my kids might disagree. If one of them breaks something, I can always tell who.
She lifts a soapy hand from the water and blows on her palm, sending a little cloud of bubbles flying at you.
What kind of evil do you have in mind? I would do that if I thought that it would help someone to be better. Otherwise, I don't really see the point.
A bubble escapes the sink, a floating haphazard dirigible until she pops it, decisively with her index finger.
You have to leave your own personality behind. Forget yourself. No ego, no cleverness. Just let yourself sway, fitting whatever shape you find.
What she's describing is hyper-tier psychic surgery. Someone like you could do massive damage with such a technique.
Okay, look. You might recognize the sensation. I was doing it to you a little over the miracle line.
Thousands of tiny bubbles cling to the dishes, your hands. They float and pop, following all the contours of your fingers. You feel them in your mind. She giggles as she pours into your head, tracing lightly over your psyche. Bubbles float around the spaces between your memories.
I'm going to bring you with me now.
You feel the bubbles coalescing around you, supporting you, lighter than air. You're afloat in the space of your own ego.
You are. Now find an empty space. Feel around the edges. See if you can tell what it is. I can see a big one. I'll send you in alone. Your mind is yours.
She purses her lips and blows, lightly, sending you off like a dandelion puff into the nothingness of Herschel Wilk. Your body dissolves, separates, but coheres. You can still feel hard edges against you, even as your mind splits into pieces. The shape is large and bulging. It seems made up of distinct figures, some more connected than others, but all touching. 6 of them. Laughter, trust, the warm echo particular to nights at the fogged mirror. The shape clarifies as you pour and grow, gaining definition and texture, flashes of color. You find a table, drinks, one man rolling a cigarette, another holding 2 glasses. You find a young man in a colorful robe, suspiciously off to the side. A girl with thick bangs and a thicker scarf. A pair of loafer pins, then the gift-wrapped box they came in. Your whole sick crew. The certainty jolts you back together. Space suddenly cramped and full. You become aware of the floorboards, the hot water on your hands.
Oh, hon. I'm sorry that you're missing your friends. Maybe this is your sign to get them back. And that's all there is to it.
She exhales happily, giving her kitchen a satisfied look.
Now, go try it on poor Frederick and let's find out what this gap is all about. Just make sure you come back and tell me when you do.
You are going to turn him inside out with this.
Wow, really? Oh, sweetheart, you're angel sent. There's a book I've been meaning to pick up for my sisters. If you're up for it. Just a textbook, green cover. She said she left it in a satchel outside her door. That's my book. How do you have this? Are you also getting your correspondence degree? I suppose I'm not surprised. Lots of people are now. It was, yes. I was actually hoping my sister would read it. No, nothing like that. I just thought it might help her understand some things about ourselves. I suppose that's right. Funny how they blend together. Part of the point, isn't it? Our mother was a complicated woman. We spent a lot of our childhood hiding from her, to be perfectly honest. That's how my sister and I got so close. Not physically, no. Our mum just always had this extra sense. She knew the worst possible thing she could say at any moment. The thing that would cut you right to the quick. You could feel it on the tip of her tongue. Even as a child. Yeah, it was. Fortunately, my sister and I had each other. And we developed our little game. And then, when we both got old enough, exactly that. You want to borrow it? I don't see why not. I'm listening. Oh, ancient history. Had a toddler and a baby. Needed to be home full-time, but still make some money. Saw an ad. Went for the interview.
She shrugs sadly.
They like a foreign girl with a smooth accent. That's been life ever since.
Bet it gets her off. Bet she's where.
Most of the time. I had so much fun with you. Thanks.
She looks away, uncomfortable. You fucked it.
I've heard that too. I prefer not to think about it, hon. It's my income. If I start worrying about the company tanking or changing their minds about paying, then I just don't know what else I'd do. Oh, you were being serious. I'm sorry, hon. It's not about you. People expect my voice is all. Duchess has kind of become the miracle. For me, right? If you need work, I know that Tonio in the alleyway is always looking for people to help him sweep up. No, hon. Not ever.
Ouch.
Sure, hon. Of course not, hon. I've no idea. Wasn't my choice. When I interviewed for the job, Duchess was already named. They were just looking for a woman to play the part. But I like to think that I give her a personal touch, helping people, being a friend to the lonely. She's doing a job, indulging fantasies that I would never in real life. But ultimately, it's me. Nice to meet you, Herschel. But I still can't tell you mine. You know how it is. Trade secret. You're sweet. Playing at a friend's house. You know kids, always an adventure to be had.
You lift yourself, elevating your mind until it becomes a floating mist. You stream towards her. letting yourself into her thoughts, finding an empty space.
Oh, love. I feel you in there.
Laughter. Nervous.
But please don't. I'd rather keep my thoughts to myself. I'm sure. Very sure.
You bounce away from her, somersaulting backwards through the air and back, whole, into your own mind.
That's okay, sweetheart. I know you were just practicing, and you're so good. My first student. I'm proud of you. See you later.
Marcia.
Until next... My god, the suit she's wearing. Those colors would kill a less financially secure woman.
You're a true shape changer, a high archon of fashion.
I don't think I should be alone right now.
You draw on the teachings of Duchess, splitting your psyche into a Herschel-esque fog. You haunt the young man, streaming in through his ears and nostrils.
Ooh.
He can feel you inside him. He's jammed with spy particles and he loves it. You dive deeper, splitting as you explore the caverns and folds of his consciousness. It is dotted with empty spaces, a childhood pet, a motor scooter. None of these carry the awesome psychosexual fright of the gap. Keep looking. You float down into the abyssal zone of the subconscious. At this depth, the voids move. Predatory shapes, sharp teeth. You perceive the erotic glow of the gap among them. Suppressed memories, intrusive thoughts, unfulfilled desires and abandoned dreams. They're all pissed off. You shape your own consciousness into a fist, swing it at the thronging voids. It makes contact, pouring through the thing's mouth and splitting it into pieces.
Weep.
An empty space, its surface taut to the point of vibration with pure pre-orgasmic tension. You slip in, finer than fog. You dissipate and expand, streaming outwards into the void. But as you grow, so does it. The edges move beyond reach, ever growing, a self-generating vast emptiness.
Yes. You're making it bigger. Silhouette. The gap. The luminous gap of unknown origin. The portal from which the minister of mass culture himself will emerge.
So that's it. The gap in the Grand Lich's official itinerary. Unknown even to enter. Wide enough for a bullet to go through. Whatever takes place inside this gap, it'll almost certainly be after the ginkgo has shed its leaves.
You trivialize its mysteries when you talk about the gap this way. But yes, what you say is technically accurate. I also didn't understand at first. I thought it was just some primitive mind games our counterparties were playing. I thought once the gap closed, the negotiations would begin. But I had it all wrong. Not at all. I've come to grasp that the true negotiations have been with the Gap all along. No one on our side is permitted to know, except for my superior, but they're keeping this knowledge very close.
The name, the one that made him sputter.
The High Priestess of the Gap. I don't know her real name. To me, she's only Silhouette.
A cryptonym, meaning...
She's our best in Portofino, and the only one on our side who knows the nature of the Gap.
The name, the last thing to be traded away.
In the central plaza at Party Alley, there's a little two-seater bar, very easy to miss. She's there every night. That's where we perform our daily stand-ups. Tell me, how did you...
A soft yelp-like sound escapes his mouth. His eyes are blurred coins behind his thick glasses.
Opera? You mean... The people. Neither the training nor the net worth to even begin to appreciate. I fucked it. Oh, God. Oh.
The full weight of this man's situation has just now dawned upon him. You may never touch the master of capital, but you can take a steaming dump on his creatures. He may shortly find himself on flight D513 bound for Ile-de-Serres.
If you'll just let me say some goodbyes.
You've wrung what you need from this limp rag. Time to move on. He turns back to the payphone and slowly picks up the receiver once more.
Hello. Again? Yes. How did she look to you? I'm not surprised she takes after me in that way.
That's how she was and remains for him. A mirror of his own qualities and flaws.
If there's anything you can do to help... Yes. How did she look to you? That boyfriend. Fine. He's treating her well, at least. Perhaps he was putting on appearances. Because you are out. I expect he's good at that. Given his upbringing. If there's anything... Until next...
Hi, Herschel. Well, hon, out with it. No. Oh my goodness. That's why I couldn't work it out. There's nothing in the space. To think, that tormented me for so long, hon. Well, thank you for solving a mystery. I appreciate it. Silly as it all turned out to be. So funny. See you later.
follows you towards the shadows. Each prayer, the red slip.
No flyers, no pamphlet. Pick up your...
You returned. You slink away from the scene of petty crime. You return. You turn away.
Back again. Fine. Agreed. What now? Yes. Goodbye.
Opera Furiosa, a close read-in of the Operant Bureau and its contradictions. Or, strewn in constellation, second thoughts on the collective frontier. Looming behind the cover page, a dense 800-page slab. 862. Each page a wall of dense, precise text, locked in place with academic violence. Like any serious text, it begins with an epigraph. This is the thing we built while the true visionaries were busy kicking around the future. Chairman Kivy to the Unkurt National Party Congress, seconds before committing suicide by gunshot, year 58. Strong opening hook, tonally ominous. The impenetrable block of text shows no clear way in, no stepping stones towards legibility. Black bars of redactions beset you at all sides.
Numerous lines of inquiry, all of which, however, can be distilled down to a single question. To what can we attribute the Operant Bureau's relative lack of projection power compared to agencies of a similar budget and manpower? Put simply, why is the Opera not mopping the floor with our so-called competition?
That is what the next 600 pages are dedicated to discovering. You flip a few dozen pages on and pluck out a paragraph that seems relevant.
As though seeking to remake the agency in his own image, under Twichitov's leadership, the Operant Bureau transformed into an onanistic organization. That is, one that exists solely to satisfy its own circular pleasures, chief among which are hunting for flipped assets and excommunicating its most competent operants.
Roger Klaus Twichitov, Director General of the Operant Bureau from 58 until his untimely death in 87.
Opera? More like slopera.
Ruthless critique is one thing, but that's just uncalled for. Mixing metaphors between cannibalism and masturbation, Holocene paints the picture of an Operant Bureau consuming itself via its obsession with uprooting moles. Only through repeated tests of purity and unwavering destruction of those who fail them can a people's republic populated by actual people be created. As for operant excommunications, Holocene is a case in point.
All intrinsic to the self-propagating nature of containment mania. In layman's terms, if the Opera were a human being, A psychiatrist would diagnose them as being addicted to self-sabotage, a true master of own goals. Internal opacity, even when necessary, devolves into bureaucracy with mathematical certainty. It follows that an agency run by a being such as Twitchitov, a vision-bereft bureaucrat at heart, regardless of assent, would view ever-accumulating clearance levels, recursive encryptions, and sanctioned erasures as signs of progress. Unlike cancer, neurodegenerative disease, and rigor mortis, things that actually progress, they are, in truth and practice, portents of institutional paralysis.
Appendix B, apparently, is wholly dedicated to eviscerating Twitchitov. The text seems genuinely uncertain of what it is more interested in doing, getting to the heart of the opera's problems, or delivering the former director a literary pummeling.
A development whose terminal stage is the adversary within. That is, a psychic limbo in which the operant is forced to treat all information, even, and perhaps especially that which is opera-provided, as de facto malified, an auto-suspicious routine, a territory from which no assurance is powerful enough to rescue anything.
Distrust as a replicating sickness. Holocene is electing to keep secrets from the world, and maybe you, and possibly himself. Why would someone redact something they wrote from themselves? Big thesis, big secrets. You'd have to ask Holocene. It's clearly personal, as well as professional. Gossip hounds shamefully feasting at the esteemed director's graveside. Comrade Twitchitov was a shining example of probity and discretion. You land on a chapter titled The Torrent of One, Reflections on Function and Fall. Torrent kind of sounds like. This section, spanning 20-odd pages, drills down, focusing on a single operant. Holocene considers the career, decisions, and strategic patterns of Operant C. Your skin prickles, caused by sudden static.
Over their career, Operant, henceforth known as Operant C, demonstrated an innate faculty for the craft and tremendous capacity for leadership. Accordingly, the Operant Bureau tasked them with setting up a network in...
He wrote a case study about you.
Operant C's talents, regrettably, are only matched by a tremendous capacity for self-sabotage. A chronic self-auditor, prone to bouts of guilt and melancholy. Operant C internalizes consequences drastically, at times anticipatorially, and resorts to endless confessions and apologies. Insulation from the radical necessity of change. A melancholic air of permanent regret, and an insistence on taking everything upon oneself alone. But Operant C was not alone. They had people beside them. I do not wish to indict a fellow operant, but to cement a larger point, one that affects all operants. The Operant Bureau itself is to blame for what I call professional deformations. Assignment failed. It couldn't help but fail. Assuming Operant C survived the collapse, she was duly remanded to Satellite Facility B, aka the notorious Freezer. Isolation with no end date.
A sentence, unwritten yet palpable. I'd rather pick my own freezer.
The ideal agency, one worthy of trust, could amplify competence and care for ailing pathologies. But here, what starts as aptitude or temperament quickly curdles. Let us give the opera credit where due, as it has mastered something, after all. Producing the long-term casualties that prop up its own structural monstrosity.
It folds shut without protest.
It's time to begin. Turn the scalpel inward. Bolt of...
The weight of the thesis threatens to strain your hand muscles. You synthesize what you were able to absorb from 600-odd pages in a few glances. Taking into account its size and manpower, the opera should be a bigger player on the world stage.
The Operant Bureau shuffles along on its rusted treadwheel, shotgun perma-pressed to foot.
If it is not a bigger player, he argues, it is because the agency is trapped in a process of which Holocene's own progressive isolation is a microcosm.
To ask why the Operant Bureau exists at all is to ask the same of the superblock, and to confront our place within it. A constellation of intents, betrayals, and ideals, the whole of which can never be witnessed. What would a star ever know of its own constellation? Or remember of it, given that most constellations are formed from stars long dead?
It reads like he's mourning. That assumption is part of what he is questioning. It is not trust he is looking for, but a shared ground. Some foothold in the undeniable to which he can cling amidst all the lies. The task is diagnosis, not treatment. Your eyes linger on a phrase from close to the end of the monograph.
Ultimately, the cruel irony of infinite mutual distrust being the fundamental principle on which intelligence agencies are founded should be evident to the intelligent reader.
An endless spiral of mirrors, all facing inwards, none of them reflecting the world. The thesis makes no mention of Miho, or what Holocene hopes it will achieve. He wants to transcend suspicion and lies, and if everything's fucked anyway, what harm is there in trying? Let's see how his little novelty agency gets on when it encounters reality. There are no more open seats at the big table. At heart, he is a poet spy. He holds curiosity for the world and its layers, even if it has been deeply corroded by intelligence work. The conclusion spans 40-odd pages, a heavily redacted maze of paragraphs, diagrams, schematics, and footnotes. Its opening lines read,
The opera's failings traced herein are unforgivable. Yet, what of the state that birthed it? What of the individuals that animated?
On paper, Holocene frames this as expanding the scope, not uncommon in scholarly works. A convenient framing, allowing him to foment his own distrust at apparently everything.
The People's Republics dream of a kinder world. The opera dreams of revealing it. The operant dreams of dreams. All fantasies in waiting, yet to be given memory.
With that, the thesis ends. It folds shut without protest.
You're back. My God. Where did you find this? Ah, the eccentric rods. Tricky. But this is a very credible repair job. Thank you. You have no idea what this means to me. This is such a relief.
His eyes well up as he turns his back to you, gently cuddling the model train. His shoulders rise and fall as he sighs.
Be well.
Operant, the subcommandante is at it again.
The metaphysical superweapon is in our hands, courtesy of a kind spirited citizen of the superblock. Soon, it will help us strike a decisive blow and unmake our enemy from the inside.
He takes a small object from his coat pocket and waves it around. It's hard to make out, except for an unmistakable flash of red light.
I take it you do know what this is about, then?
To our viewers and brave partisans, more than ever, stay vigilant and stay tuned. We will soon deploy the superweapon, live on air.
He's had this little speech playing on repeat for a few hours now. Quite a bore, I must say. If you say so, Cascade, though a part of me is a bit curious towards it. So, is there anything I can help with? Very well. Yes. What of him? What? No.
He doesn't at all align with the shadowy image of Elysian secret policeman in her head.
Perhaps he's lying to make himself seem more important than he really is. I can't imagine the Lucians would go in for someone like that. He's probably looking for attention. Some men are just like that. You? My goodness. This is why I had to ban him. He's a keen photographer of young ladies, if you catch my meaning.
But you've been lynched many times before. This is not a garden variety lynching.
Well, really, just the one young lady. I suppose it's a little odd he decided to photograph you. He usually seems rather singularly focused, though you are rather the same type.
You're no type. You are singular, sui generis, unrepeatable.
I'm afraid not, though I've seen an awful lot of her. Anything is. Very well.
She hefts the camera. Her features seem to harden ever so slightly.
I've seen this camera before. This is a Lusian model. It depends. Where did you get it?
She knows.
I told that degenerate I refuse to be involved in his little perversions any longer.
She tries to press the camera back into your hand.
When I open this up and take a look in the darkroom, it had better not be what I think it is. 1 hour. No charge for paying tenants.
There's no such policy. She knows taking your money would make her complicit in the act. Another expense she can add to the Operant Bureau's running tab.
They'll be ready in an hour. I'll be here if...
And what about our once sturdy bony cigarettes? 10 years ago, they gave us wholesome bonuses and an excuse to leave parties we no longer wish to attend. Now, all they do is make us feel strangely tired. Miss Wilk, welcome back to the reality situation. It's very straightforward. There are few realities in which you simply give me the red disc. Therefore, I was obliged to resort to subterfuge. Finally, you're asking the important questions. But first, let's recap the journey of this extraordinary object for the people watching at home. As you know, this disc is a prototype for a powerful weapon, developed in secret by the Lusian Ministry of Mass Culture, as part of their diabolical win condition. Because the Electro Starlet knew it was not a song she had created, but something that could shake reality to its foundations. And yet, somehow this prototype finds its way into the hands not of the weeping guy, but the high-level Emter operant. You think this is a coincidence? There are no side things, I'm afraid. Just main things viewed from the wrong angle. Which brings us here. The next time the disc appears, it's in the possession of the so-called communists of the opera. Kindly explain this coincidence to the people at home. Contrivance stacked atop coincidence. I can't accept this. You see this, viewers? We were right to struggle so hard and so long. And now, the superweapon is in our possession. With your help, of course. The format fetishist advice provided the final confirmation. Once we understood the principles of re-remanenting, it was only a matter of execution. Play it, of course. We're preparing for a full-scale audiovisual assault against the sentience of my viewers.
A mass psychic casualty event. The television event of the year.
Together, we'll break out from reality once and for all. The husk is nothing to fear. It's simply what remains when the mind is liberated entirely. That's where you fucked up. He was already enjoying existence unencumbered, until you forced him back. Our partisan offensive is reaching its crescendo. With our metaphysical superweapon, we'll soon achieve breakout.
This man has thousands of daily viewers. Innocent civilians, children. A metaphysical superweapon could make the difference in your assignment. Better in your hands than his.
Your contribution. I'm speaking of Miss Wilk. Our favorite guest returns.
You decide what reality and its situation is.
I don't believe you. We've never been in this reality.
A brief moment that descends into eternity. He considers his world, reduced to the unblinking black eyes of the cameras and various monitors, strange mirrors in which he's constantly reflected back at himself.
Take your disc, Miss Wilk. I hope you're proud of the depraved and stupid reality you've created. The time has come to relocate our base of operations. The partisan media offensive must continue, via alternative channels.
A wave of stale body odor washes over you as he exits the studio.
Lot of to-in and fucking fro-in, Hirsch. Me and Marco. No, Marco didn't even know Tempo. So what the fuck would I say? Surprise, sweetheart, I'm some random middle-aged gay man now? I know. I'll get around to one or the other. Moving on. Alright, Hirsch. Fine with me. Don't be a stranger.
The glimmering, the young.
You're doing a lot of coming and going, Hirsch. Sweet dreams. You're doing a lot of coming and going, Hirsch.
Nothing from Earth. That's the horror of it.
All time and place before you. Luminous. Sense and no sense. Cosmology of a dream you may have lived and may yet live again.
Words you've heard before, snatched from the cosmic void by an insane psychologist. Let her speak. See where she thinks the words stem from.
I didn't write those lyrics, but I did.
This girl was an antenna, a lightning rod.
The lyrics came through me, but I didn't create them. I channeled them from somewhere beyond myself. Shared dreams pass round from consciousness to consciousness, covered with invisible fingerprints.
A communal painting on the courtyard wall of a lunatic asylum.
I imagined I was floating on the edge of a black hole, moments before falling through, and the stars were chanting at my back. Maybe those lyrics, maybe something else. I don't know what happened after that, just that it had already happened.
The eternal zero. Light would fold in on itself, dragging time behind it, face first along the concrete of the cosmos. In front of you would be true dark, but if you only looked behind, you would be the last witness to the culmination of the universe, the spool running clear of the lie, the back of your own head. And for close to 1,000 years, to the awestruck below, you would be visible on the precipice as a slow-motion recording, a monument to the terror and the wonder too.
I thought it was all a little scary, to be honest. Beautiful though. I'm very sorry about your partner, Hirsch. Honestly, I never meant to hurt anyone, but I didn't really write that song. Something else did. What do you mean? Oh my god, how long ago? When I was 2 years old. But if that's true, the creative process reached the stars? I was a medium for them. That's such a captivating thought.
Light blooms behind her pupils.
Words spoken across emptiness, finding their way to us. Maybe not even spoken. But you don't know for sure, do you? Actually, don't tell me if you do. You know, I never liked the idea of my lyrics being mine. That's not how I think of them. It's not even how I write them. But if the words are out there, just waiting for someone to hear. Maybe the universe is always singing, and once in a while, we get to join in. To make some noise. To put some emptiness to melody. I just hope the stars can hear us sing back.
The peeling off-white ceiling is 2 feet above you. A hairline crack runs through it like a streak of black lightning. The pop star follows your gaze up. You both spend a quiet moment staring at the ceiling, but daydreaming of beings far beyond it.
Sweet dreams, Hirsch.
You find yourself before the old Lusian ginkgo once more.
Operant.
Her lips twist in a sour expression as she shoves the packet of prints at you.
There's your pictures. And I don't mind saying, you should feel ashamed. Let me remind you, Mrs. Import Agent, that this is still a free city. We have the right to refuse service to anyone. And I don't care for voyeur. I'll be here if you require anything.
Hello again, Herschel. What have you got for me? Good, good. Now hand them here, please. Hand over the pictures, and you'll find out all about them. Oh, wow. Are you for real? Herschel, I don't mean to be rude, but you sound like a fake friend. There is a power differential here that you do not seem to appreciate, and I have to tell you, as your de facto lead, this is concerning to me. Now let's get this rendezvous back on track. The photos, please. That's more like it. Now let's see what we have here. Very good. This is very interesting stuff, I must admit. I can tell you our friend here is a fucking dead man. These waves here, highly suggestive of ulterior motives. Herschel, please. This is a basic in-theater analysis. Highly preliminary. It will take many hours of analysis to derive more than this. Besides, I'm already revealing much more than I should, out of consideration for our history together. She's harder to read, much harder. I take this as evidence of advanced cognitive maneuvers at work. Most likely you fucked up and she was actively shielding her thoughts from you. Otherwise, her shadow play is even more powerful than I suspected. Please, Herschel, don't be simple. Woman is an animal, same as man. They experience the same drives. The only difference is what means they have to realize them. This is basic gender theory. Maybe you should learn some. It's an active field of study. My department has a whole building of trained analysts interpreting photographs like this 24/7. Of course, there is no science without art. Fortunately, I possess both in large quantities. Looks like you forgot something about your old friend Ignaz. Class is always in session. Now prepare to learn. What do they look like to you? Yeah? Mega lovers. You watch too much TV, Herschel. Your brains become soft and porous. Relax. It makes sense you're nervous, wondering to yourself, have I just been masterfully played by Ignaz, whom I once passed on recruiting? Fortunately for you, I'm a man of absolute integrity. Wait for me, please.
The violet night comes on like a stain. The full moon makes its stately procession as one by one, the first of the fixed stars reveal themselves. Sirius, Canopus, Arcturus. The light deceives at this latitude. The hour is later than it appears. In pre-modern astrological cultures, the moon was called the Shield of Man, believed to protect humankind against the malevolent interference of the fixed stars. When the moon smothers the sun, the resulting eclipse can alter the arc of pendulums down on Earth. Tradition holds that the stars grow restless when the summer moon is full, their grip on human affairs weakened by its protection. A time of openness and possibility, marked by celebrations, feasts, debt jubilees. All in all, not a bad time of year to be in Port Faro. Aerotrams convey the middle classes to their apartments in Lower Vudas and the Hill of Pigs. Little squares and ovals of light testify to their safe return. Meanwhile, the building managers, delivery men and cleaning ladies return to Keysok. The classes may mingle during the day, but by evening they sort themselves back where they belong. Over the Hill of Pigs, a few lights flicker to life. The mild air fills your lungs once, then again. What are you doing here? One photo wasn't enough. The light of the moon hardens and it no longer appears flat, but as it is. A great brown mass of rock and metal hovering disturbingly close to the earth. Against its illuminated surface, it's possible to make out the transits of artificial satellites and the dark scratch marks of the lunar mining colonies. The moon's light frames your shadow against the rooftop. The last stop for failed spies of no further use to the opera. Men and women stacked by the hundreds in dormitories filled with stale, recirculated oxygen. Up there, your heart beats twice as fast and half as hard. Working with dangerous machines under nearly feudal working conditions, beyond the legal authority of any government, all of whom benefit from access to rare metals. Rise up, you wretched of the moon. You have nothing to lose but your freeze-dried rations and the recycled air in your lungs. You're called to your own touch. A preview of coming attractions. You hear the surprisingly light tread of Ignatz returning.
As I suspected, my sources were very pleased with your work. Well done, Herschel. It's an honor to work with you again. My new employers, they're very into security, mental or otherwise. It's all part of their ideology, constructing a post-historical subject, and so forth. Very futuristic, as they say. I shouldn't be telling you this, seriously, but the man I'm working for, his name is Buendia. I think your people call him 100 Eyes or something. I must tell you, it's very interesting. Using my knowledge of modern psychology and my keen powers of observation, I've concluded something is amiss with my new employers. No. This is beyond the simple matter of machines. I do not think Mr. Buendia cares much for these cultured people, even though he is responsible for their security. He is what you call a military hardliner. The muscles form a smile, but the expression is not very happy. If you follow my meaning. No, not a word. I would not betray his confidences if I enjoyed them. These are private observations shared with you on a highly unofficial basis. My hands are tied. I wish I could help more, but in this instance I'm a dog with two masters. I believe I'm taking enough risks for you as is. Please don't be greedy. This is a professional note. It's very satisfying to say, is it not? Perhaps it's just the aura of technofascism. He's a very serious individual, but maybe not as bad as the opera makes him about to be. Very polite. I think you might even get along. Even though, according to his hierarchies, people like you and me would be subhuman. I don't think I should, Herschel, on account of us being on opposite sides in this particular matter. Don't think. Wait, Herschel. I've been wondering just one thing. About the old days, when we used to work together.
For the last time, There were no such days.
You never told me what was my cryptonym around the opera. Yeah, of course. I get it. But you know, out of curiosity, who knows how many more times we'll get to work together, you know? The world is precarious, as we know well. Okay. You're a very hard one to deal with sometimes, Marshall. I suppose that's why you're the big-time operant. Anyway, let's keep this between ourselves, as friends and so forth.
He looks over one shoulder and the other and makes his way towards the exit.
See you around, Herschel. It was good to work together again.
The familiar Renotel chime hits your ear. The monotonous hum of the line skips into a dial tone as the call connects. Isn't it nice being in the liminal space of assuming you've been had and knowing you've been had mega hard? You can't quite place the accent, but it's definitely not Lusian. Disbelief that anybody would do anything so vulgar as know this man. Impenetrable cover, almost as if it's not a cover at all. This doesn't mean his information is falsified. In fact, in some ways it strengthens its veracity. A stalker outsourced his stalking to you. You're a stalker facilitator. You return the weight of the Through it, a shadow text is threaded, one which may rise to legibility at any moment. This is an entirely different beast than the Rosetta Cipher pseudopod left you. Tongue currently distended and mute, though you do possess conversational cipher, if you care to remember your training. An elite art form, a lesson from the old school of espionage, though now sadly half obsolete in the face of ever-improving code-breaking machinery. Scream at it until the words self-organize from fear. Bigrams, trigrams, character frequency, index of coincidence analysis, tables, tables, and more tables. Yet. Gauntlet has hit the ground. Cascade is nothing if she is not brute force. It takes you 7 attempts to count almost every letter. The letters that appear most often are H and T, with 20 occurrences each. Take H as an example. In a text with 291 characters, that's about 7%, which is more than double the number you would expect to get if it were entirely random. 1/26th, or roughly 3%. Three bigrams appear 3 times: NG, JG, and YX. On the page, the letters gibber insanely, crying NG, JG, YX. It's divided into 23 blocks, each between 1 and 25 characters long. 1, 14, 9, 3, 5. You try grouping the numbers together. 1 degree, 41 minutes, 9 seconds. Gibberish. The fact that it starts with a 1-digit number precludes this possibility. Chills run through you as the letters begin to spell out a plausible message. Steady yourself. You've slipped deeper into the game. Time dissolves around you. Something that's not there, but was there for a moment. It's 2 months before your network collapses. You returned one night to the safe house and found Holocene alone there, flipping through a white-spined paperback.
Rumor has it. I was just thinking, Cascade, a book would make the perfect cipher key. It's full of letters and requires a personal touch to fully comprehend. A cipher with soul. My kind of communique.
Find the book. The text was only part of the cipher, the meta layer. A momentum is gained. Every new discovery facilitates the others. The letters give themselves up one by one, a series of little surrenders. Emphatically not accomplished via meditation, you have transcended to a rarefied realm of language shared by exactly one other person. It induced a pleasant torpor in him, to watch the hose stiffen as his blood filled it, raising itself like the hackles on a frightened animal. Suddenly, however, he detected a sensation at first unexpected, then terrifying, counterflow. A portion of his blood was swimming upstream, a swarm of red-black clotted eels trying desperately to remain inside of him. At a place where books gather, the honor stall in Party Alley might be a good first stop. Find the book. The text was only part of the cipher, the meta layer. The stall remains as... If there's a copy of Holoceen's novel in Portofino, the sci-fi section of this stand is probably your best bet. You return to the scabby shelf. As you push your hand between the moth-eaten volumes, something pressed between them falls out and lands on the floor at your feet. It's a blank business card with the letters IOU written across it in blue pen ink. Blood type hecatomb, 5 Reno marks, penthouse housing campaign, use call box. It seems your former double and the richest man in Portofino share a similar taste in literature. The private currency of a private citizen. Someone who considers himself an entity worthy of his own monetary standard. You tuck the Reno marks back between the books and return your attention to the crooked spines. You turn away from the part.
Oh, you're back. All right. I was a bit short of hard species when I came upon it.
Curious, not surprised.
An important part of any Dinotel employee's compensation package. Very valuable if there's a liquidity event. I've always been drawn to alternative worlds. I find they stimulate new ways of thinking about our own world and how to make money in it. I left it over in the conversation pit. I was nearly finished with it. Be well.
The cover of the book is the first thing that catches your eye. Hand-painted, blood-adorned. The text reads, Blood Type Hecatomb by H.S. Lastra. The key to the next layer of the cipher. But be warned, you may have to read the whole thing. An attempt to escape, maybe. One not diverting enough to drown out the incessant knocking of the world. A couple of chapters from the end. You are preparing to strike the cruelest blow. With a furtive glance over your shoulder, you slip the book into your pocket. The title unfurls in jagged crimson letters. Blood Type Hecatomb by H.S. Lastra. The words jar a memory, Holocene engrossed within its pages. Maybe the only time he was oblivious to the world. A stab of pain in some unknown psychic organ.
Science fiction as a genre is utterly misunderstood by the majority, Cascade. It often contains the only ideas worth ideating.
You recall a well-worn paperback copy undergoing torturous planar transformations as Holocene paced back and forth, wringing it like a rag, as if it was holding out on its final secret. A geometrically precise triangle was folded over on page 528, a couple of chapters from the end. You have struck the cruelest blow. You have saved it from where it lay, gathering expensive dust. Honor has been restored to literature. Now burn it to prevent contamination of incendiary ideas. He hopes so too. Pay close attention to what you find in here. It clearly holds deep significance for your troubled friend. In one, human forms emerge from the black depths of a dilated pupil. In another, a man stands naked facing a guerrilla battalion, his hand upraised, pointing at the sky. Shin Crassus III, 4099. Less than 2 months have passed since the vessel, war hero of the Raoult of manumission, bit into the still-beating heart of Supreme Dictator Haizai before the cheering hordes of Coco Lobi. According to Cressian tradition, the victorious conquistador must engage in the practice of ritual heart devouring in order to truly vanquish a powerful foe. In the streets, the people are celebrating. Meanwhile, their liberator has been barricaded inside his citadel for a week, writhing in the throes of unprecedented psychic torment. But it is not guilt that racks the vessel's brain. Nor lust, nor greed, nor war drums. It is the malicious ambition of Supreme Dictator Haizai, archfiend of the galactic shogunate, to contaminate the blood of a humble warlord from the Tarsier-infested jungle planet of Dalmo. There is no such thing as a humble warlord. Fascist versus fascist. An odyssey of spiritual dialysis. The whole plot basically follows the vessel's increasingly desperate and self-destructive attempts to extricate his foe's blood from his own. In the end, he's cleansed of it, but far too late. Masquerading as a pulpy exploitation novel, in reality it's a work of what the Treffe school of psychoanalysts call Vob. You scrounge through the archives to see what remains of a book you never read. Scenes flash against the bedsheet screen of your mind, framed in the same red veinage as the book's cover. The vessel strapped to a bed, incisions across his chest, covered in pulsing slugs as all around him ring the chants of the leech charmer. A trepanation with a cosmic drill device, the vessel's desperate attempt to awaken his latent hemokinetic powers. All the better to mount a psychic assault against Hyzai. Trepanning. Yes, yes, yes. Any book that contains skull holes is okay by the gang, even if it has no pictures. And of course, the big finale. The vessel, an ancient woman, and a strange insectile being covered in silver plates are connected via the tubes of an alien transfusion machine, exchanging blood in silent communion. Also, blood-fueled mechs. The creature is a blood connoisseur from a higher plane of existence. A god, basically. Eventually, the vessel manages to make contact with it and establish a deal. The connoisseur will use its technology to extract Hyzai's blood from the vessel, in exchange for being allowed to consume it. Lastra was an absolute fiend for a mech. All of it is, if not necessarily arousing, then certainly aroused. Trapped between hackire genre fiction, philosophical exploration, and straight-up gore fetish smut, the book cackles in your hands. It was a bloody affair, but yes, kind of. The powers that were awakened helped lock the vessel in metamortal combat with Hyzai, without which he would not have survived the climactic transfusion conclusion. So the trepanning was worth it, on balance, even though he almost died there also. Definitely awe. See, psychic vampire alien gods, wrath of. Lastra had a thing about tarsiers. Rumor has it he even kept one as a pet. He called it his auger goblin, and instructed it to launch nightly extrasensory attacks on enemies both real and perceived. That is the purview of the auger goblin. Only he may know. Vorbewusstsein, the yearning for life before the advent of human consciousness. As per H.S. Lastra, an uninterrupted downward trajectory with no clear end in sight, except the extinction of the species. You flip the book back over and return to the red-soaked cover. The book is 563 pages long, not including Lastra's notoriously indulgent appendix.
Cascade, stop. Don't overthink this. I just did. I can again if you want. Don't. I'm not. This is just a real-time memory dissociation, conjured from the fringes of cipher-induced mania.
A likely story. More likely. He's viewing you right now.
You don't have to read the book. You just have to read the cipher. And that very particular chapter that the extract is from.
This is old news. You've cracked this stupid cipher.
You bested the directional text that led to the cipher's true key, blood type hecatomb. Also, Cascade, you didn't really best it. You stared at it until your mind gave way. To be honest, it was quite impressive, and I've noted it as such in your Miho folder. Either way, that was the hard part. This is now the easy part. Act accordingly.
Aha. Maybe something like...
Yes, Cascade, exactly that. This cipher is now wearing baby shoes. Find the chapter in the novel that the passage of text is from. Then consider the letters in groups of 3, let's say, triads. For each triad, take each letter's numbered position in the alphabet. The first is the page number, the second is the line number, and the third is the letter number. An example. Let's use the last triad of the cipher, MBP.
Why is he starting at the end? You're with him now. Sinks into place with a solid mental funk. MBP becomes 13 to 16.
Direct hit. fuselage in tatters. You are now replete with the requisite mind tools. Time to give this cipher what for.
Put them both together. Your former double's carefully placed torches will catch a light. An ancient map to the catacombs of meaning. No response. Your memory conjuration has gone dark. All message conveyed. He has cut the psychic link and stopped remote viewing you. You look at the cipher and the book next to each other. One short and erratic, the other lengthy and considered. The maelstrom of black markings feels like home now. Almost cozy. You skim the book and find the relevant chapter, which turns out to be a particularly bloody scene deep in the Act 5 climax. Then, taking the first letter to be a page number, the second to be a line number, and the third to be a letter number, you begin. The first letter is I. The second letter is B. Oh no. Don't think yet. Just solve. I betrayed crew. Miho compromised from within. Director, Malafide until extraction. Beware, small controller. I'm sorry. So he claims. Also the cipher claims. It also doesn't make sense. Carolina was the one who was uncovered in the Emter-Batch dream study. But did someone sell out Carolina? That you never discovered. If so, the board has reached its end state. Home gang really did us in after everything. It must be an important part of the message, to him at least. There is one other form of communication that traditionally ends in apology, a suicide note. You read the words again, then read them backwards for good measure. Your former double's intent is no clearer to you. But definitely more ominous. The answer to that, no doubt, lies at the bottom of the silo. Your eye catches again on the middle sentence. Director Malified until extraction. Malafide, bad faith. Standard espionage parlance for contaminated, compromised, or treacherous. Unlikely he means a location extraction. Something more internal. The silo awaits. Your former double has some wild ideas he's about to hatch. The ration pack crinkles as you... There's enough in this. You pocket the freeze-dried rations. The molds. It's happy to... You turn away.
Cascade, stop. Before you utter a word, be aware that anything you say in my presence, anything I hear, should be considered pre-intercepted by the small controller. I see you are well acquainted with this treacherous cranial entity that directs my movements, words, and thoughts.
Oh no. Oh no.
Couldn't agree more, Cascade. The instructions are on the table. Do not read them aloud.
No irony here. No dress rehearsal either.
Identification, then extraction. We have one shot at this, Cascade. Steady hand, steadier mind. No mere hypothesis. I wouldn't entomb myself in a silo on the basis of a hypothesis, Cascade. A dark night stained with fog. Even the whispers echoed. I'm at an opposite number from the weeping eye on the amputated remains of Refraction Bridge. I gave him names, cryptonyms, defining features, professions, everything. I advised them to start with kindred. The most fragile, the most twistable. Before he left, he asked me why I was doing this. I had no answer then, Cascade, but I have one now. This soon-to-be ejected motherfucker clamped to my brain joystick.
None of that sounded real. It was a scene from fiction, from an espionage novel. Flashes of Holocene's red folder, monstrous intelligence, hallucinatory logical construction. He pushed his finger down so hard it's left a red imprint in his skin. A target marker.
Now he's got you thinking like the rest of them, Cascade. Everything is a fiction. It rose like a necro-parasite from the twitching corpse of history. I was a sock puppet traitor. I betrayed us all. And if not me, then who?
As with any espionage catastrophe, there is no true answer. Or there are 100 answers. That's what's killing him. The unknowing. Better to go along with this. We'll have a stronger chance of pulling him clear of this psychological wreckage.
Not a very good guess. You tried to bring up your baseless S-Doc suspicions before, Cascade. I roundly shot them down. It was me. Identification, then extraction. This is a direct order from Miho. Please. The instruction...
Upon the reflective surface of the table lie a sketchpad, a pen, a strange container, and a crank drill. A regular pen, thick-nibbed and loaded with red ink, marked with the words Entity Containment Vessel. It looks vaguely space-related. Reddish liquid, but no entities are yet contained within. The crank wheel features a worn logo, now illegible. Rust blossoms in tiny patches along the drill bit. On the first page, scribbled in hurried handwriting, you find the instructions. Plain text, no cipher. Good start. A bare 14 words. Small controller inside. Locate via remote viewing, then extract. Through dimensionality to analysis. The author of these instructions looks at you expectantly, preparing to ram his plane of reality into yours. As in the testimonial you found in his room, Holocene wants you to locate something which you cannot see. Draw that which you cannot see. If there is a Holocene, there is also an inner Holocene. Whether this will redeem you, however, is another matter entirely. The sketchpad ripples, despite there being no wind at all down here. The dark interior of your former double skull awaits.
Silence, Cascade. He may try to counter if he gleans the plan.
He nods furiously at you. Precipice. Jump or flee, reaching into another person's head to glimpse what is inside. It is not the first time recently that you've heard about such a method. It wasn't called remote viewing and was dressed up in wholly different aesthetics, but the premise is similar. Duchess's technique. With remote viewing, you are going in cold. This technique has at least been explained to you.
Are you ready, Cascade?
Immobilized like a torture victim, your former double just gives you a firm, unwavering stare.
It's for later. Find him first, Cascade.
Close reading, then take him out with the drill.
Cascade, please. You of all people should know better than to trust the words of professional textbook consulters.
A silence, in which he avoids your eyes.
To be clear, you have no obligation to go through with this. But if you don't help me, I will endeavor to do it myself. That's why I kept a hand free.
This game's getting played, even with a handicapped substitute.
No promises, Cascade. Got to find him first.
You close your eyes, empty your mind, and drift. Blackness, silence. A diffuse you traverses immense stretches of void, out of which slowly there emerge features. Nebulas of pain spiral above, strange constructs of ego-like alien architectures, and in the distance, a psychic cant that you understand without needing to decipher.
Take it away from me, Cascade.
There, the exact nature of his lacking. Just as she taught you to find. He's not hiding it. He's screaming.
Please, take it all away.
Incessant scream of newborn. He couldn't find an answer, so he made an answer. He should have been given literature classes at a university. Not out here, down here, doubting everything.
Take the unknowing and the failure. Smash the mirror into thousands, then reform. Make it knowing, make it certainty. Then I can begin again. Do this for me. Please. By my side.
You find your former double staring into you with pure, unadulterated intensity.
You've got him, haven't you?
No. You have Holocene.
If I'd known you were this adept, I wouldn't have bothered with the identification phase. Now, get the motherfucker out.
A movement so quick you don't even understand what's happening at first. Holocene's arm whips and slams something into his neck. Syringe, free hand. His muscles slacken, his eyes roll white. In his hand, a syringe of unknown anesthetic. Warning, train now approaching Omega Station. No return trips scheduled. Coward. When will we ever have this opportunity again? Drill, drill, drill. You depress the syringe slowly over the course of 10 seconds, watching the unconscious patient's nostrils twitch involuntarily as they are invaded. As long as his brain doesn't run out of his nose, it's worked. To what degree it's worked, you won't know until he's conscious. A sluggish timelessness overtakes the silo basement as you wait, devoid of light changes or any other marker of time.
Cascade, did you... got the motherfucker?
His relief is such that it's almost a shame to correct his illusions.
But you didn't... mold. Interesting hypothesis. That's different, but it makes sense. Not one controller, many.
The disappointment he feels is unjustifiable even to himself, but you can read it in his eyes.
I'll confess it's not the outcome I'd envisioned, Cascade. I'll need a day or so. Miho thanks you for helping to root out the subversive elements in its ranks, be they controller or colony. Fogged mirror. We had fun there, once.
Holding his gaze onto you, he retreats back into the sedative. Eventually, his eyes flutter closed and his head falls limp against his shoulder. The implements lie...
Vending machines are Is it even... You can already...
Keep you moving.
Hello, Ito.
Bye.
Be well. Oh, you're back.
You don't have the money. You need to make this about something else. What does he want?
A logical fallacy. Wealth transcends need. That's the point. But money is, of course, immaterial. A stand-in for debit or credit. It's the debit, ultimately, that is important.
He looks around his apartment, hands upturned in front of him, as if beseeching the world for something you may owe.
Borkibel. Borkibel.
This cat thing must be really upsetting him. He's lost it.
Just pick me up a bag of Borkibel, please. You can have the papers. It's less a catch. More, well, the kibble. It's in the animal zone. So you've met the king. Good. You know what you're agreeing to. These exit papers. I'll need a name and a photograph.
He takes the postcard and pauses, a look of recognition flashing across his face.
No, well, I see you're picking up where Tempo left off. He brought her here once. She played the piano for us. It was rather lovely, much nicer than her standard L-pop fare.
It's hard for him to remember. He swallows, tucking the postcard into his shirt pocket with a strange gravitas.
Tempo almost cried even. Borkibel. Yes, this photo will do just fine. But she'll need a new name too. What will it be? Oh yes, I knew a Maria Abreu in high school. She married a coroner. That will do. Sure. Did you manage to get the kibble? Yes, he drives a hard bargain, but he's very fair. Reminds me of one of my mentors. Do not harm that monkey. Do not do it. Just don't. The kibble is all you need. Just give him whatever he wants. I prefer not to wonder. I've been giving him hard liquor and patent shirts, but he seems to have grown bored of those. I'm sorry, you just have to try things. Thank you.
The familiar Reno, the monotonous hum. Isn't it nice being in the liminal space of assuming you've been had and knowing? You can't quite place the accent.
No flyers, no pamphlets. They help. I don't even know what to call it. I can't explain stories like but along. Pick up your.
You return, the shadows, each prayer, the red slip. You pick up the payphone's handset. The phone rings. The line. The receiver clicks back into place. The Reno Hotel Dolphin.
My agent of fortune returns. Happy that day. You mean Tesoro Buendia, the head of the Weeping Eye? Cruel, intelligent, but also somehow unimaginative. He's addicted to cartomancy, I heard. A ludicrous habit for the head of our secret police, beholden to the turn of a card. But here we are. They represent different ministries with different prerogatives. Tesoro and his goons still look at the world in terms of possessions and the tonnage of aircraft carriers. He's one of the most rabid proponents of reunion.
A cleavage you do well to remember. There may be something to exploit here.
Facundo and the Ministry of Mass Culture, however, take a different view. Hates them. Astute of you to notice. Don't forget me, Herschel.
The receiver clicks back. There is no answer. The receiver. You step away from the...
Hey, Hirsch.
Carolina still looks gaunt and tired, but animated. There is an excitement to her movements, a flush to her cheeks. She has a purpose.
Guess so. The bartender's nice. It's been a while since I was out and around new people. Not at all. But I do miss my machine. I could be tinkering right now. Sketching out some ideas in my head, though. Something to look forward to when we come back. Weird. Like I'm on the wrong planet. I keep trying to control things with my mind. Like I'm still in the machine. And I'm dreaming again, I think.
Or even making them real.
I saw a man in a tent filled with smoke. There were soldiers or hunters gathered around him with spears. He was chanting, like a star shaman. They were wearing furs, but not from any living animal. Thick, brown, and white stripes. Tent was lit by flame in a pit. He threw what looked like dice onto the ground, but when he picked them up, I saw they were bones. Each side carved with the rune script, just like I used. I didn't understand anything that they were saying, but they didn't like whatever the bones told them. It was like they'd been sentenced to death.
She's trying to seem detached, but she's clearly disturbed.
Probably nothing. I don't know. It was so vivid that it's difficult not to look for meaning, but it would be like convincing yourself you're hearing words in a cooling fan, right?
Rhetorical question. She's undecided, but you won't be able to push her one way or the other.
Yeah, thanks. I know he acts like a dickhead, but he's just playing a character. Nestor's son. I won't miss that, but I don't really want to talk about it, Hirsch. Oh, no? Nobody? I trust you. I'll follow your lead.
How goes it, Hedge? Buckle up.
As always, the process of rolling takes more time than the high will last. But you know it's worth it. The world dissolves into its own haze, and with it, all your worries. Who is Herschel Wilk? What is techno-fascism? Is squirt piss? These are questions whose answers no longer matter.
Don't be a stranger.
Evening.
Just up to the usual. Drinking and eyeing me over when he thinks I'm not looking. Morose. I don't know. It's always like this. Never speaks to me, beyond ordering. Sure. What'll it be?
The bartender squints at the empty booth and gives a non-committal shrug.
See you.
A familiar, immaterial sense of well-being is transmitted from the bald patch straight to your soul. Tiny figures jog across the screen. Speakers spin. The bartender. The toilet is still hung on the wall. The bartender gives the brightly colored. You're in the clip. You repeat the same. You turn away.
Welcome back, Buck. Operant.
You're back again.
The GM
Matchmaker returns!
You return your attention to the pot. You spot a bag of boar kibble, 5 kilograms of it, stuffed inside a bird cage. The monkey bares his teeth at you. He flicks his ears in excitement.
Ah ha ha! Commence it! Old wolf acquired, new wolf rejected. Displeasure upon you! Ah ha ha! Displeasure upon... Disappointment! The Queen and I...
You can make out an impression. The desk is... You turn from the desk. Eyes closed, the young man remains lost in his erotic fantasy.
You're still leaking. Shh.
If they are to be believed, do you even...
Especially him.
Apart from...
A gross under...
At all, good. I have enough to keep track of as it is.
Warily.
Hello, again? Yes. Doing fine.
Doing fine.
Well, if there's anything you... Again? Hmm? Yes. All right. Until next...
The ladder beckons. You clamber up the... You made it. You approach the children's figurines once again. Orange-suited plastic men, cherubic faces squeezed into little helmets. Two sit inside the rocket. One is planting the Portaferan flag on a pretend lunar surf. You stare at the vacant spot next to the rocket. The figurine is missing from the set. You imagine Carolina's fingers wrapping around the small toy. There's no day. Look at the cosmonauts. Even the smallest movement of your body sends dust motes floating. A miniature rocket. Portaferos do. Even the small... Carolina...
Whatever you did to the hogger, he looks proper sad for once.
Finally, some decency around here. Until next...
Eyes closed, the young man remains lost in his erotic fantasy. We seize the unimpressive collection of limbs and retain Jism and twist him to face us. His face spotless, quivering with terror and pleasure in an ever-shifting ratio.
What's happening?
An intervention. The reallocation of resources.
Oh God! This is it for Frederick, boy!
Witness his true form emerge. A spittle licker, specially bred to feel utter contempt for anyone below him, and pants sweat in fear of anyone above. He wavers back and forth between you and his precious receiver for a few moments, before speaking into it, morose.
I have to go. There's someone from work here. I'm sorry. It was nice talking with you. You're from Interior Regulation. Is that it?
He thinks he's about to be dismissed. You're under no obligation to stop your opponent from making a mistake.
Oh God, I knew it! This is a performance review. To what does this pertain? But if I could tell you, then I wouldn't be here. No one outside of global situations has any idea what goes into negotiations at this level. The advanced planning itself requires thousands of workers. Proposals, counter-proposals, decision trees all mapped out. Hundreds of variables.
He wipes a wet lock of hair from in front of his glasses. No gang for him, only work. The sound of desire, freshly unearthed, lapel the gap.
There are more than 100 nations in the developed world. Do you know what it takes to get 100 different parties to attain mutual satisfaction? Everything must be perfect. No dice rolls, only narration. Except the gap. The luminous gap of unknown origin. The portal from which the minister of mass culture himself will emerge.
So that's it. The gap in the Grand Lich's official itinerary. Unknown even to enter. Wide enough for a bullet to go through. Whatever takes place inside this gap, it'll almost certainly be after the ginkgo has shed its leaves.
No one on our side.
The name.
The High Priestess of the Gap.
A cryptonym. Meaning.
In the central plaza at Pub. Tell me, are you... It makes sense, of course. Knowledge of the gap, forbidden to one.
The way he says it, a rivulet of blood and shortness of breath. If he keeps going like this, he's going to stroke out in his 30s.
Yes. I've begun to suspect such might be the case. Would you like some Nurofen? I don't think I need it all anymore. I hope it helps you with your work. If you'll just let me say some goodbyes.
You've wrung what you need from this. He turns back to. The brightly coloured refreshments seem even more vivid upon your return. The refreshment. The smuggler inclines his head and. He lowers his head and.
Format-sensitive friend. How goes it?
The vendor stares at you, his expression cycling through its full emotional spectrum in milliseconds. Confusion, then surprise, awe, fear, rage, disgust. Finally, it settles on a profound despair. He stares at the ground and lifts an open hand in front of his face. No more of this. The vendor won't look at you. He needs time.
Wolf time. You can ask. You know, Mom says it's good we spend. Well, we could try, maybe. Do you know? We love pelota. You like it too? Viva Kisak. We already watch pelota at home with Mom anyway. But it was a good suggestion. Well, we could try.
I've seen those on the payphones. They're fish. Why would we watch fish?
But I know that already. I talk with my friends all the time.
You haven't. Not in 5 years.
I love them.
Maybe we can try to watch it later, but only...
The girl nods.
Dreamwolf is the best. My favorite part is when she fought Procyon, the Angel of Truth, for 10 episodes inside his subconscious. And then she cut his dreams in half to free herself.
Omega Psyche Slash. Whoosh.
Thanks for showing her to us.
Whoa. He looks even smarter than in the show. Remember when he cast Lexicon Apocalypse and wiped out like 50 angels from history?
Uh-huh. After he found their real names in the bottomless library. Critical Wolf can be scary, but he's the smartest one. Last season, the Angel of Terminus hit her with his sledgehammer. It's called Indomitable Aegis. And Stubborn Wolf just stood there, and she smiled.
And then she said no, like she was saying no to death itself.
She's my favorite. I almost want to cry, but I won't.
Look, they even gave him the mystical pipe. His weapon doesn't have a name because it's so mysterious. It's like a secret fork thing that shatters angels by making them vibrate until they die.
He's secretly the angriest wolf. But he's got a big heart too, so it's okay.
Alright. So...
They have to be... okay.
The children...
Come on. Ah, hello. Sorry, I probably look like a picture of misery right now. Nothing yet. The weather doesn't seem to want to test them either. This time it's one of the arteries. It's on the roof of this old factory building. Problem is, that place scares the hell out of me.
The man stands like jelly next to you.
I have got myself into a bit of a predicament. Yes, I do need some help. You're right. I would just need you to go up to the roof of this building and run a standard check on the artery up there. Wonderful. You'll need this for starters.
The machine has a real heft to it. It means serious business.
Just plug this device into the artery once the diagnostics program prompts you. It should do the rest. Just pay attention to the report it gives you. I'll be right here if you need anything.
The fire door stands between you and the rest of your journey. Pray that the technician knows of an alternative way in.
Why did you stop? Is there a problem? Oh dear, let me consult my notes. There might be another way inside. Ah, here we go. Oh no. Apparently there's a maintenance tunnel around the side. One of us will have to brave it and open the door from the other side.
No mystery as to who he wants getting down on their hands and knees. The tunnel was black as pitch. Cobwebs stick to your face and hair as you push through them, deeper into the darkness. As you inch forwards, your elbows and shoulders bump clumsily against the walls. The tunnel is getting narrower. Pull your arms in close, closer. Press your belly to the ground. Operant Cascade is ready for advancement. One sliver forward at a time. Tight as hell in here, but don't panic, sis. The gang has got you. No idea. All you do know is that it's dark, cramped, and smells of mouldy concrete in here. Your anxiety is manageable, for now. You can take a lot more before a total freak out. This crawl space was built for utility access. By being inside it, you're just fulfilling an intended purpose. It would be physically impossible for a person your size to get stuck in here.
Machines are simple, Harsh. Just got to know what commands to give them, and they do the rest for you.
Radian's fingers dancing, each input a new incantation. The ember of his blunt pulsing with every keystroke. A sorcerer within his haze. For better or for worse, you'll have to. But there is one piece of advice you remember Radian giving to you for times like this.
If you ever get stuck, you do what you do when among human company. Ask for help. You can literally type it in.
3 possible inputs, cold and toneless, flicker up on the screen. 1, network. 2, diagnostics. 3, quit. Quit. Definitely quit. Load in network. Pixels wink in and out of existence before slowly etching themselves into something larger. A chaos of blinking black squares, apparently random, and yet cohering into a shape that stirs something in your mind. Before you, Portofiero's wireless network, a constellation of flickering nodes floating in a landless void. Dormant stars waiting for ignition. You're one of the blinking pixels. That much is clear. Which one, though? There, close to the center, amid the hundreds of black squares, there is a single asterisk. blinking slowly. It can only be the Renotel artery's location. You look to a region of the map where only a few scattered pixels blink amid stretches of empty screen. The densely populated heart of the city, where terminals pile on top of each other, dozens to a square meter. Renotel Diagnostics is intended for official personnel only. Device input accepted. Welcome, Renotel employee. Examining system. This may take a few minutes. Seconds turn into minutes as you watch the dots blinking on the monitor. It's not clear if the machine is doing anything at all. After what seems like a small eternity, the machine beeps and coughs up a brief report. System, 98.2%. One critical error. The device has a configuration problem that prevents it from working properly. You could, or... The issue will persist, and in turn, you'll continue to be able to talk to the prisoner. Goodbye. The Renotel technician is waiting right where you left him.
Ah, you're back. I managed to disable the locking mechanism so you can go in and out as you please now. How did you...
Something's up. This is a distraction.
Is it that obvious? Well, I've decided to quit my job. I've thought about it, and I've decided that I'll try to get back into electrical engineering. I don't care if it kills me. I can't live like this any longer.
The ex-technician shows no sign of hearing you. He doesn't even look back.
Why are you asking? I know. I was asked to keep...
The Azuri smelled something was off about it then.
Baby girl, there are many questions I haven't...
A courtesy he'd like.
But stay away from there. Love to. Take a break. With pleasure. If that's not enough, just let me know. Alright. I'll be seeing...
Matchmaker.
He flicks his ears and excites.
Ah ha ha! Commence it! Displeasure upon you. Ah ha! Displeasure. Disappointment! Not talk.
Why does the reactionary speak in all possession is...
Ah ha ha! The queen. Matchmaker. The queen.
You step up to the terminal again. Line diagnostic mode. Line di... Voltage? You're not sure. Available commands. 1. Line diag. Based on the available... So the names around you. The identifier you found on the page. You know. Only one way to find out. The screen you close.
Lonely.
His half. Somehow, he looks more for...
My kind. Too much. I visit Reno. Gotta find. Goodbye. Loneliest.
His half. Somehow, he looks...
One from... I will... Goodbye.
The cleaning tuk-tuk with its... The lever upholster. The window is rolled down. You can see a gastron. No one abandons a sandwich like that. Someone has jacked the only other touch of the cheap some astrological thing. The cleaners, wherever they are, have left the roll-up. That padlock is under sustain. Evident, sterile, discreet. When the things you're clean, the tuk-tuk... You pick up your thing, something tense, and you step.
Back again, are we?
He's
There. Only one critique. This is what's there for you. Well then, of course you.
You have already engaged in model train repair and
Operant. Go on then. Of course. Very well.
She gives you a nod.
Nothing. I'll be here.
You return to you turn away. The stereo is right where you left it. You place the disc into the drawer and press play. Ultravioletta's voice, a shard of glowing purple. Your muscles slacken. Evil, evil. Turn it off. You have no choice. The room sways. Monks chant around an open flame, glowing purple. We're going to die. The purple shard isn't flame, it's rock. Their voices rise and fall, harmonizing with their sacred geology. It will take them with it. Approaching perfection. Raw information atomizes itself.
Cascade. Sure. What else is on? Go on. I don't have any individual profiles to hand, but liberals are all basically the same. Ask away. Someone else from the bank might know something. Whoever is in charge of the negotiations. You'll find a way through. Fine. Luck and skill.
Raw information atomizes itself. On the
Cascade.
Time to flip this situation on its head. It's your controller who needs to give you the reason.
Oh God, be serious. You're not suggesting this is about nominalism, are you?
No entries. Sounds fake and made up. You're not suggesting it. She is.
I have no idea what it means. Personally, I don't even think the bursars know. They just heard it somewhere one day and started repeating it.
Mimetic contagion. A massive risk to any modern organization.
But that's the thing with these new watchwords. All you have to do is say, "This initiative supports our nominal pillar," and they'll throw gobs of resources at you, whether anything comes of it or not. This is true. We have to remind ourselves constantly. You know, it feels a bit like casting a magic spell, a very cynical one, that grants you loads of money without obligation. I feel slightly disgusted with myself, but maybe with all that money I can get some less abrasive soap from the commissary. I let the bursar's office know we've discovered an unexpectedly nominal dimension to this assignment. Hopefully that should be worth a decent infusion for your purposes. Enjoy your infusion. Get yourself something nice. Luck and skill, operant.
You find yourself before the old Lusian gate. You leave. You pick up the payphone's hand. No real. Give it a rest for today. You step.
Ah, you found me. As you can see, I didn't get very far. I'm still here, still a Renotel technician.
Sadness fills his movements like a sludge.
I'm still considering it. I thought perhaps if I stayed a while at this tree, it would help clear my head. No, not entirely. But still nothing. But I have a feeling it'll be soon. Peaceful, isn't it? Taking my breaks under this tree might be the part of my job I most look forward to now. Because it isn't native to Portofino, or really this part of the world at all. The old Lusians planted it back when this place was a penal colony. Under the first Illuminated Empire, they planted these trees wherever they settled. If you see one, it means the old Illuminated Empire was here. The old Lusian ginkgo. All Lusian ginkgos are effectively clones of a single original. It's this quality that causes them to shed their leaves simultaneously, no matter the latitude or season. It's a major feast day in Lusian culture. Of course, no one knows exactly when the leaves will fall. My abuela used to take me to the shrine to Canopus outside our town. There would always be local officials there making political speeches. No, I used to hide in the shrines while they talked. I thought they were very boring.
Never underestimate the power of subliminal messaging and passive learning.
Anyway, I found myself paying more attention to things like this tree lately. It seems to be calling to me. What about it? You can plug it directly into an artery using the cord. You'll need to do that in order to run a diagnostics check on the network. I wish I could say that. Not a lot, unfortunately.
Sounds like our man.
It's a...
The technician does this.
Right you are.
An old bench, marks to be revered from seated. You sit, and the bench works. As the minutes pass, you catch yourself scanning the surroundings. Lampposts, trash cans, flower planters, microphones. You have to force yourself to remember over and over. This is Portofino, not Novessa. Novessa sputters beneath an implacable leaden sky. Smoke billows from Obrak furnaces. Stone griffins leer down on Calendar Square. Rail lines thread through blocks of dark slate and vermilion-streaked towers. The streets teem with people. An endless thrumming patchwork of crimson, charcoal, and indigo. You miss them all terribly for a moment. Or maybe you miss being lost among them. After an hour of thought, the clatter of Portofino pulls you back in. Slowly, you stand up. A rest for your legs, at least. And now we're not...
Hello there. Not on the miracle, sweetie. It's too hard to get back into rhythm if I break it. Not over the line. I'm working on. Come see me later. I'm listening, baby. You are a weapon of mass psychic destruction. You're wreaking havoc on Portofino. My rebel. Whatever you say, baby. Sure, hun.
You feel lightness in your head as she considers this.
It's you. How good of you to finally check in. What's the status of your assignment?
That's Melita's accent. Here it comes. Your favorite part. A vaguely stern woman is about to choreograph you.
Don't lie to me. I know that isn't true. You fucked up again. You've disobeyed me, and now everything's gone to shit. But it's okay. Everything's going to be okay. I'm here. I'll guide you. Shh, it's okay. You're out there on a mission. It's so hard. But you know what else you are?
She moans softly. Head.
Mine.
It would be so very easy to believe her. As if for you and you alone. It's no act.
You'll do everything I say, and you'll do it well. You'll come home, all your silly tasks done, and I'll be waiting for you.
The magic phone in your room. Her knight, her sword. Her lover returned. You are being lulled by a siren.
You'll kneel before me. Rest your head between my thighs. You kneel for me, operant. But this isn't what you want.
Her voice softens, warms, back to her own. She casts it off, just like that, as if the phone was passed to a different person.
This is the wrong phone, hun. You should call her. You asked me to, hun. This is me seeing. Go to her. She's the one you need. Lines always...
You step away.
Hello, Lapinette.
She smiles, indicates the seat to her left.
Come, pretend to be real people with me for a while. Not one. Now sit down. No need for a scene.
She leans into you. Your thighs touch on the bench.
Welcome. Let me introduce you to our barman, Diego.
Hello.
Not so fast, Diego. Let me also introduce you to the worst Calamanic ever put to glass. Diego's very bad at his job. Try it and steel yourself.
Her eyes sparkle, delighted. She's inviting you to participate in the ritual humiliation of a third party. You sip the Calamanic. It tastes exactly like a Calamanic.
Thank you, miss.
Incompetence, both of you. Nobody in this city respects a good tincture. Now, Diego, please debase yourself further with 2 more Calamanics. Actually, no. You've done enough damage on that front. Just straight mezcal. Bring the bottle.
Coming up, miss.
Look what he's reduced us to, sharing a bottle like 2 doe-eyed secretaries. The Umbral host.
Diego returns and deposits 2 tulip glasses and a bottle of mezcal in front of you. As he removes his hand, a single sliver of sweat runs down the outside of the glass. She's drinking from the same bottle. You're fine. Get her drunk, make conversation, see what guts she'll spill.
Come, talk to me. This is our little space. Let's cast off these silly personas. No need for them here.
Hers is crumpled on the floor beside her, discarded like a tight bra after a midweek workday.
Fear not, Lapinette. I had the same idea myself and tested it out. There's nothing behind those eyes. Watch.
Diego glances at Silhouette, eyes twitching like a dog.
Yes, Mrs.?
We're spies. I'm Emter and she's probably Opera. Those are the communists. What do you think of that?
Communists, Mrs.? Like lions?
Yes, Diego. Like lions.
See what I mean? Now, back in your area, Diego. Interesting response, Lapinette. Have I got you all wrong? No, don't tell me. Let's not ruin this with politics. Nobody. Same as you.
The mezcal is light, airy, cold. She watches it disappear into your mouth.
Cheers. Now, no more questions with no answers, Lapinette.
She smiles and downs her drink, moving closer to you. She's into this. Use it. Flirt. Get her drunk.
Mes étoiles. No. She's misty-eyed, nostalgic, sincere, and tender. Makes me sick.
Relaxed. Casual. She assumes you're like her, that you feel the same way.
A comic book thing? Laughable. But sounds a lot more fun than editing poetry. I find that my hatred for her helps me stay in character. Keep her distinct. Operants begin to blur when they identify too much with their persona. I thought that once. If everyone's wearing a mask, who can tell the difference? The mask becomes the face. But there are some, a rare few, who truly aren't. They're just existing. Maybe that's you and I, Lapinette. In a way, it's all just work. I have to pretend I care who you are and what you want with our basement, but don't worry, my pleasure was real.
She swallows the contents of her glass, nods at yours. Your second shot goes down as well as the first, crisp and refreshing.
Bravo, Lapinette. It is despair, my Lapinette. I don't want to talk about it. Truly, I loathe them all. I can't answer that for you. I thought you would know.
Her expression changes into the sweet, blank smile of her persona.
I'm just here to learn. The more advanced sonnets are still way over my head. Yes, please. Yes, I'm afraid he's in love again. With a woman. And less tragically, with alcohol. Unrecognizably competent. The man carries on at an impossible clip for years at a time, punctuated with a few weeks of total and utter collapse. I'm not surprised. He gets so miserable that the air around him festers with it. His obsessions are always huge. So cold, Lapinette. I like that about you. People can be so sentimental.
She squeezes your hand between her thighs.
He's an old fool having a breakdown, but he'll be back to himself before long. Down your glass and I'll tell you the story. It's a good one.
Your body rebels slightly as you sink back the glass. She tips her glass to you, drains it, and refills both.
3 years ago, Solar Point. Metimoto's out on an assignment when he disappears, last seen entering a public bathhouse. You should picture an orgiastic ritual of sweat and steam, yes. Days pass. We dispatch an asset to retrieve him. He's not in the pools, nor the lockers, nor sequestered behind some crusty hole in a bathroom wall. We, my Lapinette, a fuckhole.
You're full of fuckholes. At least 3 of them. So is she.
Eventually, the asset finds Metimoto in a storage cupboard, naked but for his shoes, which he's tied together in a way which allows him to hang upside down from a coat hook, like a bat. A big, meaty bat, let's say. Asset tries to wake him, but Metimoto isn't having any of it. yells at the boy to leave him alone, that he's a operant and will be activated at dusk. Dusk comes. Our asset is still in the cupboard, cowering among the buckets and detergents.
All the useful things together.
When in walks a gigantic woman, so big that she can pick Metamoto up by the ankles, which she does, and swing him bodily around, which she does.
You could attempt this with precisely none of your assets. They're all too big. Be good to give Esty a hard spin. Shut her up for a while.
Doesn't it just? She used him to mop the entire bathhouse every night for a week, until he became so waterlogged that she had to replace him. Apparently, he was rigid as a frozen sardine the whole time. That's also how he got the hair. She dangled him upside down, and it's been like that ever since. I don't know whether it's permanent or he styles it that way himself in homage.
She downs her glass.
You can sell anything to a fool with an erection. Au contraire, you're supposed to remember it very well. Then you'd have done the same to me. You've been reading the Nos Correntes. The whole thing sounds like that. Are you trying to make me jealous?
She takes a long sip, considering you over the rim of her glass.
I don't really know him. He's an out-of-towner here for the secret treaty. Can't help but wonder what he's compensating for with those headphones, though. The sad-faced L-pop girl. How interesting. She is very beautiful, even if the relentless whining is so off-putting. Given the right space in about 10 hours, I could make her a woman. The Crown Prince of Limbs. You make a much better date. He is? No! That's hilarious. I did not. I didn't even know he knew what sex is. Let's not talk about Frederick. He is to espionage what Diego is to cocktails.
The barman winces at the sound of his name.
Diego, what do you think of my friend here?
What do you mean, miss?
Would you fuck her, Diego? Should I?
Okay.
What about you, Lapinette? Would you give Diego a go-go? How sweet of you.
No need for me here, I see, missus.
Back to your area, Diego. But think on.
Thinking on, miss.
Shame. I would have invited you in.
No change in expression or posture. She seems genuinely unperturbed.
Okay, my Lapinette. Good things can't last forever. Time to pump me for information, right? But I want something in return.
She places her hand on yours and glances around, humming happily as she does.
You could teach Diego here how to make a proper calamanic. Or, if you'd like something less impossible, you could kiss me.
Deep tongue.
What money always wants. A stable business climate. Call it a hedge against a shift in market conditions. Right now, the Lusian stock is rising. But if that were to change, well... I am quite invested, Lapinette. Yes. You think Emter is some blank-faced monolith, but its secret genius has always been the fire screen between its many departments. Global situations, shadow banking, human capital, each its own vicious little fiefdom. It ensures that we cover every side of every wager, even against ourselves. Of course not. It's a gamble. Like everything. Lapinette, it is high time to accept that this is the best of all possible worlds.
Her face adjusts, then sets. She believes this.
No cataclysmic wars, no mass death from famine or plague, an abundance of goods unknown to earlier forms of humanity. Don't we all? Apartments with modern conveniences, a little tuk-tuk to stuff with children, a decent calamanic in the evenings.
She turns back to you and raises her glass.
To history, fondly remembered.
You cup her chin, soft but firm, and pull her in towards you. She smiles and allows herself to be drawn in, but right on the cusp, raises a finger to your lips. She presses it gently against them, as if to shush you.
Almost, my lapinette.
She closes her eyes and kisses the other side of her finger. Your lips almost touch.
Manus Fati. The mysterious gap isn't that mysterious. The Grand Lich and his entourage will visit the Lusian war criminal shrine at the top of Portofino.
Execution site, marked, cordoned off with banishment seals. Fascism will bleed upon a monument to itself.
They call it a pilgrimage. I call it group masturbation. Either way, that is where Facundo Reyes will be. When he will be there, you'll have to procure from other sources. They haven't told me.
Beside you, Diego puts down one glass and picks up another.
Probably to prevent the exact type of incident you have in mind.
Your controller needs to know about this. The information, not the kiss.
I hope this was everything you hoped for. In another life, Lapinette. Probably should. Definitely won't.
The rain hits you as you depart, bringing you back to the city.
It's 9 or a year.
The smuggler inclines. You sink into an older, a small seed of him sprouting. The woman chuckles as you hop on a nearby crate. You sit. Your shift ends with a shrill whistle. He lowers his head.
Obviously.
The bed welcomes you. The stillness of the room quietens your...
Operant.
Nothing, I'm afraid. I'll be here.
Hirsch. Funny you ask. I did dream about that star shaman again. He was alone this time, walking through a forest or a wood. I don't know the difference. I got the sense that he was looking for something. He kept tossing those same bone dice into the palm of his hand. I think maybe I just studied the rune script for too long. It got lodged in my head funny.
How goes it, Hedge? Don't be a stranger. How goes it? I'm no fucking expert, but yeah, don't be a stranger.
Hello, Cascade. Keep looking ahead, please.
Standing very still at the fringes of the bar, your former double cuts a conspicuous and vaguely unnerving figure.
Well observed. I need to buy some new clothes. Fortunately, no one but you can detect my presence.
Everyone else here is actively avoiding him.
I confess I'm not exactly comfortable in such a public arena yet, but after the service you did for Miho, I felt obligated. Miho looks forward to its collaboration with the opera, on the eternal provision that the opera means exclusively you. And Cascade, thank you for trusting me again. Of course, Cascade. That's a sacrifice the directorship of Miho has decided it's willing to make. We put it to a vote. My one condition, I won't work with anyone from the old crew. They simply cannot be trusted.
His voice is reasonable, calm, utterly at odds with the sparks of fear behind his eyes.
Cascade, I myself may no longer be compromised, but everything I said about the crew still holds true. We were betrayed once. Now we are contaminated, cordoned off, hazardous. The shape cannot be reformed.
A lost cause. He's not going to budge on this one.
Kindred was already susceptible to all sorts of manipulations, primarily yours. And after a stint in enemy captivity, it might not even be Kindred anymore. For all we know, she's weeping eye now. Techno-fascist to her core. Absolutely not. If non-lucid is the order of the day, I would rather pick a vagrant myself. There's one in the Hill of Pigs who claims to be able to hear microwaves. Though it's unsurprising that his consciousness left some kind of impression upon the terrestrial plane. Maybe it could hold up useful placards in theater. I trust you to find new allies worthy of our assignment, Cascade. Of course. We were sitting in that booth over there. Taxman, Estoc, Virtue, you, Radian, Kindred, me. I'm hardly going to forget the most flagrant breach of stagecraft I've ever committed in my professional life. Even after the crew collapse, he didn't destroy it? Schoolboy error. Though the true error, of course, was taking it in the first place. Oh well. Because it was your birthday. I know. I said birthday in inverted commas. And now, 5 years later, it is still not your birthday. Yet here we'll all gather once more. You mean a game of hypotheticals, Cascade? I enjoy hypotheticals. They fall somewhere between fiction and so-called reality. Give me the parameters. The what is obvious, zeroing out a major illusion diplomatic figure. Now tell me, how and where? Plot dead on arrival, Cascade. Don't do it. Wait. The biggest question in this scenario is, how are you even going to get close to that boat? It will not be docking in any commercial port, and in fact, might not even dock at all. They may stay offshore and send in the delegation via a disguised barge.
You can almost hear the warm hum of his brain as it processes and cools itself.
So, if your plan is dependent on being able to get a bomb on board, high probability you're putting yourself in a position where you're going to have to improvise. And high-grade explosives do not lend themselves well to improvisation. Probable conclusion. You end up having to plant the bomb in some other location, a tuk-tuk or a tram, probably. Civilian casualties abound. Unless you enlist a depressive or fanatic to charge into the boat on a smaller vessel. Neither to be trusted, of course. Say you do, it's still a suicide mission in all but name. But let's suppose you already know that and don't care. The more important problem is that you're not getting your hands on a device with the yield to sink an open water vessel. So, whatever bomb you do place requires extreme precision of placement. Now you're in a scenario where you're trapped with your targets on the same contained location that you're aiming to destroy. Highly unfavorable. My mind's burnt out from last time, Cascade. Give it a bit more time. You did. I'm sure you have questions. About you? I'm not sure what you mean, Cascade. Did you see your kryptonym mentioned, or...
Let it go. This is as far as you'll get on this.
Oh yes, the Torrent of One. Reflections on function and fault.
Your former double gazes at you.
I can conjure no response to that question. I believe the chapter you're talking about is deliberately and adequately redacted. And like any good academic-turned-operant, I abide by the redactions. Cascade, I'm sorry, but do you have anything useful to say about the text? Oh, well, that is less than ideal. It sounds like you didn't even take notes. Clown number 1 at the Circus Central. Recall the era we joined the opera. Twitchitov was director, means of ascent unknown. Sometime before I was initiated, I assume he must have done something useful.
You never met Twitchitov, but you were always aware of his presence on some unknowable higher level.
I was conducting internal intelligence on behalf of the Remembrancer Division, and followed Twitchitov to a card game with a cabal of other high rankers. One of the wives there bluffed them all 3 times in a row. By the 4th round, Twitchitov's hands were shaking. He was terrified, utterly dismantled. I never forgot that. I think he was just desperately lost.
A rumor whispered among the more seasoned remembrancers that Director Twitchitov asphyxiated himself under autoerotic circumstances.
If unfettered rumor is to be believed.
As yet undiscovered enemies certainly made it appear as though Director Twitchitov hanged himself with the flag of the party in his dead mother's closet.
He also lost half the opera's center hold files in a different illicit stakes card game earlier that same night.
A figment of a reactionary propaganda minister's fever dream.
So yes, Cascade, I rag hard on Roger Klaus Twitchitov.
Your former double glances up at the ceiling and hums to himself.
You'd have to ask the censors, but I'm almost sure they wouldn't tell you. Please, I'd be delighted to hear your summation, Cascade. Not sure about the metaphor there, Cascade, but yes, pretty much that's what I was going for.
After a certain point, the logic of betrayal becomes its own motive.
What you know as the Operant Bureau is nothing but a metaphysical conceit. Know this: if there is an opera, there is also an inner opera. I fear I know I might be too. Have another look when you can, Cascade. I think it really starts screaming on the second read.
He didn't choose this. If he had his way, he'd be 10 books deep in a dusty library. Someone must have ushered him in.
Of course, plucked straight out of my college days. I studied modern languages initially, but swiftly, some claimed alarmingly swiftly, pivoted to new criticism in my second term. I soon became involved with the socialist poetry magazine Kleos as a regular contributor. The editor was a woman I admired quite a lot.
There, how it so often goes. The emotional spell cast as ideology.
Gifted, curious, persuasive. This editor was a communist, and upfront about it. What she was less upfront about was her covert role as an opera talent scout. She was well-versed in socialist hermeneutics, the literary application of materialism, and I was very young, very malleable, and very keen to close read the world. So eventually I dropped out of college and followed her to the superblock. And slowly, too slowly, realized that communists don't believe the world can or should change. And if you cannot change it, Cascade, then interpreting it holds no meaning.
He skipped over the part where he followed this woman to another country.
When I was a writer, yes. Then I became a spy. I soon learned that half the world is made up, the other half is a fabrication, and neither side seems able to keep their story straight. Ivy.
Odd cadence. He hasn't said that name in a long time.
Define thing. Nothing as real as that. I was only interested in intellectual abandon.
His perfect memory is failing him here. Right at this critical moment, he followed his heart and dragged his mind along behind it.
I saw her again once, in Novessa, March '91. Just before we left for Portofino, by coincidence. Although there is, of course, no such thing. She didn't recognize me, and I didn't even bother to correct her. I felt nothing, Cascade, for the world or for the cause.
Or for her.
But I have many happy memories of more idealistic times, and for those, I owe her a lot. I'll be here, Cascade.
The brightly colored... You're in the... You repeat the same... You turn away.
Welcome back, Bucko. The spy that barely was. What of it? So do I. Ultravioletta's new single. You, but from a dream. Go on. Then let me guess. She reached some kind creative apex and started communing with the primal voice of unknown origin. An angel, a star, a wrath of an unknowable god.
Did you forget? You're dealing with a mega fan here. He's so attuned to her creative wavelength, he's phasing out.
Dreams, I take it. This was always where her artistic direction was going.
Perv.
If you are devoted enough, you support an artist through anything. Any change in direction. Experimentations, even metaphysical ones. But please, stop claiming she didn't write it. Of course she did. If anything, the angels were channeling her. Fine by me. She's the tyrant queen of your heart and mine. When she sings, all time and places unfold before you. Especially the ones that will never be. Yes, I've heard it all before.
Yeah, from the child protection feds when they booked him for noncery.
If you don't let her in, she'll storm the gates anyway. As tyrant queens are wont to do. We've barely approached the front gates, let alone reach the inner sanctum. Operant.
The toilet is... The bartender shrugs and returns to...
Hello again. What'll it be? See you.
The vendor won't look at you. He needs time.
Oh, it's you. What takes your fancy? Must be some party you're going to. That'll look funny on you, yeah. Cool. You need... Thanks for...
Matchmaker.
He flicks his ears in excitement.
Ah ha ha! Commence it!
The monkey's eyes go wide, its head tilting side to side.
More hair.
He cups the moustache in his devious palm, stroking it like a hamster. He grabs the bag of boar kibble with both hands and tosses it to you, a few pellets of kibble spilling across the floor.
Useless pellets. Consumption despise.
He flicks his ear.
Ah! Disappointment! The Queen and I...
You've got the cable. Yes, thank you. I'm so glad to hear it. I do worry about him alone up there, but there's something I want you to see. Shake that bag of kibble you have there, would you? It's a catio. A cat patio. I got it so she could enjoy the fresh air, but well, she didn't take to it.
The fresh wound splits back open.
It's quite the opposite. Please, just do it. It's true that you should never shake kibble at ground level, but we're safe up here. Here, I'll take that. He'll squeal if you're too long about it.
He pours kibble into 3 large flower pots, then edges them towards the cage with his foot.
I found him going through the trash outside some weeks ago. My first instinct was to scare him away. So I clapped my hands together, but he just stared at me. So I brought him up. It is slightly non-standard, him being up here whilst I conduct business below. I haven't been completely honest with you. I knew who you were the moment you started asking after Tempo. The operant. He was hoping you'd come.
Microscopic waves of warmth radiate out from him. You need the exit papers. Don't surprise him.
There. Tempo always said that in the matters of economy and culture, the upper hand is often gained by underhanded ways. This made him a lot of enemies, of course. I had to make sure you weren't one of them. Do you believe in the transmigration of souls? Life, death, business. There's very little distinction between them. I'd expect a friend of Tempo's to appreciate that. That's a very cynical perspective, even by my standards. I believe that when we die, our souls rise up through the atmosphere and into the void of space, where they lay waiting. Some find themselves locked in high orbit for thousands of years. Others bounce right off the moon. Whatever happens, our souls will always return.
Of course we will. Pain is temporary. The gang, eternal.
This boar was once someone else. Maybe another animal, maybe a man, maybe a woman. He may not have their memories, yet the soul remains intact. He'd become more erratic in those final weeks. It was always on and off. We fought about something or he fought with me. But I always thought that it would be the two of us. No, that would be a bit silly now, wouldn't it?
KG. The wealthy and controversial entrepreneur shifts back and forth. He doesn't respond.
I've been more concerned with where it'll go. I hope that's towards wherever Tempo is. Maybe our souls will chase each other through asteroid belts. We'll orbit the moon together.
Winds from the south make it hard to be present in the moment. Expect gusts up to 24 kilometers per hour, becoming calm by evening.
Or we'll be back here, as a boar, as a cat, maybe as a pair of fishermen. Our souls will be together in every lifetime. I don't even remember. Once we had a spat about... what was it? The hot tub, I think. Whether or not I needed a bigger one. I said he just needed to watch his weight. He stormed out of my apartment with one of my model trains. Then spent the next month mailing me photographs of it, getting involved in completely historically inaccurate railroad incidents.
This is a perfectly normal way of producing history. And managing relationships.
There's nothing else left but to make peace. But I'm sorry. He was your friend too. I know you were close. How are you feeling? Yes, but it would never be enough, would it? One last conversation, one last kiss, one last evening. Right. Why you're here after all. Please. I hope you get the girl out safely. Tempo would have wanted that, I think. Not that I always knew his heart, but thank you for coming up here. I'm sorry for all this. I'm very tired. Well, good luck to you.
Lot of to-in and fucking fro-in, Hirsch. Don't be a stranger.
You're doing a lot of coming and going, Hirsch. Sweet.
Lot of to-in and fucking fro-in, Hirsch. Thanks, Hirsch. These look legit. I don't have that. I won't be paying up. The world can fuck itself.
She grins. Her face suddenly seems lighter to you, and young again.
Ready to set course for the Eastern Republics, Flight Lieutenant. Thanks for this, Hirsch. Really. You're one of the only people I've ever met who isn't trying to get something out of me. I won't let you down. I've had this stupid song stuck in my head all day. Old one. This is from when I was younger, so much younger. I used to go on these day trips with my parents, and my father would play his tapes in the car. It was basic 3-chord rock music, nothing like what I make now. But I've been thinking recently, maybe without those tapes, I wouldn't have become a musician. Dark Flight 709, about some guy's girl living on a space rocket. 12 bar in D, I think. You know, D7, G7, all the sevens. Had a feeling would lose all her time. My baby's living on the 709. Thanks. I don't know. It's silly, but it's right there for some reason. Luck has zero to do with it, but thanks. Bye, Hirsch. See you further on up the flight path.
Guess I'll be seeing you around, Hirsch. Maybe in another 5 years, knowing how you fucking operate.
She opens up her cigarette packet and extracts 2. One she hooks on her lip.
I'm getting her to Central, then to long distance. Then I'm coming back here. I don't think so, Hirsch. Temple trusted me with himself. I got to stay close to what mattered to him.
The bazaar.
Hirsch, wait. Something that's been playing on my mind. That photo of you all, the one in Temple's office. Why do you take that? Aren't you all spies?
Good question. Evidently, you succumbed to a sudden fit of camaraderie.
So you're one of those. Had a girl like that in my class, Sophie Veza. Sad fucking case.
She looks at you for a long moment, working up to something.
This big play you're putting together. Take me with you. Yeah. Okay, what is it? Look, I don't care what it is. Let me be part of the team, part of the crew. I can do a good job, like Temple would've. Fuck yes. Awaiting. I'll see V to the station. Then I'm down for whatever, Cascade.
The 2 girls glance at each other, then nod. They're ready. Time to leave them to it.
Cascade. I've been playing I Spy, My mind's I'll be here.
takes your fancy. Maybe don't...
The young woman.
Cool. Okay. Must be... Yeah. Oh, fair warning. You need any... Thanks for...
You return to the rack of price tags rustled.
Very nice. Enjoy. Good choice. You will turn heads.
The rack sag. You turn away from the rack.
Matchmaker
He flexes it.
Aha! Disappoint the queen.
The smuggler and your third ship, the crate, the strainers. Time goes slow. On a positive note, you are now more self-realized than ever. Anger and exhaustion, mostly. The whistle blows and your shift ends without... You shamble back to the boatman. He lowers his...
With pleasure. You won't find those in the bazaar. Aspirational. If anyone stares, alright. I'll be seeing.
There's nothing to do. The machine call.
Fuck off.
Yesterday there was a curtain of leaves. Now simply a tangle of bare limbs. On the ground, a pool of golden tears. To redeem the failures of your past. Your blood beats a kick drum rhythm behind your ear. Yellow leaves swell about your feet. The naked branches seem like a mass of fingers pointing in every possible direction. You turn back to the ginkgo tree. Its branches spread into many futures. If you had time, you might count them. The days are gone. Only hours remain. The fallen leaves crunch gently beneath your feet. The day crumples into dusk. The tree has fulfilled.
Cascade. Ready and waiting to slap cunts. Also, this stiff bitch behind the bar keeps asking to see ID. I don't know any of these clowns, Hirsch. As long as I'm second in command, I don't care who tags along. Looks like the makings of a weird group, though. Shoved into locker tier motherfuckers. Happy to be here. Thought I kept recognizing the place, but I didn't know whether it was Tempo's memory or just me feeling at home anywhere bleak and dingy. What would he be doing right now, do you think?
He'd be eyeing the top shelf liquor, daring it to try.
Just tell me, Hirsch. I should probably stay away from alcohol then. Being hooked to these things is bad enough. You should tell me more about him sometime. Maybe it'll make me feel more at home here.
In herself, she means. In her own mind.
Nor enough. Don't be a stranger, Hirsch.
How goes it, Hedge?
Jagged.
With careful fingers, Ramses begins the process of preparing your favorite source of phantasmagoria. It takes as long as ever. The world dissolves into its own haze, and with it, all your worries.
Don't be a stranger.
Hirsch.
Hello again. What to leave? Oh, leaving again so soon? That's all we can ever do.
She slides a small glass of pinkish liquid across the counter.
On me. Salud from Portofino.
Largely unpleasant, burns as it goes down. A fitting farewell drink.
Safe travels, Herschel.
Tired eyes look at you from underneath the brim of a hat.
Well, well, well. If it isn't my most dependable asset. Straight from Ignaz's talent factory.
Alcohol on his breath. He must have been going at it for a while.
Fancy seeing you here in our old hangout. Have you come to see me, your old pal Ignaz? And what a coincidence that other members of our crew are here as well. Truly interesting. I'm just having a taste. Don't leave me alone when I've had champagne and so forth. Luckily, I'm not having champagne. Nor am I alone. We are here, living, are we not?
He has most likely had between 1 to 7 drinks.
Please, Herschel, for once lay off with the verbal abuse. I'm a man, but I am only a man. Well, I am a de facto lead. I have my ways. Maybe it's another serendipitous coincidence. How convenient, so am I. Let us have a drink, just like old times.
You really shouldn't waste your time with this. This man should not be alone right now.
Here's to our successful assignment together.
You both knock back a glass of schnapps. It burns his throat out.
Good thing I stole this cat, Herschel. I think you would have never spoken to me otherwise. Is it? But who is asking? Who can say to me where are the places the cat should frequent? Or with whom should it be? You are no leading expert in cats. Nobody is. Or what do you say about the cat? To prove your expertise, Herschel Wilk, expert in cats, and hurting her old friend Ignatz. It is magnificent. Its fur is so thick, it will fall right off and bounce back. Perhaps a drink to the cat. All right, Herschel. You do not have to tell me twice.
You down another schnapps.
Herschel, is this not wonderful? Old friends, together in celebration. I am saddened for the lack of a cryptonym, but life goes on. How did you like to work together after all this?
No records found.
Great people doing great things, catching the leaky animals where they lay. Even bigger jobs await.
Is he alluding to something?
Huh? Her?
The woman eyes you warily.
Pipe down, Herschel. I'm analyzing the field. A controller of such high importance can only be truly watched by a man of me. My stature. You did the legwork, now take notes. As a master performs his craft.
There's no craft here, only despair.
That info is self-hold. But you can imagine, Herschel, what happens to those who talk.
Execution by firing squad in a dilapidated shed behind the music festival grounds.
Herschel, this is why you are a sublead. You have a lack of the imagination and of the respect. But don't worry, we'll get you up on your feet soon. Perhaps a toast to the craft of secrets and friends. Of course, my friend, the expert spy of the big spies.
You both down another glass of schnapps. It burns your throat.
Do you know, Herschel, what else is happening? There is another secret. I know you will appreciate.
He was alluding to something.
The big leads are getting a bit stressful, even for a man of sheer talent like me. You've had it easy. Me being your lead, sheltering you from the pressure, just so you could perform. How does it feel to be so well supported? You are very, very welcome, Herschel. My old friend, pals like we are. Don't tell anyone I told you this, Herschel. But there's this individual, they call the Grand Lich. And well, he's coming here. Tomorrow, in fact, to this war criminal shrine.
Wow.
And guess who's part of the counterintelligence security detail on this highly sensitive assignment, working under Mr. Tesoro.
Oh dear.
Me, Ignaz, the specialist you passed over.
Pulled himself up by his bootstraps. Well done for him.
Herschel, I only found out just a bit ago. I guess my talents of a de facto lead have been noticed. Herschel, you try, but I cannot say. I am not like one of those leaky animals.
He raises his glass to his mouth and drinks. Some of the schnapps runs over and drips on the table.
I call it my big break. The biggest job of all time.
He's scared shitless.
Just some gossip. Friendly gossip between friends that go way, way back. Let's keep it between ourselves and have a drink to the biggest assignments, huh?
One more drink and he won't make it.
Herschel, to big assignments.
You both down another glass of...
That hit the spot well. Herschel, do you know what else? This is just like how I used to imagine we would do it in the old days.
No reaction. He doesn't respond. No reaction.
Cascade. I'll be here.
Marcia, until next...
You're back again.
The GM.
Has a pop song ever made you cry? Then, no need to say another word. There are voids you can fill, and voids you should leave empty, to allow things to better move through you. Especially pop music. Already grown nostalgic after the very first listen. In 10 years, an emotional cluster bomb. Everyone does, to different degrees. No true art can survive a cynical slant. It's too fragile. Why would you deny that beauty is real? Why would you turn from the gentle sadness that is the passing of the world? Nothing changes but your life. If you can be moved, why not be?
Matchmaker return.
He flexes ear.
Aha! The Queen.
The smuggler, and he lowers his head.
My format-sensitive friend. How goes it? You'd like... I judge... That's what... Yes. Maybe not.
If you want anything, I'd buy it now. I'm going on a break soon.
Under the thick hoodie, her eyes are fixed on a single point to the west. She swings her head back and forth, bleach blonde hair getting in her eyes.
I've decided I'm going to do it. I'm going to use the payphone. It's not that I don't believe you. I have to see for myself. Do you... I know. I'm probably just going to be standing there saying gibberish into the phone like a crazy person. Ugh, I already feel like I'm going crazy. Then at least I'll know for sure what happened to my dad. I have to at least try.
No longer can she live with the burden.
Thanks. Yeah, me too.
It's all that matters.
Anyway, anything you need before I... What takes you... you need... Thanks for stopping.
Good day. Bazaar's...
With pleasure. All right. I'll be seeing...
Lonely.
His heart, somehow.
Goodbye.
What do you want? Adios.
Goodbye.
You return the shadows, each prayer, the red
Back again. Fine. Agreed. Goodbye.
No flyers. Here. You're really getting that. Pick up your...
Operant? Something big is happening, isn't it? I saw how you dashed off towards Party Alley. You looked nervous. It had something to do with the ginkgo leaves. Right. I don't expect we'll be seeing you again. I suppose not. A shame. I know our relationship is strictly collegial. Still, I suppose I got used to seeing you around. Is that what we've been doing here? Speaking plainly, it seems to consist mostly of odd jobs. Here I thought I was signing up for espionage and romance. And instead I find myself replacing window glass and developing photos on behalf of my least favorite customer. That's funny. I was just thinking, perhaps it's a crazy notion, but what would happen if I, came on the assignment with you? Right. We never know, as you said. I suppose it was impressive watching you fashion a gun in my spare room there. Ingenious, I must say. Also frightening. The debacle with Pseudopod, well, it was interesting to see how you make it up as you go along.
The whisper of a smile at the corner of her mouth suggests she even enjoyed it.
Hypatia must mean something other than what I think it means. At least he's up on his feet now. So, where does that leave us? Right, those. I think for the sake of any future tenants, I may just take them down.
Immediately.
I trust you're saving this for a post-assignment rag. Don't forget to roll it out. We can't have you getting bubbles. Yes. I suppose you're right.
She takes a long, slow look around the little Photoshop, as though committing it to memory.
I've got a demented aunt with an apartment in the Hill of Pigs. I reckon now I expect you'll want to get some rest. Come out tomorrow, fresh. And give up my middle-class comfort so I can, what exactly? Join a workers' co-op. I've enjoyed my time serving the opera, well enough. But I know what I am.
Behind her eyes, flickers of fear and apprehension, but she's keeping them down, for your sake and hers.
Well, if there's anything else you require, I suppose I'll be right here. I'll be here if you require anything.
Three posters stare back at you from the wall. A watchful triad, ready to creep into your midnights. You always felt that way when surrounded by that number of your crew. For now, this'll do. You've left a mark on this space. Raw information atomizes itself on the other side of the...
Cascade. Tomorrow. So that means you got everything in order. Plot, tools, squad. We need to go through it, for the records. Ready when you are. To your chosen four then. Let's start with the easy one. You, Cascade. You will be knight errant.
To assemble and guide the rest. A tensing deep in your gut as your name is committed.
Your cupbearer?
To stand by you, absolutely.
Cryptonym? Cryptonym TBD it is. I've already written it down. You're astronomist?
To reflect things in a different light. You hear the faint crack of pen hitting desk and a slow intake of breath.
I won't be writing that down. And I'm not even going to ask what a miho is. Lastly, you're full?
For a reason known only to the Knight Errant.
You're zeroed out double. You're serious. Not quite how I imagined you'd run your squad, but somehow this is what the opera intended.
A pleasing symmetry. She likes that very much.
So that's Knight Errant Cascade, Cupbearer Cryptonym TBD, Astronomist Holocene, and Fool Pseudopod.
The names feel heavy, irreversible, marked in blood for offering. Sounds like a band.
And you're certain this is the squad? Once I submit this form, we're committed.
Defeat leads to an irreversible imbalance upon the world stage. Equilibrium disintegrates from a single point. You.
Cryptonym TBD is untested, bold, borderline, which may be exactly what this task calls for. Holocene and Pseudopod are a conceptual gamble, but one that could pay off greatly. But this is not my squad, Cascade. If these are the people you want by your side, then I would call it a good lineup. So it is. So it will be. Yes, what have you found out? Good. Very good, operant. This is a lot to work with. Hold on. The guard detail. What do we know about it? The head of the Weeping Eye is there? In Portofino?
Stopped in her tracks.
Yes, that matches our own analysis. I wonder... Cascade, something about this doesn't smell right. It makes me think...
She should call off the assignment.
You're right. We both know what we signed up for. Here's my recommendation. Tomorrow morning, you, Pseudopod, and Holocene will travel to the war criminal shrine by aerotram, as early as you can manage. Kryptonym TVD will follow later, on the same tram as the Lich and his entourage.
Stuck in a metal box moving at 55 kilometers per hour in close proximity to the enemy. No way to call him back up. No way to jump out. You only know it's gone wrong when a body shows up on the other side. Punctured and bloody.
I've thought it over. She's not likely to be on the Weeping Eyes watch lists. Kryptonym TBD is the only one that makes sense.
Even as you've been speaking, your controller's silently been gaming out every possible maneuver. She knows what she's doing.
Once the Lich's aerotram has arrived, rendezvous with your two and plan your next moves. We're going to need a lot of imagination to pull this off. If this is a ritual, there must surely be rites to perform. With luck, you may even catch the Lich unattended, though I wouldn't count on it. Right. You managed to procure a gun at least. Superfluous, but all right. Anything else on the subject of tools? You mean the 30-year-old opera bomb that's set to detonate to a novelty rock song? For a while it played at the dance clubs when it was time to leave. I remember it came on once when I was making out with this girl from Lavendi. Anyway, I believe the aerotrams in Portofino have jukeboxes in them. If you were insane, I suppose you could rig one of them to play the disc. There is something classic about the gun and the bomb. In the old days, operants used to call it the sword and spellbook. How? I thought that was supposed to be impossible. If I recall, the aerotrams there have jukeboxes in them. I suppose you could rig one of them to play it, but... I don't know, Cascade.
Hesitation in her voice.
I didn't say what you should or shouldn't do. This is your assignment.
Don't do it. Her voice says, if you do, I won't recognize you anymore.
And? What's that got to do with anything? I'm happy for you, operant. Very good.
A heavy silence falls over the line.
There'll be no getting out of Portofino by plane. The phones won't be safe any longer either.
An irreversible blow to alter the world's axis. It will take centuries for equilibrium to be restored.
No. Once you set off, Constance will scrub all trace of you and the opera from Photo 24. It will be like you never existed. I can get you a boat. You say that now. Wait till you see it. It's a signals vessel, part of the network that makes your magic box work. It's small. There'll be just enough space for you on board. Getting everyone out at once is out of the question, I'm sorry. Your squad mates will have to fend for themselves until we can arrange for their extraction. There's nothing I can do, Cascade. We're making it up as we go along. We won't forget them, but we have to work with what we've got. And what we've got is a single, very cramped boat. You're lucky we can get anyone out on such short notice. Our jobs, Cascade. Same as we always have. There's a relay buoy in the Nos Correntes, international waters. It's secure and safe. Call me when you reach it, and we'll discuss next steps. I know. We'll get them out as soon as we can. Get whatever rest you can, and take solace in this. By this time tomorrow, it will be over. Luck and skill, operant.
Click in your ear. A moment of silence. Then the familiar hum, somehow more empty than the silence. His legs gleam in the sunlight, so frighteningly pale that the glare hurts your eyes. The tip of his tongue emerges to lick a spot of drool from his lip. You're going to spend the final hour talking to a walk-in lobotomy. Holocene shoots you a confused look across the platform.
Hello, mijita. We'll be opening up soon. Let me know if I can help you with anything in the meantime.
The woman behind the counter sucks on the straw of a large plastic cup with a ferocious-looking cartoon wolf topper. Red, black, terror. She sips upon her majesty, tyrant wolf. Red-eyed, cloaked in black with a huge spiked pauldron on one shoulder, the plastic wolf leans on a double-headed axe. She's older than the other wolves, but no less powerful. No trust, no mercy. Her heart's petrified in her chest, a stony remnant of everything she left behind to stay alive. Only a handful were manufactured. Avid collectors wait with bated breath to see if another run will be issued. So far, nothing. There's something furtive in her eyes, a hunted quality that feels wrong to see in a predator. She wants to nuzzle, but she is too proud, too tyrannical.
Of course. You stand before the first permanent structure built in Portofino by the Illuminated Empire. The main shrine is dedicated to Canopus. Additional shrines have been built around the core to commemorate the deathless heroes of the Lucian people.
Supplementary propaganda, lovingly committed to memory.
It's both, of course. 1 star, 66 patriots.
66, like the wolves.
You're a 66 Wolves fan. My stepdaughter is obsessed. And yes, isn't it clever? Lucian shows are so good at weaving history into their stories.
It's suddenly clear why, of all of their programming, the Lusians seemed so eager to push the cartoon through the cultural blockade. Propaganda for the juniors. By the time the parents of Portofino realize that their children have been radicalized by Illuminado cartoons, it will be too late. The damage to their malleable brains will be irreversible.
Wrong. This hill is joint Lucian Portofiran territory, as per the Historical Properties and Heritage Site Agreement of 83. It is a symbol of mutual peace and understanding, and it always has been. It can't be an insult to pay tribute to the people who shaped your country, can it? The riffraff of Partiali still wrap themselves in Nestor flags. No one tells them to abandon their symbol. You know how it is. You wake up one morning and it's like, what have I been doing with my life?
Don't even think about it. Too late. The assignment calls.
Well, I came over from Luz in the 70s, and I realized, I'd really missed it. So I started visiting the shrine to pray and think and reconnect. One day, the old shrine maiden dropped dead in front of me, and I took that as a sign. Yes, aneurysm, I think. Here, then gone. No pain at all, just a little blood around the nose. All I know is, people have a way of ending up right where they're supposed to be.
She smiles at you again, but her eyes are cold.
War criminals. People love that phrase. Racist, inhumane, atrocity. Do these words actually mean anything? What's a fascist, anyway?
A fascist is A fascist is... Fuck. It's hard to put into words easily, isn't it?
Is that what they tell you in your state-sponsored propaganda? You need to learn to form your own opinions, mijita.
Nonsense. Superblock Media recently celebrated its 50th anniversary of declaring itself propaganda-free.
Why are you here if you have a problem with the shrines?
Continue to downplay your beliefs.
Well, maybe the shrine itself will change your mind. Even if I can't. Happy to be of educational service.
The shelves behind her are populated with postcards, refrigerator magnets, plastic picture frames, and a lone snow globe. Souvenirs, yes. Good point. Are you really going to return to Melita, arms swinging? That's big picture stuff. Important, sure. But she will also expect some nice little thing that you picked out for her. Souvenirs are nothing but pressure. Images spin past as you turn the rack. A map of the city during the annexation period. A chain gang of cartoon prisoners above the caption. Hard time is a good time in Portofino.
We have stamps as well. One for every deathless hero. Beautiful, isn't it?
She fastens her hands around the orb and turns it upside down. Hundreds of tiny ginkgo leaves swirl around the miniature shrine within.
But flawed. See the main shrine?
The flurry of ginkgo leaves settles, tumbling down the plastic landscape to reveal a clear view of the shrine at the top of the mountain. Incredible detail. Handrails, tools leaning on the shed, a gift shop sign. But the faces carved into the rock are featureless, unidentifiable. A shrine to possibility. A shrine, perhaps, to right now. Faceless tools of history. Their anonymity fated to outlive them. Consecrated yet punished. Braving the peaks until rain finally scours the last semblance of cartilage from the rock face. The operant shrine. The revolutionary spirit. A forever sphere.
That's a sweet thought, mijita. We can all aspire to number among the deathless heroes of techno-fascism.
She can't understand. This snow globe is a totem of hope. A dream capsule, a sacred wish which may never come true and might not even be real, but can at least be held. Make it yours.
Display only, not for sale.
She opens a drawer, seals the snow globe into the darkness within, and smiles. Allow it to crouch in there and hold its ground. A tiny outpost of revolution in the midst of the enemy's stronghold. The plastic is cool in your hand, still a little wet from the morning mist, printed with an image of a long aircraft carrier. The Rapacera, Iron War Queen of the Lusian Naval Fleet.
Oh yes, the most war of all ships. Isn't she lovely? Because it is. A shining feat of engineering. Interested? She's on offer.
There it is. This is Melita all over. Bring this back to her. The spoils of war. It's problematic, yet bold, and just a little bit fun. Perfect.
A good choice. It'll add an air of real majesty to any fridge. Of course.
Cheap plastic. In varying sizes. None of them contain a picture within.
It's traditional to leave a photograph at Canopus' shrine. The frames are just a medium for the offering. An empty frame has meaning too. What exactly it means is up to you. Please place it at the shrine to Canopus and think of someone missing. Enjoy your visit. Hello again, me. Enjoy it.
Cascade, we shouldn't really be talking mid-assessment, but given our personal history, I'll allow it this once.
Your former double readjusts his luminous visor and smooths over his dark mass of hair with a practiced hand. To no avail. Together in theatre again, the sweet slosh of nostalgia in the flooded basement of your brain.
Your Miho assessment, of course. For this assignment, you're a special asset, liminal class, professional future on the line. But, per our agreement, I don't work for the opera. You do work for Miho. Attempting to renegotiate terms mid-assignment. Very negative tier attitude, Cascade. Disappointing. My proto-persona. I've selected atrocity-curious tourist for today's assignment. Luminous and open to reconsidering obvious war crimes. I would say conceptually intriguing, operationally dire. I'm being shockingly lenient, considering you managed to bring along half of Taxman's brain inside the body of a young girl. The potential for treachery with the old crew is such, you might as well have brought along the small controller. The existential threat has yet to speak a single word. I think you broke it. Troubling. Even with Taxman smeared over her? Interesting hypothesis. Let's see if the assignment proves it out. Miho will be taking your squad composition into account, too. Are you sure you don't want to spend time with the existential threat? Make the new days the old days. Okay, Cascade, let's try. Also, my eyes are burning pretty bad. Apologies in advance.
His full-force gaze reminds you of meeting the sharks in Mercia Aquarium eye to eye. Empty, yet full. Processing alien thoughts.
It's very wide, very bright, and we're very high up. All of which rattle my amygdala. But the assignment demands what it demands. I think for the Operant Bureau, about 22%. For Miho, somewhere in the region of 48%. Same assignment, yes. Different definitions of success. I think this setting was well chosen, by the way. Counterintelligence and religion aren't far removed from each other. Both demand their acts of faith.
Your former double gazes around the shrine. The light wind seems to circle it, not move through it.
Does all this feel nostalgic to you, Cascade? That's just your sentimental fallacy talking. Censor it, if you can. I'm impervious to nostalgia. My memories lack the requisite distance. But it does feel like I've been here already. Like we've had this conversation before. All my memories are too on the surface, too present. Ice sheets of the mind. A lot of my life feels already lived in. I don't, mostly. My perma deja vu comes from my brain obsessively checking reality against itself. An auto-defense against backwards sentimentality. Other people don't have those fortifications, leaving them wide open to nostalgia. The meaning they subconsciously, retroactively, psychedelically impose upon the world. You have to, or else you're mainlining reality. Very risky proposition for the unguarded. There are a million inconsistencies in the world. Some intentional, most unintentional. Every one a small deception, state propaganda, insincere song lyrics, misremembered parting words.
Your own, maybe?
Nostalgia is the happy pain haze that cloaks these inconsistencies and makes us think, I was having a good time back then, actually. Maybe those treacherous motherfuckers. By the way, how many of these so-called good old days do you suppose a typical life comprises? Actually, the opposite. Using advanced pattern recognition and meta-emotional mapping, I drew up some calculations. The average person is allotted 1,716 good old days in their lifetime. Depending on how susceptible you are to nostalgia, you can distort this number almost indefinitely.
Absolute guff. Something about this number strikes you as undeniable truth.
Assuming a lifespan of 80 years, it's about 5% of them. Pretty generous of reality. Usually it's not so giving. Addendum. 0 to 5 years is an eternal gray area. Possibly some good, old days occur in there, but unless you remember those years with exact precision, like me, they don't emotionally count. I hold on to every one. My life is a collection of little inconsistencies I gather and arrange on a shelf. Cascade, let me ask you something. How have you survived these last 5 years? Eye to eye with the world. I don't ask questions of it either, Cascade, but these things, they compound. I know the world as it always was, even though sometimes I would like the knowing gone. Of course I do. 3 words. See you soon. And here you are. So thank you for being consistent. It's just time, Cascade. No need to take it so seriously. Good. This part's good. Good in a completely objective sense, utterly uninflected by reference to past experiences we shared, which, let's be real, covered the whole experiential gamut.
And yet he has constructed an entire mental apparatus just to be here again, with you. Give him some space. He's getting somewhere.
What I mean is, if I could feel nostalgic, then I would feel it here now, with you. I appreciate you saying that. I didn't... That is, maybe... Cascade, maybe I missed this. Yes. Assuming no imminent death, maiming, or whatever cerebral calamity befell the existential threat, I believe my upcoming movements have been sufficiently foreshadowed. Would you like me to remove any ambiguity? I aim to take Miho to the forefront of the international counterintelligence stage, perma-cloaked by the house curtains, of course. There's a caretaker government in South Kino I have a good mind to collapse. We will soon discover how preternaturally fortified their illegitimate prime minister is. Really? Let's see how today shakes out first, of course. Feel free to submit an opinion, but be aware, it may not be considered.
The answer comes to you in the moment. He's always been a frustrated poet first, spy second.
Interesting. I'll confess, I've had ideas. A trilogy's worth of ideas, in fact. Espionage novels, obviously, blazingly intricate, appealing only to a select few, yet masterpieces in their own right.
As he's talking, his whole posture changes, a lightness across his features. The tram lines creak and crackle above you as the carriage lumbers into view, stained with mist.
Good luck with your assessment, Cascade.
Embedded in the tram's back wall, a cracked plastic dome encases a single disc, surrounded by empty slots. The lock that was holding it closed has been bashed, broken, scratched jaggedly into the plastic. Fuck music. Music for Trams, Volume 7. Gone. Vandals have ransacked this tram's music library. Also, no guarantee at all that Volume 7 is the final one. It may continue for many volumes hereafter. A cultural maneuver from the president of the tram company, who incidentally has been missing for the last 2 months. Teenagers no longer have to bring their own music to play obnoxiously loud. Privatization has provided the means of sonic production for them. Don't worry, you're about to bring it back. In style. The damage is mostly surface level. The obvious mutilation of the dome and theft of the discs. The graffiti scratched into the plastic. Beneath that, the machinery is intact. Its body has been broken, but its soul lives on. It will do for your purposes. The plastic dome lifts easily. Its shattered locks jangle as it rises. Now that you're actually here, you see every detail of your plan up to this point with new eyes. It's too late for all those considerations right now. Time to select the Song of Death, or the many songs of death. You can always decide on the most fitting one when the time comes. Better to be prepared. If you have only one choice, you have zero choice. The local scene's last gasp is more of a scream. Hardcore.
Congratulations, you fell for the attractive coffee lady. Is safe house everywhere? What you feel is only the amphetamine-fueled delusions of copywriters and graphic designers, capital's true avant-garde. The promise of that which is not there. You desire the red and black coffee because you see the attractive woman with compelling hair and you believe in her more than yourself. What you desire is not the red and black coffee, but the solidity of soul that comes with knowing the coffee is your desire.
You won, therefore you are. Existence is confirmed by what it lacks.
That's what the whole fucking thing is about. An eternal shell game of desires, deferred and approximated. Pretty clever, isn't it? We are made to unrealized desire by the caffeinated deception and the appealing armed women who enforce it. It is not your tongue that tastes the milky sweetness, but the tongue of another inside your own mouth.
The Great Cascade. On time. World's first.
She's dressed in a vague impression of the school uniform, customized to within an inch of its purpose. Individualism is bourgeois for insubordination. Today the uniform, tomorrow the orders.
TBD. Sounds like you just went bust thinking of one. Maybe you haven't got it anymore. Kinda fucking sad. TBD. Saw a decrepit dope and some barely sentient goons get on a central. They sat over there at the table thing. 4, including boss cunt Leech. Or maybe 5. Couldn't see shit down here, so I went up and asked one of them for a light. Bro, move. I can tell you the old Leech guy is definitely there. He reached over with a lighter, said he liked my badge.
Ultravioletta. Who else?
V's gonna watch over us. But Cascade, that old Leech guy looks exactly like that old Dante guy Tempo was dealing with. As in, same fucking face. Lucky he's in prison then. Otherwise we'd be slapping both to make sure. Anything else, Capitan? Yeah, all around one table. Litchi by the window.
They should have been spread out to cover off potential threats.
I don't know, I wasn't watching them the whole time. That would be pretty fucking obvious.
The bomb twitches in its casing. Place it on the luggage rack on the lower floor. Point up, cross fingers. Then you will be unlucky, but you can still improvise. Don't forget the trigger, the song. All that I hear lately is my super block baby.
You mean, what do they look like? Like hired goons, I don't know. One of them had a ridiculous coat on, fucking standard for these clowns. And another of them had weird glasses. No hair, he looked like the actual boss cunt to me. I know boss cunts when I see them, Hirsch. The bald glasses guy was running the show. Probably. Dunno. No. Leech was definitely packing a cool lighter, though. I'd say I felt some guns, if that's any use. Saw them feelingly. Could go either way. But if things go totally fuckward, we'll get our last licks in, let's say that. They'll know what they killed. Wouldn't be so sure, Cascade. The best rituals end with blood on the walls.
You do not want this to end in a close quarters gunfight, if you can help it.
You've got some kind of signal, right? If it all goes cunts up? What if we're split up? Or we can't see each other? You picked the kill site on a mountain with one fucking way out. This tram. There's a jukebox. Pick any song you want. Think of it as a signal. A sign for us to make our move.
She motions to the music player beside her, wedged awkwardly into the space behind the back seats.
I thought so.
Once more, the bomb quivers in anticipation.
Fine. Ready. Let's go. I know I'm not a trained spy or whatever, but when it really counts, I won't let you down, Hirsch.
Somewhere below the tram's thin floor lies her abandoned life, scattered like aircraft wreckage.
Yeah, good. Just wanted to, make sure you know that. You think we'll be alright though, yeah?
If you all make it out of this, it will be a miracle.
Really? I thought... Okay, well, we're at a shrine. Go and find a fucking miracle.
Time to face facts, Herschel. There aren't many who can do what you do. They're too unfocused, inept, distracted by soft matters. But not you. You're the rarest class. Hardcore spy. History's over. The tyrants and the visionaries are gone. Now it's all fact-checkers, HR departments, and international ethics tribunals.
Proposals to put assets through empathy-effacing conditioning protocols have been stymied by humanist elements within the Operant Bureau, creating a generation of vulnerable, emotionally compromised spies.
Tools of repression for the weak regime to use on those who make things happen in this world. Keep up your hardcore ways and they'll have you in a bulletproof box, facing a tribunal for the crime of getting results. Oh, you'll get yours. When the squishes put you up against the wall, they'll be the ones shivering.
The vandalized take heart music if things don't go according to the plan. Suddenly, the 4 kilograms of P4 in the pelota bag become 11,000. The volatility you are feeling isn't the explosives. It's your plan. A glass chandelier on fraying rope. It feels too easy, given the potential scope of its impact. Minimally reinforced ceiling. The explosion will blow through it and disintegrate anyone sitting above. Cold or hot, the world will stop. Mostly. You don't really. Your plan is based on a series of educated guesses and crossed fingers. And you may be in the wrong line of work, but it's far too late to switch careers now. This may be your only chance to set the explosive, if you indeed want to set it at all.
Not gonna be leaving for a while. Sorry. Special schedule today.
She takes short puffs on her pipe, like she's trying to make it last. Behind her mirrored sunglasses, she's around your age. Is she in on this? Paid off, threatened, fanatical?
Some government types riding the lines today. I don't really keep up. I just know we don't leave until someone important looking tells me to. Then you got a long and dangerous walk ahead of you. Sure.
You smoke in companionable silence. The blue smoke from her pipe and your cigarette mingle. What is the plan here, operant? Make it brief then. Your quarry's already on the move.
On a normal day, every hour on the hour. Today the guy with the funny glasses is in charge of the timetable. He'll tell me when they're ready to head back down.
The Lich isn't the one giving the order to leave. That's odd. Excellent law. Definitely useful. Now let's stub out and go.
A shame there's not much to see. If there's a traffic jam, or a fire or something big like that, sure. There's people up here to watch too. And I keep a book under my seat for the really slow days.
Whatever book she's working her way through at the moment, it will remain unfinished. How is this useful cascade? Are you gaining anything from her that you really need?
This is the quietest route on the line. I'd say it's dull, but beats the Keysack route. Not much. Installation wasn't cheap either. It was a cool idea. Of course, most of them had the shit kicked out of them within a month.
The only reason the one on this tram is still functional is because it's the quietest route on the line.
Did you have something you wanted to hear? People either forget it's there, or just play whatever's already in the machine. But sometimes when there's no one on, I play my own music the whole way down.
You imagine her crumpled and dead from a stray bullet, blood running down the front of her mirrored sunglasses. Good. If she's bullet fodder, then she won't be able to distract you anymore.
What? Like to pray? Never been up there, actually. Yeah, well, no.
It is too late for ideology to save her anyway.
To be honest, the place just gives me a bad feeling. Eerie-like. You mean aside from the diplomatic delegation? Because you don't see that every day. There was a schoolgirl who kicked off about not having a lighter. She kept screaming for one. I offered her mine, but she would only take it from one of the Lusians.
You're all doomed.
She calmed down after that, but how did Kid get hold of Ouroboros Blacks?
Hopefully a nicotine-addled teenager with expensive taste is what the Lich saw, too. If she survives, she will be the first to be interrogated, and they will make an example of her.
Hello again, mijita.
Strong goon aura coming off this one as well. She's in on the Lusian scheme. What? Keep clear of the nails. One swipe and she could open...
Oh, this? Very rare, I think. And exceedingly powerful. You'd have to ask my stepdaughter. She's the 66 Wolves expert in our home. I don't know. Unless you'd be willing to do me a favor. Our groundskeeper's useless. He always seems to miss Admiral Rigor's shrine. I bet he's missed it again. Would you mind tidying it up a little bit? Hector Rigor. He led a group of brave freedom fighters and almost reunited this island with the Illuminated Empire back in 38. In the end, they were defeated in a last bold stand on the Hill of Peaks. Admiral Rigor was posthumously awarded his honorary title and rank in the Lusian Navy.
This is the Lusian version, sanitized and brimming with valor.
It's yours. The shrine is just up to the... Of course. Can I enjoy your...
Hundreds of faces glance or gaze out from the photo frames gathered at the statue's base. This shrine is dedicated to Canopus, pride of Carina, star of aging, wisdom, and death. Despite its reputation as an unfortunate star, every Lusian is taught to rely on Canopus above all others. The shrines here are built atop the core of an ancient shrine, one of the first to be consecrated outside the Illuminated Empire. You are standing before that core, now a stranger on its own turf. All ground conceded to war criminals and rotting microbes. The era is lost. The stars have seen eras fall and eras ascend. They don't care to rank them. The space-time continuum is reactionary make-believe. History is over. No more eras. Make this boss star close, gang. That would really fuck the Lusians off. The full spectrum of human age and emotion is laid out before you. Disordered, entropic. Most of these people were either dead or missing. 300 tiny windows, ghost hands tapping on the glass. Some of the faces knock loose memories of people you have known. An old music teacher, a woman who ran a bakery you frequented in college, a fourth love. Yet none of them are real people to you. None answer. There are no informants here, not under the gaze of the core star. You tuck the papers between two frames, partly obscuring the man's ancient face. One eye stares out at you. The standard gesture for those who would fill the frame in spirit, yet not in image. Who are you setting it for? The city has carried you to its peak, to light a tiny flame in its name. It will be there to greet you when you descend, no matter what form you take. You gaze at the statue rising above its static congregation of true believers. You have no one behind you, yet still, you find the words. This seems to get the star's attention. You feel a subtle gathering of light across your form. Curious, questioning. Who are you? An envoy of the Shadow War. Hello, Cascade. Comes the faint reply. We've never seen you around before. Your words, though muttered, ripple across the photo frames. The faces in the photo frames hold their breath. Light shimmers across the statue's surface. Go on, Cascade, it seems to say. Speak. A cloak of luminance. The prayer for the core has been transmitted. For now, silence is the response. The faces in the frames are forced to watch you go. Wilderness has gradually crept over the shrine, like the earth is trying to pull it out of sight. The facade bears many wounds, chipped stone, deep gouges, a mask of red spray paint, deaf to strange cousins. A perfume of pollen, stale piss, and the dead plant lingers. Lichen grows where the sun hits, and moss in the shadows. Acid rain and thrown rocks have left pockmarks in the granite. Though time and neglect have taken a toll, it's only been here for about half a century. The job listing goes forever uncircled in the back pages of Portofiero's weekly rag. The proletariat holds the line against fascistic incursion. It seems to sink back into the overgrowth as you retreat. What to tackle first? You grip the plants where they meet the ground and tug them from the earth. Soon there's a small pile of uprooted stems and leaves lying next to the shrine. Dirt under your fingernail. The name on the plinth revealed. Adria Hector Rigor, Admiral. You curl your fingernails underneath the green vegetal softness, separating rhizoids from stone. You manage to clear the very front of the idol's head before your nail beds begin to sting, plant matter catching against the delicate skin. Your rubbing doesn't do much to the idol's already worn face, only stirring up motes of dust in the afternoon sun. You stand back and admire your handiwork.
Did you have a chance to tidy up Admiral Rigaud's shrine? Wonderful. Now things will look nice for the Lucian delegation. Just wonderful.
You weren't able to collect all 6 of the Cardinal Wolves, but at least you got the coolest and most collectible one.
Can I interest you in anything else? Enjoy your visit.
Hey, check this out. Just look.
A large horned beetle migrates the landscape of tempered glass. Its carapace sparkles deep green.
Nice.
Well-built, Lusian accent over large coat, strategically positioned beside the phone. He's one of the Lich's guards.
It is a beetle, Coleoptera. There are many more of them than of us. Which would you rather fight, 1,000 him or 1 you? They mean us no harm.
As you watch, another beetle emerges onto the glass. White, dusty, 3 horns in the center of its head. It marches toward the first.
Look, this one comes with purpose. We're lucky. They're here to dwell.
He elbows you softly, grins.
20 soul on the white one. What say you? I like his walk. Confident. Here to kill.
The man whistles a short, bright tune.
That's his fight song. Nice. Go, white.
The beetles advance, locking their horns together and rotating their prehensile skulls to get better purchase.
White, dynamite. Come on, guy.
The white beetle maneuvers itself beneath the green, destabilizing its stance. 3 of its legs wiggle in the air helplessly.
Aha! Not so good now, is he? Dynamite driver.
His beetle arms coordinate in determination. His mandibles champ harder than ever.
Look at that. He's actually listening.
The green beetle regains his footing, backs out of the other's grasp, and sends it careening through the air like a little snowball.
Ah, shit. You see him fly? Hope he lands good. Here.
He reaches into his jacket and produces a 20 soul note, which he hands out to you.
Congratulations.
The beetle raises his head towards you. Behold the compound masses of his eyes. His shape itself is class-conscious. This tiny, shiny man needs no oaths. He was born to the proletariat. You touch your fingertips to your forehead in a firm, respectful salute. The beetle's wing case glistens as it folds a single antenna to salute you right back.
Look at him.
The fascist lacks the eyes to see. Grant the people's champion a cryptonym. With a comradely nod of understanding, your asset launches himself into the man's coat.
Shit. Where'd he go?
Triumph, Bottle Green. The hopes of the people go with thee.
Yes, very nice. Thank you for checking it out. Look. Yeah.
The vending machine hums as if it were in prayer. Stealing from it is just. It would only be the machinations of capital that it brought to this place being acted upon it. You're in the clear. Give it a go. You repeat the same you turn away. The receiver awaits your hand. Someone has scratched Sonido Elus into the pale pink plastic. The line disconnects without so much as an automated message. The receiver calls.
Lovely day. This might seem like a rather odd question, but are you by any chance ill?
That voice, it wafts out to you from some obscure recess in your memory. Carolina's nightmares.
Is something the matter? I was just asking if you were terminally ill. Sorry if that caused any offense.
He tucks a strand of dank hair behind his ear and pulls softly on his cigarette. Once seen, it is obvious. He's not just an asset. He's a high-level operant for the Weeping Eye. A genius of pain. Another conclusion follows. Half inference, half intuition. You look at your enemy for the answer, and a sardonic smile answers you. He's known from the beginning. And if you have been spotted, so have your assets. Your mind flips through the possibilities. It is happening. The pain just hasn't hit yet. What is even within your power to do with it?
Yes? You've been staring at me for some time with a most perceptive expression.
He knows, but he does not necessarily know you know. This smallest of advantages you can retain.
Has all this talk of death frightened you? Is that it? Yes? We're already in it, and I do see you.
You. Do you know this man?
Beside the man, pseudopod sulks, pantsless, brainless, staring.
He has to be with someone, and I don't want it to be me. Ah, well. Do you think you could distract him? I don't know. Please. Gratitude.
Ship reward. Gang should stay on him. Existentially and physically damaged as he may be, Pseudopod is alighted upon an anomaly. There is something off with this man.
He's drooling pretty bad. Oh. Please.
fascinating things are happening. If you know where to look, Cascade. And indeed, how to look at them. Concepts are evolving by the moment. We must be keen of eye and keener of mind. Relax, Cascade. I've finally perfected psychogenic translucency. It disintegrates mere personas on contact. I'm projecting it outward using sustained retrocognition. Stand within a 4-foot radius of me, and you're basically covered. Due to the relatively glacial speed of light, the image of you that reaches someone's eye is necessarily in the past. In fact, it is not an image at all, but an after image, and therefore highly susceptible to extrasensory interference. Actually, please disremember that until your assessment is concluded. I assume you've noticed what's occurring here. I mean, have you close-read our situation accurately?
Oh no, here we go.
You're aware that this is one of the skills Miho is evaluating, yes? Abstract yourself for a moment from this situation. Abstract me, the Grand Lich, the existential threat, all the characters and material details. This scene could just as easily not have happened, and yet, for some reason, it is being included. Why? What is the message that is being conveyed by what is happening here today? To no one, Cascade, if we don't bother to engage with the situation. It will count towards 40% of the candidate's assessment results. A pass with 2 shattered legs that somehow managed to drag itself over the finish line, yes.
Though the stage is ancient, this new adaptation feels precarious. Too many actors are under the lights. Lines jar off each other. The blocking tangled.
Go on. Operationally, that's obvious. Philosophically, I believe that's key. Keen analysis, Cascade. A basic thesis, but not incorrect. How might you sum it up?
Your former double stares at you for a long moment. The top half of his face illuminated in vivid yellow light from the plastic visor.
I tend to agree with your reading, Cascade. Would you like to hear my ever so slightly more nuanced interpretation? I'll start with this. I don't feel that this setting is mere philosophical coincidence. Do you? Exactly. Everyone's read the script.
Everyone but you.
But, Cascade, there is a darker layer beneath all this. I believe the ancient Lusian technocracy is intending to commit a war crime, right here. Against itself. I don't know exactly. A mind has turned inward and we have wandered into the province of a primeval war. Our actions may not be our own. The theme and authorial intent is quite clear to my eye. We are present at the wrong assembly. That is the metaphysical situation as it stands. We'll shortly find out. Hopefully, someone of renown. That one's on you, Cascade. Luck and skill.
Head bowed, one hand raised and held against the statue in front of her. The woman in the military coat murmurs softly. The posture suggests prayer, but a violent one. Every muscle clenched and quivering.
Severidad. Embriágame de vuestra fuerza, alumbra, y vuestra visión. Yes?
On the statue, a smear of fresh blood from her hand, open cut on dirty stone.
It's nothing. I cut myself. Rock sharper than it looks.
Clean diagonal slit, superficial, self-inflicted.
Why does this matter to you? My well-being does not answer to your concern.
Goon.
Just going to stand there? Or do you intend on making conversation?
Though she speaks fluent Illuminado, she's not Lusian. A creature in perpetual movement, she quivers in her place, waiting, yet unable to wait. Maybe a neurodegenerative thing. Someone had to help her get dressed, probably. A snarl twitches through her features, almost lost in the chorus of ticks and tapping.
I am paying what is due. Respect. Yes. No. To all of them. Admiral Gutierrez was a great man, but he was only a splinter of the whole. A spark of the great fire. That was Anonimo. The cut is unrelated.
It is not.
The Leatherback, they called him. Warlord of the Southern Ocean. Cacique of the deeper waters. He quelled the uprisings of the archipelago and maintained peace in the island territories for more than 30 years. Gutierrez was an instance, a shining instance. But beyond, behind all the instances, there is something eternal.
Nostrils flare, foot taps, her arms cross and then uncross again. The blood on her hand is a desperate attempt to bond with a heritage not her own.
I am one. They made me one. Little whore. I don't have to listen to the words of some Portafiran. A slave racer who understands nothing.
You've hit the vein. Now twist the knife.
Fool. I don't presume to be equal to the heirs of Anonimo. They are obviously superior. That is as it should be.
She recites dutifully, without mistakes, but she is rattled.
I will bleed harder, not faster. The only worthwhile location in this city. One problem. You can see the rest of it from this vantage point. I despise coming here. The jail's been governed by the inmates.
She stares at you, jaw thrust forwards. A fighter's chin.
I am from one of the liberated territories. I said liberated. St. Olvin. The tenantries.
Same place those old pilots came from. Different reality. For a moment, her stare turns nowhere.
The old tenantries were exactly like Portofino. Content in their own decay. Unambitious. Stagnant. The Imperio Illuminado liberated us from that. What choice did they have? There was a folk tale that people used to tell in the tenantries. About when the Agorans tried to conquer St. Olvin 500 years ago. The story goes that the Agorans captured St. Olvin within a day. The locals didn't even put up any resistance. But the conquest failed, because though you could easily kill the islanders, there was no threat or prize that could compel them to work. They were too lazy to be worth colonizing, in their own words. Remember, this is their national origin story, a source of their pride.
The irreverent self-image of a trickster people, eternal underdogs.
I was 3 years old when the Trees were liberated. I was raised with the fire of Lucian discipline. They were also being educated at the same time as me.
Raised in a military boarding school while her family disappeared into camps marked on no map.
Enough about everything.
I believe this is where I'm supposed to offer you a deal.
And somewhere beyond them, the shores of the Luz. The moment crystallizes, the world is empty save for you and your enemy.
Whatever you want. Money, advanced techno secrets, forgiveness.
His words uncertain, his bearing unsteady. Drunk, possibly high. Your counteroffer is this, a bullet to his reactionary skull. As he attempts to straighten himself, he lists to one side, like a wounded battlecruiser. He could pass for a simple drunk, waiting around for his off-license to open.
I am sure, if that's what you want.
It will have to be. You've come too far.
Then I'm sorry to disappoint you. I've got nothing to offer. Nothing, apart from this limp warning. No matter what happens, there will be no parades for your deeds here today.
Stoic drunk, tourniqueting the slur with sheer concentration.
You underestimate my powers. I've also had a fistful of benzodiazepines. For my health. My name is Dante Augustino. My title is Assistant to the Minister of Mass Culture. But really, I'm the Minister's body double.
No. This isn't right. This can't be right.
Your purpose is to kill me. And my purpose is to die. I know my lines. Have you memorized yours? The art of dying is a lot trickier than people realize. I've been practicing it since a boy. My first mock assassination was at age 15. Would you like to hear about it?
A combination of anesthesia and metal just about managed to contain his fear.
I'm reciting a poem in front of all the other boys. One I've been preparing for weeks. In slumber did my eyes alight.
A distant look comes over him as he sways to and fro. One foot in the present, one in the memory.
A man stands up in the second row. He draws a machine pistol from his coat and opens fire. I drop screaming to the floor. I quickly realize two things. First, I'm not dead. The shots are blanks. Second, my mouth is filled with the strangest taste. The death cocktail. What the brain fires to prepare itself for imminent extinction. Since that day, I've tasted it more than 200 times. I can feel it gathering on my tongue right now. See? Like metal dissolving in stomach acid. Are you nervous? Don't worry. It's normal. Enter es Facundo? It seems no one's going to get what they hoped for today. Sometimes it works out like that. The person in that Amter jail is Facundo Reyes, Minister of Mass Culture for the Imperio Iluminado.
Some primal part of your brain rejects the information like a gag reflex.
You do believe me? That's right. A series of twists, turns, and dead ends, all for the amusement of monsters. Pretty sick, wouldn't you say? Of course, it also makes this little tete-a-tete somewhat superfluous. What to do about that? Now that's a bold suggestion, my friend. Very creative. Our enemies won't see it coming. While you're mulling the matter of my fate, there's just one thing I've been wondering. Where does the Weeping Eye find killers both disposable and professional? It seems like a contradiction, doesn't it? Must be more trained killers in the world than I've imagined. Or maybe I overestimate the Weeping Eye's commitment to quality.
He seems to be perplexed by his own question.
By the way, what is that? 9mm? Are you sure that's enough? Oh, sure, absolutely. I've established that my role is to die. But what about you?
Your gun suddenly feels heavy. Or is it your hand that feels weak?
And what about them? Are they being set up too?
Yana, Holocene, Pseudopod. The image of them comes to you, one by one.
No, I don't. I don't recognize them. Perhaps the Weeping Eye got themselves a new set of goons.
His mouth opens, but then closes again.
But then, who is it you think you are with? The communists? Intriguing. Let's keep the questions coming if you haven't got anywhere else to be. How long have the opera been in bed with the Weeping Eye?
No mocking inflection in his voice. He's asking honestly.
No. I think you've got our lines backward. It should be you explaining this to me. Of course, it makes a certain sense. Better optics, for one.
The Operant Bureau is plunging in the rankings with each passing moment. Relegation zone coming up.
Well, not me. It's poor Facundo they've got it in for. But don't tell them that. This whole ritual is Tesoro's darling. A techno-political sacrifice. A chance to knock off a hated rival. You're simply the hired knife. By the way, are you certain you're a communist? You don't look how I picture them. No. They want you to eliminate me. Or rather, him. This is what I've been saying. Disposable. Professional. Is that obvious? Bien, it was not obvious to me.
Your would-be asset Ignatz wasn't far off. All's not right in the enemy camp.
So the opera's been doing some sneaky sneaking of its own. Good. That's a good twist.
Stay calm. Even if the opera's purposes dovetail with those of the Weeping Eye, it makes no difference to your mission.
You're saying I'm double booked, in other words? No, I don't buy it. The coincidence is simply too much for my tastes.
This old fool just wants to live. He's just trying to get under your skin.
The question, as I see it, is whether you'll play the part that's been written for you. Of course, we could both just Fuck off. Excuse me? Please, this is unbecoming of both of us. Here you are weighing the pros and cons of summary execution, and you're talking to me about giant shrimp? Don't you see it?
Seeing something beyond, or absent from his immediate surroundings.
Why, you're the officiant. The priest, willing or not. Because Facundo told me. He guessed Tesoro would make his move here in Portofino, outside the Empire's lines. That's why he decided to play a trick on him. Correcto. He worked it all out with some local smuggler. Or was he a bootlegger? Either way, very clever with connections, Facundo. That's bad news, my friend. I would say Tesoro's way ahead of you. In retrospect, I wonder how many times have Anonymous descendants played these sorts of games with one another? Maybe we're both part of another secret lineage of which we're unaware. In any case, I was bred to oblige. What about you? Free?
He blinks rapidly and nods as the concept sinks in.
Good luck for what's coming. I hope I never meet you again.
It's only when he starts running that you realize how inebriated he truly is. Lich or not, that was a high-level enemy asset you just released. Even the most forgiving ethics committee would call your allegiances into question. A solitude descends upon the shrine as the body double disappears from your sight. You are left alone with the city beyond you, and your enemies gathering like a storm behind.
There's no point. If prayer worked, everyone would do it. Even if the stars do see you, you think they'll care? Reach down and give you a glittering hand. Pull you out of the pit of doom we call life.
Hold fast. Guard yourself against those who would test you. This is the path that must be followed.
Sounds a lot like desperation. Like you're expecting the worst to happen all over again. Why not call upon those above right now? Surely if there was ever a time for them to show themselves, it would be now. Looks like you're on your own. If you're going to believe in anything, shouldn't it be the friends you brought along with you? Twinkle, twinkle.
Dull the blade and unsteady the hand. The Great Cascade makes her appearance at last.
Before you, a heavy-set form flanked by two minions. His eyes are scattered into the insectoid ovals of his six-lensed spectacles, his lips pursed in irritation. His voice a 10-ton weight. Here we go. Actual boss con. The old man you spared lies dead at his feet.
You did, just as you were directed to.
They were waiting for him, like they're waiting for you.
And now you're in the care of the Weeping Eye.
His voice, the tonality, like a shadow creeping up the wall of a memory. The past again, this time worse.
And you're the operant called Cascade. Nice to be on the same page. Now, let's catch up with your friends.
Down the hill, your squad mates are being hustled onto the waiting tram amidst a small group of passengers. Glance into you, meet in your eye, mouthing something. Too quick, too distant. He disappears from your line of sight. Definitely wasn't. All will be forgiven. He's intensely distracted by a butterfly wheeling around him. An unnerved goon ushers him forwards. Nowhere to be seen. She must be on the tram already. There they go. Thud, thud, thud. The secret police of your heart are kicking down doors again.
The airport.
You are being strung up. All of this has come to zero.
There's an unlisted flight ready to take us to Cicatriz Frontera.
The composed man moves quickly, rough hands across your body. And a crunching sound underfoot as your homebrew death machine is unceremoniously destroyed. Declawed. Prey.
Exeunt. Curtain down. Look, the audience have already made for the exits.
He takes one last glance around, then turns to his minions.
Come on then, if we miss this tram, it'll be an hour before the next one.
Perhaps someone should go down and check on Boris and Irina.
They'll be all right. Irina didn't seem any more agitated than usual.
Meanwhile, the head of the Weeping Eye has been watching you. You see your face reflected back 6 times in his sextuple lenses.
There's something I've been meaning to ask, Operant. How did you earn your name? Was it just assigned to you at random? Or was it chosen with purpose? Which makes me wonder, have you grown to fit the name?
Assignment compromised. Rating catastrophic. The day is lost. Time. You need time. Keep them engaged. Keep your eyes open. Every moment you breathe is a victory.
I only ask because there is one thing that's been bothering me. A niggling matter I was hoping you might clear out. My name. More precisely, that name the Opera has seen fit to bestow on me.
A barely perceptible edge to the way he says.
No, Operant, I don't.
A wince. You've got under his skin. Just slightly.
A good name has to suit the role, don't you think? The Grand Lich, I understand. Facundo worked hard to cultivate a certain mystique with his body doubles and so forth. I'm saying it's my horrible burden to look into the hearts of humanity and weigh their contents. I'd expect my epithet to convey something of the grandeur that implies. But 100-eyed golem? I don't know what to think of it as a name.
I think it's the eyes. There should be more of them.
Maybe that's it. It's just not that many eyes when you consider the magnitude of my burden.
This is good. Keep him talking. The jukebox. Signal. Fighting chance.
I do mind. Let's stay on the subject, please.
Just for a moment there, he was curious about what song you would choose.
The eye deficit.
I agree. It's heavy in here.
I think the atmosphere is appropriate to the subject. This is a disappointingly narrow perspective. What's obscene are the visions those eyes are made to endure. Hordes of repugnant, spiritless whites sleepwalking through a dark thicket. The whorehouse wonderland of depraved individualism. A crazed disorder that nevertheless reproduces itself anew with each day.
The world as you found it.
Too obvious, though, now that you say it out loud. Not exactly expansive either.
It also sounds like a penis.
A very, very small room. That's right. And in that room, a very small desk. And on that desk, a new script. You feature heavily.
He glances out the window. The city-state of Portofino blurs somewhere beneath you. Its people blur with it. Some look up as the oldest aero tramline in the city shudders high above them. A bird without wings.
And that brings us at last to your role. The doomed opera assassin.
The only thing to hand is intimidation. They know you, but they don't know what you're capable of. Unsteady them. Zero yourself out as soon as possible. You are high up. Defenestration is viable. Lie. Draw it out. Time is not yet your enemy. The tram today is only lightly occupied. A handful of commuters, a couple of old pensioners, a few shopkeepers and small tradesmen. A shop girl nods her head, aware of nothing. Lost in the same rock and roll dream she slips into every morning on her way into the city. A young boy, traveling with his mother, shifts nervously from one foot to another. The lich at the shrine was nothing but a simulacrum against falsehood. Reality is the only card left to play.
That's all right. I think it still counts.
Who's to say what counts and what doesn't?
Pointless to deliberate. It counts.
Luckily, we have a unanimous judgment. It counts.
Your guts slide a couple of inches downwards.
Let's say we really didn't. What now?
Intrigue.
Deranged figments of a mind corroded by post-historical materialism.
The mind plays strange tricks on the dying. She may have no memory of what she's done.
Then let's return to reality. Your Grand Lich, our Minister for Mass Culture, was just shot by a perfidious opera assassin. That would be you.
Dread, realizing itself as vomit rising up the back of your throat.
A shame that you flinched at the critical moment. Fortunately, we were on hand to keep the performance moving. I wouldn't be so sure. You say some awfully ungenerous things about your controllers in your signed confession. I'm not. The relevant documents are all prepared and waiting for you. When the time comes, you'll only have to read the lines as written.
Here it is, laid out. The logic of the ritual sacrifice. Behind the man's gaze, the world turns against you.
In a few hours, we'll be in Cicatriz Frontera. There will be state media and propagandists from across the Imperio Iluminado waiting to record your arrival. They'll expect a more convincing performance than what you managed up at the shrine. Max will make sure you're camera ready.
The composed man nods and gives you a sad smile. This prick still has our gun. When the moment comes, we jump in first.
Your show trial will be compulsory viewing, I expect. The finale and the live executions will be a public holiday across the illuminated empire.
What about your friends? Do you not owe them for everything they've given and are about to give for you? The cable groans overhead. A pensioner in a tracksuit coughs into his elbow. Further back, a trim young woman laughs, hanging on her friend's arm. The shop girl wearing headphones has closed her eyes. She must take this tram all the time. Wait, there, at the far end of the carriage. A familiar face, watching you with that impassive stare that teenage girls are the natural masters of. Your controller was right. Yana has eluded the Weeping Eye's gaze. To them, she's simply a teenage delinquent, skipping class for the day. Awaiting your signal. A knife in your boot. You can turn this around. Gang. Gang.
Go ahead. It's good to make sure you've got your backstory down. You're right. I want nothing to do with the developed world and its degenerates. Anonymous imprints were meant to transcend the cesspool of the now, not go dipping our cocks in it. But Facundo has his own ideas. Cultural victory. Pop music, space concerts. Bleh.
Something about the way he says the name, Facundo. He's taken aback for a sliver of an instant. Point to the opera.
You misunderstand. In another world, Facundo and I might have... But there was something in him. A sign of psychogenetic drift. We both knew it would always come to this.
There are times, even now, when he wonders whether the drift is actually within him. A secret tide pulling him even further from himself.
Facundo knows as well as I do that it's the role that matters, not so much the body that feels it. Whether Facundo himself yet lives is no matter. The role of the Lich is dead. I'm sure your controllers will take a similar view. Yes, it's been grand. Sadly, I think it'll be a one-off. Yes, 91. Wasn't it? We rolled up a good few that year. It started with a girl, if I recall.
I remember her very well. Hayato was the surname. She was spying on her own father.
At your direction, of course. Her father was head of a secret dream study receiving MTER funding.
We did terrible things to that girl in 91. It's no surprise you'd leave her on the bench. That was a humane decision.
91. I'd just gotten married. Tempo.
The bootlegger. He's been known to us for many years. An associate of Facundo's, as it happens.
Right. Irina and Max handled that one. Downstairs.
The Carabinero, of course. We hoped we could turn him for a while. Eventually, we delivered him over to the Azuris.
Unintelligible sodomitic swine. Azuris. If memory serves, apart from the Carabinero, there was very little interesting about your friends. I ordered them set loose. I'd say my judgment's proven prescient. Without your friends, would you even be here?
The head of the Weeping Eye looks at you for a long moment. He reaches into his coat,
Right. Now that the formal part is out of the way, let's get to the fun stuff.
He fought something heavy on the table in front of you. A deck of weathered black cards.
Here. You sure?
We still have a ways until we reach Centro. Let's get to know each other a little bit.
To your left and right, his goons about their eyes.
Entreaty.
Ancient Lusian game of divination. Uses a unique deck of cards not seen elsewhere. Turn the fascist superstitions against him. Do it. Stall. Draw this out.
This isn't gambling, it's divination. And I'm not the one putting something at stake. I will play the ogre, the star's chosen mouth.
His upper lip inclines to the right as he speaks. His canine is chipped.
You'll be the querent. This first card will help us see what you're made of.
He lays the top card upright before you. His face shows a needle grin suspended behind a glowing lure. An anglerfish. One can only betray friends. The traitor has many.
The traitor, empathy and charisma are its marks. This card indicates leadership, trust, predation. Cavalier phrases are one of the traitor's unfortunate symptoms. The card sees your power over others.
He shuffles the deck, then lays 2 cards side by side on the table.
Second, for what you have made of your life, choose one only.
You turn the card to reveal a drawing, taken from the perspective of someone lying on the ground looking up. The sun is blocked by someone else's face, looking down.
The eclipse. Interruption. Alienation from the primal source. What is it? What is the moon that separates you from the light? A heart turned against itself. No matter what happens, your blood aches with loss. No, most people find ways to quiet the blood moan. Very few can survive making it into a fetish the way you have.
He shuffles his deck and places 3 more cards carefully on the table.
Third, for your now.
You flip the card. Its face shows an acrobat, naked to the waist, performing a sword-swallowing trick. His chest is burned through to reveal a flaming blade inside. Funny name, difficult trick. This is about training.
The clown. The cards commend you your discipline. You have a pocket full of tricks at your disposal. Too bad I've got more. So this is the level the opera is working at. Unbelievably disappointing.
He puts your cards delicately aside, then shuffles his deck again. Rhythmically, like blades of a machine churning together. Now, offense, turn the table.
Final. When all else burns away, this remains. No. We don't need the cards to see that.
You turn the card to see an image featuring a stooped figure, face concealed by a heavy cloak. One narrowed eye peers up from beneath its hood.
The hunchback, monstrous, all too human. You choose the company of the cast-off and malformed. Your friends, the 2 lost boys downstairs?
The honor is still unknown to him. Good.
Let me alleviate your paranoia. Your friend's loyalty was absolute. This failure belongs to you and you alone. The issue at hand is people, the trust that binds them together and raises them above the animals. You've gained that trust by promising that things will be different this time. Your friends wanted the best, but so far, it's turned out like always.
Movement at your peripheral vision. A final board tilt in your favor. One last roll.
Fucking quiet in here. Any requests?
A few passengers turn their heads, then look away again. The man by the window spares her a disinterested glance.
Song would be nice. Something to go with the view.
We are well equipped with silence.
You feel Yana's eyes on your back, her hand over the jukebox. The air in the tram is stifling, charged, near flammable. Your fate is preordained and preloaded. All that's left to do is cue the exit music. But the enemy has your gun. You'll have to reclaim it if you choose that route. Reappropriation of Imperial-controlled property. Not a problem. Your squad is shoulder to shoulder with 2 weeping eye goons, under their watch, deciding who to take out first, waiting for you to drop the flag.
I'm just gonna hit something at random.
Are you addressing me?
Shrieking old plague metal band who old people always go on about.
Blood Golem were before her time, but not Tempo's.
Plague metal? Of course this city celebrates disease.
You're gonna love it.
She kisses her finger and presses play. Bass thunders across the tram speakers, startling them to life.
Aesthetically bereft.
Yana watches you, foot tapping on and off the beat. You feel all her focus on you, the point of a knife. You're surrounded, outnumbered, unarmed. There is nothing in your future besides ritual humiliation and torture. So take heart. You have nothing to lose and everything to overthrow. You never liked the odds in your favor anyway. Take them with you. Take the city with you. Anything but cowed retreat. Not this time. The man by the window has confiscated it beneath his coat. Recover it, or die trying. And then when you do get it back from him, or you shoot him, or take an opportunity to hit the golem. They are on the brink of understanding her role in this, but she hasn't been caught yet. 1 gun against 3 is certain death. 2 against 3 is a fighting chance. You need your gun. Too late to worry whether we'll live or die. Don't go out alone. Go out with our friends. You weigh up both your targets. Reclaim your gun and decapitate. Lost in the song, your sudden movement takes him by surprise. Your hand finds your gun drawn to it. His hand finds your wrist. The crack of gunshot, halo of blood. Yana's bullet splinters the back of his head. He screams and releases you, dying with only half his brain to know it.
Holy shit!
Your hand coils in familiar grip. Finger reunites with trigger. The party has sent forth its champion. The people roar your name.
This isn't the end. I will not have this end.
The gun leaps in your hand. Bullet smashes glass, collides with eye, mashing it against the inside of his socket. His blood, the banner of the party.
Oh no, no, no!
He fires wildly, blindly. Holes punctured in the tram's body. Daylight stars. Yana recoils as the bullets flip by her. Another body like that and one of you is going down. You are about to become historical. It would be a matter of whose bullet hits the other first. You were ready for this. He wasn't. You'll win. There are chairs that you could get behind. Robust public outfittings. They will preserve you. Have to be extremely fast, though. You've heard shouting, gunshots. Things don't seem to be going their way. Your friends are fighting for their lives. Trust them to the angels for now. Frozen, his expression seems pained rather than angry. Life is nothing but a brief exile from eternity. Send him home. Your bullet blows apart his head, splattering the jukebox behind him.
You got good on me.
Gunshots beneath you, fury and shorn metal. Your partner looks to you as bullets pierce the floor around your feet.
Urge, I can't. Con!
She staggers, hand clamped to chest. A last desperate glance as your friend stumbles away from you. Another gunshot from below. Kill shot. Finality. Holocene shudders, folds in two. His body joins the others on the floor.
Gloria, a los caídos.
She spits on Holocene's garish red shirt and looks up, trying to catch a glimpse through the bullet holes.
Be over. Be over now.
Hands gripped around Pseudopod's throat, all animal impulse on the deaf ground.
Kill.
I'm trying. It's like he's already dead. Go! Upstairs, the commander!
You're alone, fighting and dying alone. The enemy charges towards you, stained in your friend's blood. Badly, shot in the chest from what you could see. Holocene, shot and left for dead. Pseudopod, fighting for his life. The Weeping Eye has hands around his throat, forcing him to his knees. He's losing. Only if you can do it from here. You have moments before the Weeping Eye is upon you. What's one more? We can take him. A near impossible advanced cognitive maneuver. The true shadow. A psychic marionette between harmonized doubles. A long shot, but worth it in desperate straits. Psychic hijacking. Infinity sync rate. Open cockpit. The world crashes back in. Not everyone will stay in it for very long. Time for last illusions. Who means more to you? You turn from the crazed woman and sprint to your fallen ally. Bullets flit past you.
You're already dead, coward.
The balcony is cramped and awkward. You take what cover you can find as bullets splinter around you. Mist hangs below the tram like gun smoke.
Hirsch!
Okay, bad, yes, but no death sentence. First, stop this bleeding. The voice of the opera's head traumatist barks in your mind. Push harder than you think you should. Force the clot.
Mother concert!
The red hole hisses beneath your hands. Next, you have to seal it. Too much air inside the lung and it'll collapse. There, fire warning sticker on the window glass. Peel it off and slap it on. The circular sticker comes away cleanly. You yank down the girl's shirt and smooth the sticker firmly over the pulsing wound. The translucent sticker fills with blood, but holds.
Did you just... What does that say? Nice, Hirsch. That'll keep the pervs at bay.
Gunfire crashes around you. Somewhere behind, the woman howls. Into the breach now, operant. Steady hand.
Might do it. This bitch can't aim for shit.
Shards rain over you as bullets pierce the strengthened glass. You tense and coil, finger to trigger, ready to surge. And the sound of the gunfire stops. Reloading. Trying to bait you out.
Cascade, are you alive?
He is bleeding, but here. For us. For you. The world is stained before you. A splutter of blood, 3 barks of cough. Yana looks up at you, mouth halfway between a smile and a snarl.
Still standing, Hirsch.
Her skin drawn white, adrenaline draining, agony leaking in.
Pretty fucking scary, wasn't it? For a moment there.
She pulls a black cigarette from the ever-ready packet and latches it to her lower lip.
Fuck it. Pretty sure one lung still works.
A lighter flares. Orange blooms across her unlined face. She takes a rasping drag, holds it for half a second, then seizes with body-contorting coughs. She hacks a final cough into her fist, then opens it. In her palm, bound within strings of bloodied spit, a flower-headed clot of metal.
Here you go, Hirsch. Don't need this anymore. One for the city, then.
The wind whips her hair back and forth across her face. Between the strands, flashes of your old friend. The same wild eyes, the same snarling grin.
Hirsch, from Temple, from me, all is fucking forgiven.
The city rises to greet you, a smoking mass of architecture, overlaid by the crisscrossing rails of the tram network. From this altitude, it looks like Portofino has been caught in a web of dark yarn. Goosebumps on the back of your neck, as if all those of absent, lifeless eyes have turned to watch you. You turn towards the silent carriage.
Cascade. Very close one.
Your former double pushes his gun into his distressingly short shorts and wipes his hands on them. His luminous yellow visor is stained with bloody fingerprints.
Miho will not be routed by these mega-lame, weeping-eye clown jobs on our debut assignment.
Nothing to do with Miho. If it came to it, he would have taken 10 more bullets on his way to you. He grimaces and clutches his side. Blood leaks between his fingers.
Single bullet. Bad aim. I am not afraid. The existential threat fell out the window, by the way. Utterly soundless as it plunged. Arms clamped to its sides. Harrowing.
He runs a hand across his hair and gets blood in it.
I was, concerned for a moment. Scared, even. About what I might find up here. I'm very glad you made it, Herschel.
You return to look out. You hear the first horns and yells of city traffic. A faint smell of petrol arrives on the breeze. One more phone, one more voice.
Please tell me you have good news. Maybe. It's a start. The first reports made it to Novassa 20 minutes ago. Some dramatic shit appears to be going down in Portofino. A running gunfight on a public aerotram between members of the opera and the Weeping Eye to some kind of plague metal soundtrack. I hear they're still hosting golem blood of the seats. What is going on? I'm only relaying the facts as they come to me. So far, they're calling it typical opera gimpery. Must be the whiff of amateurism. Sounds like a proper mess by any humane standard. But that still leaves the object of your assignment, the Grand Lich. Did we pull it off? Might is a very concerning word. Please elaborate.
Further warbling would be a mistake.
And now that things have kicked off, there'll be no cutting a secret deal for him. We missed a massive opportunity there. And what of your squad? How did they carry themselves? I see. Who was it? Pseudopod. Lost.
A sigh. That's all she can manage just now. The sound of a box being marked on a standard form. She's done this many times before. She'll say as little as possible. Treat it like a formality to get through the moment.
What about Holocene and Kryptonym TBD? Are they alright? Have they made it safely to cover? Right. That's good to hear. As soon as we're able, we'll get them out. One unmarked star. Well, we've certainly had bloodier outings. I suppose that came at the expense of fulfilling the assignment. Leaves a somewhat bitter taste. Still, I'm glad not to have to tick any more boxes. Do you? That's interesting. I'm not sure our superiors will feel the same way. I suppose that just leaves the final ranking. Yes. There's a new system we're supposed to use. The Z-scale. It's a new initiative. Supposedly a more objective way to rate operants' performance in theater.
Ice crystals fractal in your veins.
Naturally. Do you want to find out what letter you get or no?
Your controller mumbles something to herself as she dutifully prepares the assessment form.
Who knows what will happen when MTER realize they've been holding the Lucian Minister of Mass Culture this whole time. I imagine it will give them the upper hand in this secret treaty negotiations. Not exactly the win we were looking for. Do you? That's interesting. I'm not sure our superiors will feel the same way. I suppose zeroing out the head of the Weeping Eye counts for something. But I have to say, it kind of looks like we just rearranged the pieces on the board. I guess some would call that an acceptable outcome. Don't mind me. Sometimes I voice feelings that aren't necessarily my own, just so someone will. The psychomancers call it a personality flaw. Overall, a very mixed picture. X. X. That's your rank, since you asked. Yes, that's true. You're right. It's one rank higher than W. This isn't a negotiation, operant. There's nothing to accept. It's the rank you've been given. It will be entered into the assignment file. But for now, you should get going. If you depart now, you'll make the Eastern Republics by nightfall. Right. It seems someone tipped off the Guardia Municipal that your special asset has been aiding and abetting communism. Also, racial profiling. Neither of which are crimes, even in Porto Zero. Still, best for her to recede into the background. I'll make a note of that in the margin here. We'll drop her a line once things have settled. Naturally, I continue not to know who you're talking about. Although, I did see a strange report from Capoblanco. Seems a number of their low-orbit satellites have gone dark rather suddenly. You wouldn't know anything about that, operant. Never understood the appeal of solvents. Nasty stuff. I've never heard of this individual before. Who is it? This is a spy service, not animal control. Anything else? Hardly. Once you get back to Novassa, we'll have the standard quarantine, battery of debriefings, physical examination, ideological decontamination, and so on.
Burned out in the haze of it all. Long-distance calls.
Oh, and the special request from the semioticians. They want to talk about your wolf cups. Seems they may be in the grips of a set collecting compulsion themselves. For now, best to lay low. Back to Novassa as soon as possible. Strange with the connection. The opera forgives.
Come on, honey. We'll take off running in our party shoes. The digital bird song of a signal jammer when you want your target to know they're being disrupted. The illuminated empire awakens. On the other side of the boat, Yana is making a wrap-it-up gesture with her hand.
Strange. Jamming. Probably. Expect reprisals. Beginning shortly. Best to, while you can.
Under your feet, the boy and the boat jostling in the sea swell. You keep your balance, just barely. Increasing chance of precipitation as a front of high pressure moves across the Nos Corrientes Sea. The temperature is 16 and falling.
Luck. Skill cascade. Now.
You land on me with lightness. So hard to feel anything you do. Release the sky, let the light go. Darkness from me.